As the sun steps down and escapes the day, we'll calmly walk away from the fray. When structure falls and all else fails, we will build it once again. Turns to gray, we'll calmly walk away from the fray. When structure falls and all else fails, we will build it once again. We could climb high, higher than before, or we could stand by while it burns to the floor, though we cannot fly. We will build and the wounds will mend as we build it once again.
Into the night, the city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak of wishing upon a star. It's time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light, we're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light, we're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on.
Happy Friday and welcome into the Smite Circuit Playoffs. I know it's been a while since we had some competitive Smite action, but you have to wait no longer. We are going to have a throwdown here in EU and in A between our Challenger Circuit players as well as our Open Circuit players here, Lermy. So I'm pretty excited for it. Obviously, my name is Finch. I am joined here by Lermy. So we have some great games lined up here for you today. And as I said, we're going to be starting things off in Europe. We got Belt Slap and Smiley Face going to be the first match we look at.
These two are going to be a great matchup, honestly. We're taking the #1 seed from the SEC and putting them up against the #1 seed from the SOC. So these guys on Smiling Face are coming out at a, well, you might call it disadvantage, but I'm sure that they prepared a ton for this matchup because they're up against what seems to be the beast in this region here.
Yeah, and not just seems to be, but is at this point, right? No one's been able to find a way to beat them. They went 5-0, 10-0 if you count the individual games throughout that Phase 2. So at this point, Belt Slap look pretty untouched. This is our schedule. The way that the format of this tournament is going to work is that it is double elimination. So even if Smiley Face or Belt Slap were to drop in this first match, their tournament hopes would not be over. They would drop down to that lower bracket and continue to have a chance to try and fight back up and play a little bit later. Whichever one of those teams it is, between these two that ends up dropping down, wouldn't be out of the tournament outright.
That's a good look for them, too, because, of course, you can always kind of play the bracket to your advantage there. So even if you do lose this first matchup, you do have a chance to make it back up and into the finals. And, of course, making it to the finals is incredibly important. Getting that share of $32,000 per region is certainly something to go for here. And I'm sure hoping that these guys put up a great fight for it.
Yeah, I'm expecting so. As you mentioned, Belt Slap, I think, are the heavy favorites coming into this one. That's no surprise, but certainly a chance that Smiley Face can grab this win. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I know we haven't had some competitive Smite in a while, so y'all might still be shaking the rust off a little bit, getting in here, so don't worry about that. Throughout the day, really throughout the entirety of this weekend, what we're going to be doing is trying to show the way that you all are enjoying watching the Smite Pro League out there at home. So you can take the opportunity whenever it ends up coming up for you to tweet at us. Let us know how it is that you are enjoying to watch these circuit playoffs, and we'll try and get you featured at some point here on the broadcast. That's been a pretty fun source. You've got to see people outside enjoying it in the nice weather, whatever it is that you're doing it. We would love to see that, so make sure you let us know.
Absolutely. Especially if you guys have pets, you're watching with pets, be sure to send us pictures of those, and we would love to comment on those.
Yeah, every single time. If you can get a cat in there, a dog, something like that, you're guaranteed to be on. That's contractually obligated. And Lermy just said it, so you can take it up with her. If you put a pet picture out there and you somehow don't make it on the stream, which, again, I don't see how that could happen. Lermy just said that. So to go a little bit more back into the match, and again, if you want to make sure you're in there, that is hashtag Circuit Playoffs. Make sure you're a part of that. But at Smite Pro as well as to let you know about it. But if we want to go back to the matchup a little bit more here, Lermy, between Belt Slap and Smiley Face, we could talk a little bit about where we think the most important matchup is going to be. And for me, I think that's going to be in the jungle. This matchup here with Johnny in particular from Belt Slap, I think, is going to be pretty key.
He kind of is like the big heavy hitter for Belt Slap here, especially because he kind of gets targeted out a lot of the times. When it comes down to the bans, it really is important that they have to take out his Kali or his Bakasura or something of that nature, because especially since we just saw Golden Blade get buffed, it's really his meta, which is kind of scary to think that he was playing those characters before they had the items that were really good for them.
That's right. Johnny was a hard carry when he was on a team that wasn't stacked to the brim with SPL caliber talent. And now he is on a roster that is that same level, right? Julio, Zero, Strix, and Arkle, I think all could make a pretty easy case for playing in the SPL like tomorrow if they needed to. So this is certainly a really strong roster. And the thing is that Johnny, like you said, is still managing to stand out even amongst all that talent. The jungle role obviously controls a lot of it, but I think just as much of it is his individual skill. The guy's obviously an all-star.
Absolutely, and the rest of the team, like you said, are no pushovers either. We've got so much SPL level talent. I mean, talk about talent in general, just Arkle, Trix, Tank, Zeros, and Julio, like you said, all of them really should be getting those kind of bans like we see away from them when it comes down to what they take from Johnny. But I don't know, man, when it comes down to picks and bans, it's got to be either Johnny's picks or maybe Julio's tier. There's not a whole lot of options really left after you take those guys away. I mean, that leaves open characters like Persephone and other of those really strong heavy hitters like maybe Heimdall too that would still make it through.
Yeah, and the team that has to try and find a way to slow all of that down, Lermy, is now Smiley Face. Not an enviable task. I'm having a hard time trying to find a way to make sure that I, build them up enough, because I think this team has earned that, right? As you mentioned, they are your open circuit representatives from EU, so that is plenty of credentials all by itself. But they also have some pretty recognizable names on there, I think, in Lemogao and Ekron that are going to have to be kind of that veteran presence here for them, and especially Lemogao in particular, Lermy.
Yeah, Mogao has been around the scene for what seems like forever. He used to be on the old Elevate roster of, I believe it was Season 2. So throwing it back to those times, he's still out here taking names in the solo lane, as he has been showing that he is really the strength of this team. And I can imagine that even though you don't typically see the solo laners being the shot callers, I could see him being all up in the comms, really pushing it forward and bringing his team to a W here.
Yeah, I think that if he's not heavily involved, then you could even call it a mistake from Smiley Face. They're going to need, I think, that level of experience if they're going to take out a team as strong as Belt Slap. Now, remember, the format for this tournament is that it is all best of threes up until the finals. So it's not as if they need to beat Belt Slap 3 times or anything like that. If they can find a way to get 2 victories, then they can be moving on still in that upper bracket, and Belt Slap would drop in the lower. But obviously, that is easier said than done. I think one thing that might be in Smiley Face's corner is just how much prep can Belt Slap have done for them. I'm sure Belt Slap's minds are further ahead towards semis and finals, and what are they going to do with all these other powerhouse SEC teams? Maybe there's a chance Smiley Face can catch them off guard.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see some of the theory crafting they've done for this. They could pull out something that Belt Slap just has not ever seen before, or are just not expecting to pull out. So the element of surprise is certainly in their favor. So I'm hoping that, maybe they pull out something spicy. I mean, we could really see a whole lot of anything here, because these guys are kind of up in the air as to what they play. Maybe even a Hades solo that's going back to Mogao's past, but even still, that could be something to look out for.
Hey, it's scary. I mean, just think about it, right? Mathematically, there's 5 years of footage on Trick, 6 years of footage on him. So there's plenty for Smiley Face to go and look at, and maybe they figured something out. We will find out, though, in these picks and bans for game number 1, as it looks like it is going to be Belt Slap in that first pick position. And I think this is something that's worth a conversation in and of itself right now, Lermy, because there's so many valuable picks that maybe there's a bit of an advantage to going second because you can grab 2 and respond to just the 1, or would you rather have that first spot and just guarantee you're getting at least one thing you want?
I think for Belt Slap, this is really in their favor to be in the first pick spot. They want to be able to pick up whatever it is that they feel is the most OP on their team immediately. Because as we talked about, the bans are most likely going to be targeted at them, although I'm kind of surprised to see the Morrigan getting taken away immediately. Although, honestly, Zeros used to be the best Morrigan in the whole entire world. So, of course, now that she's back allowed in competitive play, it's going to be really good that she's taken off the table, at least for him. But, again, we're going to have to see some more target bans here, because it's just so difficult to pick out the gods that are going to be good against them, because they're just so good at this point.
Wow, that's interesting. We were really worried that Smiley Face are going to use a lot of their bans trying to limit Johnny and what he was going to do in the jungle, but so far, it's all been Zeros. And honestly, Lermy, I think that this makes a ton of sense to me. I know how strong Johnny has been performing for this team, but I think if you just let Zeros get his comfort picks like Morrigan or Persephone, then you might as well just go ahead and go into game number 2. At least do something to try and mitigate Zeros' impact. I know he hasn't been at the SPL for a while, but that was not because of his skill. Some other things kind of came into play there. Certainly Zeros is still a really, really strong player.
Absolutely, and of course, maybe they planned it for this indeed, and they've gone for some sort of strategy to mitigate some of these Golden Blade assassins that Johnny favors. So if they've got that game plan and this is what they drafted up, then by all means, they're already in the winning side of things at this point, because they're getting exactly what they want in theory, but that's in theory. So they're going to be first picking a Kumbhakarna here, which honestly, when it comes down to mitigating those auto attack assassins, it does work. They've got the attack speed slow on the Yawn, so at least there's that, and they can also kind of directly counter a Bakasura or Kali by sending them up into the air during the duration of their ultimate. So that's kind of just a warning shot saying, don't you dare pick those, because we'll be countering them.
Yeah, sort of an anti-dive pick, right, so to speak. I mean, with that AoE mez, with the ability, as you said, to take someone out of combat, Kumbhakarna can be great at stopping one person from doing a whole lot of damage. It just depends on if that's going to be the situation. It can also be great initiation for Smiley Face, too, so they've got some options. As Ram gets selected, I think largely considered the strongest hunter right now. At the very least, he's near the top of those hunters. So Smiley Face, I think, have locked down, at the very least, a strong duo lane for Silence and Ekro.
I think that that's a really good idea, though, to get these guys that might be on the weaker end of the team who have less competitive play, really something that they're comfortable on and that they feel is really strong. Getting those guys locked down and having the people who have more experience getting a little more flexible with their picks is a really good idea. But on the other side, Belt Slap has just locked in Camazotz and Uller, and these two characters have been basically banned out a lot of the time up in the SEC, and Nemesis is the selection up against them. And of course, we're going back and forth with these Golden Blade Assassins, but she's kind of one of them that can fit the bill. She's been getting buffed left and right, it seems, patch after patch, and so maybe now's her time to shine.
Yeah, that's a fair point. We haven't really talked that much yet about Belt Slap's composition, but perhaps there's a chance that this Nemesis can be used to try and punish that Yamoja or something like that. Not a particularly popular pick, I wouldn't say, with Nemesis right now. There's so many other assassins that do well, but as you mentioned, perhaps she can be that answer that Smiley Face need. But there is quickly rising a problem on the Belt Slap side. I mean, they've given them now picks that can individually run the game. If Uller gets the lead, you control the left side of the map. If Johnny on Camazotz gets the lead, then it's over. Or he could be in the solo lane too. I mean, you really don't even know at this point. I think Belt Slap have done a great job with these first 3 picks.
I also can appreciate the bans coming out of Belt Slap, taking away the Nox and the Hera to make sure that Smile's mid laner is going to be pushing a little bit further back into the God pool, and of course Smile has gone and taken away Julio's tier. Thank goodness that goes away, because that is just the character that he is the most comfortable with by far. But of course that leaves open a ton of different options here. I mean, we still got King Arthur on the board, for goodness sake, so perhaps we're going to be seeing that on either side, as both are still probably left without a solo laner. Of course Camazotz can flex in that direction, but gosh, we just forgot about Merlin. It seems that both these teams kind of let him slip through the cracks, so Merlin going to be the mid laner for Smiley Face, and honestly, that is a really great pick to round them out.
It is a really strong pick. I know that Merlin's kind of gotten the ban hammer a couple of times, but I don't think you could tell that from playing against him. He still does a ton of damage, has control from Arcane, the burn, quite literally from the fire stance is really strong as well, and then the poke in that ice stance a little bit unrivaled. So I think that Merlin could certainly still be strong. The only problem is that on the other side, now a Chronos has been locked in, and now some questions start to arise. Where is this Chronos potentially going here for this team? I really would think that the Uller would be going over to the long lane for Arkle, but Chronos could be going to him too.
I think that Chronos is more of a Zeros god than an Arkle god. I think that honestly they could go either way, like you said, but if I'm looking at it, I think Chronos does at least have something to capitalize there, being with a Camazotz and also being directly up against a Nemesis. If she throws the Divine Judgment on you, you just press the rewind button, and basically the entire duration of that ultimate is going to be wasted up by the time that you're spinning around in your little ball. So at that same time, it's going to be good looks for you if you're up against the Nemesis a lot, but Khepri to round us out, I think that's a good call from them. It's got some basically high clear, but that also means that Kumakarna is going to the solo lane.
Yeah, it's going to be a double Guardian composition from Smiley Face here now, and up against the Hercules from Belt Slap, the Camazotz, which can a lot of the times feel like it's on the line between jungle and warrior with all the damage he can take. That's going to make life hard on Smiley Face. I know they've got the peel, I know they've got the res to get them out of these dangerous situations, but who's the brawler? Who's going to be on that front line there for them that can compete with all this damage that's being put out by Belt Slap?
I mean, it's got to be the Nemesis, right? She's going to kind of be in and out of the fight, and with the Khepri there to be able to give her that Scarab's Blessing, it's going to be nice to be able to give a second chance of life to who has to be kind of your hard carry, the one to really push both of these carries, being the Braum and the Merlin, over into the late game. So honestly, I think it's going to be on the back here of Xaylia to be able to push this even further.
Yeah, they're going to need a lot, I think, out of this Nemesis pick in particular to really make this work. And I think if the idea is to try and burn maybe one target down, then perhaps that can do it. Either way, though, Game 1 of the Circuit Playoffs is about to kick off.
Thank you so much, Finch and Lermy. Myself, Gormizer, down here with Mifflin. But before we jump too far into it, chat, Hinduman is trying this new interactive script that's going to be going on. You're going to see a poll come up over there, and you can vote as to who you think is going to win. See if you can affect the day and the outcome. I don't know if that's actually going to make a difference, but Mifflin, I'll poll you the exact same question. Belt Slap had me going there. You get Yamoja, you get the Uller, you get a Camazotz, and it's kind of hard to bet against you, but then they lock in this Chronos, so I want to know, who do you think is going to be able to control this game?
Look, that Chronos could have been anything. He could have not loaded into the game, in fact. I would still put my money on a Belt Slap. These guys are so veteran. They're so strong. They've been playing level-headed every step of the way. These guys, they have it. They've got aggression in the duo lane. Just take a peek at it. Yamoja and Uller. What tools does Smiley Face have to deal with the aggression? Trixtank is allowed to play as far up as he wants for the entirety of the game.
I mean, you've got this obnoxiously controlling duo lane over here. Already we're seeing the impact of that. I mean, Kepri's getting, his metal tested right now with all of the shots Arkel's hitting. But you also have to give this, and I don't know if I saw it in a Zero stream, if I've seen him play it maybe competitively at some point, but this is not a foreign pick to him either, running the Cronus in this mid lane. And no matter what, it's still Cronus. The minute he hits, what would you say, 25 minutes? He's going to hit like a truck.
Around level 12, the second he gets that second active online, it's going to be so hard for anyone on Smiley Face to lock him down. It's going to be on Mogao finding that epic uppercut, some sort of huge form of CC. You got to burn through the beads first. You got to get through Trixtank's healing. You got to get through that rewind time. Zeros has a lot of survivability, and with the jungler that Smiley Face drafted, this Nemesis, that's a terrible matchup. She's got no way to stick to him.
That was the other thing that kind of threw us for the loop. The Xaylia pickup in this Nemesis, maybe really good at trying to help deal with Trixtank, maybe pull some of those protections away, for the Hercules. But realistically, we haven't seen a lot of Nemesis. Is there any way that Xaylia can get, feasibly ahead here, especially above a Camazotz?
She's going to be looking to hard farm the jungle. I expect we see some really aggressive splitting. She's going to take as much as she can from the mid laner. She's looking to get that lead online early. We used to think of Nemesis as one of those late game hyper carries. You look to get Stone Cutting Sword, maybe a Rage, maybe a Deathbringer so you can crit in the late game. But right now with recent changes, she's starting to lean a little bit towards that ability-based jungler. She's got a little bit less time on that slice and dice. It comes up every 9 seconds. With some additional CDR, she can get that up pretty often. But that said, her late game isn't as strong as it used to be. She's looking to fight around level 6.
Oh, and right now they're going to look to fight around level 3. Trixtank caught out, but he's going to be able to dash himself away. Xaylia is going to be able to stick to him. That double dash working well. A good stun, though, for self-peel. They don't even need to take the fight. Belt slap, get on out of there. I think showcasing why 82% of you think they are going to win. Good mechanics, as well as keeping their heads about them. And, I mean, you had called out level 6. This level 3 gank doesn't go the way they want it to. Now Mogao may be biting off more than he can chew. Can Camazotz maybe find some kills this early on?
Camazotz can find kills at every phase of the game, but Johnny's playstyle has always been, I'm looking to hit level 5, I'm looking to get my boots online, and then I'll start looking for the aggression. Right now, he's been the beneficiary of, well, Nemesis went for a dual lane gank, got nothing for it, was forced to back to base. Johnny's already got about a half-level lead, he's backed, got boots too, he's been able to clear out the enemy's blue buff, and now he's backing up to his own. There's so much farm left on the map that Johnny should be hitting level 6 around the time Smiley Face's jungler Xaylia hits level 5.
We look at this, and realistically, I think a lot of people see the name power that Belt Slap commands. Maybe the fact that they were 10-0 during their second phase also helps this a little bit, but they are the team to beat. When it comes down to Europe, this is the team that you have to overcome. And right now, having 3 of the strongest picks, I think, in Smite, period, is going to be difficult to overcome. So my eyes are more or less on Xaylia. I think Nemesis, she's always been one of my favorite assassins, and I want to feel some impact from it, but a lot of it is going to be around, ganks like this. You had called it out, hit level 5, hasn't quite finished the boots, but Johnny's ready to go in, and Arkel looks to try and get the stun to help lock them down. They really want to get rid of E-Chrome, and he's even going to dive under the tower here. Bat out of hell, going to get activated. He's looking for the last little jump. It's going to force the shell out either way, so maybe no first blood, and actually maybe forced to fall away since Arkel's so low. Maybe no kills coming out over in the duo lane. Johnny locked down. The arrows are going to be good, but Arkel able to eke out that first blood just before the tick damage gets rid of Johnny. So they still maintain that claim. But Johnny maybe not as strong as he thought he was going to be.
E-Chrome caught a classic case of tunnel vision there. He said, oh wait, Johnny's ult's down, he doesn't have beads, let's find it, get the abduct, I'm going to land some autos, that's free first blood. Arkel's, he's been around for a while, he knows what he could do. Hail of arrows, bladed arrows, that's all it's going to take to put this man down. That's going to be first blood with the jungler trade. I would still say Belt Slap comes out ahead.
And not only that, but I think Johnny just maybe had that one switch that you never want to have flipped in a jungler, which is his speed was just taken away from him. You don't want to do that to a guy playing Camazotz in the jungle. I think this is going to be an interesting one to see how it's going to work out for Xaylia of all things. Really good call, I think, to get aggressive and steal some of that farm away, but again, I don't expect to see a huge impact from this. Level 6 is coming up here now for Xaylia, just ticked over into it. Where, if you are this Nemesis, are you looking to put pressure? Do you go to the duo lane and try to shut down Trix? Is it a solo lane gank? Or is Zeros the only one that you can really pick on?
Look, if I'm Xaylia, and I hate saying it as a jungler, I'm playing as passively as possible. If you take a peek at Smiley Face's entire draft, it's all counter-engage focused. Lamogao is looking for someone to step up a little bit too far, find the Mez, find the epic uppercut. Silence is waiting for them to start diving his team so he can look for the revive, maybe abduct in the backline, and then this Nemesis, the ultimate comes in, Retribution, shred away that defense, kill a frontliner, and then look for the engagement. Xaylia, on this Nemesis, doesn't really have any ways to start the fight on his own. I mean, if you think about it, he's got a dash, a secondary dash, a slow, and another slow. That's really it. There's no engagement factor out of this Nemesis. She's just got to wait for opportunities to come to her.
But man, you won't be able to escape her if you get caught out. But the problem is getting into that position where you have to escape her, I think, is going to be just difficult for Belt Slap. Once Trickstank starts joining into these fights, you've got that heal coming online. It's going to be interesting, I guess, just the dynamic of the team fight for Smiley Face and how that unrolls. But it does kind of feel like, well, at least for, I would maybe say 3/5, maybe even more of their draft. They kind of want to play the PvE part for the first, well, it's already been 7 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, maybe another 5 added onto that until they hit the 15-minute mark. But once we start seeing the impact specifically, I think, from Trickstank making rotations or using his ult to lock someone down, that's when you have to start having a more active engagement from Smiley Face. As of right now, I don't feel it. I don't feel the impact, and I'm still looking for it. Meanwhile, Belt Slap seem happy.
And they should be. They have these ticking time bombs on their team, and they've got the early game aggression. With this Kamazas in the jungle, Belt Slap can look for a fight anywhere on the map the second his ultimate's back online. Zeros is going to be an absolute menace come late game, as is Arkle. Julio's got fantastic backline disruption, and Trickstank is Yamoja. Do I need to say any more than that? I don't think so, but we will. He's got the long-range stun, he's got the mobility for his entire team, walls, heals, he's got it all. Whereas Smiley Face, I'm concerned about their late-game team fight. How are they going to commit and finish kills? It's all on Brats to find that burst damage.
Not exactly the initial strong suit you think of. Merlin can do a lot, but a lot of it can be tick over time for some of his damage. So he's going to have to upfront a lot of it and rely on the CC that his team is bringing to make sure it locks it down. Like you said, it's kind of difficult to lock anyone down. Trickstank has great peels. Zeros is, especially once he hits level 12, like you highlighted earlier, going to be probably the most difficult to kill God in the game, unless you can just truly lock him down. But with the level lead that he's slowly accruing, a little bit of experience here and there, keeping him maybe just steps ahead of this Merlin, it's going to be difficult as time goes on. And as far as Belt Slap are concerned, even though they're down technically in gold right now, this is kind of a slow-paced game. They're ready to take it at the same pace Smiley Face are, because they don't have any stress on them for late game.
Normally, if I were just talking about a game in general with Belt Slap having this draft, I would say that Smiley Face needs to get involved now. They've got a slight lead. They want to push it forward. But again, just looking at their draft, I'm not sure where they can go to look for fights reliably. They have to wait for Belt Slap to get aggressive, which isn't a far-off bet. We know that Belt Slap loves that W key. Every time we watch them, they're trying to make an example of their enemies. Maybe that's what Smiley Face is looking for. They're looking for that aggressive playstyle that Belt Slap is known for, and they have this huge counter-engagement comp. But right now, Belt Slap seems to realize that we can do whatever we want. If they want to just play it slow, we actually benefit more from it, and Belt Slap's just sitting in their lanes, farming up, clearing out their jungle, and seeing what they can do.
So it's been a hot minute since I've seen Hercules be anything other than an aggressive support. So Julio bringing him over into the solo lane already maybe changes a little bit of the style, but even his build is kind of catching me off guard here. How do you feel about this talisman coming in right after the boots?
It tells me that he's going to the I want to go fast school. He's going to get a little bit of an additional magic defense, deal with that Merlin. You know he's going to want to sit on him the second those team fights start up. But short of that, we might see a Winged Blade come out next, a Ritual Dagger. This man's trying to go fast.
Well, Belt Slapper dancing around Smiley Face's jungle. A lot of little poke here and there, more or less coming from Brats, making sure that no one can get too aggressive without, well, again, taking some damage in return. But not enough aggression from Belt Slap to break out into a fight there. I was waiting for the moment that it was going to start up, that someone was going to maybe either take a step too far or just commit for them. But again, it feels like they are very much in the wait and see how it unfolds here. Because as you had mentioned, Smiley Face have a very good counter fight when it comes down to it. What exactly do you expect to see? Like, if anyone on Belt Slap goes in, is it going to be too much, or can they take these, even fights without having it kind of thrown back in their face?
In this pre-team fight phase, I imagine the only one that's going to be looking for aggression is Johnny. And as long as he's fighting wherever I Silenced isn't, he's got pretty decent kill potential, as long as he's got the backup that he needs. But if that Khepri is around, Scarab's Blessing comes through, you're likely going to have to trade out Bat out of Hell just so you can get out of that situation alive. There's not really much that they could do outside of that. If Arkle's left alone with E-Chrome in his lane, that's going to be a huge contention point for Smiley Face. This matchup is already slightly difficult for Rom, since you just get hit by the axe one time, you're either losing your beads or you're losing your life, and Arkle got First Blood and a little bit of an early XP lead.
And already trying to work on those stacks for the Transcendence. So maybe lifesteal in favor of E-Chrome, but like you said, if you're stunned, you can't really hit your shots to then get the advantage from that lifesteal. So a lot of potential solo kills coming out over here if they want to get aggressive. But again, it feels like they're... The only word I can use to describe Belt Slap right now just feels relaxed, right? They don't feel like they have any tension in their play. Nothing's forcing them to make a move, nothing's causing them any real distress, but that lead, while it's still small, is still in favor of Smiley Face. So something that maybe they need to work on trying to dissipate overall. Experience definitely going the way of the blue team, though, and with Belt Slap having that much control, it's just a matter of time, right? I feel like realistically at 12 minutes in, I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop. I'm wondering when it's going to happen that they just decide, okay, now we're going to try to win.
You better believe the next team fight's going to be around the Gold Fury. Whoever wins it out is going to pull the first real lead of the game, and we might even be looking at a double objective. I'm thinking that we're going to see Smiley Face group up around the Gold for the defense after Belt Slap engages it. Then the fight breaks out, Gold Fury drops, they might move to Pyromancer afterward, especially now that we're 12 minutes in, they're starting to level up. These cooldowns on these respawn timers are getting longer and longer. Now every single fight is going to mean more than it would have a little bit earlier in the game.
And a 2-level lead over there in the solo lane. Maybe the biggest difference will be the fact that you've got Blink and Teleport online here for Mogao versus Blink and Thorns online for Julio, which mainly means to me that Mogao potentially making bigger rotations for his team can be on this side of the map and still make it back to lane if he needs to. Oh, you had called it out. Gold Fury started up here by Smiley Face. You've mentioned their counter fight potential. They're going to be trying to just start the regular fight, and there's not even going to be one. They're just going to be able to take that Gold Fury clean out from under the nose of Belt Slap. I think Trix Tank sniffed it out at the very end, but that was a really good get in, sneak it, and get out execute from Smiley Face.
I'm pretty sure Belt Slap knew about that the entire time. They had wards covering the rotation path in there, and Brat's going in just about completely He got his abilities out in the Gold Fury, and that's all he could possibly do. That's a very risky play. They need this Merlin to be able to deal that huge magical damage in the engagements, but Belt Slap was just a little bit slow on the uptake. Now Pyromancer being looked at. Lamogao in range to defend.
Oh, and he's going to get locked down. All of the CC they could throw out goes into him, but he uses that ult, just going to give him that immunity and a little bit of peel to get on out of there. But there's going to be his second relic, the Blink used on the disengage. And now it's just the zone game from Belt Slap as they start up this Pyromancer one more time. Half health is where it's going to be sitting at, and doesn't look like Smiley Face are really big on trying to fight this one, so that should be going their way. So objective for objective, Gold Fury may be valued a little bit higher than that Pyromancer. But I think showcasing, more importantly, that they're still not out of it, and maybe kind of chose not to fight in the Gold Fury bit for whatever reason.
Look, if you are worried about an early engagement, you know you've got the late game, you can absolutely give up an early Gold Fury, especially if Pyromancer is on the table. They only go down about a little bit under 1,000 gold. We're looking at about 500 in favor of Smiley Face. That's not a big deal. Split between 5 people, it's literally nothing. That's 2 potions per person, maybe a ward. It super doesn't matter at this point, and Smiley Face is still on this timer. They have to contend with that raw damage, that dive output, that late game hyper carry inside of Zeros. Arkle's been left completely alone in this lane, as has E-Chrome. They've both been farming up for the late game. But Smiley Face still, they haven't shown us that they're able to win a fight. I still have no idea what they're looking for once these engagements start up properly. It's going to likely be Lamogao just trying to peel his backline. Bratz throws out abilities while he runs away. Silence waiting for that Scarab's Blessing. But there's absolutely no way that Smiley Face can engage on an objective and take it first. They have to be playing that reactionary playstyle. They have to wait for Belt Slap to make a mistake. and I'm just not sure that they're going to.
All right, now it's going to be Trix Tank looking to try and set up in mid lane, looking for the stun here onto Eye Silence, and they're going to be able to find it, but the Khepri at this point seems a little too tanky for them to just burn through, well, as easily, I think, as they had hoped. Zero still needs a couple of items, maybe a little bit more time to get those levels online before he hits like a true late-game Chronos. But that doesn't stop Arkle from hitting like a true, well, level 15 Uller at this point. Echrome taking that trade, and you had already mentioned how this was going to favor Arkle pretty much from the get-go. Now, I think seeing it in action just solidifies that even more so, especially when the rotations come out. Arkle's someone that you're going to have to contend with.
Yeah, you either lose your beads or you lose your life. Echrome decided to lose out on the beads this time, but now it's going to be a little bit more dangerous for him to just sit in lane in general, which is why we're seeing Smileyface start to rotate over, see if maybe Belt Slap sticks out a little bit too long, but the disengage is through, except for Trix Tank. Where you going, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, he's wandering around, the tower's gone, but he's all by himself up here. Now Echrome's going to spot it out. Silence is in the area, and Khepri is able to just pluck him right back into the fight. There's going to be the Nemesis ult as well, peeling off those protections. The lockdown's going to be good, and the snipes are going to connect. But Zalia, who gets credit for the kill, Arkle comes in to try and save the life of his support. Kind of the opposite role that they're supposed to have. The Age is going to be forced out here. He's going to get a good stun, but it's not going to save his life. Zalia going to be able to pick up 2 clean kills there. Trix Tank maybe overstaying his welcome. Now Johnny is going in for a 1v2. Bat out of hell forced. He can stay alive and try to get away here. He's forced to run back to his team. Mogao looking to lock down Julio. It just seems like a series of events here up against Belt Slap, and Julio lucky to have that healing that Hercules brings, but it's still not going to be enough. He's going to end up going down here. Smileyface are just picking up kills systematically as they run through Belt Slap.
Yeah, Trix's eyes must have glazed over as he started to approach that Tier 2 tower. Smileyface was already grouped up around it. You saw that Smileyface was also starting to back up, go back towards mid. Then they see, is Trix Tank on our Tier 2 alone? Let's head over. Arkle's probably rolling his eyes, says, oh, Trix is at it again. Let me see if I can peel him out. Loses his life in exchange. Then we lose Julio as well. Zeros makes it out with his life. That's just a terrible exchange. I said that I wasn't really expecting Belt Slap to make any major mistakes, but that's the first real big opening for Smileyface. Luckily for Belt Slap, Goldfury hadn't respawned just yet. Fire Giant being on the opposite side of the map means that Smileyface really didn't have the opportunity to head over there. So all that really comes of it is the XP gap that Belt Slap had established in their favor. So now it's leaning a little bit more towards Smileyface. Gold, again, going more towards Smileyface, but 1,500 at 18 minutes, it still is anyone's game.
It's just nice to see, and I think, I can at least say it for myself and maybe chat a little bit as well, but I was ready to count Smileyface out of this from the get-go. I think showcasing they have a lot more. Primal Fury started up, and once again, trying to isolate and peel off Trix Tank. They force the ult, the River's Rebuke comes down, and that's going to be falling through. Zalia gets aggressive there, but it doesn't matter. It's the zoning that is important. They get this Primal Fury, which is going to make it a lot easier for those rotations. To the Fire, to the Pyromancer. They don't need the fight. They just got the last one. They get the objective, and they get on out of there.
Belt Slap hasn't grouped up as 5 to contend with anything that Smileyface has done a single time this game. Every single engagement is 2 members of Belt Slap here, maybe 3 members over there, whereas Smileyface have been playing together, they've been playing hard the entire time. It's always a 5-man roaming deathball, and it's working out for them. Right now, Belt Slap seem like they may have just lost the narrative a little bit. They had the plan, okay, we'll wait for late game. Zeros is going to become a Chronos at level 20, and he's just going to win the match for us. But now, Bratz is a level up, maybe a level and a half. His build is way further along than Zeros', and Zeros decides to go for the attack speed build. He's got the Demonic Grip, likely going to be a Ring of Hakate next to match that Pythags piece and that Lifesteal build he's going for. It's a lot of sustain, but his damage output isn't nearly as high as it could have been.
It's going to be interesting. I think, maybe towers at this point quaking in their boots, but if I'm silenced, maybe not as worried as I should be here, unless Arkle's in the fight. And right now, you can see Arkle's a little bit slow on the rotation. It's a 4v5 as of right now for Belt Slap while they wait for their Hunter to come in. Pyromancer is what they're dancing around. Started up a couple of times here by Smileyface, and already at half health. Good control onto Mogao, though, is going to lock him down, but there's going to be the counter engage. Mogao knocks him up into the air. River's Rebuke comes down, and that's looking for the Pyromancer. Going to go down the way of Belt Slap, but what about the fight there after Mogao? A little bit low. The snipes are coming down, connecting onto Johnny. There's going to be the slice and dice, but it's not going to find the kill. Forces the beads. It's going to be a full retreat from Belt Slap. They do get Pyro, so they did get something out of this. But Julio caught out before he could get to the tier 2 and the safety with his team. Under the Ice Storm here, locked away and pushed up against the wall. Echrome going to be able to get credit for that kill. Mogal, full health, back in the fight, ready to keep going for his team. And now it's just the lockup. Zeros uses the rewind, puts him in a bad spot. He's already going to get taken down, and one shot from Bratz is going to be able to eliminate him. Echrome taking a lot in return, but there's that Kepriel, that revive. It's going to be so helpful for Smiley Face. They can just back off, taking a 2-for-none trade. It's 6-1 Mifflin here at 21 minutes in. They get a tower on the back foot as well. That's just a good fight for Smiley Face.
They played it incredibly well. Julio had a lot of huge engagement there. He's able to disrupt the backline very well. He hit 4 people with the boulder, but it wasn't quite enough. Ice Silence being able to hold on to that Scarab's Blessing until after the actual engagement, until after they were done diving tier 2, is absolutely indicative of what's going to cost Belt Slap this match. They're not able to deal damage. Their damage output from their mid laner isn't nearly enough right now, so there's nothing that Smiley Face has to be afraid of. They group up on the objective aggressively, tank up every bit of damage that Julio puts out. Johnny wasn't able to dive the backline because Zalia was looking at him, and there's just no way that they can force out this Scarab's Blessing, which means there's no way for them to take a fight.
Well, this Fire Giant's at about 1/8 HP. It's going to be going down here. Smiley Face are able to secure it, but again, it is Belt Slap getting in their face and trying to burn them down. Echrome goes down, but Johnny trades his life in order to get the kill. Now they're all on the full retreat. Bratz still has a lot of health. Zalia and the rest are all at about halfway down. That's going to be the call-off. They're not going to chase the kills here, Belt Slap. They're going to look at the objectives, but that's going to be a big rotation. They're going in looking for the damage onto Julio and the crew, and they're going to be able to lock down Zeros one more time. No rewind available for him, no relics either. That's going to be another kill picked up for them. So they trade it 1-for-1, then pick up the Chronos one more time. They lose their tier 1 in right, and I think they're still pretty happy with that trade.
They've got to be 4 members strong with Fire Giant. You lose out on your ADC having it, which is a big deal. It's going to really impact the amount of damage they deal to these structures. It's going to get a little bit harder to siege, but having it on your tanks, having it on your backline divers, I would say is equally, if not more important. That sustain is going to be absolutely huge, but Belt Slap just holding down the W key.
Yeah, they do not seem to want to slow down. A little bit of damage from that Merlin's going to make them rethink getting as aggressive as they have been. As it looks like Zeros is going to start itemizing into a little bit of protection there at the end of his build, considering the last 2 deaths have happened in, the last 2 minutes, it feels like, for him. So a little rough play overall for him. Just a cloak as of right now, so we'll see what it evolves into. But this counterplay, the lockdown from Smiley Face, I'll admit, like, the theory has always been there. We were talking about it early on, about how, it could help. It could slow them down. But seeing it in actuality, I mean, Smiley Face are playing this to the T.
Yeah, they've been the aggressor on each of these objectives, but if you look at how the fights start, it's always a couple of members of Belt Slap run in. They're like, oh no, the Fire Giant. Oh no, the Pyromancer, the Gold Fury. We got to get in there. We got to stop it. And then immediately what happens? Smiley Face says, oh, you're engaging on us. I know that we're on the objective, but you're coming to me right now? Lamogal puts you to sleep. Epic uppercuts you. Silenced abducts. Bratz is just throwing down huge AoE damage to make the rest of Belt Slap have to respect that space, whereas Zalia just gets to swing his autos for free. That counter engage that they have is so absolutely strong because Belt Slap can't find the burst damage to put anyone down, and they've got Ice Silence on this Khepri to make sure that if any damage really does come through, well, we don't care. He's got 2 health bars. Good luck doing it again.
Now an Oni Fury to boot, so that's going to give them a little bit of, I would say, unnecessary pressure. They already have a lot here on Smiley Face, but they're going to get a little extra just to be safe. It's going to be the split pushing Zeros that tries to save the day. Unfortunately, not able to get that tier 2, so he doesn't even get to trade it out, even though he committed over there. And they're laying in wait, trying to set up an ambush in the jungle for someone like Zalia, who might try to bite off more than they can chew. Bratz, though, again, a lot of damage over and through the walls. So it's not a good spot for Belt Slap, and I think this is the best time to remind people that, I mean, in all of Phase 2, Belt Slap didn't drop a game. They haven't dropped a game since the last Circuit playoffs. So it'd be a big deal for them to lose here, and even more so to lose to Smiley Face coming from the SOC.
And if I'm Smiley Face, I'm absolutely giddy at this point. Let's say that Belt Slap went out here. Smiley Face can likely, or they're going to expect to, or at least try to, make it back to finals through the losers bracket, and they'll have to face down Belt Slap again, hypothetically. But if they can take them out here, that is such a huge weight off of their bracket, knowing that, okay, well, we're going to have winner side, Belt Slap falls down to losers, we don't have to worry about them until much later, and we're going to have the advantageous state once we get to those finals. It's absolutely imperative for Smiley Face to look to put them down early on, and this is a fantastic start for them. 7,000 gold up, 25 minutes in. But right now, this next Fire Giant is going to be a huge determining factor. If Belt Slap get Fire Giant, I would say that they'd likely be favored to win the game just because of how strong their siege is. If Smiley Face gets it, it's Belt Slap has to defend. Their defense not nearly as strong as their offense. Smiley Face might be able to run away with it. This next Fire Giant is going to be absolutely huge.
And that's actually a great pivot into what I was thinking, which is realistically, if Belt Slap win this, it's kind of the opposite of what you were just saying for Smiley Face. Smiley Face, you knock Belt Slap down early and you feel great. But if Belt Slap turn game one around from what feels like almost a surefire controlling victory for you, that has to be mentally draining going into even just a second game, let alone potentially trying to fight your way through 3 if you are able to push this to the limit. And then getting knocked down to that lower bracket's going to be rough, so you have to play this carefully. And again, do what they've been doing, which is wait on Belt Slap to engage. Right now, they're going to be engaging Zaylia. It takes a lot of damage early on, but so does Arkle. The snipes are going to be coming down from E-Chrome. He's going to be able to connect on all 3. No one's low enough for it to make a huge difference. So it's going to be 1 ult down for Smiley Face. Meanwhile, the beads burned on the other side for Arkle, so maybe a little bit more of a position to jump in on this Hunter. But playing it a lot more carefully this time. Belt Slap aren't just holding W as they run into the Fire Giant pit.
I like it a lot more. It's a lot more patience. They're looking for engagement through this Hercules, find the pull punch, displace this team. I like it a lot. If anything, I would like it if Zeros maybe rotates through mids, tries to split push while Smiley Face has the aggressive positioning around fire. A lot of what we saw earlier that went well for Belt Slap when Smiley Face was 5-man grouped on left was Zeros moves up to the tier 2, forces a TP out, and Smiley Face wasn't confident to fight as 4. They could keep doing this since that tier 1 tower is up in mid, and it would make it very easy for Belt Slap to commit to that tower, then rotate into the fight.
Alright, now it's Johnny pushing minions forward, and that tier 1 in mid you just highlighted is going to go down here. So it might not be the player you called out, but it is still the play you called out, with Johnny just kind of laying in wait, lurking in the shadows, waiting for his time to jump. And honestly, Camazot's in the backline might be scarier than anybody else back there, especially for someone like Bratz could get caught out here. And at this rate, the pace of this game, E-Chrome's going to have the snipes back up before anybody's able to truly get taken out of this. And yeah, with that ultimate coming back online, you have to deal with that extra bit of damage. It's, the same old Fire Giant fight we've seen, and the dance, I should say, we've seen. But the ward coverage, thankfully, Doug's highlighting there, is so much more in favor of Smiley Face. They see pretty much this entire half of the jungle.
That is insane. Just the amount of raw map pressure that Smiley Face has off of warding. Belt Slap realized, okay, well, we're losing the information battle. We have to back up here, and Smiley Face absolutely know it. They can see your entire side of the jungle, so they're going to look to start up that Fire Giant, and it's burning fast.
I mean, there hasn't been a spot Julio has stood in the last 2 minutes that he hasn't been seen, but that's going to be the River's Rebuke from Trix Tank. They're going to be able to pull Smiley Face off of the Fire Giant. Silent's going to be forced to ult himself to stay alive in the fight. The damage is still coming down. Mogao at about 1/4 HP. Silence at halfway through. They're going to be looking to go in on the tanks, but the blink push going to miss from Julio. Now it's Bat Out of Hell from Johnny in the backline to try and lock them down. Unfortunately, not enough damage for him. The snipes ring true from E-Chrome, and they're looking for the kill. Johnny's so low, he's going to be able to eke out of that one. Zaylia not able to commit that deep into the team of Belt Slap to find the kill, and that's going to be Smiley Face still looking for the engage, but with an advantage now around the Fire Giant as Belt Slap are forced to fall back.
That fight was going well for Belt Slap when they had Zero's free casting on a Kumbhakarna, but no one was able to stop his back, and he TP's in for free.
Well, now they're going to be able to zone it. They get the Fire Giant, but again, the fight afterward is just as important. It's going to be a pluck onto Zeros. Silence is taking a lot of damage, and there's the rewind for Zeros, but it doesn't really save his positioning. He's still in the same spot. It's going to be a classic 2v2 over here. Unfortunately, the rest of the team for Smiley Face turn around, and Johnny's going to be the first one to go down. E-Chrome picks up the second one there and finds Zeros. It's the tail that we saw just, 10 minutes ago, the last time a Fire Giant came up, truly. And it's big for Smiley Face, except this time, they don't lose their Hunter in the process.
He's full health. They're all relatively healthy. Bratz is going to be the easiest target for Belt Slap to take down, but with only 3 members strong, I don't imagine this is going to be easy defense.
mean, you have 4 members that have not died on your team right now. You're going into the Phoenix. You had already called it out. The aggression from Beltslap maybe a little bit stronger than their defense here, and now it's going to be truly tested. Trix Tank too low. Arkle takes a lot of damage in the process as well, forced to fall back, and that's going to cost them that right Phoenix. There's still a tier 2 in mid that's standing, so they might just strip away the jungle. And it was something that Doug had highlighted I think is worth mentioning, and maybe, getting your thoughts on. Mogao has been using these teleports so perfectly. We talked about the ward coverage, but so many times Mogao has been able to be impactful 2 places on the map, or back in a fight, come back full health, and still fight with his team because he has that teleport. And unfortunately, Julio just hasn't been able to keep up.
He really can't. He doesn't have teleport. That's the main difference maker there. But Julio has something that Mogao doesn't. It's the sustain in his kit. He's been able to sit in these fights a lot longer than Mogao has, so he's having constant of pressure in each one of these engagements. I'll still say that in the last 2 or 3 team fights that Beltslap have taken, Julio has been the standout player for me in that he's been able to find these punches, he's been able to find the pools, he's had fantastic frontline presence. It's just that Smileyface drafted around that. They said, okay, well, we're looking for counter engagement. I don't care that Julio's in my face. That's exactly where I want him to be. They shred away his defense. They take away all of his mobility with CC. Mogao's been doing a fantastic job of just keeping his team alive. His epic uppercuts haven't been particularly aggressive, but what they have been doing is making sure that Bratz doesn't fall down. They make sure that Echrome has space to work with, and Smileyface really have just been playing incredibly well. All of this that's been happening in the last 20 minutes, I want to tie it back to that one misplay from Trix Tank stepping up to the tier 2 tower on his own. Immediately loses out on Gold Fury, Pyromancer. That's where the first Fire Giant comes from as well. Smileyface just looked for that one mistake and optimized on it perfectly.
I mean, it's exactly what you would expect from a team at this caliber. I just don't think anyone expected it today. Beltslap maybe being at the top of that list coming into it. Maybe also, striving for the argument of comfort picks versus the tier list. Not even able to get the pluck here. Julio tried his best for the knockup push, but he's not going to be able to find it. Now they're forced to defend. All towers are gone on the side of Beltslap. 2 Phoenixes are going to be remaining, and it's a 4-1 split here as they look to try and pressure in on right. Julio's going to get pulled back, and the damage is just going to be true from Echrome. He's going to be able to burn him down no problem, and now it makes it even easier. Zero's forced to rewind, so he stays alive here. It's not going to be an easy stay. 5-man strong. They walk on into the 4v5. Arkle takes a lot of damage. The Aegis is forced, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Now the lockdown onto Trix Tank's going to get him to halfway. They're forced to fall back under the Titan, as it looks like Smileyface are trying to decide whether they want the Phoenix or the Titan. They're going to run in and go for the kill and try to get first blood in the tournament this weekend. They're going to be able to lock down Trix Tank. Once again, the damage is going to ring true. Up into the sky goes Zeros, and when he comes down, Johnny is gone. The Titan goes down, and that's going to be Smileyface walking away with game 1.
Look, I wasn't expecting it. 82% of the people in chat weren't expecting it. I don't think anyone expected that. The early game was really looking like Beltslap was going to be the beneficiary. 12 minutes of really no combat when you have late game hypercarries on your squad. But instead, it's just one misplay completely turns the match around.
I mean, you're coming into this. Beltslap have the name power. They're 10-0 in Phase 2. They get 3 of the top picks in Smite, period, and they come into it and unfortunately just aren't able to make it work. So I can't break it down. I can't figure it out. Luckily, we have the desk to do exactly that. So Finch, Lermy, what happened?
Yeah, don't worry, Gore. We got you covered in this regard. This was Beltslap making some uncharacteristic mistakes, and then Smileyface opportunistically capitalizing at every opportunity. It's interesting. A lot of these games, you can point back and you can go, these are moments where I think Smileyface has a lot of really good things, but I think this is more that we really didn't see Beltslap do any of the right things. Lermy, I'm very curious about your read on all of this here as well, because as far as I could tell here, this really wasn't even so much that Smileyface did anything particularly crazy. It felt like to me that Beltslap kind of never did any of the right stuff.
Yeah, it really seemed like very uncharacteristic of how they typically play. We like to talk about how Beltslap is pretty much the top tier aggressors of the EU SCC, but as you can see here, just didn't work out that way. It really seemed like something was off. We went back on it, and Mifflin has touched on this before, where Trixtank getting caught out by that tier 2 tower up in the left-hand side really was the catalyst that started off Smiley going in the right direction. And also just the fact that Smiley got that early Gold Fury uncontested, mind you, just really started them off on the right foot, and clearly they knew how to pressure out towards the late game. And I want to mention this in particular, Brost really brought the damage, almost 40,000, and we didn't say anything about him before, but he deserves the recognition here. I mean, that's a ton of damage compared to literally everyone else on the board.
And not just that, but compared to the amount of time that passed in the game, too, you're 100% right, I think, to point out that that's pretty absurd, all things considered. So excellent work there from Brost. And maybe I'm not giving Smiley quite enough credit, but just kind of look back at the evidence we thought throughout this game. This was where Trixtank went way too far forward on his own. That brings Arkle into a bad situation where Arkle dies as well. And then I'm pretty sure Julio dies in the back of this play as well. You mentioned it already, but I believe 2 early Gold Furies went down without really any contest from Belt Slap. And then even the early game gank that we saw as well over into the long lane that they looked for early with Johnny, it didn't quite make sense to me. The shell and the beads were still there, and he continues with the ultimate, even diving underneath the tier 1 tower. They do get first blood, but it cost Johnny his life. There was a couple of moments throughout the game that really felt to me like Belt Slap just weren't even... That was not normal Belt Slap. They were forcing fights they didn't need to. They weren't in fights they need to be there for. I don't think they did really any of the things they need to do to win a game at this level.
I think that really they need to just go back and kind of settle down. They are probably very surprised that they even took the loss there to begin with. I mean, like you said, they were 10-0 in this past split of the SEC and have only really been taken down once before, and that was just a game. They won the last circuit, I believe. So even at that point, they need to kind of go back to the drawing board, maybe take a look at their draft a little bit. We talked a little bit like Kronos is kind of a question mark pick, and maybe even the Camazotz could be kind of addressed there, because I think that Johnny, he loves his Camazotz for sure, but it didn't really play into the way that they were. They didn't play aggressive. And Camazotz in the late game doesn't do the same things that Nemesis does in the late game, so maybe a switch up on that will be really helpful for them.
Yeah, I think you're making a good point there, Lermy, as we move into the picks and bans for game number 2, which is that Belt Slap kind of drafted as if they didn't want to play throughout the early to the mid game really at all, did they? They played very passively throughout the beginning of the game. We already mentioned the Gold Fury fights they did not show up for. They did go grab the Pyromancer in response to that initial Gold Fury, I believe. So obviously you can respond without being there to fight. They certainly were still doing some things well. It's just that this did not seem like the normal Belt Slap to me at all. And I do want to make sure one more time I'm giving credit to Smiley Face, because probably the only 5 people that thought they were winning that first game was them. And they absolutely were able to make it happen there in that match. So Belt Slap have to kind of tighten up, I think, a little bit here. Show us that they deserve the praise we were giving to them back in that pregame.
I agree with you. And taking a look at these bans here, we're seeing Smiley Face go back for the Persephone, but the interesting thing here is that they're taking away I Silenced Khepri, and also the Kumbhakarna straight away from Mogao. So those 2 very tanky Guardians that provide a lot of peel and help for their own carries, now gone. So I'm glad that they're taking this approach, because those 2 were definitely a problem.
And it's surprising, too, because Julio, I think, had a 2-level lead over Mogao in the lane. The Hercules was 12, when the Kumbhakarna was level 10, was what I can just kind of think of as a good way to sort of demonstrate where that XP gap was during the lane. So the laning phase is not the problem. It's just that Julio was getting dramatically outvalued in those team fights. How many times did Julio force a pull into the push and then die afterwards without getting anything for it? It just felt like they were not in sync, so maybe they got to change something up.
I agree with you there. I think that when you're talking about putting Hercules in the solo, it's kind of a different story than in support, because when you're picking him as support, it's kind of the same deal as picking a Yamoja. You want to have something that has a ton of early pressure to kind of counteract the fact that your ADC might not have that early pressure. So the fact that they're kind of just sitting until level 12 and 13, like Hercules is still very strong at that point, but it doesn't work the same as putting it in somewhere in support, where it would have a lot more effects in the early game.
And that's exactly where they struggled, in that early game where they weren't able to find very much value at all until eventually they were too far behind, and it would only take that one mistake we saw from Trix to really put that game out of reach for them. So hopefully they'll make some adjustments here. Belt Slap are back in that first pick spot, and this time around they're going with the Ganesh. I imagine that's going to be for Trixtank. And isn't this a bit odd too? I always thought of Trixtank as someone who made his name playing really aggressive picks, but now we're seeing potentially the Yamoja into the Ganesh. Is this normal for what you'd consider Trix's identity?
I don't know. I think depending on his team, and like we've talked about, it's full of a ton of carry. So at least
That's
in
true.
this kind of team comp, he doesn't really need to push the button on the aggressive stuff because that's exactly what Johnny likes to do, we thought. But in general, in the last game, that's not what we saw. So, I mean, going back for Smiley Face to this Kuzenbo ROM, like they're on things that they're comfortable with, and clearly it worked last time. So to see them go back to it again is a really good look. But this Giannis hover is quite interesting, and we've talked a lot about how Giannis kind of is in and out of the Pro League and other competitive spaces because it does have a lot of damage. He's a lot of potential. I'd say probably his potential is through the roof, probably one of the highest in the game of acting really well if they're able to be played well. But I don't know, it's not as consistent as maybe something we would see before, but Zeros has been going to these weird characters, so maybe this is it for him.
You're right that Giannis has that high ceiling. The problem is he also has a very low floor, right? I think that variance is the reason why we don't see Giannis picked up that much. But there are people who can control that variance. Herwin in the SPL comes to mind for me as one of those players that routinely gets high-end value out of Giannis. So Zeros, who's certainly a Herwin caliber player in my mind, I think could do the same thing with this Giannis pick here. It's a bit harder, I think. You have to make sure you're on point throughout the entirety of the game, but certainly something that he can get the max value of. One thing to note, though, is that we're now seeing this Nox being picked up by Smiley Face. I believe this was banned out in game number 1, so I think we might find out what they were so worried about here in this game.
I'm excited to see because we haven't seen Nox at high-level play in what feels like forever. She seems to kind of really not exist in the meta, so this is certainly something different, but it seemed like Beltslap knew what they were up against, and maybe this time they decided, okay, we'll go against the Nox, just don't let him have the Khepri and the Kumba, and that can really be a good push for them. So they figure, okay, first game we'll see how we feel up against the tanks. This time, give the Nox up, we'll deal with it, we'll find some way around it.
Yeah, just not going to allow them to have all that control. Looks like Smiley Face are going to go back to banning away some of Johnny's picks, though. The Dodgy and the Kali all removed from the table, so Beltslap going to have to go somewhere else to figure out what it is that they want to do in their jungle. But speaking of jungle, where do you think that this Nox is going to go? I mean, you wanted to go mid lane, but I know you yourself are a big Nox jungle fan.
Well, with the Nemesis locked in there, it's not going into the jungle for sure, but I will die on this hill. I think Nox is honestly a jungle pick that you could look for, but obviously, since Smiley Face has done this before, they probably know that it's going somewhere else, and honestly, with the picks that they've gone for, it's probably going to mid, which is somewhat concerning because Nox kind of doesn't exist as a character until level 3, so as long as they're able to get that pressure with Witch and Nemesis, I mean, it's kind of concerning, right, because she doesn't have the best early clear either, especially not when compared to a Bakasura. I mean, this is one of Johnny's signature picks. So the fact that it's coming out at all is going to be really impressive to see him finally push this aggression.
Yeah, if you want to see Beltslap right the ship, this is certainly a way to get it done, right? Putting him on one of his most comfort picks. And that's what this whole draft kind of feels like to me, right? Julio is on tier. Bakasura for Johnny. This and Zeros is on the Honest. This could very well be the sort of comfort pick, come back to basics moment here for Beltslap. But they've got to make sure they're executing on it because, as you mentioned, Bratz did 39,000 damage on this Merlin pick last game. So that means that Nox is going somewhere a little bit non-traditional.
It could go either support or solo right now because Kuzenbo also kind of acts as that flex. But if I'm them, I might be throwing it in support just because I feel like going up against a solo laner, letting Julio get fed on tier is not the way that I would like to see it. But it might also work out. Nox kind of does have a solid counter matchup into tier since it will cancel the dashes if he's going through them at that point. So who knows, honestly.
We used to see Dardes do the Nox support, so could that be what we're seeing happening here? Game number 2, after the surprising upset in game 1, is about to kick off.
Well, it is, in fact, a Nox that has been locked in, but it's Mogao on her this time around, so that will be a solo lane Nox into the tier like they were speculating. And remember, I believe you can vote in chat once again for who's going to win. And I'm excited to see what the percentages are this time around, chat, because Beltslap, with that 82% last time, didn't quite look like themselves, but now, as the desk had mentioned, is back on comfort picks. Mifflin, Kuzenbo, we've seen he's dipped his toes in. I can't argue with the Nemesis, the Merlin, because they did so well last game. The same thing can be said for the ROM. Talk to me about this, Nox.
Well, I'm glad that I prepped for this the best way I absolutely could, which is by watching Ducky's stream, the solo laner from Obey. This guy absolutely loves running this Nox solo. and I'm going to tell you right now, the strength of it is that it's a ranked game when he's playing it, so no one really addresses it. Mogao's going to have to contend with this Bakasura jungle. Her dash, yeah, that's irrelevant. You're crippled. You're going to be taking a ton of damage. I'm very worried for how this Nox is going to perform. And just to write another ship here, we heard Lermy Wormy address that maybe Nox jungle might be viable. She lied. Don't listen to her chat. That was an absolute lie. We were memeing 100%.
Good damage control. I like that. That's a very good statement to end that one on. Just because maybe she even works this game, maybe you don't go to Nox, you know, I'm just saying. Like, I personally do not enjoy playing against her. I'm sure a lot of that sentiment is shared, well, by most of the Smite community. It'll be up to Julio this time to overcome that and try to make a big difference. But it also comes in and kind of showcases maybe a different dynamic over here. Specifically in solo, we've seen some assassins that have worked out over there. We mainly see warriors. Last game we got a guardian. But the only mage this year, at least, that has really made a mainstay over there in the solo lane has been Baron Samedi. So does Nox maybe have something that she can bring over there that makes her consistent enough? Like, do we expect to see this often, or is this pure and only a counter pick? And or just a Mogao pick?
I think it really might just be a Mogao pick. The main strength of Nox in Soul Lane is when you're backed up by your jungler, if Nox hits her combo, I don't care who you're playing as in your Soul Lane, you're likely going to die. If Nemesis shows up, Nox hits her entire combo, you're sitting there for likely 2 seconds just eating up all that Nemesis damage with the auto cancels that she gets from using her shield. That's a ton of damage that this tier is going to have to contend with. It's going to be hard to deal with, but that also means that if we really want to see Smileyface get value out of Mogao's Nox, we're going to have to see Xaylia also over in that Soul Lane, dedicating a lot of pressure, making sure that this tier falls down early. If tier and Nox are left alone completely, around level 6, Mogao's not going to be able to keep up with the sustain. The poke potential that tier has if he ever lands a Fearless is going to be absolutely crippling. I'm very worried. This is a high execution comp that Smileyface drafted. But it's also probably the most toxic comp I've ever seen. They've got Kuzumbo, they've got Nox. If they had a Loki mid or something like that, I probably would have just put it in a competitive ban or something like that to prevent it from ever happening again.
Well, it seems like not only has your maybe trust in Belt Slap been shaken, but also I think the chats went from 82 to 56% overall. So the trust is still there, still favored overall in the matchup, but definitely I think Smileyface having a good showcase in Game 1 of what they're capable of doing, and that sometimes weird things, I think in Game 1 the weird thing was the Nemesis, but in Game 2 it's definitely this Nox. Well, they can work out for you. It just is how they end up working out for you. Mogao had a lot of really big teleports for me as that Kumbhakarna last game that made the very big difference. And a lot of this fight's around the Fire Giant. Nox maybe doesn't scream the same kind of CC, but she does have, you know, like you said, the silence, the lockdown, you hit your full kit. Worst case scenario, you have to back in a fight, you're able to teleport back in the late game. So I think a lot of the merits that Mogao brought last game are still there. But the problem realistically was that what we saw, you know, Johnny didn't really get to pick anything up early on. Julio, this is one of his signature picks. Zeros is on something that is going to be online much earlier than we're going to see out of a Kronos in mid lane. Beltslap have gone for comfort picks. Can Xaylia, can Bratz, Mogao, when he makes these rotations, hold up to the draft that Beltslap have picked up?
I think it's completely contingent on how well Johnny does in this early game, and a level 5 gank against level 4s, that's a good place to start.
He's going to go ahead and go in on this Kuzumbo, and the damage is reflecting back at him, but he doesn't seem to care. There's going to be the ult not only from him, but also from Arkle. They're going to be able to find those kills, lock down Silence, and get that first blood. This time around, not trading anything out in the process. They're going to even be able to jump in and potentially look for some jungle buffs as well to steal away and start Smileyface off on a completely different foot than last game.
I like that play from the Bakasura. He doesn't immediately go into the ultimate. He's trying to see, well, maybe we can just scare Silence into using his dash, and then I'll cancel it myself. And then he realizes, okay, Trix is in range. I can go ahead and use my ultimate. The second he gets out of it, he's going to look for the dash. Trix, he has the Silence, or he has his own dash to match it. I like that play, that coordination from Beltslap.
Well, Mogao biting off more than he can chew. Xaylia coming over for the rescue, and that's going to be a lot of damage onto Zeros. Forces the ult just to get him out of there. And honestly, I think they take that as a win. They grab a blue buff, they force out the ult, so no snipes will be coming through. Maybe it's not a kill, but they're still getting aggressive in the jungle. Silence is rotated over here alongside Trix Tank. They're going to do their best to strip anything and everything they can away from Johnny. Try to slow down that early game since he seems to be the essential piece for Belt Slap going forward. But things have come to a little bit of a slowdown, and hey, guess what? It's, 100 gold? Maybe not even, separating the two teams.
But a full level on the jungler at 5 minutes. He's level 6, Azalea's level 5. Yes, you invaded a bit of his jungle, blue and back camps, but meanwhile, what was Johnny doing while you guys were tussling around a blue buff? He cleared out 2 mid waves by himself. That's a huge gold swing and XP swing in favor of himself. Johnny playing a little bit aggressive, a little bit selfish in this early game, but it might pan out for him. He goes for the early golden blade build. He might look for a stone cutting next, go the triple katana build. We might even see him go towards an executioner or maybe the boots, but right now, he's absolutely fine with where he's at.
I mean, a level ahead there, you're just slightly behind in mid, but I don't think that's affecting them too much. For a lot of this, it's, again, comfort that comes into the equation. It's something I think Smiley Face had going for them last game, something that Belt Slap are going to have going for him this game. And Johnny has that ult available, and while everyone has one form or another of disengage to get away from him, I think being able to lock it down, especially roaming alongside Trickstank, might make the big difference.
Wow.
But you also have to wonder where you're going to get aggressive. That was beautifully played from Arkle just to stop Silenced, and now Trix is over here. I don't think they're going to turn anything around and make a huge play off of it, but just the idea that you're able to keep yourself safe showcases why Trix feels so confident roaming around.
I've never seen that interaction work like that. The Kuzenbo actually connects with his dash, but just the ending animation of Arkle's dash was able to stun him out of it. Clean play, and it's a lot of really confidence in himself to not use his beads there. The second I saw him get pushed, I expected we maybe at least see the beads trade, but instead, just keeps cool, calm-headed, make sure he doesn't trade out too much. Arkle playing it very well.
Just keeping himself alive is all he's gonna, like, you ask him about that moment means nothing to him. It's great mechanics. It's something that's incredibly, like, to the moment, unless you are able to get your dash at that perfect time. You don't find that stun. And for him, it's just, oh yeah, another play that comes down. And that's kind of what we were talking about. A lot of the early game, last game, we were talking about what we expected out of Belt Slap, how great they are as players and things like that. And it just didn't really live up to, I think, the hype we built up for them, which maybe was even more impressive from Smiley Face to find that win. But now they're playing much more like themselves. We haven't seen any crazy mistake, although last game it was the same vein. It wasn't until Trickstank made that one misstep that things really started to spiral out of control. But where do you see it maybe going wrong for Belt Slap? Where does Smiley Face have to start putting that pressure in order to find themselves in the same lead they did last game?
If I'm Smiley Face, I'm immediately looking to leverage this Kuzenbo, his displacement in the early game survivability, the ultimate that he has, the CC immunity, all of that is going to be so hard for Belt Slap to deal with. Kuzenbo is a fantastic pick in Bakasura in general. He's just going to be able to use his ultimate to disrupt a ton of Johnny's damage. So I'm looking to maybe target out the jungler. Let's see if we can slow down this Bakasura's farm. He's already now 2 levels up. He's got to be the problem child that Smiley Face has to address.
And you had already talked about in last game how Azalea didn't want to fight until level 6 anyway, now probably doesn't want to fight at all, is kind of PvEing and playing passively. It's Johnny instead who's getting aggressive, forces the ult from Silence. Woo! It's not going to matter. The damage from Zeros is going to be enough to lock him down. A little bit of the Dharmic Pillars just to make sure you have the assistance coming out from Trickstank. They use a lot to lock that down, though. 3 ults, and now it looks like Smiley Face want to get aggressive. The leap from Johnny and the portal from Zeros are going to be able to get them into that Tier 1 tower, and they maybe bait out a little bit from Smiley Face there, knowing that their disengage was going to keep them safe.
Zeros is already looking so much better on the Xehanous than he was on the Kronos. His damage output is much more consistent. He's been able to survive all sorts of ganks. I like this playstyle way more. Belt Slap also playing a lot less aggressive than we saw. Sure, they're getting early fights, early kills,
and maybe a little bit too much for them this time around. They've been solid so far, but a lot of return damage. Brat's going to get taken down by Julio with a good rotation. It's going to be the lockdown now from the Nox. Unfortunately not connecting, so Julio's going to be able to walk away. Well, damage-free for the most part. Johnny, Zero, stay alive. You lose Trickstank, you trade out the mid laner on the other side. Even if you maybe calculate that one as Trickstank getting too aggressive, they're fine with it.
I mean, that's worth... my support can die for nothing and I'm happy. I don't care. But if we trade it out for a mid laner, that's huge value. Now, I really expect Johnny to keep pushing this pressure onto Lamogao. Right now, this Nox has been left largely uncontested. He's already falling slightly behind in farm. Totemoku's starting to favor out Belt Slap just ever so slightly. But the blue buff invade that Lamogao got away with now twice, that can't be allowed to happen anymore. He's very susceptible to Bakasura's ganks. Sure, he's level 11, but he has 0 defense online, instead electing to get that Chronos Pendant.
And there we got to see exactly what that silence can bring. Now Xaylia is in the area, not fast enough to be able to take that blue buff for themselves, so they do lose that one overall. Nobody picks it up, and now Mogao maybe getting too aggressive. They still want to fight. Johnny's still in the area, but much like the aggression in mid lane, it seems like it's just going to dissipate. No one's going to be able to act on it just yet. The aggression, the positioning screams fight, but nobody in the actual play wants to push forward.
Dude, Oracle just putting the bully on. It seems like Belt Slap are just looking to put pressure everywhere on the map because they know that Xaylia is at such a large deficit that his focus on this Nemesis is, I have to farm up the jungle. I have to catch up to Johnny. I have to make sure that I stay relevant. And that's creating so much space for the rest of Belt Slap to say, okay, well, we're on the side lanes. Let's put out as much pressure as we want to. We see the Julio. He's been sitting on that tier 1 tower, as has Arkle. And I don't imagine that stops at any point because the threat of this level 11 Bakasura is so high when compared to this level 9 Nemesis. And even then, I would say that Bakasura is scaling into the late game with relative value to each team comp might outvalue this Nemesis.
Especially in comparison. Uller has a lot of self-peel, but I feel like Arkle just being able to jump on the horse and literally just run away from Xaylia might also help him get aggressive. And a lot of that matchup last game, I mean, they had a lot of even wave trades. You know, we talked about it a few times, so they just kind of farmed up, sat in lane, hey, you get your wave, cool, now I'll get my wave. Maybe occasionally throwing some arrows at each other, but they didn't really box it out in terms of trying to find a true solo kill. This time, Echrome has been taking a lot of hits. Every time Arkle gets aggressive, part of it is onto his opponent here. That's maybe making a huge difference for him in terms of control of the lane as a whole. Made it a lot more different and difficult for Smiley Face. You're not going to have this huge powerhouse ROM rotate over. Yeah, still staying on par in terms of level, I think, with Arkle, but maybe not the same difference it would have made last game when he made that big rotation.
And the difference between the Hunter's builds right now, Arkle looking to move into that Rage very early on, whereas Rom likely going to be going into Executioner. Smiley Face has a slight edge when it comes to objective shred, just because they have this Merlin, they're going to have that sustained damage from the Rom with Exe, but once the team fight starts up, once Arkle gets that Rage finished, I imagine Belt Slap's immediately going to move towards the Gold Fury. They're not necessarily looking for the objective itself, but any sort of fight, get those Rage stacks online, make that lane even easier for Arkle. That's really where my eyes are going towards, so the second that item's done, I imagine we see a Gold Fury fight.
Well, Zeros forced to portal away there and gets a nice long one under the tier 1 tower to keep himself safe. And that's kind of the downside. Xaylia can slow you to death to the point where anybody will be able to chase you down. But if you can walk through walls and, well, your opposing jungler doesn't have a leap, it's pretty easy to get away here. So Zeros maybe having the perfect counter pick here to this Nemesis. And now it is that Gold Fury started up. You just highlighted Xaylia in the area. Trix Tank uses the Dharmic Pillars. There's going to be a blink forward from the jungler. They're going to be trying to lock him down here. Xaylia is not going to be able to find a lot. And in fact, it's turned around. Zeros gets the kill onto Silence. Xaylia forced to run away. Julio using the portal to reposition. It feels like Belt Slap kind of want to get aggressive, kind of want to fall back. They ditch the Gold Fury as a whole, they take the kill, and they leave it as is.
I like that play. If you don't back up to Gold Fury, which was already a risky play considering how low health Trix Tank was, had they actually gotten gold, that means that Smiley Face would have no reason to step up again. Oh, but Johnny, looking for an early engagement, Echrome nearly decides, yeah, I'll just take the farm. With Gold Fury still being up, it means that Belt Slap can back up, finish that Rage, regroup, and force another fight on it, and Smiley Face won't be willing to let it go for free.
This is going to be a difficult fight. Xaylia maybe wants to take the 1v1. The shield helps out a little bit, but now it's on cooldown. Johnny feels very confident getting aggressive here. Nice slow from Zeros to make it even easier for him, although he might not need it since he has that Hasten Katana. They're just going to be able to lock down that kill, and now the Gold Fury started up one more time. They've got 4 people over here. I think Smiley Face, even if they know this is going on, aren't going to get aggressive here. Belt Slap are in control.
I'm surprised to see Echrome not even try and use his ultimate to steal it away. Oh, it's because it's on cooldown. Woe is him. Instead, now, Gold Fury taken away from Belt Slap for free. 3,000 gold on the lead. Pyromancer is the only objective available. Smiley Face doesn't really look like they're willing to move into it. And now we're starting to see Johnny getting into that signature start. He's got the Hastened online. He's got the Golden Blade ready. His damage output is huge. And now he's looking at 3 levels up over Xaylia. Anywhere that Belt Slap decide to fight, if Johnny's there, they're going to be favored.
Yeah, you give him the items that Bakasura needs to really start shining. Oh, 2 kills, 3 assists. He's been a part of every single kill that his team has had. 4 levels also is going to help immensely in the jungle there. And we were talking all game last time about how Xaylia should feel like he was fighting from behind, but it never truly got to happen because of some early kills that, well, Johnny wasn't able to get and that Xaylia was. Now, I think we're seeing the full effect of kind of the two, dichotomy of Nemesis. In the limelight, when she does well, you get last game. Every other time that you don't get that start, you're probably going to end up in this game, where right now, there's not been a lot of noise from the jungler on Smiley Face.
Nemesis fit the last comp a lot better as well. Even had she not gotten the start, that was the strategy was, okay, we'll wait for them to come to us. We get the huge amount of CC, set up our damage, I'll shred defense. We get at least one target very easily. But looking at the comp now, they're looking at a much more aggressive playstyle. Lomogao, to get his CC, is going to have to move up, look to try and find his pressure. Silence is going to be dashing in face first. Echrome not nearly as ranged as he was with that safety, so he's got to play a little bit more safely himself, which means that Xaylia is going to be more of a solo agent once these team fights start up. He's going to have to play around the side of the fight, maybe look for a split push, then move in behind the enemy team, and that's not Nemesis' strong suit. She needs to be grouped up with her team. She doesn't play like a standard assassin who's willing to come in on his own, a la Bakasura, Hunbots, anything like that. She has to have the backing of her squad, and right now, this draft doesn't fit her nearly as well.
And that's something that I feel is usually easy to overlook. There's a lot of top picks that you can just kind of be plug and play. They will fit in most drafts and play well together. But, you know, it is a puzzle that you still have to put together, and unfortunately it seems like Smiley Face have like 3 different pieces from 3 different puzzles that kind of have the same edges, but unfortunately it just aren't interlocking the way you need them to. And as of right now, that's given Belt Slap a massive advantage. Granted, a majority of it is only in that jungle, so it is that 3-level lead Johnny has. If you're able to play it out the long con, you hit level 20 of your Xaylia, then eventually you might be able to equal the playing field there, because everybody else, 16-16 there in the solo lane, 16-16 as well as in mid and in the long lane, so everything's going really well. But that's where the conversation kind of shifts. You look at Smiley Face's, dynamic, their composition. You mentioned that it just doesn't feel like it fits together well. How do you feel about what Belt Slap are bringing? How well do those picks kind of interlock with each other?
Every single piece of Belt Slap says, I'm looking to hold down W and I want to fight. We got Bakasura running it down, Tyr running it down. You've got everything that you need. Yanis is going to be playing that solo agent. He's one of the best dive mid laners that you can have. Portal into the back line, look for unstable vortex, portal out, do it again, rinse, repeat. It's that constant guerrilla warfare tactics, and I think that entirely is what encapsulates Belt Slap's identity in this match. We saw there that Johnny being level 16, DCing into a wall, walking into the enemy jungle, was so scary that Xaylia double dashed away. I mean, the pressure that Belt Slap has right now is immense, despite only being about 2,500 gold up. There are plenty of objectives left on the map. Pyromancer is still available that Belt Slap could group up on, and I'm not sure that Smiley Face even has the wherewithal or the damage to fight into it.
And now it's going to be Pyromancer started up by Belt Slap, and Brox is in the area. The rest of the team for Smiley Face are keeping their eyes on the situation, but it very much is a watch right now, as they're trying to figure out what they want to do to get aggressive. Johnny, if he starts these fights at half health, maybe gives more of an opportunity to Smiley Face to capitalize on him, but he's able to heal up from these jungle buffs, and it just makes it so much more difficult, I think, to keep up with him already, but now locking him down has proven impossible. He's got the Executioner, and he's looking for blood. This is Johnny looking for kills, and unfortunately, anybody on Smiley Face is the target.
Johnny is also the fastest man on the map. He doesn't even need his passive to maintain his speed. With the double katana, with the boots, he can't really be caught up with. If Nemesis drops the ultimate, that might be one way to lock him down, but dedicating your ultimate to a squishy target's not always the best option.
Well, Belt Slap are going to be able to take that Pyromancer, no problem the second time. A little bit of zoning maybe causes some slight stress, I think is the only way I can term it. Again, they never felt truly worried. They didn't drop the objective, so they're going to take that. And with 30 seconds until an Oni Fury is going to be spawning over here on the left-hand side of the map, I think they warrant their attention towards their jungle and that positioning, that vision you need in order to fight that kind of fight. And again, they've only dropped one death, and that is on Trix Tank. So of all people that have died, it's absolutely acceptable for you. And unfortunately for people like Echrome, he's kind of on the chopping block in the event he gets spotted out.
If I'm Smiley Face right now, my whole prerogative is, okay, we need to somehow get Lamogao over here to this Oni Fury to be ready for this fight. It's the only way we're going to be able to win it. We need to find that silence root combo, blow up the first target, and then we can look for a further engagement. Outside of that, if Silence dashes in, tries to pull someone out of position, Belt Slap has so many tools to deal with it. Johnny could drop his ultimate to cripple it out. Trix Tank could use his silence. Tyr actually wins that trade with Fearless. There's so many ways that E-Chrome, or Silence rather, just can get forced out of an engagement that they need that secondary engagement factor out of this Nox.
Once again, the vision from Smiley Face is just perfect, at least in terms of covering pretty much every avenue they need to. Trix Tank being able to stand in a ward, whether he takes a step forward or a step to the side, and that's something that they've had. Maybe not the same coverage that they had around that Fire Giant last game, but just showcasing again how much they value warding and that vision for Smiley Face in these fights. Because it maybe opens up opportunities like this. You see people back off, you start up the Gold Fury and the Oni Fury here. At half health, they're going to be able to try and burst it down. They're going to confirm that one, even though the damage from Belt Slap comes through. Snipe just a little bit too early there from Zeros. Even though they're going to be able to use it to reposition, they aren't able to take that one. And so much needed pressure here now in favor of Smiley Face.
It looked to me like Smiley Face actually tried to disengage on that Gold Fury and completely reset it, but when Julio dashed in, it pulled the aggro, and some just latent damage laying around, maybe the Nox Silence explodes and confirms the objective in favor of Smiley Face. Slight misplay from Belt Slap. They can't be too concerned about it, though. They're still maintaining that 2,000 gold lead. The Oni minion waves really can't be used well by Smiley Face at this point because they don't have any way to push along with them. So that's just going to be dealt with immediately. The only thing that really goes their way is a little bit of XP and gold. Going forward, Belt Slap now has free reign of the map. They still have the lead, they still have the fight advantage, and now that there's no objectives available, it means that they don't have to worry about any sort of trade. If Johnny wants to go over to the Soul Lane, he absolutely can without having to worry about Gold Fury.
Now, that Oni Fury really did just kind of stalemate the lanes for slightly longer than anything that it had done previously. And it kind of brought my attention. I didn't even realize it. Not a single tower has been taken. Mogao is close to losing his, but that's the only one realistically that is in threat right now until a team fight happens. So this Fire Giant going to be very worthwhile because of how lucrative all of the gold that's still on the map is. I mean, you've already got a, 2,000, almost 3,000 gold lead here if you're Belt Slap. And being able to pick up those objectives would be huge. You had already mentioned the fact that they can just kind of walk wherever they want to. They have control. It is just going to be around these big team fights that's going to make the big difference. How do you feel, Smiley Face, you're bringing in a Nox, a nice massive silence. You've got big damage that comes out of Brats there on the Merlin. A fight in the Fire Giant pit. How well can it fare for them?
It's all execution based. If Lamogao can find the combo onto somebody and Smiley Face don't immediately kill that one target off the initial silence, I think that the fight's going to immediately go in Belt Slap's favor. But if Smiley Face is able to execute their strategy properly, find that early pick off of that huge engagement, that's when we're going to start to see them be able to surge forward, look for more. But Julio doing a fantastic job of just making sure the backline isn't comfortable.
Yeah, I don't think Julio got any memo that he's not supposed to be in that part of the jungle. He decides anyone that he can pick up is going to be worthwhile, forces a lot of little disengage or movement from Smiley Face to fall back. And then you get a clean kill on Silence. It's 30 seconds of a 4v5 here, and you can see they want to use that pressure wherever they can. Ward vision still there for Smiley Face, but maybe nowhere near the amount they're used to. They're trying to figure out how they want to aggress into this. Johnny does not want to slow down and is going to go ahead and jump on forward. Takes the ult from Nemesis, taking a lot of damage in return. It's going to force to fall back. A good portal from Zeros keeps him alive, but the snipe from E-Chrome going to be able to lock him down. Brat still takes too much, though. Arkle going to get credit for that kill, and they're going to trade that one for one. Still losing Johnny is a huge deal right now for Belt Slap.
But they were able to take away E-Chrome's ultimate and beads there. So the second Julio finds another Fearless, well, E-Chrome's likely going to go the same way that we saw Silence go, which is immediately to all the damage before he was even allowed to touch the ground. Right now, Smiley Face has done a good job of just mitigating loss. Immediately we saw that, yes, Silence does fall out there, but Belt Slap really doesn't get much off of it. Johnny trades out his life for another, Pyromancer goes their way, but still, at this point, Pyromancer's not enough of a gold or XP swing for it to really matter. We're waiting for the first real fight to swing either way, get that Fire Giant rolling. Then there's so much passive gold available on the map, as you pointed out. Still, there's 12 objectives available, every single tower, and Phoenix. It doesn't really matter who gets the Fire Giant, no matter who does, is going to immediately blow this game open.
Well, finally, one of them is going to fall down, a tower, that is, and it's going to be Echrome who takes that one. And maybe it's just a small dip into the coffers, but it's going to give you at least some gold here. That can maybe afford all those wards. 5 sentries. It looks like 4 regular wards there in pocket for Belt Slap. The only reason they don't have 5 is just because of that health pot that is taken up at the spot there for Julio. So unfortunately for them, maybe lacking 1 ward division, but I expect a lot of coverage over here, whether it be around the Primal Fury or this Fire Giant pit. It seems like the control has not left Belt Slap's favor. Now they're finally going to answer back that tower, much like they would have liked to. No, not even going to be able to get that. Mogal's done anything and everything to stop that tower from falling. And hey, man, if it works, it works.
It's not even a big deal. The Soul Lane Tower here isn't really an escape path for either team. It's just a little bit of global gold. I think they're really looking to just force them out of position and make Smiley Face retaliate.
All right, now they're trying to force them to be at least a little bit uncomfortable. And that's Smiley Face forcing Belt Slap to feel uncomfortable. One of the first times we've gotten to say that this game. Arkle, about half health. Shouldn't have any issues really stacking up those health bars once again with the full Devo's Gauntlet. He's going to be just fine, but showcases that the pressure still exists for Smiley Face and where they want to apply it. Primal Fury is respawned, and I guess this is a good question for you. With Primal Fury there, is it worth trying to go over maybe sending someone like Arkle to try and sneak that away, or do you want to go for the fight and the objectives? And it seems like they answer the question for you. It's Belt Slap getting aggressive here. Mogal forced to dash away. Echrome's up in the sky, but Beads, Aegis, only going to be able to do so much here. He's locked down between 3. Maybe make that 4. It's going to be a clean kill. Get in, get out for Belt Slap. And even get more aggressive if they want to. Julio looking for a repositioning. They're just going to aggress into the jungle. They get the Hunter, they get out.
Yeah, that kill on Echrome, that's devastating. That would have been an option more so for Smiley Face to go over towards that Gold Fury Sendra ADC because you know you're already not favored in the engagement. You might as well try and force out something and maybe buy some time by forcing Belt Slap to rotate themselves over. But now that he's dead, Belt Slap can go just about wherever they want. I'm surprised to see them not try and force a fight on the Fire Giant and instead rotate through the jungle. Sure, you can strip away red, you can strip away purple. We might even see him take the Primal Fury. But that's such a huge opportunity lost. I would really love to see them just continue their onslaught. Johnny had ultimate available. If anyone from Smiley Face stepped up a little bit too far when they try to defend the Fire Giant, I would still favor Belt Slap in the engagement.
Well, even more so now that they've got that Primal Fury picked up for them. And they did finally get that Tier 1 tower, Mifflin. It's been the one thing I think that they've fully committed to this game over there in right lane. Ultimately, though, it's so bizarre to see, we're 27 minutes in, 27 and a half, and the fact that there's still this many objectives in play is not something that you typically see at this point in the game. And the only reason it's big is as we get to, full builds, you've got Obsidian Shards coming online, Chin Size there for Johnny, etc., etc. That means that's gold that can go towards power potions, towards ward coverage. Already, Belt Slap have been spending a lot in terms of vision. So that's going to make it a lot easier for them. How does the next fight engage start? Like, if I'm Belt Slap, you're already in control. Do you just hold W at him and hope for the best, or do you wait for someone like Silence to make a misstep?
Every single engagement that's gone in favor of Belt Slap has gone exactly like this. Julio walks in, just doesn't care, blatant disrespect, finds a Fearless, sets up a kill. Then we see Zalia try and hold maybe Zeros, and then Zeros disengages.
Well, hey, it seems like almost every single one of those things you said just happened in about 3 seconds. Julio walks in, does everything. Zeros is able to help lock him down with the burst. Arkle, of course, there with the crit. The Deathbringer now online for him means he's hitting even harder. And it might just be 1 kill, maybe turning into more if Arkle can hit more crits like that on the Mogal. And that's all they need. It's 9-2, 2-0-4 is the Hunter, 4-0-3 there for Zeros. A much better game here than he had on the Chronos. Still no Fire Giant. Pyromancer's going to respawn right here, so that's at least an objective that Belt Slap are going to be able to take. But they really are just picking up any and every kill they can find at this half of the jungle.
At this point, I'm willing to call it hesitance. It seems like every time Belt Slap just gets a small opportunity, they're not willing to take it.
Johnny trying to force some of those opportunities. Looks to heal up in the jungle. Is going to get a massive heal off of that, but Bratz has vision on him, and the team has actually backed from Smiley Face. It opens up the Fire Giant. They might be able to find a kill finally in response. Johnny goes down, but you give everyone else the Fire Giant buff. And again, with all the objectives on the map, I expect to see some towers start to fall, especially with Arkle in the neighborhood. They're forced to fall back. Silence is going to get aggressive, goes for the slow, tries to find the push. The crits are going to ring true here, but Silence just shrugs them off. Now Julio, the one in the backline. Dharmic Pillar is going to be able to get a little bit of damage on the Mogao, but it's the spread that's making the big difference. Zalia takes a little bit more than he can chew, and now the damage is flying true here. And it's going to be Zeros that goes down. Arkle that goes down. Johnny's still sitting in the penalty box for that one. That's going to be a clean couple of kills for Smiley Face. They lose the Fire Giant, but they win the fight.
Beltslap just overstayed a little bit too long. Now Julio being chased out by 3. He should be able to make it out, but Fearless gets caught. Could cost him his life.
Has to ult just to get that CC immunity and try and run away. Trixtank is going to have a little bit of heal. And pretty much the opposite of everything I thought was going to happen after that Fire Giant fell has started. The fight goes the way of Smiley Face. The towers are going the way of Smiley Face. They're going to be able to finish up and catch up, maybe even pass a little bit with that tier 2 there. Everything that Beltslap has accrued in terms of a gold lead. They steal some buffs away from the jungle, and it is a solid start. Oni is the next big objective that's going to be spawning up, and, well, with the Fire Giant burned off most members of Beltslap, it feels more like an even fight than really favoring either side. Maybe still favoring Beltslap since the way the rest of this game has gone, but Smiley Face, in one fell swoop, showcase they're still in it.
Look, Julio has Fire Giant, and Julio's been an absolute menace without it. I imagine it's going to be looking a lot better now, and still, having Fire Giant on only 2 members, not the best case scenario, but having it on your tanks means that they can very easily move into these towers, tank it up, not have to worry about it, leverage that sustain the Fire Giant gives you, and just keep moving through these objectives. As long as Beltslap stay grouped up as 5, these fights should still slightly favor them.
And unfortunately, Mogao's missed the lockdown onto Julio a few times. Now Julio's going to be the one getting aggressive. Forces the CC immunity. The Magi's cloak there from Mogao is going to get procced, and he's not going to be able to stay as aggressive as he wants, showcasing what Julio can do. Whether or not he's going to get the pluck or not, he's still going to find something beneficial for his team. Now the question is whether or not he can do it again. He's in the position to, and he's already going to be walking up behind them. He's going to blink forward. That's going to be Zalia. That's clapped out. The shield's going to be able to keep him alive. The snipes ring true for E-Chrome, but again, not going to find much in terms of kill. Trixtank is low. He's really the only one right now. It seems like Beltslap are content to let this one kind of slide as is, heal up, fall back, and just call it that.
Right now, Smiley Face, they just showed me, okay, well, with Beltslap got a lot of really good engagement there. Trixtank targets out 3 people with his ultimate, finds 3 ticks onto 2, and it still wasn't enough. Zeros drops about 3 people to about 50%, wasn't enough. Smiley Face can keep taking these engagements and look to fight it out. If Lamoga finds a silence, gets followed up by Zalia's ultimate, that should be anyone's life, especially considering the crit build that E-Chrome has.
Well, silence is low. Julio's on the side, which is pretty much the standard split I've come to expect from Beltslap. And now, the Oni Fury is started up by Arkle, of all people. The crits are ringing true. There's going to be the Dharmic Pillars for the zone, and it's Silence that goes in. He's taking a lot of damage in the process, though. A snipe from Zeros, not going to connect onto anybody, but E-Chrome's still a little damaged in the backline. Everyone on Smiley Face forced to fall back and run away. Bratz even brought back into the mid lane here by Julio, but it's going to be Johnny that goes down on the side fight. E-Chrome looking to get aggressive now. Zeros is low, and it would be his second death of the game if Silence can chase him down. It's hard to keep up with Yanis, though, and he's going to end up forced to run away here as Arkle uses his ult to try and close the gap. Bratz is still around. The damage is good. Julio, in a bad spot, ends up taking too much, and now 60 seconds is out of the game. Smiley Face take 2 kills. They can either turn their eyes to the Oni Fury like they are, maybe get aggressive here. Zeros can't really come back in. Trixtank can try, but unfortunately it's not going too well for him. A lot of damage in retaliation. The Nox ult comes through, but it doesn't hit. They're going to get that Oni Fury. Bratz is low, and Zeros is going to get credit for the kill. Trixtank, the one who truly got that one. The Dharmic Pillars well placed. So he's going to be able to credit that one over to his mid laner. At least they get something out of the end of that.
That was just a sloppy engagement from Beltslap. Johnny decides to take a 1v1 against Zalia, an engagement where he's really not favored. Since Johnny doesn't have any form of hard CC, Zalia can just use that shield to tank up all of the auto attacks that he wants, get some additional healing from it as well, and keep trading it out. nothing goes their way. The engagement from Belt Slap starts off initially through the Dharmic Pillars, but no one follows up on that. Arkil doesn't hold on to his ultimate long enough to chase out Eye Silenced, so he gets out for free as well, whereas Smiley Face just wins small skirmishes across the map. First starting off with that Zalia solo kill, then chasing out Johnny being a little bit too deep now that his boy was dead. No one was around. Zero's got forced out from his health bar being way too low and has to just completely disengage, meaning that they're lacking a ton of magical damage as well. Smiley Face are artificially manufacturing all sorts of separate engagements, and it's starting to swing the game in their favor.
I mean, the open circuit team is usually not favored when going up against the undefeated #1 seed from Europe in Phase 2. Also the undefeated in Phase 1. Belt Slap haven't dropped a lot of games this year, period. So it is something that is a lot of pressure mounting for them. Smiley Face, I think it's a huge credit to be able to take just one game off of them, but in this kind of position, I mean, the lead is negligible at this point. With 35 minutes in, 200 gold means nothing. Maybe a couple of wards. That vision has been impactful, but I mean, itemization, team fight-wise, a lot of this is coming down to positioning and decision-making. So far, Belt Slap have run the same play out of their playbook, which is, hey, Julio, can you get someone? If yes, we kill. If no, uh-oh. And we have to run away, and the Fire Giant is going to be started up here by Smiley Face. So they just look to zone.
Right now, this might be the best fight that Belt Slap has because Johnny just sold his boots, got the Elixir of Speed, and a Robe of Discord, or Mantle of Discord, rather.
Well, unfortunately, Trickstank is the one that gets caught out this time around. The Dharmic Pillars are doing some work, though, for the team. Nox being able to throw her ultimate right down as well. The splash damage looks good. Johnny goes into the backline. So many people are low, but Johnny himself has to disengage just to stay alive. Bratz taken down. Smiley Face lose their mid laner and a huge portion of their damage. There's the rest of it with E-Chrome going down as well. Zalia, that shield does work. He gets Arkle, but unfortunately it's not enough to keep him alive and find anything more. So far, 3 for 1. Mogal is just a snip away from making it 4 for 1, trying to do his best to stay alive. But that's going to be the lockdown from Julio. The only person who stays alive in all that is Silence. That puts Belt Slap right back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I think that should be game. We're looking at 40 seconds on a respawn, and the wave is already pushed up in mid. And we're not going to sleep on Julio for a second. Don't think for a second we missed that 3-man Fearless into a wall to perfectly set up his squad to win that engagement. You are absolutely right going into that fight. Julio, if you get a Fearless, do we get a kill? If yes, awesome. If no, we cry. Yeah, he just took 3 instead and got 3 kills.
Oh, hey, they're making it work for them. The Phoenix goes down, the Titan under pressure. Silence doing everything in his power, but he's just a lonely Kuzenbo. The Titan goes down, and Belt Slap tie this one up.
It wasn't pretty, though, was it? It was a lot closer than we thought, especially considering the start we saw that they got. Belt Slap were looking like they might be able to just run away with that game, but instead, Smiley Face was able to just keep them locked down, make sure to drag that game out. And truthfully, had Smiley Face won that engagement, they would have won the game as well. That was all brought down to the exactly last second, the exact last fight of the game to figure out who was going to win that match.
I mean, we hit, 27 minutes and all of the towers are still up, and it just feels like, man, anybody could win it, but Belt Slap have a massive amount of control. And then we end up at 35 minutes where anyone can win it. It all just is dependent on that last team fight. I think well played from Belt Slap at the end there to make sure things lock down. But again, a little fishy, as you had mentioned. So let's jump back to the desk, see if they can dissect what was fishy about it, what they need to change going into game number 3.
Thanks, Goran Myth. This has been a surprisingly competitive set, I would say, as Smiley Face have looked great so far. But another thing that's looking great is all of those great fan-forward submissions that we have that are now available for you all to pick up. It's merchandise fit for the gods that you can go pick up right now. These are fan-submitted designs that we're talking about here, and that includes things like t-shirts, hoodies, mouse pads, pillows, all that cool stuff that you need to make your gamer life work. It's other designs submitted by fans like you that have made it all the way through and now are available for you all to go grab at forfansbyfans.com. Pretty good name for it. That's exactly what it is. /fandom/Smite. Make sure you go check that out, you all, and go enjoy those fan designs and all that cool stuff. Lerman, we could talk a little bit more, though, about what happened there in game number 2, because this was looking all Belt Slap, I would say, for the vast majority of this game. Things got a little bit scary after they got the Fire Giant, which is not normally how things go. It's a fight actually won by Smiley Face. They got right back into it, but then Julio makes the God play, turns this thing around. So what was the big difference for you between games number 2 and game number 1?
I think the biggest issue really was the fact that Xaylia just didn't get ahead on this Nemesis. It really seemed like Johnny was in the control of the game, especially because his Bakasura was, what, like 3 levels up over top
Yep.
of the Nemesis? And honestly, I don't know if that's necessarily the character's problem, but it certainly could be a reason why. You can just check out here. I mean, just check out the difference in the impact. 6 total kill participation for Xaylia. Meanwhile, 12 over there for Johnny. He was the one really running the show, but when it comes down to the damage, honestly, it was basically Zeros who was bringing it out there. I mean, I couldn't even count the number of times that I was so surprised by someone getting bursted down by an unstable vortex or through space and time. The man was on point.
Yeah, Zero's putting out good damage. I mean, he was providing some utility as well, right? Good slows, good portals, all that stuff that you need from your Giannis. But I really feel like this time the big difference makers had to be the Bakasura, as you mentioned, but also Julio, a great game that he had as well on this tier. I mean, obviously the game-stealing play, but he had to deal with that ridiculous and Nox solo build / gameplay all game and still managed to have an excellent performance as well. So I really do think it came down to those two guys.
For sure. I think Julio had an outstanding performance, and this is why you take away his tier. He certainly is the man to set it up, and as the casters were saying, if he gets the Fearless, then that really is it, and clearly that is exactly what happened. So in game number 3, I'm really hoping that they find a way to deal with this tier, or they just ban it out.
They're going to need to find something, right? Because obviously Julio is too comfortable on it. And I think that that is kind of the story of game number 2 for me, Lermy, right? Is that this was Beltstep going back to comfort picks. It was Johnny getting back onto the Bakasura. It was Zeros getting back on the Giannis. I mean, it was Julio getting back on the tier. It was too many of these picks that we know they could play at a high level. Plus, I do think that we saw Smiley Face outthink themselves a little bit, right? I don't know if they really got as much value as they would have liked to from the Kuzenbo. The Nox, at the end, that was its only death all game, but I don't know if it was providing enough value either. It really felt like, essentially, it was just Chrome trying to keep them in this game, with a little bit of help from Brotz as well. Maybe flip those two, mostly Brotz, a little bit of help from Chrome, but they didn't have enough to find the win.
Yeah, so in game number 3, I'm just hoping that they kind of go back to the drawing board on this Nox, and maybe even the Kuzenbo. I think, honestly, there are a lot of really good choices out there, but going back to maybe a defensive support for Silence could work out. We saw how dangerous it was when Mogao was on the offensive and Silence was on the defensive, so I think that strategy could honestly prove wonders for them, especially because it felt like on the backhand side, Brass is getting picked off a lot, and Ikrom wasn't able to do really all that he wanted to because he was just dying all the time to the Bakasura getting back there.
We've seen it from Chrome. He can hit those snipes if you give him some room. Even without the setup, he had some great ones onto Johnny in game 1 and in game number 2. And then obviously Brotch with that 40K performance in game 1 and a little bit closer, I think, with somewhere around that 30K mark here in game number 2. So I think clearly you're getting value out of your backliners. They just had to make sure they're doing enough to keep them alive, and I just don't think they were getting it. And I also think it wouldn't hurt if they had something other than Nemesis in the jungle. Even though they won game 1, it was a good slash line for the Nemesis. I don't know how much independent Nemesis value we saw as opposed to some of those other really strong jungle picks. So I think there's a lot to be considered if you're Smiley Face moving into the picks and bans for game number 3.
Yeah, I think just switching it up, going for something different here. They've already seen this Nemesis twice, and of course it is kind of the surprise pick that we talked about before, where they don't really see a lot of Nemesises all the time, so bringing out something new and something different certainly works. But that typically only works the first or second time, and we saw that the second time didn't work, so it's time to go to something different. But check out these bans here, as once again Smile are going to be banning out the Sobek here instead of the Morrigan and the Persephone from earlier, so maybe a little less focus on the Zeros now that they know, okay, maybe he's not as willing to go back to those really OP busted gods, and instead is going to play kind of his own game, as we saw a Kronos and a Giannis come out.
Yeah, he's doing the opposite. It looks like he's going to the bottom of the tier. This is Cronus and Giannis, right? As opposed to picking some of those great things. Back in game 1, Smiley Face was like, we got to get rid of the good stuff. Zeros is definitely going to take it. Oh, maybe not, I guess. So, yeah, we'll just ban something else at this point. So we'll see. It's Beltslap themselves that are the one that's choosing to ban away the Persephone up until this point. But I'm a bit surprised, Larry, by the texture of these games overall. I felt like a lot of these picks and the builds have not been quite what I would have been expecting coming into this weekend.
Yeah, they certainly are a little different. I mean, no one could have guessed that Nox Solo would be coming out, kind of period, although maybe Milgao is kind of the only person that would do that. I mean, the builds, too, there's a lot to comment on there, but it certainly is unique, and that's what we like to see. But first thing getting picked up here is the Ganesh, taking that one away from Trix Tank, so I think that's a great move. Make him do something else, put him back on the Yamoja maybe, but Fafnir, this is an interesting first pick. We do see Fafnir at least a little bit, but he's more so kind of picked up as a secondary decision, not so much the first.
Right. A lot of the times we see Fafnir picked up once you've already locked in a composition that you really need Fafnir for. The auto attack composition was something that we saw really being prioritized too. Or if you know that there aren't picks on the other side that can punish Fafnir, right? Things like the Poseidon or this big burst on that telegraph transformation can really lock Fafnir down a lot. I think those are some reasons we don't normally see him picked this high, but Belslap are unconcerned. They're going to grab the ROM, take that away from E-Chrome, pair it with the Fafnir, and they've already got a pretty difficult to deal with duo lane secured.
Hera is going to be locked in here for Smiley Face, and this is interesting because it did get banned away in the first 2 games, so this could be something special that they've got cooked up here for Belt Slap and are finally choosing to prioritize it and bring it out. But honestly, I'm not mad at the Merlin. I would honestly stick with the Merlin if they keep giving it to you, because apparently they're sticking with the Nemesis, and as we just talked about, I don't know, man, I think they should have gone with something different.
Yeah, that's a great point. I don't personally know Bratz, but that's starting to seem like a failing on my part because he's been popping off here today, hasn't he? I would give him the Merlin until it stops working or something like that. One thing that I think they are seemingly convinced is going to be good, though, is this Nemesis. They grab it a 3rd time around here, Lermy. Where are you coming down on this pick? I know you were maybe not so convinced that the problems with the Nemesis were the pick itself's fault. Do you like it here in this draft a bit better?
I honestly don't. I don't think that they have really any good way to combo off with this Nemo. Like, of course, they have the pillars coming down, and Ganesh does have some solid single-target focus, but at the same time, Hera can follow up on that, but, like, is she really going to? That's kind of like Nemesis charging forward, popping the ultimate, and then going on someone, and Hera is sending Argus off, I guess, and trying to deal with it that way. But I don't know. I think that it can work in certain situations, but this is not one where I feel like she is going to excel.
Yeah, she certainly does not leap off the page to me as a pick you have to have here, but at this point, it has become clear to me that Zalea wants this pick, so get it for him, let him take it to the next match, and you won't hear too many complaints. The real problem, though, is how is he going to line up against this Kali? We saw what Johnny could do with the Bakasura, and Kali's that, but also has, like, a second life. You don't get to kill me sometimes because of destruction. I don't know, man. I think this might be scary for Smiley Face to try and deal with.
And I'm also glad that they banned away the Kumbhakarna too, and even the Khepri, because those 2 characters really make it difficult for the Kali to do her thing. But with this Scylla hover, I'm liking the way this is looking. There's not necessarily a whole lot of setup for the Scylla, but even still, with the way how accurate Zeros has been, I don't think he honestly needs it. Maybe he's pulling a little bit out of the Book of Baskin and pulling the Scylla over to EU. So with this lock-in, I'm really hoping to see some sick I'm a Monsters.
Yeah, it's to the point where I'm starting to wonder if our conversation around Scylla needing setup might be overrated. I think as long as Crush and Sikkim are hitting, I could take or leave the I'm a Monsters. Crush does enough, dude. It is a lot of damage. Sikkim spreads out to multiple people as well. I just think it's gotten to the point where people are realizing that you can get consistent Scylla value, especially with her early game being more stable now in a lot of situations. I think I agree with Belt Slap on this read. And now it's Smiley versus Smiley Face's chance for a response. Give me a moment there, as they're going to take the Jormungandr and the Hou Yi in response. Jormungandr probably going solo. Hou Yi very strong right now. Is this enough to bring you over to Smiley Face's camp?
I don't know, because this Guan Yu pick is pretty interesting. We've seen Julio kind of default to the tier when he's got nothing left to go, and it's still open. So that was something that I thought he was just going to go to immediately. But this Guan Yu is really interesting, too, because we haven't seen him a whole lot. But I like how it works up against a Hera and a Jormungandr. Being able to chase these guys down, like, even if they try to run away, you've just got the horse to charge them down. So I think it could definitely work out. And it also has that little bit of setup that Scylla would need to be able to pop off with those nice crushes and Sikkums.
Yeah, I think so too, man. I think that this Guan Kali's dive potential is pretty scary for Smiley Face and their ability to get to that back line relatively easily. Even the ROM, you can maybe even count as part of that because it can go up with that Astral Barrage and contribute. So this could be trouble for Smiley Face in the back line where Hera likes to chill normally. Could potentially get blown up. But this is a decider match, Lermy. Which way are you leaning now that you got to see both of these drafts?
Honestly, I wasn't super impressed with the performance from Smiley Face last game, but I think that now that they've got the Jormungandr and Ganesh on their side, they can maybe bring it back. And honestly, I just want someone to topple Belt Slap. They've been on the top for so long. Let's root for the underdogs.
That's a great point, man. Belt Slap have looked great up until this point. The entire year we're talking about, no one could seem to beat them. Could it be Smiley Face, the SOC representative, that could get it done in game number 3?
Well, that's the question everyone wants answered here. Smiley Face coming from the open circuit already. Looking like they're going to get aggressed on a little earlier by Belt Slap. But once again, guys, in chat, vote for who you think can win this. The last time this set, you have the chance to impact it. I'm interested to see the numbers change. Zeros now on this Scylla, Mifflin, Johnny on this Kali. Julio bringing out a Guan Yu, which is maybe throwing me a little bit for a loop. How are you feeling about this game?
Well, I was a little bit concerned, especially considering that we saw this Nemesis come through again. Sure, it worked out in the last match, but I would say that the relative value for the entirety of the game was unimpressive. The only time Xaylia stood out to me was that singular solo kill onto Johnny inside the mid lane. Now that Johnny's playing Kali, the matchup's even worse for this Nemesis. Yeah, you got a shield. All right, well, you're stunned, and now I have more power. I've also got lifesteal built into my kit. Also, I'm death immune. I think if Johnny gets off to an even remotely decent start, he's going to be absolutely devastating. If we see the same thing that happened last match, where Johnny pulled up 4 levels, that's GG right there.
It's definitely going to be difficult. The jungler here for Smiley Face, maybe a lot more work cut out for them. Also, notably on the order side this time around, which sometimes it makes a difference, sometimes it doesn't, and it just is going to be big for their draft phase, but very specifically, I think being able to kind of come up into the mid lane, looking for some of these ganks, trying to find a lot of these fights, now working instead of alongside a Merlin, alongside this Hera that we've seen very impactful, but realistically more around Argus than around Hera herself. Do you expect maybe a lot to come down from that mid duo?
I am really concerned about how well this Scylla's going to do. She's got a decent matchup, especially when she hits level 5. She doesn't have to worry about kill potential from Xaylia. The CC immunity and the additional speed that I'm a Monster provides you is a fantastic self-peel tool. This Hera's going to have a target on her back. She's largely a mobile mage against Kali, likely also going to be the target for Kali as well. She's going to have to deal with the CC lockdown that Scylla brings, the CC lockdown that Kali has on her own. She's not going to have much peel support from the Nemesis because, well, all she has is slows. I'm worried for this Hera. I'm really concerned about how well the duo lane in general is going to work, this long lane. If we can get Trix Tank to rotate out early on and get an early lead, that's going to make it even harder for Brats to make it afloat, to stay above water.
Yeah, very difficult. Xaylia's laying in wait. We saw a level 3 gank in game 1, but it's been a while since he's really gotten that aggressive, and it seems like that's going to stay on hiatus for now. He's going to just fall back here and instead give a little bit of pressure over there, and people are voting for Smiley Face this time around. Belt Slap at 31%. It's gone nothing but down, down, down as they come through. So maybe a potentially big win here for Smiley Face in the books. We'll have to see. Chat can call that one right if Hindu will change the script to fit their narrative, or if he just wants to disappoint people. Well, I'll have to wait and find out. As of right now, it seems like both of these teams are content to once again kind of play the slow roll.
I mean, the vote makes sense to me. I agree that people should have a little bit more faith in Smiley Face here, just because of the 2 games that we've seen so far, Belt Slap barely eke out a win, whereas Smiley Face was pretty dominant in game 1. So I can see that you might be a little bit more reliant on them. But that said, Belt Slap, I would say that this comp that they have right now is the most in line with their actual playstyle. They've got Johnny playing a literal hyper carry, something that scales a lot better in the late game than Bakasura does. Zeros is going to be an absolute monster, no pun intended, on this Scylla. And Trix has this additional level of safety from Fafnir. Those misplays that we saw where he groups up on tier 2 alone is going to be a lot harder to punish. He now has a leap. He's got a secondary leap inside Dragon form. I like everything that we're seeing. Arco playing a very high tier hunter as well means that he's going to have a decent matchup into this Hu Yi insofar as he stays relatively even in XP. I think that it's really, the ball is in Smiley Face's court to make sure that nothing really comes afloat for Belt Slap. They have to be worried about this Kali. They have to make sure that they can keep him down.
Yeah, late game is definitely not where you want to find yourself, although right now it's early game that they're looking for the fight. They hit level 5 first, at least for E-Chrome. Now he's going to be jumping in, trying to get some damage down. It's good so far, but he doesn't have the health bar to chase him down. The minions are around, and Silence is going to just force everyone on Belt Slap, the duo lane, to go under their tier 1 tower. Not able to find their first blood, which I'm sure those suns were dropped with the hopes of, and now all it takes is for Arkle to hit that level 5 portion. Once he gets those snipes online, it becomes a different game and a different fight.
It certainly does. And now Ikrum, being relatively no longer has his ultimate available, means that Trixtank can immediately look to find that engagement. This is a very tumultuous time in the duo lane. I'm imagining that Ikrum's main prerogative right now is, alright, I want to be able to finish whatever item I'm finishing first, and I want to get back to base. I don't want to be here while my ultimate's down, and that makes perfect sense to me. Brot's being allowed to clear out those oracles on his own is interesting. He's not splitting the farm with anyone, no one really contested him, whereas Zeros was just kind of clearing out his own jungle. I don't think we're going to see too much pressure in the mid lane from either jungler. It seems like both have been putting a large focus on the long lane and the short lane.
I mean, just trying to find any pressure they can. For Julio, maybe you kind of need some assistance. I mean, Jormungandr is pretty much known for just not losing lane. I'm kind of surprised to see, you had mentioned how easily it would be to potentially capitalize on this Hera, that there's not been a lot of pressure overall in mid lane, and that you're maybe dodging bullets if you're Brotst, maybe also dodging bullets if you're Zeros. Both of them have been impactful late game, but maybe don't have the cleanest early game of all. With the Kali, with the Scylla, where's the timer on this match? Are Smiley Face working against like the late game fights, or do they have something that can keep up with it?
I think that Smiley Face has tools to deal with this Kali. They have to burn through her beads first, but Brotst on this Hera actually has decent self-peel with the poly. But duo lane, seeing some aggression, Ikrum too far up.
Yeah, taking a lot of shots here. The dragon damage is going to ring true as well. Arkle is going to get himself a kill. No issues seen there. Not even able to use her. I had already used the beads there, so not able to have them as Ikrum. So he's just locked down through and through. And that first blood might start a little bit of a snowball. No purple buff to be found, but Silence maybe too aggressive here in terms of his positioning. Takes too many steps forward. A nice hammer would have been thrown his way. It could have been picked up. And now's where that pressure can start picking up. Now that you've got that first blood, you can start looking for those skills. You can feel more comfortable in your matchup. Whether you're Arkle, whether you're Johnny, that just means you can start putting some pressure out on the map.
And Johnny's already established about a half-level lead from just playing the map, which is completely along the lines of what he's looking to do. This Kali doesn't have to get involved in the early game, and he's got no pressure to do it either because Smiley Face drafted a similarly low-pressure jungler in the early game, which means whichever one scales better into the late is going to be better for their team. I'm going to put my money on the Kali every step of the way. This Nemesis hasn't really looked for any ganks. Neither has this Kali, but who's farming faster? It's Johnny right now. I'm completely in the camp of Belt Slap. They're looking at a nearly 200 gold lead. Doesn't matter at all. The XP is what we're really keeping our eyes on. And right now, we're looking at a head hunter. We're looking at a head jungler. The second that Arkle maybe looks for some more pressure on the Ikrum, maybe we get a gank over there, we could be seeing a very early gold fury in favor of Belt Slap.
It's the question of when the pressure is going to come out, not necessarily where, right? It's a pretty, well, I would even argue telegraphed where Belt Slap want to fight. Right now, it seems the duo lane is just battleground #1 for them. Constantly trying to shut down Ikrum, rotating over. Whether they get his beads or his ult, they're going to be able to walk away happy with it. And now they're forcing, I think, the rest of the team to maybe play around that aggression. Smiley Face more or less having to deal with it. Brotz hasn't necessarily had a huge impact yet, but that Argus being available, I expect to see that start to come into the play more or less around the first big team fight, whether it's the Gold Fury or it's just from Belt Slap deciding, you know what, here's where it's going to happen, and they decide to just push into Smiley Face.
I think Brotz is going to be trying to hold on to that Argus cooldown as long as he can because it's the main thing that's going to keep him alive. The second that Johnny decides to engage onto this Hera, if that Argus isn't available, that's a dead Hera. And Smiley Face has been using largely counter-engaged comps, but if you take a peek at their supports, sure, Ganesha has Peel, gives a little bit of protection to his team, but Lomogao no longer playing that backline Peel, doesn't have the lockdown that he did on the Nox. So instead, he's going to have to play this backline disruption, whereas the entirety of Belt Slap's draft, for the most part, is really leaning towards that dive. Julio's going to be diving, as is Johnny, as is Trixtank. Zeros is likely going to try and stick close to his team and follow up on damage. It's going to be hard. Smiley Face is going to have to find some sort of way to deal with this engagement, and I think it's going to come down largely to Silence, and it's going to come down to Brotz finding these huge polymorphs.
That's maybe a lot of pressure on Brotz then to perform to make sure that his team stays up, and I think as we go later on in the game, it maybe is a little bit on Zalia. We didn't get to see a lot of him last time around, and I think in Game 1, some of the biggest turnaround was genuinely just the fact that he was able to get 2 of those early kills. So now I would maybe argue that eyes are on the junglers more than ever. Johnny, he's Kali. I don't expect to see any crazy big plays from him for maybe even another 5 minutes unless he just absolutely decides to surprise us. But Xaylia maybe needs to pick up that pressure, pick up where, this Nemesis's impact can be, and get online to start helping Broadstaff.
I agree. Xaylia, I expect him to be waiting similar amounts of time as Johnny, but he's not going to scale nearly as well. I would like to see him try and get involved with the duo lane. Head on over there, see if he can gank out Arkle. Arkle not having a jump is hugely detrimental. If that slow comes through, the only thing that Arkle can do in return is go up into the air and pray that someone on his team is in range to help him. But instead, we've seen that Xaylia really hasn't put any attention towards that long lane.
Yeah, I mean, nobody really has been looking over here. It felt like early on the junglers were paying attention. I mean, Xaylia even hinted at a level 3 gank and then just never followed through with it. Echrome has been under pressure, though. I mean, Trixtank, Arkle have been putting any and every amount of pressure they can over here onto him. So maybe needing some help, something to get out of there. Unfortunately, Xaylia, I think, is starting to feel that same pressure, just now pushed with Johnny behind them. Silenced, maybe taking a misstep here. If he gets caught out, it could be a kill. There's a lot of setup on the side of Beltslap to get Kali and Arkle into a good position. But again, it just turns into a fallback farm. Use that pressure, use the aggressiveness that you have about you to just zone out all of Smiley Face and take what you want.
Yeah, this is some distinctly Season 6 European Smite. Both teams draft for the late game. Both teams playing incredibly passively. Both teams have solo laners that are nigh unkillable. I don't expect to see really anything until the first Gold Fury fight, which has been reminiscent of the last 2 games as well. Around that 13, 14 minute mark, that's where we really start to see them group up and try and make the plays. They need to get to level 12, get those second actives online before either one of these squads are going to feel confident looking for anything.
Pressure now to perform more than any maybe coming online. Suns are being dropped. The Hunters are back to boxing the way they were last game, but it's maybe not showing up as much as they wanted to. Trixtank, more or less, caught out. Unfortunately for everyone on Smiley Face, does still have a jump. One of the things that Fafnir has that, honestly, not a lot of supports get to bring into the equation is that leap. And so being able to use that as your get-out-of-jail-free card in moments like that is going to make it even more difficult to try and capitalize on what has been maybe the biggest opening for Smiley Face these last 2 games, which has been Trixtank's positioning. Sometimes, we could just say it's not been the best, whether you want to go back to the Emoja, one of the 2 or 3 times he was caught out there as Ganesh last game. So there's a couple of moments where Trixtank has definitely paid for his position.
And I think that really ties into the fact that they picked Fafnir for a reason. He's one of the safest Guardians possible. He's just going to be able to jump out of any situation. Failing that, turn into a dragon, jump out again. No one's going to jump after you twice. Hopefully is at least what Trixtank is thinking.
Well, now Xaylia finally going to capitalize on this duo lane. Snipe's going to come down. Going to miss the second shot here. Looking for the third just in terms of damage. Doesn't necessarily matter. Arkle does have backup. Shell comes down from Trixtank to make sure he stays alive. Xaylia, now the one caught out. Dragon form going to be true. Trixtank looking to get aggressive. That's going to be the ult in return. Argus going to get dropped. Darmic Pillars as well. Johnny gets one, but Echrome gets the other. It's going to be a jungler for the tank. Definitely a trade favoring Beltslap this time around, as it looks like that's all going to fall apart. But the Gold Fury is in the eyes of Smiley Face.
They're all healthy, but Johnny is as well, and he still doesn't have the ultimate available. He's going to have to go in with a little bit of risk. Argus no longer up, but it seems like Smiley Face are a little bit hesitant to commit to it. Zeros is around. He could look for the I'm a Monster steal. He's got the largest bit of burst damage on the map, and it's just going to fizzle. Maybe they wanted Argus to just die to the objective, but Beltslap are going to pick it back up themselves.
It's a little scary. Argus holds that way too long for them. It doesn't have enough time to regen there for the Gold Fury. So they leave it at about half health, and Beltslap, they see the I'm a Monster, and they say, well, maybe we're not going for the steal here. Maybe it's just the good old-fashioned secure for ourselves. And they pick up the scraps that Smiley Face leave behind, whether that's Brotz not being able to pull Argus off, hoping he would have died too soon. Either way, it ends up helping out Beltslap, and now they find themselves with a more comfortable lead, especially at 14 minutes in.
That's crazy to me. Smiley Face knew that it was low. They knew that Argus was still on it, but instead they immediately fully disengaged. No one even turned around like thinking, well, maybe Beltslap might pick it up. We dropped it kind of low, and instead they're able to burn it away for free while Smiley Face walk off into the sunset thinking about literally nothing. It's a bit of an iffy play from me, but still, we're only about 14 minutes in. The gold lead isn't that detrimental just yet, but the XP gaps are starting to establish. That level lead that we were worried about earlier on in the game, yeah, Johnny's already got 2 up over Xaylia.
That's definitely going to be detrimental. It's maybe made up for a little bit. Jormungandr, Mogao here is a little ahead of Julio, but honestly, when it comes to late game, I'm not scared of a Jormungandr who hits level 20. I'm scared of a Kali that hits level 20. So definitely something Johnny's got going for him. And even now, looking to try and make the difference, forces the World Serpent out here with that rotation. And while you are going to have Mogao staying safe, I think it just showcases the presence Johnny has on the map and how he doesn't even have to jump in to cause you to be scared and use your best disengage just to get away from him.
And he's already moving into that kin size. He's going to be able to blow up just about every tank on the side of Smileyface. Smileyface certainly is still on a timer right now. They need to be looking for these aggressive plays because they don't have anything that's going to match the pressure that Scylla and Kali are going to bring in the late game. They need to find the engagements now, which is why we saw Xaylia try and move on over and find something onto Arkle. And it worked out for the most part. The whole strategy Arkle had was, I'm going to go up into the air, I'm going to pray someone gets here in time, and he's able to roll towards his boy, find the shell from Trix Tank, and survive the engagement. If we see the same level of pressure from Xaylia, it's going to force Belt Slap to retaliate, or at least respond and hang out around that duo lane, make sure that they can't use the slight lead that they have now to look towards the Pyromancer. Xaylia can control the pace of the game, at least to that extent.
So Julio has gone into these builds that it's very cooldown oriented. The Breastplate of Valor, the Genji's Guard there. When you look at this Guan Yu late game, what is he bringing? Is it literally just the heal, or is he going to be able to apply a little bit more to the fight? When he was tier, he was the playmaker. Can he still make that happen here on the Guan?
He's not going to be doing nearly as much of that, but the heal is going to be so impactful, as well as that instant stun. I imagine we're going to see him just go for the horse, get this follow-up from zeros. Back up, heal up your squad, return to an objective. What Guan Yu brings that a lot of people don't like to talk about is that Talu Assault has fantastic defense shred, which makes objectives very easy to clear out in the early game.
Sometimes those objectives take the form of someone like Silenced. Again, if he takes too many steps forward, Julio can definitely capitalize on that. And Arkle, going man mode, wins the 1v1. The rest of the team going to force the World Serpent out of Mogao, but Arkle being able to get that kill, yeah, he uses his snipes, and he maybe didn't need to because he got the kill just prior. But either way, it's going to open it up over here. Belt Slap able to get aggressive on the map now, finally feeling confident in themselves, looking for that stun, and as you said, he's going to go into the backline this time onto the Hera. It's going to be the follow-up onto Xaylia, though. That Zeros is able to get some of that damage. No big kills outside of the one Hunter kill Arkle picked up. They get the Pyromancer, and it looks like they might even be able to pressure out a tier 2 here. No one is rotating to stop Arkle.
Yeah, Arkle gets the solo kill, the tier 1 tower, the tier 2 tower, Pyromancer. I mean, that's a huge swing in favor of Belt Slap. Mid tower now going to fall as well. Gold Fury spawning in a minute. Belt Slap has complete control of the map.
Now, Bratz is under pressure this time around. Silence rotates over. Dharmic Pillar is going to make it more difficult for Trix Tank to fight this fight, but it seems like he does not care. Johnny is going to go in onto the mid laner looking for that kill. Going to be able to get it, but it wasn't his target, so he doesn't get the heal. Forced to fall back with this one. Now he's going to be able to, well, again, stay alive. They force Smileyface to fall back. Belt Slapper once again asserting why they are number one in this region and why you have to be scared of them. Smileyface has done a good job to definitely mark that up, but so far they haven't taken him down, and that's going to be the thing that needs to change. A lot of playstyle differences that need to be cleaned up for Smileyface here.
If Belt Slap doesn't return to base and then immediately hold W directly at this Oni Fury, I'd be surprised. Take a peek at Smileyface's actives. They got none. Thorns and Blink, that's it. Blink on Nemesis, we're not concerned about that. Not at this point in the game, not 3 levels down. And Thorns on Jormungandr, we're not concerned about that either. The Beads, the Aegis, the Heavenly, the Shell, they're all no longer available for Smileyface. When Belt Slap's already looking at a nearly, 6,000 gold lead, and there's no relics available, they should absolutely be looking for every single engagement that they can.
Well, they did W key towards the Oni Fury, but it's going to be the Suns. E-Chrome walks up to it, drops him, and Belt Slap, much like Smileyface did the first time a Fury was up, end up just leaving it nice and low for him. They thought they could sneak it out from under the Suns, but unfortunately for them, it's not going to be enough. And E-Chrome proving his worth with that ultimate. Didn't have the relics like you highlighted, didn't need them that time around. It does open up the question about the rest of the map. Now there's only one big objective that Belt Slap would want, and it's something they could secure pretty easily having Scylla in their composition.
Look, they're not happy about losing that Gold Fury, and they absolutely shouldn't be. They had actually reset it and just allowed the Suns to rain down on an immune Gold Fury, and instead they re-pulled it and allowed Echrome to steal it away for free. But even then, we're still looking at a nearly 5,000, 4,000-ish gold lead in favor of Belt Slap. They're already ahead so much in XP. They could still group up on this Fire Giant despite losing out on that Gold Fury and try and force another engagement. They should absolutely be looking to pressure this lead while they still have it. This Scylla is going to be crushing just about anyone that steps up to him.
And now we're, approaching that level 20 mark, which is not only dangerous for Scylla because of her passive and the damage she's getting, like you said, pretty much crushing anyone that happens to stand in her way, but it also means that Johnny's going to be hitting that late game Kali portion where things just get way too hairy for them. Now it's going to be a World Serpent trying to come in and save Silence. Silence is incredibly low, and Johnny does not care that the Dharmic Pillars are there. He's going to be able to jump out of those, get the kill,
nice
and
job.
now Mogao just used World Serpent and now has no escape. Locked down are the tanks of Smiley Face, and they're going to be out of there. Unfortunately, that means for Brats, that means pretty much anybody left on Smiley Face, and it's going to be easy kills from there. Echrome taking a lot of damage. Johnny's going to go in for it, needs the kill, gets the heal, stays alive. His team trades 5 for 0, a full-on deicide. Belt Slap, that looks like a pretty appetizing Fire Giant.
That was a clinical engagement. Have you ever played checkers and it just lines up perfectly and you're able to jump over like 5 separate pieces? That's exactly what Belt Slap just did to Smiley Face, taking 5-on-1 engagements, one at a time, just moving directly into Smiley Face's jungle. They take it 5 for 0, as you pointed out. Clean engagement, get the Fire Giant as well, and that what was a 5,000 gold lead creeping up to 8k. There's still towers available, and plenty of time that Smiley Face is going to be looking at the grayscale screen. There's going to be a huge swing in favor of Belt Slap.
And we had talked about Julio kind of just being this heal machine. Like maybe could have just stayed back and healed more if they had wanted to. Seems like the team wants to spend some of that gold early on here, back to base. Again, this is the second time I've gotten to say this, but Trixtank's the only one on Belt Slap who has died so far in this game. With no Furies available, I think it is much like you said, the 2 tier 2s are definitely probably quaking in their boots at this point. Phoenix defense when it comes down to it, especially with the lead they have. Does this feel like something Smiley Face can kind of bounce away? Can they deter Belt Slap at this point?
Brodston Hera has a really good tool to just make sure that they can't get minions into the towers, but short of that, Echrome does the same with his ultimate. But Zalia, Lamogal, they're not good on defense. Silence is going to be worthless the second he loses out on the Dharmic Pillars, and if Lamogal loses World Serpent here, that could be his death.
That's unfortunate for him. That's the second time we've seen him use it. That time, though, was very defensively in terms of trying to just get away. Not going to result in his death this time like it did last time, so maybe not the second time we've seen him use it to no avail. It does do exactly what he needs, but like you said, it's on a long cooldown now, and it's going to be at least one tier 2 that goes down in favor of Belt Slap. Potentially mid coming up next, but no, it's the Phoenix instead that Belt Slap want to take down.
They bought a lot of time just having Julio pressure that really Smiley Face was 4 men grouped on it. Now Zalia caught out.
Yeah, it's maybe a little bit too deep there for the jungler, but he's going to stay alive so far. The shield making sure it does its work, as well as the shell making sure he can stay on out of there. Not enough damage from Belt Slap to take him down, but they've put a big hurt on the Mogao. And with Guan Yu just being able to heal him up, you can tell they're waiting. They're not going to back. Normally, that'd be enough pressure to maybe bounce back this defense, but this composition's doing exactly what you highlighted earlier, and they're going to go on right back into this Phoenix. The jump from Trixtank is going to try to lock him down. Good Silence coming down from Silence, but it's not going to be enough to stop Johnny, who's going to be able to come in and get one. Arkle gets the other. Mogao is going to fall shortly thereafter. The Phoenix goes down. While there's been some good damage in retaliation from Echrome, it's not enough to lock anyone down. Silence, once again, looking for a good silence, but that's not going to stop this team. They lock down him. Echrome is left alone in the base. The Titan is going to get aggressed on it. It looks like here in 24 minutes, Belt Slap are going to take game number 3, seal the deal, and keep themselves in the upper bracket. Smiley Face put on a pretty good show here today, Mifflin.
Yeah, Belt Slap not nearly as infallible as we thought they might have been going into this tournament. I think Smiley Face has a very good shot if they perform like they did today, continually throughout the weekend. I think they've got a pretty good idea of what they're going to get into the finals, and I think it's a fair shot and a fair bet to place them in the finals.
And it's going to be really interesting to see their path through this. After, would argue a successful-ish day one, obviously not getting the result they wanted, but being able to keep Belt Slap on their toes. Maybe there's some conversations to be had about the Nemesis, but looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to bring as they traverse down in the bottom bracket. But right now, it's Belt Slap who are the victors, and the Desk who get to break it down for us.
And I happily will, Gormizer. Thank you and Mifflin for giving us the action. I think Mifflin kind of has already put it best, which is to say that Belt Slap perhaps not as infallible as we thought. They did get the win here after all. They took care of Smiley Face. That was expected, but it did not look perhaps as clean as we expected. Some of that probably could be attributed to first games, they're warming up. Maybe they didn't give Smiley Face everything that they deserved in terms of respect, but they got that win in the end anyway, Lermy, and here they are standing tall, able to continue moving on. What was it that you think that really sealed up this third game for them? This is the fastest win that we saw them got for the most part. It was also the most one-sided game that we saw. What was the big difference maker here?
Honestly, I think it just really had to go that Smiley Face were not playing the same game that we saw them taking game number one. They were kind of out of position a lot, it felt like everyone was dying one at a time. It was Silence and then Mogao, and then after that the carries would fall down, and it just seemed like they weren't in that same headspace that they were. And here's a clip here of Johnny being able to pick off someone getting way too far forward, and Zalia will fall down after that. So clearly, the fact that Johnny was able to kind of pick off these people one by one, he didn't have to deal with 3 people in his face at once, and I'm sure this Kali was sure happy about that.
Kind of giving Johnny the exact preferred way that he'd like to go about this game, but there were so many elements of it that made this work for Belt Slap, right? The Guan Yu providing all this extra sustain for the composition. What about Zero's on the Scylla? He was hitting all of his damage basically the whole game, and you know that you had Tricks landing that CC when they needed it, but this seemed like a much more disconnected Smiley Face than what we'd seen from them up until this point. I mean, some of their defenses weren't great. That last time when they sent in just Silence, try and, I think, check on the Fire Giant is what it was. He died almost instantaneously for it, and there was a sort of cascading effect on the backside of it. They weren't able to really figure out what it was that Belt Slap wanted to do and get on top of it.
Yeah, this time there just was no way to deal with this Kali. I like the comp in general coming out from Smiley Face, but when you're going up against Johnny's Kali, there has to be something to slow him down, and there's not really a single character on Smiley Face that can really adapt around the way that Johnny plays this Kali, and not even to mention the fact that everyone else was right behind him and grouped up as 5. They had the deathball strategy down where they'd find someone wandering in the jungle, pick them off, and then someone else shows up because they thought they were going to help that one person that died, and then they fall down too. Over and over again, it seemed like that's what happened.
And remember, Ikram had some struggles back at the start of this game, it felt like to me, where he was getting bullied out, where he was having his dash forced early and getting punished, or a couple of early picks as well. This was not really that clean of an early game for him, and you could see it start to deteriorate right away. Let's take a look, though, at the rest of this bracket. Belt Slap now moving on, staying in that upper bracket. Remember, for Smiley Face, this is not over yet, and I think taking a game off Belt Slap, and then even game number 2 being relatively close, I think it would do you well to give Smiley Face their due respect at this point, because they'll absolutely make you pay for it if you don't.
Absolutely. We saw them take a game off of the undefeated Belt Slap. I mean, that really should not be minimized. The fact that they
100%.
were able to finally claw their way up there and just, make it happen. So they did their research. It's just all about what happens when Belt Slap realized exactly how to deal with the counter that they made up.
It's like you said, in the last game, they truly grouped up almost instantly, it felt like, maybe around the 15-minute mark or so. That early on in the game, they said, all right, we're not giving Smiley Face any more individual battles. You're fighting all of us. And they just could not overcome that. So we'll hopefully see if they can maybe beat some of these other EU SCC teams, but you cannot, I think, count out Smiley Face at this point. I did. Before this set even started, I was like, this is nothing. Belt Slap are going to slap them. I'm not even worried about it, but that's absolutely not how it went. So Belt Slap continues in the upper bracket, Smiley Face in the lower, and we've got plenty more action coming for you here in the circuit playoffs. The next game from EU will be happening after the break.
is gone and all of the paths you've drawn have sunk to the ocean sand where no one can see. You stand, don't let the dark embrace, cower the dreams you chase under the rust and blood. Don't let yourself give up.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second set of Europe. My name is Gormizer. Joining me is going to be none other than Lermy Wormy once again here. But before we get into this matchup, I just want to remind you that you can tweet at Smite Pro and use the hashtag Circuit Playoffs to show us how you are watching and maybe get featured on the broadcast. Now, I will say there has been a bias in the past towards pets. Lermy, you highlighted this last time we had mentioned this. Yeah, you don't have to have a pet. I'm going to throw it out there. They are loved, though. I have two right back there. They're very happy, and I love them. But they don't have to be featured. You could just be chilling outside, having a drink, and watching some good old Smite, especially if you're over there in EU. We know the time difference, so you can absolutely be relaxing on your Friday afternoon. But Lermy, we're going to be moving forward into the second matchup today, which is the Poppies going up against Cold Llamas here in Europe. A number 2 versus a number 3 matchup.
This one should be a little bit closer than we saw the last set. Number 2 versus number 3, like you said. But one important thing to note here is that Hazer has actually dropped out of the support position for Cold Llamas, moving to a coach position, rather, and then they're picking up Genetics in his stead.
Now, it is worth mentioning, whoever wins this, as you can see on this bracket, will end up against Belt Slap, but none of these teams have beat Belt Slap yet. Nobody's been able to take them down in quite a while, so it's going to be something that is definitely challenging for them as they go forward. And it is very much, as you mentioned, a different matchup than we've gotten to see. Specifically, you look at the Poppies. They are number 2 coming into this. The only set they dropped was to Belt Slap, as was just mentioned. So they've been doing really well here. Do you think, specifically, this is a team that could absolutely take down Cold Llamas, or does Genetics make that big of a swing for them to maybe cause some trouble for the Poppies?
I think it's definitely possible because the Poppies do play probably one of the most aggressive styles out of Europe. But the thing is, Genetics just came out of the SPL, and now he's got maybe some theory crafting or other things that could help them in terms of making up some new compositions or things that could work here up against people who aren't familiar with that style of play. So he's bringing in a different perspective coming out of the SPL. So maybe that is the big difference maker here, is that the Poppies just will not be familiar with the way that they're playing, but I definitely think that this 2 versus 3 seed is a lot closer than the numbers might say.
Well, he's got a hell of a lane coming up for him, though, because, you look at it, yeah, Cold Llamas are bringing in some flavor, but they've got Warchi and Draco Marino, or Draco Mariano, depending on how he has it spelled in-game today. I mean, these guys have been playing together for a long time. Warchi has been very significant in the impact of the Poppies, much like we've seen out of, like Arkle in the last set. He'll just kind of lay in wait, chill in lane, and farm up, and then once he joins the fight, it is a drastically different game that you're expecting to see out of them.
Absolutely, and the reason that he's even able to get there is the fact that Draco Marino has done such a great job making sure that Warchi has as easy a time as possible. Draco Marino actually has one of the most assists in the entire EU side of the SEC, so the fact that he's able to even get to that point at all, I mean, it's just so great. The fact that this guy is there for every single second of the action, I mean, you really can't ask for much more coming out of your support.
And I think it's insane because the support is realistically what enables a lot of these. I mean, we just saw a highlight of Warchi playing Freya, and I'm going to go ahead and tell you, that doesn't happen often. It's just something that this is a team, because of the way they work, and I would think a lot of pressure there for Draco specifically, enables Warchi to play whatever they need in order to make a team composition work. So that dual lane, incredibly deadly, and it is very much because of their matchup there against Cold Llamas that it is going to be causing them a lot of trouble, right? Yes, you're a solid duo lane. You've been playing together for years, but it is the fact that Hazer is now out and Genetics is now in that is maybe shaking things up. You've already got this very solid draft. It took a little bit of time to get together in Phase 2, but now that you've got Genetics coming in, what kind of impact can you expect to see out of this duo lane?
Genetics is really the brain when it comes down to the teams that he's on. He likes to take a lot of time to think about the game and really pull some things out that people wouldn't expect, but he's all about that theory crafting and really getting into the meat and bones of Smite and the numbers that make it all work behind it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him pull something that seems unconventional to us, but he's gone behind the scenes with his squad, practiced it up, and really made it work. So honestly, I think that he's going to bring the shot calling, the thought process, and really just guide this team to victory because that's what he's known for.
Well, I think it's very appropriate that almost every single one of these highlights, first off, are from this year, by the way, and he's playing against SPL teams. One of the things that me and you had talked about coming into today, realistically, was the fact that Cold Llamas has SPL caliber players. I mean, if you look at it, Pretty Prime, Fails, Maniac have had some stints in the SPL in the past. Streak Up has been up there as well. So a lot of previous Pro League level talent coming in for them. The addition of Genetics maybe closing that gap even more so between them and the Poppies. The question realistically today is going to be if it's enough to overcome this team that has been able to take them down so far this year. This is probably their best chance, and it is off this, very interesting dynamic after Pretty Prime and Fails joined off of, I believe, Freshly Forged earlier on for Phase 2. So a lot of changes that happened in this second phase for them. This is the full culmination for Cold Llamas, isn't it?
Absolutely, but it's just the best that this team has ever been, if you ask me. I mean, Fails and Maniac on their own are insane players, and the fact that they're now on this roster with an all-star like Pretty Prime and a mind like Genetics, all put together with the fact that Streak Up can carry games too. I mean, these guys individually are all some of the best in their roles, and not to mention that now that they've got the leader like Genetics is, it's going to be a whole different team, I tell you.
Well, it's time to see how comfortable they're going to be here as we jump into game number 1 here. At least pick some bands for it to figure out how these teams are going to break it down for us. And there's a lot of pressure, I think, I would argue, on the Poppies to perform just because of the fact that they have been this number 2, kind of always right on the heels there of Belt Slap. But Cold Llamas, maybe even more so, to prove that they have made the right changes going into the latter half of 2020, trying to change up everything as we approach, well, anything that could come up. Worlds, whatever, what have you. Whether they want to be picked up by some of these teams in the SPL because they have that caliber of player, or if they just want to be able to finally take that first place spot.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about how Cold Llamas have been improving, but Poppies have been non-stop on their climb to the top. Every time this squad was up into the SPL, they were always kind of sitting at the bottom, but now that these guys have had a lot more time to really practice and hone their craft, they've been doing a great job at rivaling some of those SPL players that they were losing to back 2 or 3 years ago. So now that the fact is that they're on the same level is kind of insane, and the growth that they've had and shown throughout even just the SCC has been so great to watch, and hopefully they kind of take into account what they're up against here because they need to be super careful about each and every one of these players on Cold Llamas.
I mean, it hasn't been the exact same roster the entire time, but the Poppies did start playing as a team in 2015. So, I mean, 5 years of play, you hope that they're going to start working well together. As of right now, it definitely seems like there's a little bit of pressure. I mean, we had highlighted Draco, but the Sobek, the Ganesh, the Kepri, even though Sobek can flex over there into the solo lane, definitely feels like a lot of pressure there towards the support player. Whereas on the other side, the Emoja, the Persephone, the Morrigan, all 3 of those, I should say, just kind of feel like ticks off of the tier list. And Aphrodite makes it through, so of course she's first pick.
I have a feeling this is going to go over to the solo lane, and I don't necessarily feel that this is a Maniac god per se, but I think Aphrodite mid just doesn't bring a lot of the caliber that you want, although we have seen people like Dardes bring it out. I mean, it's good, it's there, it's not what I would move for. I would rather it be in the solo lane just because it has great sustain and can kind of neutralize basically any lane because Aphro just sits there under tower, uses the lovebirds, and heals up the whole time, and meanwhile you, the T, or whatever other warrior just kind of sits there and is like, oh, yeah, I guess she can do that.
And she just hangs out, and you can't really do much about it. Camazot's though locked in. We've seen him go over into the solo lane. We've also seen him in the jungle. Johnny likes to play him in the jungle, whereas Poppy's, it's a toss-up as to where he goes. Alongside that, Uller, King Arthur. I literally feel like I could just be reading off of a tier list right now. Someone saying, here are the best gods in the game. Let's see how they get picked up, because all 4 of these have a phenomenal impact. But the Afro King Arthur, more than likely shifting that Aphrodite, definitely with the Horus, into the mid lane.
Yeah.
How do you like this combination that Cold Llamas have picked up?
I think it's a good idea. The only issue that I'm seeing from this now is they've got 3 characters that are very reliant on sustain. Well, over in the Poppies, they don't have the best ways to apply anti-heal necessarily, but the fact that they are now kind of putting all 3 of those characters they've selected in a position where they have to be worried about that and need to kind of maintain that space away from those characters that are going to put the anti-heal on them is kind of concerning. But at the same time, if they get ahead early because of the sustain, they're going to basically roll over this game. Characters with sustain are kind of in that spot right now where if you let them get going, they're going to work out.
I mean, maybe another kind of reason. Sobek, 50% anti-heal, also pretty good in picks and bans as of right now. Yeah, get him out of there early on. The only other person I could think of that immediately comes to mind, you've got Cerberus, you do have there with Bacchus, but neither of them have been at the forefront, so Poppy's maybe going to have to reach a little deeper into the pocket or just itemize a little bit better to try and deal with this. And with the Geb online, they've left their cards open for a mage. Merlin's still available. Discordia just taken off of the board. Cold Mama's going in for one more. But the Nemesis and the Ratatosker coming down, both of those feel very much like they're target bans more than they are blanket assassin bans.
I agree with you there. I think Ratatosker is probably directly at fails, and I guess Nemesis is just meta over in Europe or something like that, because there seems to be a lot of presence on this character that's kind of been out of the meta for what feels like forever. So the fact that this character is even getting shown to have that much presence in the meta is kind of surprising to me, but what's not surprising is that the Poppies went for one of the 3 characters in the game that have total anti-healing abilities, and that's Osiris.
I love it being able to come in, especially because of the way Horus works. You kind of group yourselves up for that heal. Osiris leaps onto you and says no-go on that one. And for the second time today, we're seeing Kronos. Now, I've seen more Kronos today than I've seen collectively in 2020 so far. So, I mean, what is it that he brings? Is it really just this late-game powerhouse, like, truck swinging autos?
It might be, but honestly, I'm in the same boat as you, as where I don't really understand this pick. I feel like going crit maybe not the best idea up into an Osiris and a Geb, okay, but pen builds are still good on physical ADCs. I don't know why you need to swing out here with the Kronos, other than the fact that you kind of want to balance the composition around having 2 magicals and 3 physicals, but honestly, at this level, I don't really see a big of a need for that, especially if you're swinging as hard as you are and you're building into things like Void Shield. And, of course, Bakasura just doesn't care about protections either because he's got the Butcher Blade. So, I mean, I can see what Cold Llamas are going for. I don't necessarily agree with it.
Now, I think late game, it's from what I can see, it's just a team that's going to be hard to kill. At that, they're going to survive through a lot, whether you have your beads, if you're Kronos, you have your rewind, all of the healing they come through, a good amount of resets, but Burst, Thoth, Uller, Camazotz, all on the side of the Poppies. If you had to take a guess right now as to which team was going to be able to come out on top, who do you give it to?
Honestly, it's a tough one because I think Genetics is a great shot caller, but I think it's got to go to the Poppies just because their composition more so screams to me that they are working straight against what Cold Llamas has been working for.
It's impressive to see them come through. Again, a little interesting to get the twist. Both game 1 so far have had a Kronos in them. Thoth joining the mix as well. The snipes, with all this healing and the health bars on the side of Cold Llamas, is Thoth going to be able to actually burn anyone down, or is he just going to kind of hope for the best, apply that Divine Ruin, and be the anti-heal applier for his team?
I think it could go either way. Thoth definitely can do some damage, and he's great at least at defense. You know, he can poke out people from behind walls, around phoenixes, and things like that nature. So even if they do get behind, they have a ton of really strong defense when it comes to that.
Well, I'm excited to see what they're going to bring. Cold Llamas come in with an interesting draft and a new player. Let's see if they can prove their worth.
Well, thank you, Goras. We're going to dive right into Game 1 between Cold Llamas and the Poppy chat. Who do you think is going to win the set? This is Fuzzy Wuzzy joined with me in Aggro. And Aggro, I'm looking at Cold Llamas draft, and I just see sustain, 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 whereas on the other side of Poppies, as the Des said, I just see a lot of burst.
A lot of damage coming from the Poppy's composition for sure, and they've got characters that are good at applying anti-heal. You've got Marcus, who can apply brawlers from a decent distance. Chekio on Thoth, one of the best Divine Ruin appliers in the mid lane because of his long range. And so I think that the Poppies need to make sure that they're prioritizing those anti-heal options early but also understand how they need to take these fights. It's got to be good target prioritization, because despite the good damage from the Poppies, they don't have great guaranteed CC, so you really do have to be pretty accurate with your shots, even though it's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, the CC is definitely going to come out, and that's kind of why I was thinking it seems like that the main focus in this game is going to be on this dual lane, and I think it's honestly going to go down to the supports between Genetics and Draco Marino. It seems like those two have the capability just to swing games in their favor.
No doubt that everyone's going to be looking for Genetics to be the star now for Cold Llamas, because this roster has looked very similar, except losing Genetics when he spent his time with United in the SPL, and now Genetics has played at the best of the best level for a longer period of time. What has he learned? How can he lead his team now with that experience under his belt? And I think there's some pretty decent pressure on this Cold Llamas team. At least I think there should be, because this team has underperformed ever since this roster was formed last year. Yeah, I know they made it at the very end of last season to the qualifier LAN, but they didn't look particularly strong then. I just feel like this roster has consistently underperformed, so maybe we should stop expecting a lot from them, but I just can't find myself to... I just can't make myself, man. When they've got this much name power, I feel like they should be so much better than they've been.
Well, chat is kind of agreeing that the Poppies are going to be able to pull this out. They are the number 2 seed. Now, we do have to mention that the Poppies were in the lower bracket last split, so they've come from the lower end to now this second seed, and it seems like that they just came out swinging. And as you said, it seems like that Cold Llamas has just underperformed, even in split 1 when they were the 2nd seed, and they lost to Snake Pit, who was the inevitable 3rd seed. So it seemed like they were always just making the cusp and then just always falling short.
So now it's, I think, really up to Genetics to be a leader for this team, bring that experience back from the SPL. I mean, now, with Genetics having played at the SPL level, it means that only Streak Up on this team has not. So you've got 4 out of 5 members who have that top-level experience. But having it on your support and having it on the guy who's done it recently, whereas Prime fails Maniac, you know, it's been a little bit for them at this point, I think is pretty beneficial. And I think it could just be a breath of fresh air. You know, you've been struggling a little bit. You haven't been winning the way you want to. You've got a guy who we know to be very creative in Genetics, who's willing to come in and bring some different strategies, maybe some stuff that they were working on a United, and try and make a difference here for Cold Llamas against the Poppies.
Now, I do have to bring up that with the Poppies, the person to me that has been standing out the most besides Warchi is Chekio. He has just been dominating in this mid lane, and it has been consistently dominating and has won a lot of games just strictly through him. Now, Warchi does have the ability to follow up with the damage that they're able to do, so it seems like great team play all around, but Chekio is not someone to sleep on, and he's played Thoth a couple of times this split and has really carried these games.
And when you've got a player who's really comfortable on Thoth, it's a really difficult pick to manage, because it doesn't have the world's worst early game. His clear is good enough to really get him through the early game. And then his late game is still really, really strong. And I know the ultimate won't one-shot anymore, but it's really all about those hieroglyphic assaults. The good Thoth players will be accurate with their evade and punish shots and accurate with those no setup hieroglyphic assaults. And if you can make the enemy ADC or enemy mid laner or enemy jungler start every fight at 70% HP, there's not going to be a whole lot of fights to talk about, because they're going to give up a lot of objectives just based on that poke damage. So for Chekio to have a really good split, as you highlighted, and be on a character that he's very comfortable on, that has the impact level that Thoth can have, I think is a good recipe for success for the Poppies.
And as you said earlier, he is one of those characters, Thoth, that can just apply Divine Ruin just out of his mind because of those long-range abilities like the Hieroglyphic Assault and the fact that he's got that just massive ultimate. It just seems like that Chekio playing someone who he's very comfortable on and then being able to say, hey, they have a lot of healing, let's get someone who can apply that anti-heal really well. I think this is just a great pickup for Chekio.
Yeah, I like it quite a bit. I'm a little bit worried that you're letting the enemy mid laner scale pretty effectively, but it should be okay.
Well, Creed looks like he's going to be a little bit of trouble. He's going to go Lord of the Afterlife to try to stop any healing that Maniac has, but Creed will be able to back away because Marcus is there, but hold on, Genetics is going to go up in the air. He's going to look for something. He's blaming on the blue buff to see if maybe they can get an invade. Pretty Prime did make the rotation over, so he's just going to give him a little kiss for movement speed and go ahead and disengage.
Good idea by Genetics and the rest of Cold Llamas, and Maniac really flexing the King Arthur muscle early on in the game, as you would expect. As soon as Arthur hits 5 and gets Glad Shield, it's game on for that guy in the solo lane. He wins every trade from now until Creed walks out of lane, because I just don't think you're ever out trading the Arthur with the Osiris.
Well, he's definitely not going to do that as much, but the junglers were around just to make sure anything did happen. And speaking of junglers, fails to make the rotation. He's going to blink. Bakasura will go ahead and ult. Creed is the target. Creed's going to go up in the air, and Creed is going to go down. That is first blood for Maniac.
That's easy. As soon as Maniac is able to pull Creed out of position and get him to contest on that Totem of Coup, Fails has been hanging out on that right side for a little bit, and I think he was on a ward that Creed had put down using that Vision Shard near the blue buff, but figured that Fails had spent enough time on his side of the map. Can't do that whenever you've got no Lord of the Afterlife available. No, not a whole lot of damage for Bakasura at this point in the game. He doesn't have enough points in Butcher Blades. He doesn't have a whole lot of damage in the items. The Golden Blade is really there to help him clear more than anything else. But when you've got no mobility as an option, and Arthur is going to do the vast majority of the heavy lifting for Fails, it's easy kills there for Cold Llamas.
It just seemed absolutely textbook. We had a lot of pressure on that solo side. We were trying to get as much as we can from it, and then we wasted a lot of ults. That happens, and then they were still able to follow up. So that was a great follow-up from Fails. Even though he is a level behind, he was able to get that assist, so that gives him just a tiny bit more gold. But right now in the level differences, I don't think it's necessarily bad that Fails is that far behind.
No, Fails is going to be able to farm pretty effectively soon enough.
Well, there's going to be a Cataclysm from Geb. He's going to try to roll out, but Bakasura is going to go ahead and jump to stop it. Look at this. Draco Marino's trying to run away. He's going to shell himself. Genetics is going up. He's going to come back down. He's going to try to look. The Thoth is going to go ahead and ult and just barely miss. But Draco Marino is still the target as Maniac has made a rotation all the way from the solo lane to pick up that kill. And then the disengage from Cold Llamas. This is textbook genetic shot calling right here.
Just using that mobility from the Horus and the Aphrodite, which you really can't ignore. That extra movement speed that you get from being linked to a target is really, really valuable. And Draco, as soon as that rollout gets blocked by a beautiful jump in by Fails, that's going to be problematic for him right away. It took Cold Llamas a bit to kill him, but they were going to get him eventually.
Well, Creed just doesn't seem super happy. He is going to get the tether, and he is going to be able to stun, but the invade possibility on this blue buff is here with Genetics and Maniac, both right around the same level, so Maniac wants to continue the fight, even though Draco Marino has come back from the grave. Genetics is going to dash over to his counterpart in Maniac to get a little bit of healing, and Pretty Prime has shown his face just to see if maybe they can secure this blue buff. The blink coming from Bakasura, and Draco Marino is still the target, even though Creed is the one that's really low. Creed is really low up at the tower, but Maniac is taking tier 2, but Pretty Prime will pick up Draco Marino.
Really good isolation there onto the Geb. Fails is picking his targets very well so far in this game, but nice rotation in from Chekio actually stops Maniac's back, and with Creed TPing in, this could be problematic now for Cold Llamas.
Well, Genetics looked to be the target for the Hieroglyphic Assault, and Creed was trying to TP in to see if maybe he can get a good tether, but turned out that wasn't going to be it, so it was a great disengage. Again, it seems like we're just kind of repeating ourselves. A great engage from Cold Llamas, and then immediately a disengage. They get the one kill that they need, and they back away.
And the pacing so far from Cold Llamas has been very smart, because almost every single fight has either been an overextension, like in the mid lane, where Draco tries to get that Cataclysm off and bites off a little bit more than he can chew, or they're playing around their only pressure lane, which is this King Arthur in the solo lane. And so the Poppies have to try and make a choice from here on out. They have to decide, are we going to try and lock down Maniac, set him behind, which I think is really not the call at this point now that he has Tank Boots. Tank Boots Arthur with Glad Shield is pretty much impossible to kill. Maybe once Marcus picks up that Brawler's Beat Stick, it can happen. Until then, there's no chance. So I think that really what the Poppies need to do is start putting pressure on this Gold Fury side. Help Warchi out, because he should not be losing this matchup.
Well, he was about to just get blown up by Streak Up, and you're absolutely right. And Ullr should not be losing to a Kronos. It doesn't matter how late it is in the game. Right now at this 10-minute mark, it should just fall into the Ullr's lap, especially since he has that full Transcendence and his boots ready to go. And Chekio seems to be a little bit of a target, but Draco Marino's going to be there just to make sure nothing was going to happen. But they are looking for this invade on the red buff, or at least looking toward it.
And this is exactly where Cold Llamas need to remember their game plan, and they do. This is not the side of the map we should be fighting on with this style of composition. Let's continue to lean on this right-hand side. Blue buff invades, back harpy invades. That's what's going to lead to a win here for Cold Llamas. I think the easiest way for them to lose this lead is to try and start making plays on the left.
Well, keep looking at this. They're going on the right-hand side again, taking away the blue buff from Creed, and that just is exactly what they're wanting to do. They're wanting to make sure that Maniac is going to keep up with this. And look at this. Warchi is still looking low. He's going to have to waste the beads to make sure that he just doesn't get blown up, and Streak Up is being able to trade him a little bit more. He's trying to get with his minion wave so he can maybe get a little bit of support from the minions, but that was close again, and now that Warchi doesn't have beads, I wouldn't be surprised for a rotation onto Warchi to see if maybe they can get some pressure on the Gold Fury side.
I mean, this is just difficult for Warchi because this matchup is one that is really, really easy for Ullr if you can consistently land those axes, because Kronos has to respect your all-in combo so much that you'll force rewind off of one axe combo in the early game. But if you're not landing multiple axes in a row, let's say you land 1 out of every 4, then he's going to have that rewind up, and if you try and all-in him, and then he rewinds, he poked you out the first time, he gets all his cooldowns back, you're without any buttons, that's really difficult for the Ullr to come back from. And so it's really all about consistency in that lane matchup more than anything else. And so far, it just looks like Warchi has not been particularly consistent based on the results.
Which is a little bit out of character for Warchi. He has been very consistent on Ullr and on Freya, as Gore had pointed out on the desk, and those are 2 of his most consistent gods, as Genetic is going to go onto Marcus, but great shield from Draco Marino, make sure he stays alive, and here we go. This is the Warchi we all know and love, being able to get the rewind out from Streak Up just by simply hitting an axe. That's exactly what you were talking about, Aggro.
And now that opens up the door for the Poppies to be more aggressive on that left-hand side.
Well, Chekio seems to be the target. He's going to be able to pop the beats and try to dash away, but Marcus is going to dash in with him, but Fails wants the kill. Chekio will fall to Fails. A great Cataclysm, but he's going to get stunned out of the rollout. But Warchi is now in the back, and he's going to try to dive into the rest of the team. Warchi will pick up Streak Up. Kamasatsu is going to go up into the Bat Out of Hell, and Marcus will pick up Fails. This is a huge win for the Poppies as Warchi gets a double kill, and the fight will still continue because Pretty Prime now is the target. Doesn't have a whole lot of mana. The slow from the rollout will happen and not the knockup. Pretty Prime will get stunned. Pretty Prime will fall. Marcus picking it up, and that is a huge 4-for-1 swing.
So every fight on the right-hand side comes up Cold Llamas. We're fighting around our Arthur who's ahead. Let's keep doing that. Instead, they go for a red buff invade, and what do you know? Now you end up losing 4 members. Maniac gets a little bit overextended trying to make a play. He gets soloed by Creed, and now this game is solidly in the Poppy's hands off of a bad decision by Cold Llamas. Sure, you could make the argument that we should be able to insta-kill the Thoth, and then it's not as bad. It's still a 4-on-3 in our favor. But as soon as Chekio gets that damage off, as soon as you don't one-shot him, and Cold Llama's composition really isn't conducive to one-shotting people, they need to chip you down with Baka autos and Kronos chasing you down. They just don't have the type of damage to really kill you any other way. I think it's kind of unrealistic to expect to one-shot the Thoth, especially through Geb Shield and Shell. That fight goes absolutely horrible right away. And that's exactly what I was saying earlier you really can't do. Can't take fights around red buff with this style of comp. Let's go around our only lane that's winning. They go to the other side, and now they're behind very, very quickly.
Yeah, and they became behind, exactly as you said. They were just fighting on the Poppy side of the map, and you're right. They should not be fighting with that. With this kind of composition, with the Aphrodite, just trying to get to that point where she can just out-heal the anti-heal, that seems to be the play, but it seems like that they just kind of got over-aggressive, and I don't mind a little bit of over-aggressive if you're ahead, but it just seems like that they weren't quite ahead enough in that engagement, which caused them to swing it the actual opposite way. So it was at one point 1,500 gold in the favor of Cold Llamas. Now it has swung back to 1,500 gold in the favor of the Poppies.
And it's not like Cold Llamas are on a clock with this composition. That's what's concerning to me here, Fuzzy, is that they could have continued to ride that solo lane to victory. They didn't need a massive lead in order to win this game. It's not like the Poppies are going to outscale you. They have Osiris Ullr. I don't think that's happening.
Well, a Curse Donked was used, Cataclysm as well. Genetics is going to come in from the sky. A Lord of the Afterlife used, but Bakasura is in the back. Fails will pick up Creed. Maniac is going to be able to pick up Draco Marino, and this is what you wanted to see, Aggro. The rotation from go over to the right-hand side. Help out Maniac, because he's just going to carry you to victory, and that's going to be a free Pyromancer for the Cold Llamas, and Warchi is still just trying to solo Streak Up.
Kind of weird. I mean, we're fighting around Arthur. We get 2 kills. Don't lose anybody. Get the buff. You know, now we get the Pyromancer. Kind of crazy how that keeps happening, that every fight on the right-hand side has been good. for Cold Llamas. And I think that's the experience of this team coming back into play, understanding the mistake they made, understanding how we get back to it. We don't have to lose our aggressiveness because the lead that the Poppies have now is really on the left side of the map. Sure, Chekio will have it, but we're not too worried about him when he doesn't have beads. I think that this is that was a good aggressive play from Cold Llamas on that right-hand side. But now that everyone's hit level 12, at least the carries have, both Chekio and Warchi have upgraded shells. Fails has the pleasure of going up against 3 upgraded shells on the other side, so good luck with that. That's 6 block stacks that he's going to have to deal with. I think that this game does get a little bit harder for Cold Llamas, at least until they get into the true late game where their Chronos and their Aphrodite will bring so much value that it shouldn't matter too much if Fails is neutralized.
You said something that I don't think I've ever heard said in Smite. The carries, the mid laner and the ADC for the Poppies have upgraded shell specifically to counter just Fails alone, just to make sure that he doesn't get into the back and just absolutely wreck them. And I think that's a really heads-up play by the Poppies, because if Bakasura is your main problem, why not just completely get him out of the fight? And if Maniac is the one that's setting up these kills, why not try to get him out of the fight as much as possible?
It's going to be difficult for Fails for sure, and I like the double shell pickup. I am a little bit worried with no Aegis for either of them. The Horus Afro combo is a really popular one where you go in with the Horus 2, hit the back off. That's a lot of damage, but you would have had to use beads and Aegis in that slot, so I don't think it's that bad. There's not a lot of burst damage for Cold Llamas, so to not have any Aegises on the side of Poppies I don't think is a death sentence. I think that they did the right thing by tripling up on these shells.
Well, we knew this was going to be an exciting game. The gold swing has gone back into the favor of Cold Llamas, but not nearly as much as it was with the 1,500 gold. Instead, now it's right around 700, and I think that's where Cold Llamas wants to be. They are a later game team comp with Streak Up and Pretty Prime, and even Fails as the Bakasura. You kind of want to get to that 20-25 minute mark before you really start team fighting, and they've been winning these team fights specifically around Maniac, so I wouldn't be surprised if Maniac just tries now to just roam around the map now that he has that first tower on the right-hand side.
Start grouping up and looking to use that front line to your advantage, because Genetics and Prime are going to be linked the vast majority of the time. That's the combo the Cold Llamas are trying to execute on.
Well, Warchi had to use his beads to be able to get out of that stun from Genetics, but the rest of the Poppies have shown up. Maniac, though, is going to fall onto the Warchi. Camazot's going up in the air to go to the bat out of hell to go onto Pretty Prime just to apply that Brawler's beat stick. He's going to try to get it. Frenzy has been popped, but Genetics will pick up Marcus in the back. Pretty Prime trying to stay alive. Healing coming out as well. Creed just making sure everything is trying to get some damage off, but Maniac is making sure that the rest of the squad just gets zoned out. Creed falls to Fails, and this is a huge win for Cold Llamas.
That is the ideal Aphrodite engagement. Everyone chases her, she survives by the skin of her teeth, and it's just easy pickings for the rest of the squad.
Well, and Warchio and Chekio will fall, and Draco Marino will fall as well, and that is another deicide out of this game. That's 2 deicides we have seen in this 18-minute game, and they don't elect to go the Primal Fury. They just elect to go ahead and back and spend the gold, because now that gold lead is 3,000 in their favor.
This is a back and fire call. I think you'll see all of Cold Llamas run straight to that objective. If Poppies spawn in time and think they can rush down Primal Fury, so be it. It's not the end of the world. Cold Llamas are going to be able to get a lot more off of securing this Fire Giant. And I don't think there's any way that Marcus can really put a whole lot of pressure on them from here. But Bat Out of Hell is difficult to deal with if he goes and try and steal with that ultimate.
Well, the penetration coming out from Chronos. Look at those autos just massively taking it down, and Marcus is going to be too little too late. Cold Llamas have gotten the Fire Giant at 19 minutes in the game, and this is the huge swing that they needed, and you can tell that Genetics is the one that's just making sure that his leadership is the one that's actually helping them pull through this fight.
Just the ability to keep Prime up and alive in that last team fight is really the difference maker, because it means that the rest of your fight goes so easily from there. Marcus just a little bit short on the damage in order to kill Prime with that Bat Out of Hell ultimate, and then as soon as that back off comes back off cooldown, I mean, that chunked Marcus for a good third of his HP at that point. So it's pretty difficult to end up winning fights when Prime's able to get that much value in just time. Even if Marcus kills Prime, I think that's a heavy win for Cold Llamas. Without killing Prime, it's potentially game over. I think it's that big of a difference.
Well, teams are just electing to trade towers at this point. Tier 2 and left will fall with the Fire Giant squad of Cold Llamas, and Tier 2 on the right side will fall for the non-Fire Giant Poppies. Frenzy will be popped for Cold Llamas as they're going to focus as Phoenix. Gab is going to go ahead and use the Cataclysm onto the tanks, but it does not matter because he will fall to Fails, who has been absolutely unstoppable. And now he's going to go ahead and ult onto Warchi. The shell was popped, but it does not matter. The Cursed Ankh is going to be used by Creed. Bad Out of Hell is going to go up. Thoth will hit 2, but Streak Up does not care because he has the rewind. Maniac is going up into the air. Marcus will go ahead and fall to Pretty Prime. Pretty Prime trying to heal up. Chekio trying to get the Hieroglyphic Assault to hit, but it will not. He's just going to go ahead and try to fight under the tower. But it seems like now that they've got the sustain, they've got the healing, they might look to end, but no, they're going to go ahead and elect to back up. Oh, wait, Genetics blinked in. Warchi picks up Maniac. Creed now looking a little bit low as he's going to be the target. Bakasura has come back into the fight, but everybody's still here and everybody's respawning. This could be the throw that the Poppies have needed. That will be Fails falling.
Bit of an awkward decision or lack of decision, it felt like, by the Cold Llamas right there. I don't think there's any world in which they can effectively end the game from that position. Just too many towers up on the map still. You've got 3 towers still standing. That's going to make that Titan a little bit too tanky. And instead of just backing up, going for more towers, really making sure that you're going to be able to end this game cleanly here for Cold Llamas, they're going to have to earn it a little bit harder. Only a minute left on that Fire Giant buff, so they're going to have to try and get some more towers out of mid lane, I imagine, before they lose that buff.
Yeah, you were absolutely right about the indecision. It just seems like that they didn't know if they want to continue the fight and try to see if they can kill the carries, but those shells came out in play. Every single one of them was used when Fail showed up. And it was not just immediate blow all the shells at once. You can see the timers. It was stacked and then stacked and then stacked every time that Fails threw out 2 autos. So it was just a great heads-up play from the Poppies just to keep themselves alive. And that's what they needed to do. So now this gold lead that was at 1 point, 8,000, 9,000 gold in favor of Cold Llamas, it got a little bit mitigated. And so now it's only about 4,000.
Still 50 seconds left on FG. Don't think that there's going to be a whole lot left in the tank for Cold Llamas. Pyromancer is going to be free for sure. I think that likely leaves with both Tier 2 towers still standing. And they've got the sustain without a doubt to stand here and do this, but I don't know that the Poppies are going to give it up for free.
Well, Streak Up took a lot of damage, so he's going to have to get healed up, but Creed was looking to see if maybe he could step up and get a tether, but was stunned out, so he's going to get Geb shielded to just release that CC. Tier 2 does seem to be the call as the Fire Giant or Fire Minions are going ahead and pushing down that left-hand side Phoenix. Bakasura is split pushing on that right-hand side. Pings are coming out to see if maybe they can look for a fight on this right-hand side Tier 2. But no Fire Giant is available. It is spawning, though, pretty soon.
I like the idea here from Cold Llamas. You really want to get leverage out of these Fire Minions on the left-hand side, but the Poppies did a good enough job of pushing out those waves that they don't have to worry about them anytime soon. They can afford to stand here on these Tier 2s and defend both. And I like the fact that they did defend both of those towers because they aren't down as much gold as they were at one point, as you highlighted. And there's really nothing else for Cold Llamas to take on the map at that point. So if you're not going to be defending there, what are you going to be doing anyways? And so they split up pretty effectively. They make sure that they're going to get at least something to make sure that the Cold Llamas can't extend that gold lead back up towards that 5-digit mark of 10K.
And it does help that, Cold Llamas did almost lose the entire Fire Giant when they were having that indecision in the Titan room. So that helped a little bit in the side of Poppies to be able to say, hey, we know that you don't have Fire Giant, so we're going to sit here on that Tier 2 as well. But Fire Giant is spawning, and this is going to be a close fight because levels are starting to catch up a little bit. There's 3 level 20s on the side of Cold Llamas and 2 level 20s, and it's the 2 level 20s that you need from your Uller and your Thoth who do lots of damage as the Phoenix has been respawned. Now the fight is going to start rotating over to this right-hand side because look who's over there on the left. Marcus, who is 2 levels down most of this game.
Yeah, this is the right idea. You want to make sure that left side Phoenix doesn't end up getting taken down by Fire Minions, and you kind of just send Creed on a flyer to see if he can get it, but the problem is I don't think he's going to be able to escape.
Well, he was sent on a flyer by Arthur, but he's going to have to ult away, and Genetics went up in the air to see if maybe he can pull someone out. Creed is now going to get blinked on by Fails. He's going to get stunned and knocked up. Fails picks up Creed, and that is a huge win again for Cold Llamas just because they're able to get that Fire Giant. They pick up one of the tanks too. is arguably not as tanky as he needs to be at this point, so now Chekio has to defend this mid Phoenix almost by himself. But Draco Marina and Warchi have made the rotation to help him out a little bit. Kronos doing some pretty good damage onto the Geb, making sure that he gets stunned out, but they're going to be able to defend this Phoenix pretty well, it seems like.
4 on 5 for 25 seconds. They got a wave coming, do Cold Llamas. So it's really about if they can make it happen on this next wave. That's the only one they're going to get with this 4 on 5. And there's things they could be doing. I'm a little surprised they don't go and try and backdoor the left side Phoenix with it being low still, no beads up for Chekio. Actually looks like Cold Llamas are going to give it up entirely. They knew they didn't have a ton of time on that wave. And they don't know if Creed's TP is up. If that's up and upgraded, he can TP behind them, cause some problems. This way, if you get Oni Fury, you've got to reset pretty fast here. But if you get a quick reset off, finish off some of these items, Obsidian Shard for Shriek Up, Mantle of Discord for Genetics. I mean, these are pretty important power spike items. But it is very important that Cold Llamas are walking up these lanes with these Oni waves. I think that right side Oni wave is basically toasted already because of the massive wave that have built up for the Poppies on that side of the map. So you really need to leverage this left side wave to try and get left Phoenix and mid wave. But because of the staggered reset, I just don't think they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, it's interesting because he said, why not try to see if they can get something out of that left-hand side Phoenix? And they do have a Bakasura on that team, and Bakasura is a character who is known to take towers very quickly. With a wave of minions, with his ultimate available, that is one of the characters that you want to see do that. So he's going to go ahead and instead help out that right-hand lane that you were worried about, making sure that they were not going to get gassed as much. So he's going to make sure that that Oni wave pushes up to get that tier 2 in the right-hand side, because Streak Up is here as well. Genetics is going to come over just to give him a little bit of heal, but look at the amount of damage that Streak Up is just doing. With the Fire Giant, 200 an auto to a tower, it just doesn't matter. It just won't stand.
Kronos definitely has not been a meta mainstay, but it doesn't mean that he does not a lot of damage to towers. He's still the best tower killer in the whole game at this point, when he's near that full build, when he's able to get the Fire Giant under his belt. I just feel like Cold Llamas have not really leveraged this Oni Fire Giant advantage. They've only got a minute left on FG, and they're going to try and backdoor right side Phoenix. That's all they're going to get, it looks like.
Well, Creed is going to go ahead and jump in and use his Frenzy. The Frenzy was popped, and then the ultimate from Geb to get the Cataclysm. Doesn't matter, though. The Phoenix is taking a lot of damage, as you said, from Streak Up, but in the back, Fails is alone. Fails will fall to Chekio. This could be the defense that they were looking for, but the right-hand side Phoenix will inevitably fall. Maniac is looking a little bit weak now, and that seems to be the target for the team, as Chekio picks up a double kill. A 2 for Phoenix trade on this right-hand side. Was that worth it, Aggro?
I mean, when you have Oni waves coming, you're able to get an Oni Fury. You've got 5 members up with Fire Giant, including a 5-item Kronos. You have to be able to get more than that. And I really just think it was a lack of urgency by Cold Llamas. It was an indecision where they stand in mid lane looking at 5 members of the Poppies for a good 20 seconds before deciding they don't really want it. They're going to back up and do Oni Fury. And then their backs are staggered, getting off Oni. I mean, you have to be really, really clean on situations like that. You all have to be on the same page in order to get maximum value out of Oni waves. And I just don't think Cold Llamas have been able to do that quite yet. I think they're still trying to work out who's making these shot calls and following them to a T, because they clearly weren't able to do that there. I mean, that's game-ending potential for sure for Cold Llamas. To only get the right side Phoenix as well, which is the easiest one to defend Fire Giant, with it down for the Poppies, that's definitely a disappointing siege for Cold Llamas.
And that's something that the Cold Llamas have been known for this split. And even at the beginning of the set, at the beginning of Split 1, was a little bit of the indecision that you were talking about. Just seems like that they weren't quite aware if they want to get this or get that. And with Genetics, it seems like they read the book on it, the Poppies did. They just said, hey, we know that Genetics, if he's going to ult from the mid lane, will always go to that right-hand side tower, even though or right-hand side Phoenix, even though the left one was the one that was weakened, because we see that there's an Oni wave with a regular wave push up into that Phoenix. So just seemed like the Poppies recognized that and were able to go ahead and counter-initiate. And now this Fire Giant will spawn. It's not enhanced yet. It will be enhanced in 10 seconds. And I think this is the fight that could determine the winning team here.
Yeah, this Fire Giant fight is critical because the Poppies don't have a lot of pressure on their base this time. Remember last Fire Giant, they had the left side Phoenix down. Now they don't have to worry about that nearly as much. but they do have to be very concerned about letting this one go because it's going to let Streak up one-shot their Phoenixes if he gets it.
Well, Genetics tried to get into the back and then was immediately stopped by Draco Marino, saying, "You will not have any of my carries," as he's going to knock him up out of the dash. Marcus is trying to see if maybe he can get a little bit of pressure onto Genetics and or Pretty Prime, but going to throw out the bats and just miss just slightly. And now Genetics will go ahead and start this Enhanced Fire Giant. Fails is on the backside of the Fire Giant, so if they look to aggress here, it could be bad, but Cold Llamas, they're just trying to bait it out.
Playing pretty patiently. I mean, Cold Llamas using that sustain to their advantage, and they've already gotten the beads from Chekio. The problem is that Cold Llama's initiation really isn't that great. It's very single target. It's Blink Horus combo that's only ever hitting one person in a fight.
The Blink Horus combo is down because he tried to use that on one of the carries, but like I said, Draco Marino was the one that stopped it. Maniac is just trying to get some sort of damage. Chekio is warming up that ultimate. A Cataclysm is coming out. Maniac is now out of position. This might be the target. A Cursed Ankh has been placed. Genetics comes crashing down with Maniac in his pocket, but Maniac is just going to have to completely disengage. It seems like the huge Thotholt was able to connect onto Genetics, so Genetics and Maniac are both down to half with that Divine Rune procced on them, so they're not going to heal as much, but Fails is still on the backside of that Fire Giant. It seems like they're trying to lure them in, Cold Llamas, to see if maybe Poppies can step out and take a 1v1 against Fails Bakasura.
Prime doesn't have a whole lot of mana, but Cold Llamas may have just gotten an idea that some members of the Poppies have backed.
The members of the Poppy has it back. Draco Marino is still here. He's going to try to see if maybe he can get in there, but Marcus is making a rotation around from the backside. He's here as well, but not going to work there as the Cold Llamas have taken the Fire Giant, but Marcus is at full health with the rest of the squad. Maniac is going to get stunned out, and I think this is what the Poppies kind of want. They want to see if they can aggress because Maniac is now out of position. A huge Lord of the Afterlife is going to come crashing down onto 3. Genetics is trying to rotate, but it does not matter. Marcus picks up Maniac. Streak Up is now the target. He's going to get the rewind, but it will not go off. Marcus gets a double kill. Chekio picks up Fails. That is a 3-for-0 trade in favor of the Poppies, and that is exactly what you want, but Genetics is trying to run away from Warchi as Warchi is able to pick him up, so that's a 4 trade. Now, the only person left is Pretty Prime. Pretty Prime actually has no mana. The Geb is trying to roll in, but a great kiss is going to stop Marcus from pushing in, and as you said, I think this is game.
Should be. I mean, this should be a deicide now for the Poppies, and really Cold Llamas just take too much time in order to get that fight going. Prime runs out of mana halfway through. Maniac, I thought, was going to be out, and then turned back around to try and go back in after that Fire Giant was done. Cold Llamas got super split up, and the Poppies were able to take game 1 and really gift-wrapped by Cold Llamas.
Yeah, seriously gift-wrapped by Cold Llamas. It seems like that there was throw after throw after throw just based off of indecision after indecision after indecision from the Cold Llamas. It just seemed like that whenever there was something good that was happening, it was Marcus and Chekio cleaning it up. And even though we were mentioning, Draco Marino over there in the dual lane, it seems like that really the pressure came out from this jungler and mid lane combo.
The dive was pretty solid there, I felt like, from the Poppies, but I really feel like the way that Cold Llamas executed this composition, they kind of let the Poppies back into it early on by going for a bad red buff invade. The way their composition is really crafted is one target initiation off the Horus. Well, there's the Geb shield on the other side, which is going to neutralize that just about every time. I think the Poppies drafted pretty well in order to weather the storm and get to a point where they can win this game. But Cold Llamas, I think, really botching that Oni Fury siege. There were a lot of points where I feel like Cold Llamas could have won that game pretty easily, but they just it was just dragged out a little bit too long, and the Poppies made some great plays to come back into it.
Well, Cold Llamas were playing a different game. They were playing the game of throws, and Desk, I don't know what else to say about that. It just seemed like Cold Llamas had the game the entire time until the very end.
Yeah, I'd say it was a game of swings. A pendulum would be jealous of how fast that one would flip back and forth between the two. And it was a fun one to watch, I think, to be a part of. How many times the Poppies could get a base defense and then a Fire Giant fight could go wrong for Cold Llamas. A lot of action that goes on in Game 1, and I'm now joined on the desk. Instead of Lermy, it's now by Finch, or at least I hope it's Finch, because otherwise that means, Lermy, you've changed a lot in 30 minutes.
Yeah, I've changed a lot, you would think, but no, it is Finch here after all. And what a crazy game game this was here, Gore, because like somewhere around the 18-minute mark, I'm assessing these compositions. I'm like, how could a Bakasura, Kronos, and Aphrodite make it to the late game and lose? But I guess we saw the way, right? I mean, that Fire Giant fight from them was a bit sloppy. I know that in the end they get the actual objective, but it looked like they were in the middle ground between disengaging and sticking around. And great work there from Marcus on that Camazotz as well to be able to pick off Maniac, I think it was, there towards that tail end and then set up that snowball that would start rolling in their favor. But that felt to me like one Cold Llamas couldn't have lost. So they really found a way, I think, to let that one get out from their grasp.
Yeah, it was actually insane. I mean, you look at it, I guess it only ends up being 16,000 healing, which I personally, it felt like a lot more, but I guess 16,000 compared to 500 is going to be a whole lot for them. I mean, there were a lot of moments where Cold Llamas, it felt like their sustain was going to be enough to maybe keep them in the game, but you just end up in moments like this. Cold Llamas get 4 clean kills, and then the next fight, Poppies get 5 clean kills. It just felt like it was going back and forth so often. And when you get, Marcus and Warchi on a roll like they did, it kind of felt like they were very comfortable even when Cold Llamas was able to put the pressure on them.
Yeah, and this last fight here too, Gore, just like you said, it felt to me like the Poppies never thought they were out of it. They were constantly waiting for that next opportunity for a little bit of a toe out of line from Cold Llamas because they knew they had the base defenses going their way. They knew that they'd had some team fights that had gone their way, and they only needed to kind of bust up that Aphrodite, and then maybe if they could find way into the rest of comp, they could get it to swing in their favor. It didn't quite go that way in the last fight, but it was still a similar principle. They took one of those key cogs out early, and then they were able to steamroll over the rest of that fight. But again, I think we're beyond any kind of individual small mistake or anything kind of determining how this game goes. When you get 5-0 wiped at the end, that is a big structural problem in the way that you approach that team fight, and I think that the Poppies were able to punish them for it.
And I think you maybe are looking at a different occasion, actually, in that last highlight. It is maybe one of the biggest things was Marcus getting that final auto onto Streak Up right before that rewind ticks through. If you have to deal with a Kronos a second time in that fight,
sure,
at that point you still have the numbers advantage, so things are more in your favor. But maybe it prolongs the game a little bit longer so that Poppies can't just end all of a sudden. So maybe some little technical things going against Cold Llamas, maybe some big things in terms of their team play going in favor of the Poppies. Again, I mean, it's a team that's been playing technically for 5 years. This team as a whole has been playing together for a long time, even if you don't go for the history of the org. So it's been very solid for them. What do Cold Llamas need to change? I mean, coming into this, they had a lot of sustain. They have had decent damage. Was it really just fundamentally the mechanics that kind of, well, not even mechanics, team play that failed them at the end?
Yeah, I think that whatever it is that they take into this next game, they need to recognize when they've got game end potential and try and close these out a little bit cleaner. You heard Aggro talking about it during the game, right? That he felt like maybe there wasn't enough of that cohesive shot calling happening there either. And I think that I agree because that's really what I felt like we saw on that Fire Giant fight. We saw a team that was stuck somewhere in between retreating and attacking, and what they got was neither. In the end, they kind of got ran over and the game went the way of the Poppy. So here in game 2, get up to the same lead you had, but you got to be able to close it out more cleanly.
Well, it's going to be more focus on those supports once again. First game, it was a lot of targets towards Draco, and now it seems like it's going to still be targets towards Draco. Sobek, once again, can kind of be the double edge. He can go solo lane, he can go support. But with the Geb in there as well, I wouldn't be surprised if Cold Llamas goes for something like the Kepri. I was going to say Ganesh otherwise, since that's something they banned out last time. I mean, how do you feel like this focus towards support really is? We talked about him coming into this set as how important Draco is, but I mean, Warchi did really, really well. You had great things happening out of mid and solo lane. Is focusing down the supports going to be enough?
It's really surprising, especially because there's a lot of late-game support bans, too, right? With the Gab and the Kepra, these aren't exactly gods that run you over minute 1. Maybe the Sobek is the best one. That's a different case for that. But still, it does end up meaning that things like this Aphrodite can be grabbed. I don't know if taking away that sort of late-game control is always the thing, but you saw that Poppy stay mentally in these games till the end. So if you expect you're going to have a longer game going on, then maybe don't give them those really game-breaking, god-saving picks like the Kepri and the Geb, who can keep picks alive when you should have ordinarily gotten a kill.
Well, it's going to be Aphrodite once again for Cold Llamas. Kind of fits exactly into what you just said. When ordinarily you would have gotten a kill, Aphrodite could potentially save some of those. We saw a few moments like that last game, but they're stripping away some of the other strengths that Cold Llamas had going for them. Ganesh, since he was let through, now locked in. The King Arthur over there, a notorious bully in the solo lane. Again, it kind of feels very similar to the last game where I just felt like I was reading a list, like, the tier list off. But this is a really good pickup for the Poppies.
It is really strong pickups, too. I think Ganesh is getting a bit undervalued in terms of how strong he is in these team fights. He's got a lot of really strong control tools that can lock down someone like an Aphrodite pretty well, because she doesn't have that mobility to try and get out of, say, the Dharmic Pillars, or if she's locked down inside the Silence, has less options, too. Plus, we saw Creed make a potentially game-saving play on the Osiris last game, so if he's on something like the King Arthur, that's even better pre-mid-season. But I think that this is not a bad look for the Poppies to start off with.
That's the thing that's on the horizon. The minute I saw King Arthur, it kind of occurred to me again. I was like, oh, right, not yet. He'll get his time.
Last hurrah.
Yeah, it's coming through. But this is the last moments he has to shine bright is this weekend before Tuesday comes around and changes things up for us. I'm excited for that. And it feels like this is going to be a fun game as well. Bakasura maybe being the only one that isn't quote-unquote top tier, right, coming into this. But considering how we've seen him play today, especially with how Marcus played last game, I'm expecting a lot of good things out of this. Hercules, Camazotz, Cold Llamas are going a kind of different a route, but almost the same concept in their draft here.
Yeah. It's a lot of sustain, and that does worry me a little bit, right? I mean, if the Poppies want to double down on it, it'll get so much value in this game. Obviously, taking away the Lovebird from Aphrodite and all the sustain that Hercules and Camazotz have. And those aren't like Hell or some of those other ones who like to retreat out of fights and heal. Those two are very often doing their sustain in combat, so it's pretty easy for Poppies to affect it. It's just a question of if they'll be able to do enough to be able to find those kills in the interim. And Bakasura, with a little bit of time, could certainly find those kills.
It's definitely going to be able to ignore a lot of the protections as well. I mean, most of the time you're looking, like you said, the sustain, kind of the tankiness inherent that can be there for Camazotz and Hercules. Bakasura throws those out the window as soon as he wants. You get the Uller as well. The Poppies, again, except for the Bakasura, which I think has proven to be a very solid pick lately, especially today, this is just nothing but top drafts for them. So a lot on the plate for Cold Llamas to maybe try and fight back and deal with them, not just in the duo lane, but maybe and mid in the jungle as well.
Maybe so, but Cold Llamas, their draft right now, I feel like might be wanting for a little bit of that sustained damage. So we'll have our chance to see where they want to go in terms of a hunter. But right now we're thinking Aphrodite mid, Camazotz jungle, Yorm solo, Herc support. So we certainly still need that hunter. The Hachiman comes in to fill that role for them. And I like this composition, man. If they can get around this anti-heal from Poppies, then they've got tons of sustain. They've got the ability to burn their targets down as well. It's just a question of if Poppies can make use of that small window where their anti-heal is effective to maybe take care of these fights quickly.
Now is Soul locked in. I guess it begs the question, Soul mid, Soul going into the long lane and swapping it up with Uller. Which one do you think is more likely to happen there?
I think we're more likely to see Soul mid, Uller over there in the long lane, especially with Warchi having played it last game. I think that there's no reason not to get him back on that pick again, and then see if he can let that Soul, sort of hit the ground running.
Yeah, keep him comfortable if you can. You always want Warchi to be able to be in the driver's seat. But a lot of what's going on here for the Poppies, specifically a big change from last game coming into this, they don't have that inherent anti-heal built into the kits here. They're going to have to itemize into it. Is that going to make a big difference for Cold Llamas, not having this, game-saving Osiris literally come in and change the way you can play?
I think it is, man. Not just that they don't have that innate anti-heal, but they don't necessarily have anyone that applies it all that well. I mean, you can get the Brawlers with the Uller, he can keep that kind of going, but other than that, it's not the easiest thing in the world. Souls, Divine Ruin, maybe not all that great.
Well, I'm excited to see this one. Let's see if Cold Llamas can pull it back. Fuzzy, take it away.
Thank you, Gore and Finch. And yeah, it seemed like, again, Gore was saying it was just tier list. Let's just go down the tier list and pick up everybody that we like. And it seemed like that's exactly what happened again. But this time, teams kind of traded up a little bit. And speaking of a trade, Finch was right. Put Warchi on something that's a little bit comfortable, and that's going to be the Soul, and put Chekio onto the Uller.
It's an interesting idea. I mean, Chekio was able to really farm effectively last game. Even when Cold Llama was really far ahead, he was up in XP on Pretty Prime for the vast majority of the game. And so giving him a bigger pressure pick in the mid lane, I think, is an interesting idea up against the Aphrodite. Can you pressure her out more effectively instead of sitting around and waiting for both of you to get strong like you had on that Thoth? I think it's an interesting idea that can certainly work here for the Poppies.
Well, we are going to see if it does end up working for them, but look at this. They're just going to go ahead and just continue to do the normal farm thing, make sure everything's good, and Streak Up and Genetics are already that level 2, so they could look for a potential invade or even possibly just a great pick onto Warchi, but Creed not looking so hot there with that King Arthur, and this is something that you normally see from a King Arthur into Jormungandr because you're really waiting for that Glad Shield to come up.
Takes a little bit of time, and honestly, even when King Arthur gets Glad Shield, it's not as dominant in this matchup because you can't use that big energy ult, the Excalibur's Wrath, on Yorm. You can't pick him up. So that's a big part of what makes Arthur able to win all of his trades in the solo lane is having a low cooldown ultimate that can really do a lot of damage. When that's completely neutralized, it makes it a lot harder.
Well, speaking of harder, Draco Marino's going to have to pop the shell. The EI Jitsu is going to come out, but Warchi's going to do some crazy damage. He's going to try to get Streak Up, but it does not matter. Genetics, with the help of Archer minions, will pick up Warchi.
Beautiful use of the body blocks there by Genetics, and Streak Up had a phenomenal dash in order to catch Draco Marino and also force Warchi to commit. Well, maybe not force him, but entice Warchi into committing on the back end. But Genetics, knowing how much damage he does just with just the auto attacks alone, is able to make sure that Cold Llamas are the ones who get first blood.
And it was with the help of Archer minions, and they were pinging to see if the purple buff was going to come up, but just wasn't quite up yet. But there does seem to be a little bit of a rotation from Chekio over to this dual lane side, maybe to see if they do aggress onto this purple buff and see if maybe they can give him some help. But does look like they are going to do that. Genetics is walking in with Draco Marino and Warchi trying to do something, but Chekio is level 4. He's going to be able to help secure that purple buff and just go right back to lane.
But that's a really valuable use of Genetics' time right there, because not only is he letting Streak Up solo farm that wave, but he's pulling Chekio over and forcing the Poppies to triple split that purple buff instead of the normal two-way split. And it looks like Chekio lost the majority of that mid wave at the same time because Prime was pushing. So that's a good example of, even though Cold Llamas don't get the invade to go their way, it's still a really good use of their time, and it's the little wins like that that can start to snowball leads.
And this is what Genetics has been known for when he was shot calling. Little tiny wins here and there to help make sure that his team could get on top. And we saw that in the very first game. There were little wins that ended up becoming big wins and then becoming big losses as the game of swings, as Gore pointed out. But it seems like that this is now kind of becoming a little bit more, let's control it, let's pull it back a little bit, let's play our style of game. And I think it's definitely working out for Cold Llamas because right now they're 1.1k up.
And this time, I want to see Cold Llamas really spend the majority of their time on the left side of the map as opposed to the right. You don't really want to be taking fights against the Arthur while you have the Yorm. The Yorm's a pick that's going to scale a little bit better and rotate a little bit better in the earlier stages. You don't really want to bring the fight to Arthur the vast majority of the time. So I want to see the invades not necessarily be on blue buff, but on red and purple buff. Try and fight around the soul before she can end up getting too strong for you to handle.
Well, there was an attempt at a gate from Genetics. The blink dash not going to be able to work out, but it might be a little bit of a fight over a Totem of Ku, something that we don't say much as the Totem of Ku does fall, and it does fall in favor of the Cold Llama, so they're still getting that little bit of mana regen coming out.
And Prime probably very happy about that because that is a huge key for mid laners early on in the game to keep that mana sustained up.
Well, Chekio trying to see if maybe he can get Genetics out, but a big kiss is going to come out from Pretty Prime. Look who made the rotation. It's Marcus. He's going to throw out the ultimate to try to get the slow. Genetics is slowed out, but Chekio is weak as a blink came out from Fails to try to get something. Genetics looks low as Marcus will pick up Genetics. Now Draco Marino is here trying to see if maybe he can pull off for his team. He will inevitably fall, but support for support, I don't know who technically wins that one, but in my mind that goes more to Poppy's favor.
Agreed, because you want to make sure this Hercules doesn't snowball the game out of control, which can certainly happen. We've seen it a lot of times in the hands of guys like Aurora and PBM. So setting that Hercules a little bit behind is a good start.
Well, speaking of getting anybody behind, there's a great rotation here. Marcus is going to pick up one. Fails will pick up Creed in response, and Fails will pick up a double kill. So not only was it a failed rotation for that blue buff, they were able to pick up a couple of kills over there just to make sure it helps. So that was a big win for Cold Llamas. Now they're getting these back camps, just making sure that Bakasura, Marcus, just stays a little bit more behind.
Man, that's where the Golden Blade, not having a whole lot of power, comes into play. It helps you farm, but not necessarily the best when it comes to fighting. But also that pool, getting Fails the kill onto Creed early on means that he can stand and fight a little bit better in that pool and heals up just enough in order to find himself a pretty clutch double kill. And that might be enough to really set off this Camazotz and let him start to try and snowball this game. If he can finish off that heavy mace, pick up a pretty early Brawler's Beatstick was where I imagined he would go against the composition the Poppies have, but could be Crusher, could be Jotuns. Whatever you're going to grab there is going to be such a big deal when it comes to your damage output early on. And Camazotz is a character that can snowball games out of control very quickly.
He is definitely known for snowballing games very quickly, and Fails is one of those guys, just in general, one of the players that can also snowball plays very quickly. It doesn't matter who he's playing. So it does look like that they were trying to see if maybe they can rotate onto the speed buff. Marcus is going to go ahead and eat the minion just to make sure that no rotation from genetics will be there. But it's going to be a little bit difficult, I feel, for the Poppies, because I feel like that they can't quite get the anti-heal they had in Game 1, where they were able to get the Divine Ruin early and kind of rush those anti-heal items. And now they have to get a little bit more power just to be able to outwin these trades.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, Uller, you can go Brawlers and not feel horrible about it, but it's harder to apply than on that Thoth that he had last time around. Soul can go Divine, but you don't really love seeing that. I mean, it doesn't feel that good on her. So I think that the Poppies definitely can end up having a harder time. And I'm a little surprised that they draft this way when you have both the Aphrodite and the Hercules. Usually I'm pretty against doubling down on healing like the Cold Llamas have done here, because you're just making the enemy's anti-heal that much better.
Well, Maniac is going to go into the sky as well as Fails to see if they can land onto Creed. Genetics made a great rotation, and Genetics will pick up another kill for himself. Creed will fall. Draco Marino now is the next target. Genetics taking a lot of poke from Tower, but that now will go into Maniac's hand, and Maniac will fall. That is a Ganesha kill, ladies and gentlemen, with the help of Tower, of course, but that's a big win again for Cold Llamas, picking up Ganesha and Creed on this King Arthur, and that Tower is just looking weaker and weaker. This was Cold Llamas' playbook in Game 1 as well.
Cold Llamas have definitely identified that they feel like they can lean on Maniac's lane. I thought it was really about the selection that they had over there in the King Arthur, but it seems like that's not necessarily the case. They're willing to go over even if they don't feel like their god that they've selected is necessarily stronger at this point in the game. I mean, Yorm is going to do a lot at this point, don't get me wrong, but normally it's a little bit more Arthur favored. I think they've identified that Creed did not get that Glad Shield early. He went for the boots first, and so he's not able to sustain up like he normally would be able to. Now that Creed has that Glad Shield, I wonder if that'll stop the aggression onto his side of the map for at least a little bit.
Well, and it would help too, because it seems like that you pointed out you don't really want a Soul to get really far ahead and start getting those power spikes and getting that. So if she's just going to be able to constantly solo farm, get to that level 20 mark where Warchi, Soul in general, and Warchi are just going to be able to pop off, it's going to spell a little bit of a disaster for Cold Llamas, just like it was in Game 1. So Poppies are just trying to see if maybe they can mitigate some of the damage on that right-hand side, and I think that's all you really can do, is just make sure that you don't keep losing these fights.
As long as Chekio is rotating to these fights, it has the potential to be very favorable for the Poppies. You want to lean on that Uller early, but no true Transcendence Rush for him. He's got the Blessing there. Means he doesn't have that stacked up yet.
Well, Draco Marino threw out the Dharmic Pillars. Fails is in the back to make sure that he gets Chekio out of the way. Marcus is looking a little bit weak. Creek will pick up pretty prime as the boulder falls. Genetics now look to be a little bit of the target because Chekio has now made the rotation. A Dash is looking for Genetics, but he's going to go ahead and get owned. He will get silenced. Marcus will pick him up. Fails now is going to be up in the bat out of hell. Maniac is there. Maniac will pick up one, but Creed will pick him up. Fails now is the target because he's trying to get Creed, but look at this. Fails is in a pool, so he will heal, but Chekio picks him up as well. That's a big win for the Poppies because they were down a lot of gold, and now it just swung a little bit more into their favor.
Man, that was a huge play by Draco because Maniac played that really patiently, was lurking in the depths for a little bit, waiting for his moment to strike, and my man's was about to find a 4-man Yorm knockup, which would have certainly changed the tide of that fight. But a perfectly timed Ohm. You see Maniac pop up, but no knockup and no damage follows it up, and that was critical for the Poppies to be able to win that engagement.
And And the Poppies now are playing a little bit more on the front foot, but Pretty Prime is going to get some damage done to him because Bird's hurt, so does a Hercules, and Pretty Prime will just finish it up. And that's just, Chekio being weak, no mana, and just being out of position.
Tried to get that red buff away and did, but cost him his life and his beads. Definitely not worth it for the Poppies mid laner. You want your Uller on the map as much as possible at 11 minutes in the game. That's where he's going to do the vast majority of his work, is bringing pressure and kill potential to the map or around this point in the game.
Well, we're 11 minutes in, and Gold Fury is starting to get started by Cold Llamas, and they do have 4 members of their squad over here on the left-hand side, but over there on the right, it does look like that Maniac is just going to go ahead and proxy farm and try to steal this King Arthur's blue buff again. Will he be able to do it? An ultimate was expended, and he does get it. Maniac is able to secure the blue buff, and that is just win after win after win for Maniac on this right-hand side. But on the left-hand side, though, Streak Up looks to be a little bit low as the Dharmic Pillar's going to come out. Beads having to use as well. Ultimate from Warchi's going to come up. Draco Marino is tanking the tower. 1 auto would do it, but it will not be enough because Warchi does not have enough mana for that burst.
Just not enough damage either, but that's okay. I mean, that's a really good play there by the Poppies. You get the beads out from Streak Up, you force him to back. It costs you a couple ultimates, but that's not too big of a deal, especially for Draco with the Dharmic Pillars with a very, very low cooldown on that ability. Maybe Cold Llamas could try and go to Gold Fury knowing that the duo lane has no ults, but at the same time, I mean, Cold Llamas doesn't exactly have a composition that strikes fear when it comes to burning objectives. Again, they've gone for a very war of attrition style composition this time around with, again, hard engage being a little bit lacking for this team composition. I feel like Cold Llamas have really gone back to a very similar style here in this game.
Well, Draco Marino just took a lot of damage from Genetics being able to pluck him and dash him into Pretty Prime's damage, and I think that just gets Draco Marino out of the fight, and now, because Streak Up has made the rotation, they can definitely look for this Gold Fury if they want to. They're seeing if maybe the red buff is up, and they did have the timer on it, so they're just kind of walking around, see if maybe anybody's out of position, and look who they found. Genetics is actually the one that's out of position. He has to use the Aphrodite ult to keep him alive. Genetics is going to get the push, but the heal is going to come up as well. The Boulder will drop. Maniac has made a rotation, but the Mounted Archery will do some damage. Creed is now in the back. Fails is going to go ahead and do that, but Creed will go ahead and fall to Maniac as now Fails is up in the air in that bat of hell to try to get him out of position. That is a 1-for-0 trade so far in favor of Cold Llamas, and they're still looking for more as Warchi having to pop the beats to keep himself alive, but Streak Up is weak and he's going to have to pop Aegis, so now Pretty Prime has to kiss the carry just to see if maybe he can keep himself alive.
And with that really aggressive posturing there from Cold Llamas going for the red buff instead of the Gold Fury, I think that does put an end to this fight, but it was a great fight for Genetics in particular. He gets a little bit caught out, but good timing by Prime on that Aphrodite ultimate. You want to make sure that you're negating as much of that damage as you can. A good boulder from Genetics, a great Earthbreaker, and then the blink push to get Warchi's beads. All of that was very, very solid mechanically from the Cold Llama support.
Well, it looked like there might have been a posturing for this Gold Fury, but Genetics is just still around. Even though he's a level down to Draco Marino, he's still going to be very impactful into these fights, and I think that's kind of what Genetics wants to be, is just impactful. And you said it yourself, he was impactful in that last fight, and he's been impactful all game. He's been a part of 70% of the Cold Llama's kills, and that just screams great support play.
Yeah, he's been all over the map as well. It hasn't just been in mid and left. It's been a lot of fighting on this right-hand side, and really good kill participation from Fails as well, who's been a part of 8 out of the 10 so far for Cold Llamas. So you know that the 3v3 is rotating around a lot. Really, it's just Genetics and Fails for the most part, because Primo's only been a part of 3 of 10. So that tells me that Prime is coming to these fights a little bit late. As you could expect, Aphrodite's not going to clear super well in the early stages of the game. At this point, she's full clearing really easily. And now with that extra mana and protection from the Breastplate of Valor, means that Prime should be able to get to these fights a little bit more quickly, which can easily be the difference.
Well, they're going to hope that is going to be the difference. Draco Marino is trying to back, and he might be caught out by Fails. Pings are coming out to say, hey, this is where everybody's at, but here we go again. Cold Llamas, last time they were in this part of the jungle, they threw a fight. Will it happen again? Chekio's making a rotation onto Genetics. Genetics going to get some healing from the Aphrodite. The Dharmic Pillars will fall. He will dash through it, and that will be the entire disengage, it seems like, because Now, Warchi, though, is now caught in a little bit of a bad place because Fails said, hi, you're alone. Even though you're able to get that Disaparate off, you're going to get weak, and there's not much else you can do in this fight.
Really, really unfortunate there for Draco, and a great play by Prime. He actually kissed Draco through the wall, which stunned him out, which prevented the CC chain from coming in off of that axe. But the Dharmic Pillars weren't great. Genetics wasn't on the line, which is really what needed to happen.
Well, Genetics now is the target. They're making sure that he can't dash away. Genetics is one auto away, but he's going to get the dash off anyway. Marcus will pick up Genetics. So now, it seems like Pretty Prime is going to be knocked up, so he has to use his beads. Shell is going to be popped as well. Some heals coming out to make sure Maniac tries to stay alive, but it does not matter. Doesn't look like he will because a great Ohm to keep him silenced. Warchi will pick up Maniac. Shrika was on the mounted archery, did a lot of damage to the rest of the squad. So Pretty Prime and Streak Up are here to see if maybe they can get some more, but during that entire time, that left-hand side tower did fall, so in Cold Llama's favor, but gold-wise didn't matter. It didn't change. It's only 400 difference.
Man, Maniac is really going to be raging about the Ganesh, I think, during this game, because that's twice now that he has been really shut down by a fantastic silence from Draco. Dharmic Pillars and the rest of the damage for the Poppies are enough to secure the first objective of this game number 2. But first, it was the 4-man knockup that was taken away from Maniac by that Ohm. Right there, it would have been a 3 or 4-man consuming bellow, which would have done a ton of damage and brought some solid CC that was silenced right at that last moment. Draco 1, 3, and 7 on this pick has really been impactful so far. He's up 2 levels on Genetics right now.
There is a reason that in the first game, Cold Llama said, hey, we don't want Draco Marino to have any supports. And they banned out 3 of them. 3 of his best, and one of those being Ganesh, because he is known in the SEC for this Ganesh play. So now they left it open. They're like, well, I mean, it's one of my best supports. Why not take it? And this Ganesh play has proven time and time again, as you mentioned, that there's a reason why it keeps getting banned out when people play the Poppies. And this is it right here. Draco Marino is just controlling the game. He's controlling Maniac, and he's controlling the people that get into the back line, and that's exactly what you want from your support.
And Poppies are really taking these fights in a very traditional way. Pretty front to back. I mean, we're just going to hit whoever's in front of us, whether that's the Hercules or the Yorm or the Kamazats, whomever. We're not trying to overextend and get on top of this Aphrodite. And they've got enough damage at this point that plan is working. I do wonder later into the game if that will continue to work. As these frontliners get tankier, as Prime's healing gets better, are you going to be able to play these fights front to back? Or do you really need to make sure that Marcus and Creed are getting into the back line and disrupting Prime before you start trying to hit Genetics in the front line?
Well, recognizing that there was a potential rotation on the left-hand side, Bakastura Marcus was over there, and he was spotted out. The Pyromancer has been started, and Cold Llamas will take it. Dharmic Pillars were dropped to see if maybe a cheeky steal could happen, but unfortunately no. So now the target seems to be that this left-hand side tower will fall. Streak Up trying to defend a 2v1. He's able to get the minions out, and a big crit will fall into Warchi, so now he's just waiting for that Disaparate to wear off. Get a little bit of healing from there, but Genetics has now made the rotation to see if maybe something could happen, but that'll just be disengaged completely from the support.
I like the idea here, though, by Cold Llamas. Don't necessarily let your foot off the gas, even though the Poppies have had a couple good fights. They're the ones who got the first Gold Fury. I feel like Cold Llamas, when they start letting the Poppies come to them, might be in a little bit of a weird spot, because the Poppies just have really solid engage potential with this Ganesh. I mean, Draco being level 14 is really able to do whatever he wants in these fights. He's just too tanky to bring down, especially when Prime is going for this more defensive Breastplate of Valor build path.
Well, it also seems like that there's still a lot of farm for the Poppies to get. They haven't necessarily taken any towers on this map at all. On the other side of it, Cold Llamas have taken 2. And it seems like that they're trying to make sure that the pressure can stay on this left-hand side because an Oni Fury is spawning. But Fire Giant is still available, and there are no wards available for the Poppies on that right-hand side. So do you think they might be a little overcommitting to this, as almost overcommitting was Marcus, as Streak Up pointed that out? But do you think they might be overcommitting more to an Oni Fury fight rather than a Fire Giant fight?
Not really. If I'm the Poppies, I'm not really worried about Cold Llamas doing a fire as long as I have eyes on Streak Up, because Aphrodite's Fire Giant DPS is abysmally bad. Takes her forever. Kamazat's is pretty good, but everyone else is very low on Fire Giant DPS. Even with Streak Up there, I don't think of Hachiman as a real objective destroyer. He's good, but he's not the Izanamis of the world, not going to be one of those ADCs that one-shots it for you. So I don't think, as long as Streak Up's is in your vision, Streak Up's pushing left side waves, you've got wards on him on the left side, Poppies don't have a whole lot to worry about.
Well, that's the name of the game, is to make sure Streak Up doesn't get into these fights, because it seems like that out of the 10 kills that's been there, he's only been a part of 2, and those 2 have swung in the favor of Cold Llama. So if you can keep him out of fights, it seems like that might be the name of the game for the Poppies, as that Oni Fury might be looking to start up here pretty soon. Does have 42 seconds left on the timer. It seems to be that where most everybody's kind of gearing around, because that Oni Fury can give a lot of pressure to either team.
Really, situations like this, Oni Fury can either be the worst Fury to get, in the sense that one team will grab it, very similarly to how the Poppies got the first Gold Fury of the game, just by wrestling a little bit of control, securing it over their opposition, and then backing up and resetting. Situations like that, Oni Fury is really bad, because you're not going to be able to use any of that map pressure that they really provide. The game's so even that it doesn't really pull Cold Llamas super far out of position. And really, you'd rather have either the extra gold from the Gold Fury or the ability to do Fire Giant better later on from Primal Fury. But there are also situations where if Cold Llamas or Poppies are able to kill 4 members of the enemy team and then head straight to Fire Giant and have the enemy team have to worry about Oni waves taking towers at the same time, it can be fantastic. So these fights around mid-game Oni Furies are pretty cut and dry, either great or not that impactful. Just depends on how the fight before it goes.
Well, we are going to see which way these fights go. Draco Marino was setting up for some sort of engagement, but fails, is doing some damage onto Marcus. Chekio now has to completely disengage. But look at this. The fights have completely split up. Genetics didn't know quite what to do, and Maniac is now the person that seems to be in target. But Pretty Prime is able to get the healing off. And that's just going to be it. They're just going to make sure they can disengage, kind of reset a little bit, make sure everything's good. No ultimates were expended for either team except for the King Arthur. And there's the Atomic Pillars that are going to fall onto Pretty Prime. Soul damage, though, is kind of crazy. Maniac is one shot. Genetics is going to dash in, but the Cursed Ankh will be popped for the Poppies. Now Creed is in the back. Genetics is now looking a little bit weak. Pretty Prime trying to see if he can keep everybody alive. Creed just going to keep running it down, while the rest of his squad of the Poppies are going to get this Oni Fury, but they're still looking to see if maybe they can get something. A great Ohm again from Draco Marino to silence any damage potential out of the Camazotz. And there's one for you, Aggro, but Streak Up will pick up Draco Marino on the backside, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Fails has to blink it to the back line. He's going to try to see if he can 1v1 Marcus. A blink coming out from Creed. Warchi will pick up Streak Up. Pretty Prime will pick up Chekio. Warchi will pick up the other one. Maniac will pick up Creed. And that is a deicide for the Cold Llamas. Poppies have 2 members left, and it's the 2 members you want, the ADC and the auto-attack jungler.
Yeah, this is going to be easy towers here for the Poppies, and this is where using those Oni waves can end up being pretty impactful, but a great fight from Warchi, who's looked so good on this Soul. Every single Supernova has been really, really good in these team fights. He really hasn't wasted one of those yet, and that's an ultimate that can be pretty hit or miss a lot of times, and Warchi has not missed quite yet. He's been solid. Draco, again, frontlining very effectively in that fight. And really, the precursor to that engagement, with that little skirmish where neither team used any ultimates besides Creed, it was critical that Cold Llamas lost a lot of non-ultimate resources. It was beads from Streak Up, Shell from Pretty Prime that were both on cooldown, and that makes the eventual dive after the objective much easier.
Genetics is going to do some damage to Warchi to see if maybe he can get those mid-camps, because poor Genetics is level 13 to Draco Marino's level 17, a 4-level difference in your support. And if I'm a support player, I'm not sure I like that number difference between myself and the enemy support.
No, I don't think you're liking that no matter what role you're in, and support certainly is not the exception. 4 levels down to your opposition is really tough, and Hercules is a character that really thrives on being this dual threat of frontline and damage dealer at the same time. You don't have to respect the level 13 Hercules damage at this point in the game anymore. I mean, you're level 20 if you're any carry on the Poppies, save for Chekio, who's just 1 level away from being max level. So that's a difficult position to be in now for Genetics, because you don't really do anything that well. I mean, if you find the big Earthbreakers, that's great, but Draco's kind of shutting you down from doing that, at least doing the push off of the pull that you're used to seeing. So I don't know how Genetics becomes valuable to his team at this point. It's too difficult for him to do so down this much.
Well, the Ohm's going to come out from Draco Marino to see if maybe he could stop Maniac from doing anything, and Creed's going to do some damage onto him. There was an Oni wave on that left-hand side, but the tower was inevitably able to stop that push from happening, but it did take a lot of poke. But the Fire Giant dance is the one that matters right now because that is currently the only objective that either team really care about. As he pointed out, Aggro, most everybody on the side of the Poppies is level 20, except for Chekio and obviously the support, as Genetics is going to go ahead and pull back Creed. A Great Donner Pillar is going to come out, Bakasura's going to ult, as well as the Aphrodite. The Boulder comes out. Marcus doesn't care about your ultimate, Pretty Prime. You will fall. But Maniac picks up Marcus, a 1-for-1 trade, and now Creed seems to be the target because Streak Up's doing some crazy damage onto him. He's going to be able to get away with slivers of health because of a great Ohm again by Draco Marino. But it won't matter as much as Streak Up gets another kill onto Draco Marino. Now Fails is looking a little bit weak as Wargy's trying to see if maybe he can get something. But Genetics, a great pluck. An Aegis comes out. The dash does not matter. That is an unofficial triple kill for Streak Up, an official double kill. This could be the Fire Giant for the Cold Llamas.
Man, I don't know how that fight goes poorly for the Poppies ever, because Genetics really just gave Creed a blink right onto his backline, and Prime got one-tapped by Marcus and Creed and the damage from the rest of the Poppies. But now Fire Giant getting low. Creed is back.
Creed is back. Creed's trying to do something. Maybe he can get something out of nothing. The dash will come out. Cold Llamas will pick up the Fire Giant. Doesn't matter. They're not low enough. They want to keep fighting because the Fire Giant will help. Fails is going to dash in. Creed will only stun Fails. He can't get away from the inevitable burst that's happening, but he is a King Arthur, and he does have a few escapes in his pocket. So he's going to be able to blink away just before Genetics is able to get his blink off. That's a Tier 1 tower and a Fire Giant for Cold Llamas.
Both games so far, Fuzzy, have been a little bit weird because you think that it really should be going one way. I mean, an 8K experience lead for the Poppies coming into that fight, and that is relevant at the time. A big gold lead as well, and they get the Dream Initiation really given to them by Genetics. Creed finds himself right at the doorstep of Prime and Streak Up, and they get the beads out from Streak Up, everything out from Prime. They kill him anyways. But then no one else is able to get onto Streak Up after that. It just takes too much from Marcus and Creed to kill Prime, I suppose, for them to have anything left in the tank to kill Streak Up. And that was really good backline splitting by Streak Up and Prime, because those two cannot afford to stand on top of each other if Marcus is going to be cleaving you with those Regurgitate autos. So Streak Up and Prime go different directions. You force the Poppies to make a choice, and frankly, I think they made the wrong one. Normally, it's correct to go after the Aphrodite, take out the healer, but when Streak Up is at this point in the build and going to be doing this much damage, I almost wonder if it's better to leave Prime up. You'll get him eventually anyways. Take out the guy who's going to chew up your whole front line, and that's Streak Up.
Yeah, Streak Up did just inevitably destroy that front line because he does have that full rage and a Titan's Bane along with the Poison Star to stop some of that damage coming out. So that's really going to help out with that ADC. And he was one of the focus players we were looking at, right, on this left-hand side. You know, he's not a former pro like the rest of his team is, but he has been playing like a former pro and even sometimes as a pro level in these games. And there's a reason why Streak Up has been commonly known as one of those ADC players who's always consistently just making sure that he is in these fights and in these late game fights, because now, even though he was only part of 2 of the first 10 kills, now that we're 16 kills into this game for his squad, he's been a part of 8 of them. So that jump has really helped out his team, and he's just a huge team fight potential.
Even though Streak Up hasn't played in the SPL before, the dude is SPL level, no doubt about it. He's performed at such a high level for a long time.
Well, that's going to be the Darlic Pinos and the Curse Ankh coming out. Marcus will pick up Genetics, so that's one member with Fire Giant down. Look at this, Pretty Prime is the next target, but Streak Up is going to make sure he does damage to the rest of the squad. Here it comes, a Maniac crashing over onto Chekio to see if maybe he can get some damage off. Creed has to completely disengage from the fight. Thorns was popped from Maniac as well to see if maybe some more damage can be done. They're looking to ping at Marcus, but Marcus was inevitably able to get back into his base and heal up and stay alive, and that was almost bad news bears for Cold Llamas. We almost saw another swing in favor of the Poppies.
Looked like it might be the case, but Prime and Streak Up that time aren't super split because they're linked together, and Prime's healing keeps Streak Up alive alongside the lifesteal coming from those Devourer's gauntlets, and Cold Llamas have no choice but to hold their ground on the back line, and they're able to do exactly that and keep this game really alive, because I think if they get wiped right there, Fuzzy, that I don't know if that's actually the Titan falling, but I'll bet you that's a pretty quick step before the Titan falling there for the Poppies. They could have gotten Phoenixes if not ended the game. So a really good turnaround from Cold Llamas despite losing Genetics very quickly in that fight.
Yeah, and it seems like that both teams have been able to just recognize that things are happening and not in their favor, and then disengage. And then if something is happening in that favor, keep their foot on the gas, and then try to pump the brakes a little bit if something bad happens. Both teams are playing this like chess, and this is what we expect out of a second seed and a third seed. We don't expect blowouts. We expect 16-16, 31 minutes in the game with almost no goal difference.
I mean, these teams are very familiar with one another at this point. They've been playing against each other since Phase 1, since long before Season 7. They've been playing against each other for a long time up until this point. So close games are certainly what we expected coming into this, and it seems like that's what we're getting. Game 1 was Cold Llamas to win, it felt like, but Poppy stuck around long enough and managed to steal it away. Cold Llama's trying to kind of do the same to the Poppies on the other end, right? I mean, the Poppies have looked really good for the majority of this game. Then Cold Llamas have won one fight, and they're back in it. So feel like they're trying to flip the script on the Poppies here in Game 2.
It seems like we're looking back in time a little bit. Game 1, it was very important about this Enhanced Fire Giant that's spawning. We're at a little bit later in the game, but Enhanced Fire Giant has spawned, and this is the fight that everybody wanted. We saw that Creed had a big Osiris ult, but he's not on Osiris anymore. He's on King Arthur. Let's see if maybe he can get into the back line and see if he can do some damage to those carries, especially Pretty Prime and Streak Up, the two targets that he really wants to get, because he did get that Spectral Armor just to make sure that he doesn't get crit as hard by Streak Up.
And he needs it because Streak Up is putting out a lot of damage. Kind of surprised that Streak hasn't been able to get rid of those boots and pick up the Elixir of Speed and something like a Wind Demon to really put himself at near 100% crit chance and give himself those extra steroid bonuses when he lands one of those crits. Probably should be pretty close to it, so I wonder if that's going to be what they're playing around leading up into this fight.
Well, they are playing this very patiently, both teams are, but the Poppies, Minions helps them get that left-hand side tier 2, so towers are actually in favor more of the Poppies right now. Gold is in favor of Poppies by around 3,000, so they might have a little bit of a better fight, and Maniac went in and recognized that they might have a little bit of a fight because 4 people were there, and not enough of his team was there, and he almost got half health by a few abilities.
But with Prime on his side, that's not as big of a deal, whereas Genetics going in finds Warchi, but again, silenced by Drake.
And Maniac gets blown up by Chekio immediately. The Dharmic Pillars have fallen. A blink coming out from Marcus. Marcus is on Genetics. The stun come out, but now the ultimate is going to have to use for the tank and Pretty Prime. That is Maniac gone for 50 seconds. They could look to do Fire Giant, but instead, they're just going to keep playing this patiently, even though all ultimates have been expended for the Poppies, and only one ultimate has been expended for the side of Cold Llamas. There we go. Now the Fire Giant will start. Don't have any Primal Furies in their favor. Trying to see if maybe they can get something. Genetics has that Boulder available. Genetics is going to be stunned out of existence, but Chekio's going to have to waste his beads. Now the focus is on that, but Fails is in the back. Fails is running at the back line. He's going to go up into Bat Out of Hell. He's going to try to land onto Marcus, who had Shell. Fails will pick up Marcus. That's a 1-for-1 trade in this long engagement, but Warchi will pick up Fails and having the beads burned as well. Genetics now running into Creed to see if maybe he can do something, but Warchi is now out of position. He's looking for something, but Draco Marino gets a great body block, a great stun, not as good as an Ohm as he wanted, and Pretty Prime will pick him up. This is the swing that Cold Llamas have been waiting for, because now Creed is just trying to stay alive himself. Warchi able to get a little bit of healing, but Genetics hits a great pluck, and that is a huge win for the Cold Llamas.
What a fight from Genetics, man. I mean, he sets that whole thing up for Cold Llamas. I mean, a couple sick Earthbreakers in the midst of that. He got Chekio really low, got his beads, really opened the door for Fails to get an easy flank into that backline. Very impressive play from Genetics, and I was worried about how he's able to be effective when he fell as far behind as he was. If you're hitting everything on Hercules, you're going to end up being effective one way or the other. Really good stuff.
Yeah, I don't think he missed a single ability in that fight once it started rolling around, when he was trying to see if maybe the Poppies were going to start this Fire Giant, and then all of a sudden he just hit everything, and it didn't matter who it was. So now Genetics Even though he's still down in levels, I feel like he's playing this very impactful and more the correct way to do so, because he's just been hitting all of his abilities and making sure that if anybody's out of position, he'll get them out of position more. So it's a free enhanced Fire Giant, and it seems like it's going to be a free Oni Fury for the side of the Cold Llamas.
And this time, I want to see Cold Llamas learn from what they did wrong in game number 1. Let's all reset at once and walk out of base at once together in conjunction with these Oni waves. It's going to make your siege so much easier if you can sync up and push alongside these waves. And don't let the Poppies split the map and take care of these Oni waves without anyone putting pressure on them. And it seems like Cold Llamas have done just that. This time they're walking out in force with these buffed minions.
And Poppy's recognizing that there's not too much they can really do. They might just give up these tier 2s, as the mid tier 2 tower is the one that is being pinged by Cold Llamas. Maybe they might look to defend it, but I don't. If I was the Poppies, I don't think I would defend tier 2. I'd say I'd stick to the Phoenix, let it come to you, let the Fire Giant kind of waste off as long as possible before these fights kind of happen.
Definitely. Tier 2s don't make or break the game from this position. There's no point in throwing one away in order to try, or losing a relic or something like that in order to defend that tier 2. Speaking of relics, because that fight went long and the Poppies were the ones in control at the very end, it felt like, and then Cold Llamas turned it on its head. Look at the Aegis timers there for the Poppies. I mean, Chekios is just now coming up, still 20 seconds on War Cheese. I don't know if Cold Llamas have the timer down to the second, but if they do, that could be a window for them to engage.
Well, they are looking for a 3-2 split. Marcus took a little bit of poke from Maniac, who was able to get in there. A great pluck by Preed. He's going to go ahead and get dash. Genetics is getting ohmed into the Dharmic Pillars, but it doesn't matter because he can just heal all that damage right back up. Bakasura is the only one in mid trying to defend this, but Chekio's making rotation. Another great pluck from Draco Marino. He's going to pop the Cursed Ankh. It does hit all three. Maniac is diving in, recognizing that he's diving in, fails, follows up. Chekio tried to get some damage off, and he gets damage done to him himself. The mid Phoenix does fall, and that's might be the push that Cold Llamas need, getting that mid pressure. So now they're going to look to maybe group up around this left-hand side. Maniac is going to go through the mid Phoenix to see if maybe he could see somebody out of position, but recognizing that Marcus is there, he's just going to clear the minions, get a little bit more pressure as Oni waves are being pinged on that right-hand side.
Yeah, tier 2 tower isn't long for this world, but I think Poppies need to be more worried about what's happening on the left.
And what's happening on the left right now is Genetics gets ohmed again. A boulder will fall and hit Creed, who is pretty low himself. Maniac is going to go and try to dash and actually ult in onto that back line. He's trying to see if maybe he can find some more damage. Dharmic Pillars come out. A great ohm. Fails is out of position. He's taking tower as well, so beats had to be used. Warchi picks up Fails. Streak Up picks up Draco Marino, but Bakasura is in the back, but he gets stunned. Marcus is going to fall to Streak Up. That's a double kill. Streak Up now is doing some crazy damage, and Genetics going to be able to get Chekio off the map. This could be the end that Cold Llamas have desperately been looking for, as now the left Phoenix has fallen, the right-hand side tower has fallen. Genetics is going to try to heal up with Pretty Prime, see if maybe he can get a pluck off. He's not going to be able to hit the pluck off, but they're waiting for minions to push up to see if something can happen with this fight. But if they wait too long, timers are 40 seconds, but if they wait too long for this, it could be the time that Poppies need to respawn.
Surprised that this is where Cold Llamas are going. I mean, I guess you want to get that fire wave from left into the Titan room, and you don't have to worry too much. You've got plenty of time here for Cold Llamas. This should be an easy end.
Well, they are looking for the easy end. Maniac is there, but Creed is in the back as a great solar burst that's going to hit, but Titan is looking weak. Titan's going to fall. Boys and girls, we're going to Game 3. Cold Llamas picking up the W.
And man, the duo lane there for Cold Llamas really stood out to me. I mean, Streak Up had 40k damage for him on the Hachiman, was consistently putting out his damage and staying pretty safe at the same time. And then Genetics really had a rough mid-game, fell very, very far behind, but his late game performance was phenomenal. I mean, left side Phoenix, he picks up Creed, pushes him into the carries. That gets Dharmic Pillars out. Then he blinks in, picks up Draco, pulls him back. That gets Supernova out. I mean, that's two ultimates that really changed the course of a lot of fights throughout this game that Genetics was able to bait and get some displacement onto the enemy team at the same time. So I think if Streak Up and Genetics play like they did in the last 10 to 12 minutes of that game, Cold Llama should be able to win this set pretty easily.
Well, Cold Llamas were able to take Game 2, and Desk, Episode 2 of Game of Swings, I think that's all it can really be said. The Poppies seemed like they had control in the entire early game, then Cold Llamas had it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just able to peel it right back in their favor. And, Finch, it really does come down to what we were talking about behind the scenes is exactly what Aggro had said, but it's just the duo lane coming in for Cold Llamas there at the very end just really did kind of take the reins and decide, no, this is our game to play. Genetics just showcasing, again, what he can bring to this squad after his stint in the Pro League.
He really did, man. That Hercules was really tough for the Poppies to deal with. It felt like he was able to absorb a ton of damage. He was setting up most of their fights for them into a really good spot for them as well with all that displacement that he had. But really, he was kind of struggling for a while. It was that early game from Fails that kind of helped them get there. He got that sick double kill over in the solo lane. He was able to get a couple good trades to them around that Fire Giant too. But in the late game, it truly was all Genetics and Streak Up, at least from where I was sitting. Streak Up was doing so much damage. He eclipsed everybody else, not only on his team, but certainly on the opposite side as well. That damage from him was getting to the point where it was pretty hard for them to try and stop it as well. But really the problem for the Poppies, I think, was that in the late game, there was no way for them to get Marcus into the back line. I know his slash line looked good at the end of the game, but he was way low in damage. And even at the end, in that last fight, it looked like he was going to have a really sick line, at least a double, but something stunned him. A kiss or something got in there and shut Marcus down. He had to use the beads. It wasn't enough, and he got blown up. That was enough for them to stop it. But agree with you on this one. It was the Genetics and Streak Up show all the way.
Well, and I think even more to your point, you watch a lot of these highlights back. The first thing I noticed, Marcus is dead in pretty much every single one. Like, once the opening was there for Genetics and Streak Up, it maybe was a little bit easier there. But in a lot of these moments, it's just unfortunate that Bakasura not able to get into the back line. If he does, was handled very appropriately like they were right there at the very end. Marcus just couldn't get the ball rolling, like you said. And even though the pick, looked like it performed well, like you said, in Slashline, I think in theory performs well into that composition. They just didn't have enough to get him back there. And so maybe something to open the door for him, maybe a little more CC heavy instead of the passive play that you get out of kind of the Ganesh, could open the door for that to change in game number 3.
Yeah, but it was really, really close. So I think that both teams still need to kind of keep that in the back of their mind. It's not as if anyone really ran away with it. And that's the point I was making. 7-4 and 7 for Marcus. It doesn't necessarily look like a bad slash line, but you're going to see in this very next screen that it truly was not all that much damage. And I don't think that that's that big of a deal anyway. When you're Bakasura, you're not doing a ton of damage to everyone like these mages. You're trying to burn down your specific targets. That's not inherently the problem by itself. But the later this game went, Gore, the more Marcus was struggling with getting to the priority targets in terms of finding that damage. But as I was saying, this is a very close set so far. I don't think anyone, Cold Llamas or Poppies, should be feeling particularly comfortable right now.
No, I genuinely think, the first game, you can chalk it up to a couple of team fight mistakes. The second game, it really is it feels more neck and neck throughout a lot of it. Early on, the Poppies get a good lead, and Cold Llamas just play their draft well, and Marcus starts to fall off. I think going into game number 3, like you said, it is very much anybody's game. They haven't really proven that one is stronger than the other. It hasn't been a stomp of a victory.
Maybe no Aphrodite, Gore. I think that could be something I could be persuaded to say yes to, because that was another problem. There was no world where they were going to kill that Afro in the late game. There were some times where Marcus actually was able to get in close and get a couple swings off, but for the most part, it was just shrugged off. They did not seem to have a way to really bring that Aphrodite down.
And I think that's one of the biggest things that has been consistent and at least keeping Cold Llamas alive in this has been their focus on healing. So as we go into picks and bans, last game we saw Horus getting taken away and maybe Aphrodite joining that list. We haven't seen the propensity to go towards hell, so there is options. Like, there are other healing options that people haven't been quite as ready to jump on here. Maybe if you just strip that away from Cold Llamas, you have the unfortunate scenarios, Poppies, that means then Morgan or someone would maybe get left through, but they agree with you, Finch. They go for the Aphrodite immediately coming into this one.
Yeah, we love to see that. We're going to have a much more competitive one. I mean, they've been pretty competitive here already, but I think this is going to help out a lot if you are the Poppies, not having to try and chew through all that Gormizer, because they were close several times, but I mean, Undying Love, the Lovebirds themselves, you even get a little bit of prots in there in that build with the Aphrodite too. If you slide a Breastplate of Valor in that build, it can be hard to try and bring her down, so just ban it instead. Should put them into a better spot. I don't think without having to concede very much either, because they are going to be in the first pick spot too.
Yeah, that's actually the thing that's really nice for them is getting shifted over here. Persephone, Morgan, these are bans that have been in the Poppies ban column the entire time. They don't have to worry about those now. Hey, Persephone gets let through. Cool, you just scoop her right on up. You're happy to have those picks come by. which means the Cold Llamas are going to have to pay attention. Maybe change up their draft, which has been very focused onto those supports. With Horus gone, again, the two big healers, I think, in game one, Khepri was the third thing that really made Cold Llamas give a lot of trouble to the Poppies that time around. So if that gets taken away, Cold Llamas are going to be looking for an entirely new draft to bring forward to this. But it's King Arthur instead. How are you feeling about the bans from Poppies this time? Really good at solidifying Cold Llamas and knocking them down a peg?
Yeah, I think that Poppies have done well with this. You definitely want to take that King Arthur out of there. The Horus is a problem too. And as long as the Aphrodite is banned, I don't think you're worried too much. Plus, whatever is great that is left over, Poppies should have that right of first refusal, right? Since they're in that first pick spot to sort of decide where it is they want to go at that first pick. So I don't think so far Poppies really should be too worried, especially not if they're going to lock in this Yemoja. Obviously can give you pressure in lane. I think that she can contribute right from the beginning of the game, and then throughout the game, her walls, her healing, the shielding, the mobility, I don't think gets talked about quite enough with Riptide as well. A lot of good options for Yemoja.
It's worth mentioning, Cold Llamas, when they were first pick the last two games, banned out Sobek. He is available. And honestly, when I'm thinking of, hey, I need someone who's consistent in game, can set up kills, also has a really good built-in anti-heal, Sobek tends to rise up on my list, 50% on that Sickle Strike, which is really solid. They go for the Camazotz Raijin, who has kind of just been thrown out to the wayside. I mean, one of the biggest mid laners alongside Merlin throughout the first phase of the SBL, throughout the first two phases here in the Challenger Circuit. And it feels kind of surprising to see him locked in. That's how weird it has been this weekend.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it is all that surprising now that we think about it. I'm with you 100%, though. Raijin's certainly still strong. And when you pair it with this Camazotz, I actually think this gives them a ton of ability to fight earlier on than you might expect. Raijin comes online pretty quick. That first level of Taiko drums can be really, really strong, even without a whole lot of itemization. Just a ton of base damage that you have to deal with. And if that is paired with the Camazotz, we saw Fails on it last game, then they could potentially be a real powerhouse in that mid game.
Well, it's going to be Yemoja, Sobek, Uller on the other side. The Sobek Uller coming through. With Yemoja, you have to think it's a solo lane Sobek. I feel like we've seen Yemoja maybe shift over, but for the most part, she benefits from having someone beside her. That heal not really being that great if you can't hit another god. So how do you feel specifically now that Jormungandr's locked in? Sobek versus Yorm, the pluck versus the unpluckable. How does that come through?
Yeah, it's not going to help. There's not going to be a whole lot of solo killing happening, that's for sure. But in terms of their team fight value, I really don't think the Jormungandr can hold a candle, man. Sobek is nuts. The slow when he's in the lurking in the waters is insane, plus a bunch of damage. If you can get the charge prey into the right target, that displacement is hard for the Jormungandr to match. The Jormungandr doing a little bit more diving, I think, whereas the Sobek is going to be kind of on that front line here for Poppy. So I like Jormungandr, but I don't know if he's better than Sobek, man. Sobek's real good.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be, like you said, a slower solo lane that comes through. But
yes.
It's still exciting to see how they impact the late game team fight. So we'll see them now and then check in with them in 25 minutes before we see them come through. The Wheelish band, the Thoth band, it's going to be Jingwei and Khepri on the other side. I think Poppy's looking at what they like to play as well as what they don't want to play against, since they have the Ulu Yemoja, and ban that away to kind of control what Cold Llamas have there. And it's forcing Cold Llamas into a different style. They don't have anywhere near the same amount of sustain that they've had the last two games. Camazotz is bringing his own, and let's not get it wrong, that is still a nutty amount of sustain, but it is nowhere near the same as having the Aphrodite there, having the Hercules there. And now with Rom, even with Lifesteal, do you feel like they're going to be suffering from not having that healing?
It's not going to be quite as strong as what they clearly had been wanting to play with before, but this composition should still be able to keep up with this Yemoja if they're able to win their team fights, right? Once she gets back out and she's able to heal everybody back up, that's when things are out of reach. But gods like Camazotz and Raijin and Rom are really good at picking you off and not letting you get back to that stage when you can start to try and re-heal out of combat anyway. So I don't think it's doom and gloom for Cold Llamas, really, by any means. But somehow we have not gotten away from this Nemesis pick, Gormizer. I'm still having to see that as well as the Poppies lock that in. I thought we were done with that after set one.
The only thing I can give it is that, with Prot Shred with slows, like, you've got some pretty tanky targets over there, and Xingqian, Yorm, and Raijin. Maybe it's going to help eat through that with the ultimate, but It's a lot to ask for out of her. Maybe something that we didn't get to see in set 1. Poppies are going to showcase here. But with Xing Shen locked in there, for Cold Llamas, it feels like they went from a sustained, maybe even slightly passive composition, save for the Hercules, into okay, we'll just kill you dead composition. Do you like this kind of change of pace?
Yeah, I feel like this is a really aggressive comp from both of these teams, Gore, so I do expect that we'll see at least some action here. I do want to say I think that a Wheelish ban was pretty heads up, low-key. Poppies, if they had gotten to put in a Wheelish in that comp, would have been really, really scary, but should be an exciting one at the least.
Unfortunately for them, they're not going to have that. They're going to be bringing the Nemesis. It's do or die here. Well, at least down to the lower bracket for the Poppies and for Cold Llamas. Let's see who can take it.
Thank you, Gore, and we are coming right into the game as Poppies and Cold Llamas Game 3, and Aggro, I have to say, this comp has completely turned itself on its head. We've gone from sustained chess matches to now aggression onto the purple buff and just constant team fighting. What is the possibility of anything that's going to happen in this game?
Yeah, I think that with how close the first 2 games of this set have been, I'd expect this one to probably follow that trend, though sometimes we see sets like this that have been very close end up in blowouts in game number 3. So I think if a team starts to get aggressive early, being there to defend your buffs is going to be very, very critical for the defending team.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of surprised that they didn't even look at to ban out the Maniac's Yorm either, because he seems very impactful in those team fights in game 2 as well. But genetics on the Jing Tian, we haven't seen a whole lot of Jing Tian, and I'm kind of curious as to why they would pick the Jing Tian into the composition that they have.
It has jumps to get over the emoji walls, which is critical because most of the time it's the support who ends up getting locked in those crushing waves. So you really do want to make sure that you've got a support that can get up and over. But it's got good CC setup. You see Warchi with no innate CC immunity, Draco with no innate CC immunity, Marcus with no innate CC immunity. So that Whirlwind of Rage and Steel has a potential to be really, really valuable. 2 forms of CC as well for the Nem. I like it.
Well, Chekio, not looking so hot, as Pretty Prime will get him with the Raiju, and beads were expended as well for the slow from Fails. Marcus now has to completely dash away to stop the damage from Fails as well. I'm kind of with the desk here. What is with this Nemesis pick? Maybe for the Prot Shred? What has been so impactful for these Nemesis picks?
I think the itemization is pretty decent for her right now. She has a lot of different build paths, and that's really critical. But I do agree that we've probably seen a little bit too much of her. I mean, to be in our second set and have our third Nemesis appearance, I believe, probably a little bit too much, maybe even 4th. I think she might have gotten played every single game of the first set. I don't know. I think that there are a lot of different build paths you can go on her. You can go for the more traditional ability-based, a lot of CDR, utilizing your ultimate as much as possible. Erendite is the perfect Nemesis item, so you're going to get a lot of value out of that. You can go Golden Blade like Marcus is now and try and up your clear speed, which can be a little bit slow at times in the early game, so that helps her out a little bit. You can go auto attack focused. You can go with the Hydra's Lament build. You can go crit. There's a million different ways to build Nem, and I think that she's a character that really lets you show off your skill expression pretty well. She has a lot of different ways to play. So I think that good players naturally tend to go towards this character. And if once one person pulls it out in the scrim, starts doing well with it, every other jungler is like, oh, I could do that. It's just we fed it. Watch me try and do the same thing. And it tends to kind of compound in that way where one pick like this in a region can start to get really popular.
Well, speaking of popular, this red buff from the Poppies has been very popular to take by Cold Llamas. Scylla has not had their red buff. Chekio hasn't had the red buff this entire game, and we're 3 minutes in. And that just is a bit of the reason why the Cold Llamas have a 1,000 gold lead, just because they have control of not only their own jungle, but the enemy jungle as well.
This is what you should be doing to Scylla. There's no reason for her to ever get away with her early laning phase, especially with a jungler like Nemesis. I mean, that is such low pressure in the mid lane. Prime can really 2v1 pretty effectively with the pressure that he provides all by himself. And then you add in the pressure from Fails, and it makes it pretty easy to start to snowball a lead in that mid lane, especially when Chekio makes the critical mistake of not getting Sentinel at level 2, As soon as you see that, it's pretty much a free kill for a god like Raijin who can play really aggressively early on. So I think that Cold Llamas did a good job of taking what the Poppies have given them, which is low pressure in mid and a mistake by Chekio early, and converted it into a pretty solid lead. I mean, it's nearly 1,500 gold just 4 minutes into this game.
And what's even crazier is I'm looking at the ward coverage on that left-hand side as Chekio's going to get rooted. The Sentinel is coming out as well, but I don't think her beads are up. It would have been interesting to see if maybe they came in, but they actually did just come up. But look at the ward coverage on that left-hand side. There's not going to be anybody not aware from the Cold Llamas where Nemesis is. If she's on that left-hand side of the map, you know.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's going to be the real key here for Cold Llamas, is making sure that they don't overextend and set themselves up to get counter-ganked really effectively by Marcus. And the best way to do that is just ward coverage on this side of the map. And with this build that Marcus has gone for, the Golden Blade build, it's not like he does that much damage, and he's not that fast right now. I mean, he will be fast after his boots or after the next katana, but right now, he's significantly slower than Fails.
Well, they still get the red buff, and Marcus is now out of position. He's going to get spun. The Raijin is up into his drums. Well, one more will do it as Pretty Prime will pick up his second kill with a blind shot through the Emoja ult. Great heads-up play from Pretty Prime, and now Fails is able to get that back camp free, even though they got the red buff already. So that was a huge win again for Cold Llamas, and I think this is what we wanted to see out of Cold Llamas.
And pressure onto the purple buff. They take that away from Warchi. I mean, look at the level disparities on this mid and left side of the map already. A level for both dual lane members of Cold Llamas, a level there for Prime, and now a level for Fails as well. It's nearly 3,000 experience just 6 minutes into the game, and Cold Llamas show no signs of slowing down. And they've got to keep this pressure up, because we saw them do something very similar in Game 1 on the blue buff consistently, really getting far ahead of invading on that side of the map. And then they started trying to go for red, and it really set them behind much further than they could have been. And so that's what I want to make sure that we're seeing here from Cold Llamas, is that they aren't going to try and randomly start going for blue buff invades onto the Sobek, who you can just ignore at this point. You should really be focusing on making sure Chekio does not get his farm, Warchi does not get his farm. Those are the gods you have to worry about right now.
Yeah, I don't think anybody on either team is going to even motion to the right-hand side of the map, just because it's a Jormungandr Sobek, and Sobek you just can't kill at a certain point in the game, and we're getting to the point now where that's going to start happening, and then Jormungandr's kind of in the same boat once he gets a few items online as well. So, but what's interesting about the Sobek is he didn't go a typical Warrior's Blessing start, he went with Mage's Blessing.
Yeah, I mean, Warrior's Blessing getting a nerf means that the survivability really isn't there for that item in the early game anymore. Sobek feeling like, I might as well just get some extra CDR early on, I feel like is the decision-making there. Makes sense to me.
Well, another fight on this red buff. Chekio can't get it, but Pretty Prime will be there with the rest of his squad to make sure that he gets it. Warchi is now looking a little bit weak as Streak Up is going to go up into the sky. He's looking for the snipes. One will hit. The second will not. The third will hit. A blink comes out, and Fails is there to clean it up. That is 3-0 in favor of Cold Llamas.
And again, it's just making sure that Fails is in the right spots and just keeping pressure onto the Poppies at all times. Now this Tier 1 tower is already dead. That is brutal for an Uller early on who really cannot afford to play up at all anymore. It's going to be a purple buff invade again where Marcus can't find farm. I mean, it's 3 levels in mid, 2 levels in jungle, 2 levels in ADC. Like I said, Fuzzy, sometimes really close sets like this, you make a mistake in picks and bans, and I think that it's pretty fair to say the Poppies have, drafting this little pressure in the mid 2v2, and then a mistake in execution after that really puts a nail in the coffin almost early, that we might just be up for a blowout here in game number 3.
And if we are up here for a blowout, it doesn't mean that the Poppies played bad. It just seems like that everything wasn't quite working out for them, as you mentioned, in picks and bans, because I feel like Chekio, his Scylla is one of the best Scyllas that I've ever actually seen play. He hits all the Scylla ultimates, and he makes sure everything's there, but again, the ward coverage. Cold Llamas have a ward between Tier 2 and Tier 1 tower in the mid lane. So whenever there's going to be an attempt at a rotation for that red buff, the Cold Llamas are going to be there and just say, you're not getting it, and you're never going to get it for the rest of the game. We're almost 10 minutes in, and I don't think Scylla has ever had the red buff yet.
I don't think so, but this is good. Maniac under pressure, no ultimate for him either, and that Divine Retribution came through. Marcus able to get himself on the board, but not able to escape as Maniac picks up the kill with help from the tower. Bit of miscommunication there. Marcus, or I think that's really on Creed not getting in there early enough to tank that tower, because the Nemesis certainly can't withstand those shots as well as Creed can.
No, he definitely can't. Nemesis is one of those gods that squishy. She's an assassin. She wants to get in and do the damage and leave, and she did the damage, but the tower was focused on them. But because of that rotation from the Nemesis and the fact that Sobek can't really do too much about this, they're like, hey, we're 4 people here. We just got the red buff again. Let's get a Gold Fury while we're here. So Gold Fury falls at 10 minutes in, and this gold lead now is looking at the 4K mark, and this is really bad if I'm the Poppies.
Yeah, this is desperation mode already. I think you're looking to make any play that you can like this, fighting Streak Up low on mana, but he's got reinforcements.
Well, the reinforcements showed up, but Draco Marino now is here, and now he will fall to the Riptide, but Marcus will be there. Warchi now looking weak as fails to fall, so both ADCs inevitably falling, and I'm not sure who wins that one necessarily, because yes, you want the Rama to die. He's got 2 assists and 1 kill, but the Uller needs to stay alive in order for him to get any sort of farm, so I feel like it was just kind of an even trade.
I'm liking that if I'm the Poppies, because Marcus gets a big shutdown bonus. I mean, look at this. He's now down only about a level and only about 600 gold all of a sudden, because shutdown bonuses are worth a lot in Smite. So that's huge to get that on someone who is way further ahead. Shutdown Streak Up. That's big for the Poppies. That gives Marcus some sort of agency in this game from here on out. And just a weird decision, I think, by Genetics. He kind of chases the kill onto Warchi instead of sticking with Streak Up. I don't know if he could have saved Streak Up's life from the rotation in from Draco, but allowing Marcus to get the kill, you want to force that kill on the Emoja if you can. And I think Genetics could have kept Marcus out of the pit.
Warchi now is also only just a level down, but that level difference might be close to a level and a half, as Warchi might be looking to see if maybe he can box Streak Up, but just going to go ahead and back away. And there was almost a potential blue buff invade, but because the blue buff invade happened, now they're looking for the red buff, as Pretty Prime can't get back there anymore. But Genetics says it doesn't matter. I'm going to throw you in. Both beads expended from the support and the mid laner. So Marcus is now going to try to start this red buff. He might be able to get it, and he does. The red buff is finally taken by the Poppies for the first time this game, and Streak Up is now going to be dashed on by Nemesis. He goes up in the air, missing 1, missing 2, missing 3. Marcus now has to pop the shield. He still picks it up. That's another kill for Marcus on the Streak Up. But Marcus will fall to the bat out of hell. Draco Marino, with no Omi, is going to pop the River's Rebuke just to get himself healed. But look who's here is Chekio. He's going to go out and throw the Crush onto the back camps and try to leave as fast as possible, and he will.
Again, that's still good. I think by the Poppies, they get the buff secured and they make sure that they keep Streak Up down, and Marcus finds himself his 3rd kill. Try to keep himself relevant in this one. Cold Llamas, this is what they have to be a little bit worried about. We're a little bit late, but we're still playing up. Streak Up plays a little bit too aggressively without a whole lot of backup coming. Then he runs away from where Genetics can meet him quickly, goes up the left side of that rock instead of up around the right. Would have met Draco, but also would have found his support, so maybe that would have been the difference. But either way, 1 for 1, Cold Llama's still in a very, very commanding position. But you start to see the catch-up happening, because minion waves scale in XP really, really quickly. And that matters more when you need less XP to level up. Every time you level up, it requires more XP to hit the next level. So, I mean, Chekio only down a level now. Marcus only down a level. I mean, it matters that you're getting to a point now where the Poppies are going to start closing some of these XP gaps.
Yeah, and that's what the Poppies need, is just continue to stay in these fights, but continue to make sure that Marcus gets a kill or Chekio gets a kill. Just somewhere that it's a carry can get a kill, make sure they don't get caught out of position. Chekio is going to spin to win again. Scylla is going to ult, but Draco Marino doesn't have the ult, but it will land onto Genetics, and he is half health. Drums are going to come out. The River's Rebuke, the taunts, the Bat Out of Hell as well. It won't be enough damage. She's going to be able to get the heal off, and Warchi has made a rotation over from the left-hand side. Creed will pick up Pretty Prime because he has made the rotation from the right-hand side. Blink comes out. Warchi picks up 1. A great fight from the Poppies, but Maniac will pick up Warchi as he rotated from the left-hand side. So now Maniac is a little bit caught out of position by Creed, but Creed's just going to do some damage just to zone out the rest of his carries so they can waddle away.
Man, that is huge for the Poppies. This game is getting really sloppy here, Fuzzy, and really I don't even know how we got to this point that Cold Llamas are putting themselves in a position to get 2-for-1 right there in the mid lane. Really starting to slow that XP and gold gain. It's not jumped back in the Poppies' favor yet, but if this trend continues, I think it will.
It's going to be interesting to see how this happens because you're right, it has been sloppy play, and I'm not sure if it's because the Cold Llamas are not communicating effectively or what's happening, but it also seems like that Chekio just kind of is aware of what he can do and what he can't do, and Draco Marino has always been there for his carries. Like you said in the game too, they play it front to back, and speaking of Draco Marino always going to be there for his carries, they recognize that Maniac is making a rotation, and he burns his ultimate so that he has to get away, and it was just Draco Marino over there.
Didn't know if there was anyone else coming because no real ward vision by Cold Llamas on that side of the map, but Cold Llamas group up, trying to secure this Oni Fury beads from Warchi so that he can steal away the Fury. Genetics does what he can right there. As soon as he starts channeling that ultimate, he's locked on that animation the whole time. You just have to hope that Cold Llamas are going to use their burst accordingly. But again, Cold Llamas just cannot seem to shut the door. I don't know what it is. They just can't do it.
It just seems like that something isn't quite clicking with this comp. It was at the beginning. They kept the pressure going. They got early Gold Fury. They got every red buff until the 10-minute mark, almost every purple buff until the 12-minute mark. It just seemed like that everything was working out in Cold Llamas. Then the Poppies just said, hey, let's go ahead and start winning these fights and start playing the game. And that just seems what happened because Maniac has to pop Thorns. Sobek is in his ultimate to slow him down. Maniac doesn't have his ultimate available, and Creed is just going to go and be able to get away. And look, Draco Marino now is here, but now here comes Cold Llamas. He's going to go ahead and try to get the Taiko Drum damage, and he will get the taunt off, but not enough damage to secure Draco Marino.
Yeah, that's twice now that Prime has opted for the taunt options on that Raijin ultimate where damage would have done the job. I think that kills Draco in that position if he goes for the damage shot, and there's no way it ever kills him with taunt, right? I mean, you just don't have anyone who can follow up off of that taunt. So I think that's twice where Prime is chosen wrong on the note to play on the Taiko drums, and Draco is still sitting at 0 deaths because of it.
Recognizing that Poppy's ADC, Warchi, was over on that left-hand side, they do elect to go for this Pyromancer, and it was almost taken away by a great play, but unfortunately it wasn't quite secured. But Cold Llamas were able to pick it up, and that gold lead at one point was around 4,000 to 5,000, is now slowly getting more closer to that 1,000 to 500 mark. You can see it's almost like a hill on a roller coaster right before you go up, before the inevitable plop.
Man, this is brutal for Cold Llamas. I mean, frankly, Fuzzy, when we're at 7 minutes, that's a 90+% chance to win this game for Cold Llamas. Probably higher than that. You have to make a lot of mistakes consecutively to let the Poppies back into this game. And the Poppies have to make good plays and not just capitalize on mistakes. They've got to do both. And Poppies have done both so far. I mean, Warchi sealing away that Oni Fury is huge. Poppies have really been on time for their buffs, where Cold Llamas have not. They really got off of that red buff timer for some reason, which really just can't happen. And as soon as they've lost control of those buffs on the left side of the map, this lead has started to go away. In a couple bad engagement choices by Cold Llamas, some mismechanicking as well. It's all kind of come together now to let the Poppies back into a game. This game is slightly in the Cold Llamas' favor, when, frankly, Cold Llamas could have been knocking Phoenixes down at this point with the pace they were at early on.
It just seems like that the second that they rotated over to the right-hand side to help Maniac get Sobek at one point, that's when it seems like that they didn't have any pressure on that left-hand side. And then everything kind of just snowballed that way. And so we always talk about snowballs happening when games starts, like what we saw with the Cold Llamas being so far ahead. And now we're just seeing kind of the snowball stop and go the other way around. And look at this. Chekio has a level lead in this mid lane, and at one point he was 2 levels down.
Yeah, this really can't happen if you're Cold Llamas. When you've got Raijin, Camazotz, 2 really aggressive gods early on up against Scylla, Nemesis that were that far behind, you just can't let them back in the game ever. They should really finish the game without being level 20. Like, you should be able to end that quickly if you play it right on that left-hand side. And Cold Llamas just haven't been able to get on the same page for a while now, whereas the Poppies are really just playing better in these little scraps and these crazy sort of back and forth engagements. The Poppies are just playing a little bit better.
And you want to talk about playing a little bit better, they're also farming a little bit better. Even though they got that Oni Fury to help them out a little bit, all tier 1 towers are gone. They're still getting the farm, they're still continuing to make sure that they get the jungle, and all tier 1 for Cold Llamas are gone, and that is what's contributing to this only 500 gold lead in favor of Cold Llamas. It just seems like the Poppies have just made sure that they kept their nose to the grindstone and have kept winning these fights over and over again.
We thought it might be a blowout here in Game 3, but clearly not. I mean, they wanted to stick to the script and go to these close games once again, because this game is now basically even at 20 minutes. I mean, sure, some slight XP advantages here and there, but I feel like the Poppies, their team composition just scales really, really well into the late game. Not that Cold Llamas doesn't. I think both teams actually scale really well in this game, but you got to, with the way that the Cold Llamas weren't able to close the door early on, how could you ever favor them going into this late game? I just don't understand how you could have that faith.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but during this entire time, the Primal Fury has fallen to Cold Llamas, but Maniac seems to be the target as he is now at half health and will disengage. And that entire time, Sobek was just kind of pushing up that tier 2 in the right-hand side just to get a little bit more pressure, get a little bit more farm, and that kind of helps get a little bit of pressure off that left-hand side. So now, it might be possible that the Poppies could push up this mid because their tanks might have to disengage.
Don't think the Poppies really have a lot to do right now, though. I mean, I just think that Creed needs to understand that his job is no longer to push waves, it's to group and be your initiator for the Poppies. Because if you can Sobek pluck genetics straight into Chekio damage, you're going to win the fight more often than not. So I think that Creed, comes in really late there with a teleport because he's pushing up that right-hand side. Just not necessary. Now's the time to be grouped as 5. The Poppies have such a strong 5v5. I mean, it's Sobek pluck and Nemalt into Scylla root crush, and that player's dead, and you still have basically everything up. That's strong.
You mean like this that just happened, right? Where genetics is almost completely completely dead, and he just has to run away. That's exactly what you were asking for, and it happened. It's happened. And then there's Gare goes again, and ults onto Maniac. He can't quite get away, but look at this streak up. Is up in the air, try to get some snipes. Creed will pick up Maniac, but Chekio is still here. Chekio's getting healed, and Fails dives into the back, and now he's got the bat out of hell to try to disengage. He's going to look for Chekio, but it won't matter because Creed's there, but he just misses the pluck. Pretty Prime trying to get the Raiju off to see if he can maybe hit a squishy target, get some more damage off, but ask and ye shall receive, aggro. That's what it seemed like just happened.
Nice and easy for the Poppies. Now they get Pyromancer. They've got Sustain on their side with the Yamocha. Why not head towards this Fire Giant? You've bought Genetics time to come back in healthy, but I think that you've got the secure advantage here with I'm a Monster.
Well, they don't even need the I'm a Monster. The Poppies will get the Fire Giant. They'll get the Taiko drums. Creed is going to get spun into the back, but it doesn't matter because Marcus was trying to do something in the back, and he will fall. Creed will fall to Pretty Prime, but now Genetics just got blown up because that's 2 I'm a Monsters, a double kill. The reset's going to happen. Pretty Prime's going to the tier 2. He got slowed. The third one will hit. That's a triple kill for Chekio and the I'm a Monster. That is a deicide, and now the Poppies have the advantage, and they're going to push it down this right-hand side.
That is insane that this game's going to end likely in less than 25 minutes, and it isn't Cold Llamas when they were up by 1 billion early on. That should be game, Fuzzy. What a comeback by the Poppies.
They're pushing for the Titan. It doesn't matter that Maniac burned his ult. He's going to try to do as much damage as possible, but Chekio does so much damage with Crush, with the Sikkim. He will fall. Eventually, Maniac will fall to Marcus, but it doesn't matter. The Titan will fall. The Poppies, who are behind the entire game, have won Game 3 and will move on to face Belt Slap in the next set.
That's absurd. I just can't admit, I can't believe that happened. That is one of the fastest turnarounds from a near unwinnable game to you ending that I've ever seen in years and years of casting Smite. And Cold Llamas really have to just go back to the drawing board, man. I don't know. When we talked at the very beginning of the set about how I just don't understand how we get here so often with Cold Llamas, this is exactly what I'm talking about. How did we ever get here to where we're talking about the Poppies winning that Game 3, especially in that fashion?
I'm not sure how they won it, but it seems like that it became 0 to hero from Czechio with that triple kill. But Desk, what did you guys see? How did you figure out that Poppies were going to win this one?
I watched them walk it down to the Titan. There was no other way to guess that they were going to win that one. A tumultuous path, I think, to say the least, for the Poppies to get there. And Finch, it really does come down. I think Scylla has a really big moment there at the very end, the damage Czechia is putting out. But the entire team, it hit different all of a sudden in the last, 3 minutes, 5 minutes maybe of the game?
Yeah, man, they really started to get into that groove, and we were kind of talking about it in the back. We were like, man, are we going to really have to go out there and gas up Nemesis and Scylla? But, I mean, if those two are the ones popping off, then what else are we supposed to say, right? I mean, it was an excellent performance there from Czechio, but truly, it's hard to not frame this as something that just got away from Cold Llamas. They started off this game like they were in a great position. You can see it here. They were up 3-0. It looked like they were going to be able to win this one, but it starts with being able to hunt down Maniac, getting this kill, and starting to get that train rolling for them. Once Poppy started to get in control, I mean, it all happened so quickly. It was only 23 minutes. It's hard to find trends going in any one direction, but it felt like once Poppies started to get into their rhythm, they really weren't going to slow down.
I mean, it really wasn't until this moment where, Czechio not only gets this triple kill, which is just solid for a Scylla. Probably one of the best things you can see is getting that first kill with an I'm a Monster and getting that reset. But every single one of those highlights, there was only one thing that tracked true, and that was that Cold Llamas had a gold lead, they had a kill lead, like they were just in the lead until that last one, and then it's all of a sudden 1,000 gold in favor of the Poppies, and they just swung it all back in their favor. I mean, you can look at it. I mean, Marcus was 5-3-5. He just had a really big moment there, or a couple of big moments, I should say, throughout the game. Czechio had a really big splash at the end. Creed held his own, which I think is all you can ask, and maybe even then some, from that Sobek. They did kind of the core. Maybe you could add in some healing in there, but realistically, it's the core that set up the kills for everybody else.
Yeah, and I gotta think if you're Shriek Up, you're really not feeling good about that because Warchi was kind of catching the hands, I felt like, for a while in that matchup. But in the end, Shriek Up isn't able to win. It is Warchi's team that's taking down the Titan into the end there. So just a bit unfortunate, I guess, for him and for the rest of Cold Llamas. And I think we're also seeing a little bit of that Scylla variance. When we talk about how Scylla's inconsistent, that doesn't mean there is no high end. That doesn't mean that sometimes she doesn't triple kill and end the game. It just means that most times she's doing something in between. Just turns out that when you get that high end, it's pretty good.
And it's one of those things, you put them on the right players and give them the right timing, then all of a sudden it all lines up for them. The one that actually just stood out as the most obvious is probably MLC Stealth years and years and years ago for their finals. Obviously, it works sometimes, even at the highest of stage, but now they are going to go forward to face up against Belt Slap. That'll be happening tomorrow. Cold Llamas, since they are knocked down, will face Smiley Face. That'll be the first elimination match starting tomorrow at 11 a.m. The first set of the day. You'll get to see who goes home. A lot of surprises, I think, today out of Smiley Face more than anything. So that's going to be a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. Realistically, a lot of people expected that to be a 2-0 between them and Belt Slap. The fact that they not only pushed it to 3, but they were close games gives me a lot of hope for tomorrow morning.
Right, they won game 1 and then still looked pretty close in game number 2. Did Smiley Face? I'm right there with you. I think that considering how well they looked, and then Cold Llamas looking maybe a little bit shaky, I think that makes that match way closer than I would have thought it was. That's one that now there's no way I could consider missing here at this point, Goris. I'm right there with you. All of these circuit playoffs matches are turning out to absolutely live up to the hype.
And it's going to be fun to watch them because of the fact that it's double elimination. You do get to see your favorite teams twice at the minimum as they come forward. And, you get knocked down, you get that rush of an elimination match. But it's not just Europe, Finch, that's going to be doing this. We also have North America that's going to be coming through, seeing teams like Basket and the Boys and all of that. It's just interesting to see this weekend come together just because of the way it has been. And when you're looking at specifically, the way this weekend is going to path, do you sincerely expect it to be, much like we're facing tomorrow in Europe, this 1 versus 2 matchup in the finals? Or is this, second lower bracket the best path for some of these SOC teams even to make a big splash?
I hate to say it, but I'm wondering. I don't think NA will be quite as top to bottom competitive, Gore. I do think that EU just has more of a history of being competitive throughout all those slots. Basket is still over there in NA. That one seed is still pretty safe. I don't know, man. Until I see Basket on the ground with the crown astrew on the ground, I won't believe it. I won't believe it.
Well, I guess I've got good news, bad news for you. Good news is Baskin isn't on the ground, crown askew yet, but there's still potential for it to happen. He is going to be coming up next as we pivot over into North America, guys. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after this.
into the Smite Circuit playoffs. It's Finch and Aggro here this time as we're moving over to the North American sides of things, I would say here this time. We're still in those circuit playoffs, obviously, but now we're going to take a look at Basket and the boys here up against Gone to Tahiti. Now, Aggro, I really want your genuine thoughts on this one. I mean, obviously, I think we favor Basket and the boys, but I expect this one to be pretty close.
I don't know, man. I think Basket and the boys have been looking really good so far. I think that this team is really continuing to gel and get better. Now, they did have to make a change with Haddox being banned, and they picked up Uzi, who's been around in the North American SML solo lane for a long, long time. Former teammate of mine. I know Uzi is the type of dude who can just slot into just about any team really well. He's really, really good at following the leader, and I think that that's what all he really has to do here for Basket and the boys. I think Gone to Tahiti have their work cut out for them here in this one.
It's not going to be easy. The good news is for Gone to Tahiti that this is that double elimination format, obviously for both North America and EU. So even if you drop here, you still get a chance to make your way up through that loser's bracket and eventually still compete in that finals where there will be a one-game advantage, if I'm not mistaken. And this Gone to Tahiti roster certainly does not have unfamiliar names, right? Even though they're coming from the open circuit. I mean, Diesel, Cope, Mollusk, Commando, these are guys that you certainly should know here at this point, but they are trying to compare up against some of the best. It's not just Basque. I mean, Mass, I think for a while was considered one of the very top tier junglers when he was playing at that SPL level. They certainly do have a tall task here ahead of them.
And no doubt. I mean, that's what's so good about Baskin and the boys, is that it really is not just Baskin, though sometimes that's all you need. I think that your highlight of Mask is really, really perfect because people forget how good Mask has been in his career. Mask has an argument to being the best North American jungler of all time. I mean, this dude is an absolute monster in that jungle position, and if he can continue to get those balls rolling, I mean, he is likely the best NA jungler at ever snowballing early leads. It's why his Ratatosker has been so feared throughout his career. That's Mask's style. And then you've got the late game coming through with Baskin often in that mid lane. When Baskin and the boys struggle, I think it's often those side lanes. And that's why Haddox was such a big pickup for them, because he was so rock solid there. If Uzi can continue that same consistency, I think that's going to be really good for them. And it's really making sure that that duo lane of Meerkat and Gino is able to transition into those late game team fights. Because this Baskin and the boys team usually does like to play the early game pretty slow more often than not.
Yeah, I think that'll probably be the case. And I feel like we don't quite give Gino as much credit as he has earned at times either. He's been a very consistent lower-level support player. He's one of the ones that I thought was going to get called up, right around the start of this last season or so. It didn't quite go that way for him. I don't know if that's where his priority is, but he certainly plays at that level. And really, truly, at the end of the day, these guys really just need to flank Baskin, perhaps just to straight up the best to ever touch the game. Not a whole lot of people are going to argue with you on that case. And I think that he's done it in multiple roles, man. He's so flexible. It feels as if he's able to be the best at Smite sort of as an afterthought sometimes. This dude's just that good. I mean, he really, truly is.
I mean, the memes are there for a reason about this guy for sure. So you shouldn't be doubting him at all. I just think that if Baskin and the boys get to mid to late game, they almost always are able to take it. It's when they get pressured out in mid and in duo particularly that they can struggle. So, and that any team led by Mollusk, who's in the jungle here for Gone to Tahiti, is going to look to play aggressively in the early game. That's where Mollusk has found all of his success as a player, is snowballing early leads. So if I'm Gone to Tahiti, I'm trying to pick things that get aggressive early. Like, so help me if I see a Kali pick for Mollusk in this set. Don't give me any of that. I want warriors in the jungle. I want warriors in duo lane if you want to do that. I mean, just early pressure, I think, is the name of the game here for this SOC team.
Yeah, to me, Mollusk is kind of the definition of high variance, right? We have seen high end from him that has made me be like, well, why isn't this guy playing in the SPL all the time if he plays this well? Because also you see some games from him where Mollusk can he can be invisible, more than invisible, a detriment. And I think it's because of exactly what you said. He likes to play for that early game. It's such a volatile point of the game. It's not a reflection of his skill. It's because the point in the game in which he is best is the same point where if a mistake does happen, it can feel like there's no way to come back. I think it's really just a result of that.
Exactly. That's just the way that he's always played the game. He likes to take high-risk plays. He likes to – he thinks he's going to make the perfect mechanical outplay every time, right. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, when you're trying to do it against Baskin, maybe not so much. But for the most part, you'd rather have your jungler have that sort of mindset that they are going to outplay everybody all the time than trying to instill some confidence in them. And Mollusk has never been lacking for confidence. I think that that's really where this team is going to have to lean on, is that – jungle pressure in the early game that I would anticipate them picking.
They're absolutely going to need it if they want to try and stop Basket and the boys. And in that same regard, Mollusk not going about that alone, going to be sort of lining up alongside Sops in that mid lane, who's probably drawn the hardest card in trying to line up against Baskin. You don't always necessarily get pressured out of lane, so to speak, but you can certainly get out farmed. You can certainly get put into a position where now that mid laner has pressure, they can rotate more than you. Their jungler can back them up looking for ganks. It could potentially be trouble for them there in that middle lane, as we're just about ready to hop into those picks and bans.
I think that's a good point there, Finch, because with Cope Baby there as support as well, traditionally a jungler for most of his career, a little bit in solo lane when he played in the SPL. How efficient is he going to be with his farming? Is he going to be oversharing? You know that the enemy team's going to funnel Baskin. They do every single game. He's going to take all the farm that he possibly can. So can you put Sops in a position to still succeed while not setting the rest of your team too far behind? Those are things that usually take a long time for a team to really gel together, is how we're playing the map, how much farm we're giving to each member of the team so that we're in a good spot to succeed.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing that a team like maybe Sanguine in the SPL has kind of gotten down pat, right? We're always wondering to ourselves, how has Shinto found a way to get this far ahead or something like that? Well, we know how, and it's because of the way that team plays, the way that they prioritize who gets what. And so that's the same thing that's going to be a question here for Gond Tahiti. Are they ready to prove that they've got that figured out up against the best of the best here in the SCC? And that's exactly who they're going up against. Right away, though, all these bands, really standard top meta picks, right? Except for this new wall, perhaps. But you definitely don't want to deal with Heimdall, Persephone, or Hell.
And a lot of these are aimed towards that mid lane. Every ban so far for Tahiti is towards Baskin in that mid lane. I like the idea of taking the Nuwa away. It's a good throwaway ban. Just something that is strong, but you're not going to first pick, that can be a little bit annoying to play against. I think that Baskin and the boys are definitely in the right vein when it comes to banning things like Nuwa and like Hunbats. Now their options are pretty wide open at the top of the draft.
They should be able to go just about wherever they want. We've seen a lot of things like Hercules getting prioritized, a lot of these aggressive warrior types. Looks like it is going to be something relatively similar, but not exactly Hercules. Going to be the Nike getting picked up. This works as a great flex picks for them. It could go into the jungle or over to the solo lane and do pretty well and play very differently in either one of those roles. So really not giving a lot away by taking this early.
Yeah, I agree, and we know that Uzi likes this pick. If you watch his streams at all, Nike's one of those gods that he plays quite a bit, but Mask played it a ton earlier on this year in the jungle, so I think that this is a strong flex pick here for Baskin and the boys, but it's also a really good transformation for the Morrigan. So I like that pick here by Tahiti. They also take one of the picks that Meerkat has gone to very consistently in this Jingwei. So even though Baskin and the boys probably pretty happy with their top pick, I like the responses here by the SOC team.
Now, this looks smart from Gone to Tahiti, the way they've gone with it so far. Take away one of those safest options from Meerkat. I want to make sure that I don't sell my boy Meerkat out too low here. He's certainly a strong player, but I think it would be fair to say that he is one of those question marks on an otherwise strong roster. So making sure that he can't get through this laning phase for free with something like a Jingwei, always smart. So on the other side, the Amaterasu and the Ganesh come through. This is a little bit early to be making these picks because I feel like this takes away some of the flex from Nike. But if you can get Amaterasu and Ganesh and then just fill in some carries later, you're never going to complain.
Ganesh is probably Gino's best god, so getting that for him really early is a really good idea. And the Ama, it still is some flex potential. I mean, it's Nike Ama in jungle and solo, but you don't really know exactly which way Baskin and the boys are going to go. That does give you at least some sort of extra advantage, but even if they were to say, hey, we're putting Nike jungle, we're putting Ama solo, who cares? I mean, this Ama is so good at chasing down the Morrigan. She goes into stealth, you press 4, it covers such a wide area, she's going to get revealed anyways, and she's got no mobility to get away from you. It is, again, a good Morrigan transformation, but I don't think that you can really concern yourself too much with that. I think that you're going to pick what you're going to pick And if it happens to be good transforms, then it happens to be pretty good. I think outside of things like Terra, I would probably be a little bit hesitant to pick Terra against the Morrigan. Otherwise, I think I'm just picking what I want, and whatever she gets, she gets.
Just gonna have to bite the bullet, be the better Nike or Ama. Maybe he's gonna have to be the call here in this one. But you're right, man. Amaterasu brings so much to the table, and it's not particularly sneaky, right? So you might as well just go ahead and go with it up front and not worry too much about it. To catch up with these bans a little bit, the Merlin and the Xbalanque banned by Gonda Tahiti, so they certainly recognize they got to get some of those really strong carries out of there. Meanwhile, going straight towards those hyper carry assassins are Baskin and the boys, and this is what you were saying. You didn't think it would be these late game hyper carries, be someone who'd be active a bit more early, and that's exactly what Robin is.
Yeah, I'm very surprised at those bans because I think that it's exactly what we were talking about. That's not the identity that Mollusk teams usually have. So you ban out Dodgy and Kali, I think you would have been pretty happy to see Mollusk pick those selections and let you get to where you are the strongest, which is in that late game. But if Ho Yi was on the table, that's a pick that Meerkat wanted, then I can understand wanting to take away the Dodgy.
Right.
No inherent DC immunity there, so that can be a problem for him. Maybe they were hoping that they could get something else like Thoth that, again, Dodgy really does play well against. So that ban is making more sense to me as we see the draft round out here for Baskin and the boys, but I still don't think that they should have been that intimidated by something like the Kali.
Yeah, agreed. Maybe a chance to try and take a little bit more of that early game off the table. But this is now a scary draft Baskin and the boys have. It's a nightmare for me to think of Baskin, who's already better than me, getting to hit me from further away than I can contemplate on something like a Thoth, man. This gives him all kinds of options to be mobile, to do damage in the back line, and then to allow the rest of that team to be that frontline bulwark for him.
Yeah, I think that Baskin and the boys have a really strong draft. It's a ton of AoE, good CC, good damage across the board. It's not great early, but with this Nike in the jungle, I think it does carry a little bit of weight there. And then their late game is absolutely nuts. On the other side, I think that the frontline presence out of the Sobek and the Kuzenbo is going to be strong here for Tahiti, but overall, I think that their level of execution has to be a lot higher here. I mean, they've got things that are a little bit harder to execute on than the team that is already more established anyways in Baskin and the boys.
Not always a winning recipe as we start to move into game number 1 here in NA.
Always appreciated. Finch and Aggro, it's Dulcin and Mifflin on the call for Baskin and the boys versus Gone to Tahiti. And you in chat, make sure to vote on who you think is going to win this big matchup. Maybe just by virtue of Baskin being on one of the teams that will sway your vote one way or the other. And Mifflin, maybe it sways your vote here in this engagement as well.
You know what? I'll go ahead and make a prediction about chat before I share my own. I'm going to say at least 90% of chat's going to go ahead and side with B&B. And I'm not going to fault them.
Just
Count me in
you
it.
now, right?
No, they want those
now.
points.
Yeah, I guess. That's true. But you look at this matchup. Go ahead. Break down the drafts for me, though.
Let's take a quick gander at it. B&B got exactly what they're known for every step of the way. When I think of Baskin, I think of two gods. I think of Thoth, and I think of Scylla. He got the Thoth. Meerkat's playing a semi-aggressive hunter that's not really up his alley. It's more along the lines of X-Ball and Jingwei when you think of him. But when it fits into his draft, he's got that huge Raining Sun that's going to synergize incredibly well with the Ganesh. Mass is going to play an Initiator along with Uzi, and Uzi with that Nike passive going to make Baskin stronger in the late game. What's better than Baskin? Baskin with a passive buff. That's about as good as you want from the order side. And then you take a peek over at Gonda Tahiti. Sure, they've got this early game aggression out of the jungle inside of this Robin, but the rest of their team comp isn't going to be able to match that level of aggression. Sobek in solo has fantastic kill potential with his lane partner, but his follow-up on Robin damage, not nearly as much as you would expect from maybe even something like a Ymir or a Jingchen or a more aggressive warrior support. The Kuzenbo is very nice and it's going to work really well with their draft, but putting him over in the solo lane means that we're probably not going to see him until around level 15. Gonda Tahiti drafted for the early inside their jungler, nowhere else.
And then you start to look at that kind of conversation, I think, where Gonda Tahiti have drafted. Early rotation, though, from Mast on the Amaterasu. Over to the long lane, it's Cope, who now has to make his way out. Silenced down by Mast, but the dash defensively is enough to save first blood. Can you say the same over in the solo lane? My goodness, Uzi, within an inch of his life, stays alive. Your prediction's slightly wrong there, Mifflin. It was 88% for Baskin and the boys. I think there were maybe some spite votes there or some sway votes just to get it beneath that 90%. I don't think those votes are misplaced. But look at what we've already seen. That's a level 3 ganked from Mast here on this Amaterasu.
I like it. He's matching the pressure that he's expecting to see from Mollusk. Unfortunately for Mass, he doesn't get anything off of that gank, so he's going to fall slightly behind in terms of XP. But when you're playing against another warrior like that, falling behind half a level, it's not nearly as big a deal as it is if you're playing double assassin jungles, where you have to really worry about, okay, we're looking for the late game, we're trying to scale into it, I got to get there at least on par with my enemy component. With Robin, you're not worried about that. You think to yourself, well, the whole thing Robin's going for is this early game pressure. If I can alleviate that by dealing it myself, you're done your job already.
Do you find some surprise, though, and we've sort of talked about the picks bans, the drafts, maybe the way they've fallen is more interesting to look at now, especially seeing how Uzi is, well, being bullied out a little bit here in the short lane over on the solo side of the map. Interested at all in the Nike being the solo laner rather than the Amaterasu?
I think that it is interesting in that they knew that this Kuzenbo was likely going to go towards that solo lane, so sending Nike over there, it's not a great matchup. He's got ways to deal with your channeled abilities, he's got fantastic poke. Nike's a god in solo that's always looking to at least trade with the enemies, looking to deal its own damage, as is Kuzenbo, except he brought a homie, and also he's reflecting your own damage. So just inside of that, I'm not surprised to see how that lane is going. The Ama jungle is interesting in that you could have had a lot more pressure with the Nike.
There is an attempted pluck by Cope over on the Meerkat, but a nice time to Bede's going to save his life. Sentinel of Zeus pulled back by Mando Warrior. A couple more auto attacks will get it done, and Uzi, despite nearly falling just a few moments ago, is going to knock down first blood for Baskin and the boys. The opposite of what you want to start here if you're gone to Tahiti.
Yeah, my man said, Haddix who? This is Uzi Town now. I like it. He backs twice before we see Mando Warrior back even once. So he had the potion advantage, he had the power advantage, he had the full Warrior Tabi there for that engagement and immediately leverages it and tries to force a fight. He gets away with it. Now first blood going his way, there's just about no way Mando Warrior is going to be able to come back in that lane short of a gank. We're probably going to see the Runic Shield come out from this Nike. That damage output that Mando was able to use to force out Uzi, it's not going to be nearly as impactful.
Well, looking for a blue buff invade, might have gotten some of the creeps, but unable to lock down the buff itself. And it is Blink for Mando Warrior, locked in for his first relic, so teleport, a small differential there, and really evening up the level difference over in the solo lane. Some action here in the mid lane as Mollusk looks to find some sort of advantage, maybe some presence here early in this game, but mid lane, maybe not it when Baskin can poke you from that far away.
Yeah, don't walk through Baskin's lane without a plan. My man took away 50% of your health as an afterthought. He didn't care. He still got the wave pressure. He still forced Mollusk back. And now Mollusk is going to have to go back to base, whereas he could have farmed up a little bit more safely, maybe looked for a duo gank. And now Mando in some trouble.
He's going to take a tower shot or two for that. Uzi has a Sentinel of Zeus. Not sure the slow connected there on the Mando. One final shot and realizing there's no escape there. Mando's going to solo die for the second time now this game. Gino rotating over for just a little insurance with a potential counter gank for Gone to Tahiti. Now you've got this Kuzenbo 0-2 6 minutes into the game. Uzi on this Nike and get some of those kills rolling nonetheless.
So, something about Kuzenbo from behind, I'm going to be completely blatant with it. He's awful. The whole strength of Kuzenbo is that when he's ahead, he's going to go sit on top of the enemy mage or whoever's doing the most damage on the enemy team, and he's going to throw his little nene at him and auto attack and reflect damage and just be that huge displacement factor, that deterrent from you trying to move up. Kuzenbo from behind is going to try and do the exact same thing, except he's going to die for it.
There is an ultimate from Meerkat over here onto Diesel. No rotation from either jungler there, but look at the shot from Baskin. Connects in the final one there onto Sops, unable to escape the onslaught of damage. That's going to pick up an assist from Mast as well. Bad to worse for Gone to Tahiti all over the map here. Stunned down onto Diesel. Meerkat not choosing to use his jump just yet. Better off forward as Cope rotating back over to the long lane here. But talk about that big play. Baskin finds himself a kill over in the mid.
Man, Do I have to talk about it? I mean, it's Baskin. It's exactly what we expect. He does it perfectly to time it off of Sop's D-transform, finds the root, gets the follow-up damage. It's a clean play. He had some help around. Someone lands the assist. Mass does, but Mass didn't really deal any of the damage there. That's 100% Baskin. Now we're looking at a 1-level lead in mid. We're looking at a 2-level lead in the solo lane. Those are 2 lanes now that are going to be almost off the table for Moss to gank without any assistance. I mean, for sure, we're not going to see Nike die to a gank. You might be able to find Baskin.
Well, Cope might just die to a gank here, but it is Mollusk who's rotating through. Meerkat has to use the up-down. Won't find the return kill himself this time. The Gone to Tahiti jungler able to rotate over, find a kill for his team. Baskin there to poke down some good damage as well. So 1 for none for the red side of things, and maybe call that a small win, especially getting this Robin involved in these fights.
There's no worse lane to lose than duo lane in the early, so that's kind of a good factor for Gone to Tahiti here. If you have to choose just one lane to win, it should be duo. That's the lane that you can get the Gold Fury through, you can get more invades a lot more easily. It's much easier for a team to concentrate their effort towards invading a purple buff or invading a red than it is moving into the enemy jungle's speed buff or blue buff, because that removes you from such a huge contention point on the map. So if Mollusk continues to run it down duo, maybe gets one more clean gank off, puts Meerkat down, that's one way for Gone to Tahiti to get back in through objectives.
And it really seemed like a moment there, or for a moment there, that Baskin and the boys were going to be able to pick up a kill in the long lane. So a big swing that not only Gone to Tahiti escape that onslaught alive, but they also get themselves a kill. It's Mast rotating deep, or somewhat deep into the Gone to Tahiti side of the jungle. Golden Blade first item overall for the Amaterasu there, the jungle Amaterasu. Does that make some sense to you, the route that Mast has started going?
Yeah, it's going to make clearing out those jungle buffs a lot more easy. She's not going to have to use the abilities, so ganks are going to be a lot easier to come by. A lot of times in jungle, you'll try and clear out a buff, maybe you have to use your abilities on it, so you can't really look for that instant gank. Not an issue with Golden Blade.
As he's rotating over as well, a couple kills in tow. The up-down connects, so does the Sentinel of Zeus way too slow on the backline. Is Gone to Tahiti. Sops will transform and drop down his own ultimate as well underneath the tier 1 tower, but Baskin has sniped down Cope elsewhere. Mask returns the damage for another kill. Baskin and the boys, they complete the 2-sided tier 1 tower dive. They might get the tower, but they definitely have a couple of kills.
You know what? I think Baskin picked up some tips and tricks with his time with the Ghost Boys during playoffs, because this is looking like a completely Ghost playstyle. B&B are just running it down.
Yeah, this is exactly kind of that mindset that we see out of a team like Ghost in the SPL, and especially when on the desk, a lot of what they assumed that Gone to Tahiti needed to do was take the fight to Baskin and the boys in the early game. Baskin and the boys like that mid to late scaling. They're so confident in playing around their carries that's where Baskin and the boys thrive. So seeing this early lead balloon up to around 2,000 gold, 10.5 minutes into this game, brutal for Gone to Tahiti, especially when you consider where those kills are. The jungler for Baskin and the boys is going to rotate through. Diesel now having to airstrike his way away, but now there's solo potential in the long lane. Seems like everywhere is just a losing battle for the red side.
They're going to have to do something big to make a comeback here. My eyes are almost always going to be glued to Mollusk now. He's the only one that's got a slash line on the board for his team. He's the only one that's been able to turn a fight around, and he's also got a slight level lead in the jungle still. Mask getting caught out, Sops on the aggression.
There's a nice double silence, dazzling offensive, one more shot onto Sops, and down goes the Morgan. That's a 2v1 turnaround for the Baskin and the boys jungler. One more pluck from Cope, but Mollusk not close enough to follow up just yet. It actually might be the Sobek that's caught out now as Gino rotates his way over from the mid lane. Has the Dharmic Pillars if need be, but it looks like the 1 for none, and Baskin and the boys will be happy with it, should they not choose to chase any further.
If they deal just a little bit more damage and can guarantee that they're forced to back up here, B&B can easily back up to the Gold Fury Basket. That's insane, dude. He doesn't die, but the mental damage is there. If I'm Diesel, I've emotionally checked out at this point, because that's insane that he hits that.
Yeah, I'm thinking, no way he's going to actually go for this, right? And then you realize who it is, and of course he's going to go for it. It nearly snipes you down. One more auto attack prior in that fight. Likely would have gotten it done there. It's the TKO for Baskin. Not a kill on the board, but forces Sops back nonetheless. Gold Fury just getting warded up a bit here. Look at Baskin and the boys' control on this top side of the jungle right around that Fury Pit. Maybe looking for a fight forward, but it won't be just for the moment. But you can sense that Baskin and the boys are going to attempt this Fury here shortly.
It's just this constant pressure. Now Gond and Edie have to respond to it. They've got the solo laner ahead on the rotation, but it's burning way too fast.
Down it goes for Baskin and the boys. Dharmic Pillar's there just for a little bit of insurance. Maybe looking for a fight now. Mast has not had the chance to go back to base just yet. Dazzling offensive back up, but right back down goes the jungler. Mollusk continuing on the chase as Baskin has chipped him down. About half HP. Gino is going to be left alone here. A couple of kills now for Gone to Tahiti, and Meerkat is going to get plucked against the wall nonetheless. Cope now full-on retreat mode as Baskin has rejoined the fray, and it looks like maybe a 2 for none if Baskin and the boys choose to go no further, but of course they do. You got a 201 Nike rotating through. Make it 3 now as Sops goes down, and look at the aggression, Mifflin, from Baskin and the boys on this chase.
Baskin's been this entire time, but he doesn't care.
What? He's
He
still
keeps
there.
eking out just enough mana to deal the damage that they need. Was a clean chase from Gond to Tahiti after the Gold Fury. BNB overstayed just a little bit, going for that red buff. Had they given it up, they should have been able to disengage cleanly. And then Gond to Tahiti, just with a little bit too much confidence, do the exact same and stick around too long, turning what was a decent swing back in their favor as far as XP goes, now cleanly a huge win for BNB.
Yeah, it's those big swings in a moment where you're gone to Tahiti, everything has been levied against you this entire game. You're thinking maybe this is a moment to get us back in. You can even see on the gold charts there a small little downward peak, but immediately spikes back up for Baskin and the boys. Could get worse. Cope is going to have to tail spin, find a little knock up there onto Gino, no further. Baskin has now been able to go back, locked in the Chronos Pendant, Divine Ruin as well. You talk about this thought that you want to kind of get some scaling into the mid to late game. He's already there, Mifflin, 14 minutes in.
Yeah, Divine Ruin online early on. His damage output has been absolutely crippling. With the Hieroglyphic Assault, he's doing 50% of Mollusk's health bar every single time. From a longer range than Mollusk can engage from him, so no one's going to be able to return damage onto Baskin. Now the whole goal for Gond to Tahiti is to somehow find their way into the back line, but BNB have drafted around that. Uzi on this Nike and Mast on this Ama. Good luck getting through those two.
Yeah, there's so much utility, it seems, for Baskin and the boys, whether to engage or to disengage or peel, potentially, depending on what the moment calls for. Solo lane has not gotten any easier for Mando Warrior. 2 levels down now onto Uzi. Mollusk rotates through, but ever escapable, I suppose, is this Nike will leap out. But the Totem of Kub, the small victory there for Gone to Tahiti, taken down. But you talk about leaving this Kuzumbo alone now in this lane. It's going to get brutal, and as such, Mollusk still hovering around on the right side of the map.
Yeah, this laning phase is not long for this world. BNB have established such a large XP and gold lead at this point that if they decide to group up as a 5-man death ball or even just a 2-man death ball, as long as Baskin's one of the two, Gone to Tahiti, they're going to have to respond somewhere on the map. Pyromancer now in everyone's sights, except for Gone to Tahiti. They might be looking towards the left lane for a gank, or they're just caught unaware.
There's another 1v1 in the long lane, but Diesel takes one too many shots and will back himself off. Pyromancer locked down for Baskin and the boys. Rotation back behind Meerkat in play now by Cope. His purple buff is respawning. Won't really result in much. It is a relatively even long lane there, though, Miff. When you look at what Diesel's been able to do, been under the eye of Meerkat maybe a couple of times, but getting this Jing Wei into a position to maybe scale is maybe one of the big win conditions now for Gone to Tahiti.
It's certainly one of the best looks they've got. As far as XP deficit and gold deficit, it's really Diesel that's the only one who's able to keep par with his lane counterpart. But it's going to be hard for him to find the damage when you have Thoth staring down the barrel of a gun literally 300 yards away, dealing damage to you at your tier 2 tower from red buff. I mean, when Baskin's playing like this, I can't put too much stock in Diesel.
That's true, especially given a point that we talked about just a few moments ago prior to a little long or short lane fighting, rather, with the engage potential that Baskin and the boys have. It's been kind of laid out in front of us time and time again this game. A Dharmic Pillar sets up a fight, masked with a dazzling offensive is there as well. A Sentinel of Zeus. I mean, literally everyone on Baskin and the boys has the ability to start something up. And Gone to Tahiti might not have all the tools they require to fully disengage. It's a Fury respawn in 30 seconds. That's maybe where these teams start to look, especially it's looking like the Oni Fury for Baskin and the boys that'll be respawning here soon. That's a big one to find a little extra lane pressure as it looks like the solo lane tier 1 tower might go down here as well.
Take a peek at Gon's and Tahiti's relics. They're all looking at Blink. We see a lot of selfish relic usage here, and Sobek hasn't hit level 12 yet. Compared to BNB, you've got Shell, you have got a Frenzy, you've got all sorts of things that are going to help out the entire squad. God of Tahiti just doesn't have the same tool.
Well, maybe it's Cope rotating all the way around is going to lock down Baskin. Not this time. Dazzling offensive used defensively. That's a good up-down from Mollusk. Maybe finding the kill here. That's an opening kill for Gauntlet Tahiti, but how about the fight after? Cannot forget Baskin's got a 2-level lead over his mid lane counterpart. Dharmic Pillars Mifflin's going to keep this fight going right inside that Sentinel of Zeus as well. Baskin has done a good job melting down some damage. So is the front line of Baskin and the boys. This is pretty telling here. Despite a 1-kill advantage, it's Baskin and the boys still on the offensive, and they might find themselves a kill onto Mollusk. An up-down from Meerkat. The silence there is enough. Meerkat does finish off the kill, but they've left Baskin alone on the backside of the engagement. All in all, it's a 2-for-1 trade for Gauntlet Tahiti.
2 for 1, but no objectives just yet. And with the health bars as they are, I don't imagine this Gold Fury is going to go down before we see Master respawn, before we see Baskin back in the fray. Cope, a little bit left alone towards the Gold Fury, might be forced out here. I like what we're seeing from BNB. They're continually looking for aggression despite not even winning the initial engagement, and somehow they've been able to eke out small wins the entire time.
That might be it for Mando. Warrior is going to have to pop the ultimate, but Meerkat rings true on his auto attacks. Locked in here with Mass as the Dharmic Pillars up for the second time in just a couple of minutes. We'll get rid of Cope as well. It's these long, drawn-out fights and the certainly sudden, nearly instantly over fights that Baskin and the boys have been winning. It's gone to Tahiti either overstaying or not really being involved in these fights that have found them losses time and time again, and now it's the Fury locked down for Baskin and the boys. A couple great picks, really opening up the map.
I'd be really excited to see where Baskin and the boys decide to go with this. With Oni minion waves, they could very easily, with a lead they've already established, 6,000 gold, 7,000 experience, they could group up on these waves, likely even take a tier 2 tower despite not having Fire Giant, or they could use this time where they know where God Tahiti has to go. They have to go deal with these Oni minion waves, group up around Fire, start it up a little bit early, see if maybe you can sneak it away while the enemy's attentions are diverted.
I mean, they've taken 4v5 fights, so I don't see why a Fire Giant is out of the realm of possibility, and it isn't. Here, taken down to about 10% HP. Great silence on the backside onto Mollusk, and that FG is absolutely melted. Mast looking for the dazzling offensive. It's good CC immunity from Mollusk to disengage from this fight. Diesel is starting to swing here. Got a 2-level lead over Mast, but Meerkat's here to play as well. He's frontlining now. As Gauntlet Tahiti is going to find the opening pick. Down goes Meerkat as Sops grabs himself a double kill. This needs to be the disengage from Baskin and the boys. You got 3 members left with that FG buff. They're going to stay alive here as they're going to make their way back to their own side of the map.
Yeah, BNB was seeing red after that Fire Giant. Meerkat shouldn't have been that far up. I understand that he wants to help Mass, but you got to be worried about Sops in that stealth. Immediately loses 50% of his health bar, transforms into Ama, finishes up the fight, finds himself a clean double. But 3 members with Fire Giant on the side of BNB, and you know what? I'll say those are probably some of the best members you're going to have on it. Gino's going to be able to tank up these towers incredibly well. Uzi's dive potential is only going to get higher, and that damage that was crippling from afar, now it's going to be murderous from afar, from Baskin.
Well, you still have the XP differential being a big factor here. Only 1 member of this game has found themselves to level 20, and that's Uzi. A couple members still trying to catch themselves up. Quick pause to catch our breaths, and maybe Gauntlet Tahiti needs to do so as well. It's Uzi first to reach that level 20 mark, as I'm saying there. So things still could get a lot worse, especially now that Baskin and the boys are going to get those respawns through, fully regroup themselves. I'm not sure how confident you're feeling at this point in defending any of these towers if you're Gauntlet Tahiti. Maybe it's Phoenix line defense or bust.
I think I might be willing to say that Gauntlet Tahiti can at least put up a soft defense around the tier 2s. Tier 1s, forfeit. Don't even step up to them. Don't think about it. Those belong to B&B. The tier 2s, you're looking to buy time. You're not really looking to put up a hard defense. You're not going to commit yourself. That's a hill we're not willing to die on, but you can at least return a little bit of damage. Target out the people that don't have Fire Giant buff. Make them return to base. Get some TKOs, and just buy some time for your Phoenixes. Short of that, the defense from Gone to Tahiti is relatively weak. Their mage isn't the best at keeping minion waves out. The long-range poke isn't nearly as strong as what Baskin's bringing, or even what an Agni or a Nuwa could do. Sops is fully committed on finding that stealth stun and then blowing someone up. That's not going to be nearly as easy to do when all 5 members of each team are going to be stacked up on each other.
Yeah, Sops was able to find a double kill a few moments ago because it was Mast and Meerkat kind of alone after that Fire Giant fight. And the Morrigan is still going to do a good bit of damage in those moments. As predicted, Tier 1 tower falls without defense from Gone to Tahiti. A couple floater members of Baskin and the boys hanging on the right-hand side of this Tier 2 tower. Mast will make his way back to join the rest of his team. It is Uzzy, fully defending off against Sops Mando Warrior here as well. Tier 2 tower down in the long lane. And now maybe over to the mid lane here, Mifflin. But it's very difficult, I think, to see a world where Gone to Tahiti are all that comfortable. I mean, for all the reasons you listed and then some. Also got Baskin now slinging damage at you if you choose to step yourself up. It's kind of a linear fight that you're taking, and Gone to Tahiti might want to take it. Cope melted down, and Meerkat finds the kill. Dharmic Killer's going to get rid of a good bit of health here. Baskin stays alive through it all, enough to return some damage as Mollusk will get the kill there. Up, down, off to the side of the fight, but the blink forward from Mast will be there, and down goes Mollusk. A double kill for the Baskin and the boys jungler. It's a 3-for-1 with only Baskin taking a seat.
I agree with the decision from Gone to Tahiti to just go for the Hail Mary. We have to engage here. Our defense isn't strong. Let's see if we can at least kill somebody. And they do get a priority target, but Sops goes in, or not Sops rather, Cope Baby goes in just a little bit too soon. Blinks in before his team's able to follow up. No damage returns, means that he goes down for free. Doesn't even get the Lurking in the Waters off a cooldown there. So he's going to go ahead and just go to the Shadow Realm, not really make any impact besides eating up a couple cooldowns. Tier 2 tower falls for free. Pyromancer as well. BNB can probably continue pushing if they so choose. I imagine we're going to see them go ahead and go back to base and spend up their well-earned gold.
Yeah, we need to start to round out those builds here. A couple members have Gone to Tahiti moving their way towards that level 20 mark. I kind of levy the question to you on maybe where the comfortable defense is here for Gone to Tahiti. You figured what we saw, and that is what ended up happening. Now you look towards this Fire Giant. It'll be respawning here in the next minute or so. Fury back up in the next 15 seconds. Which of those two objectives are you feeling comfortable trying to compete against?
Well, I'm not going to defend Gold Fury just because the opportunity cost there is so high. You go in to defend it, you lose the fight around gold, maybe. You absolutely lose the game off of it. You don't go to gold, they get a little bit more gold and XP over you. That's not a big deal. They're already making 10 times the money you are, and as well as all hit level 20 at this point. Fire Giant, on the other hand, Gone to Tahiti can't really engage inside the jungle. They need that unofficial 6-man inside of a tier 2 tower or a Phoenix. So instead, I would imagine we see someone move up, maybe go for a steal attempt, send Mollusk in. If he gets his blink back in time, he might be able to blink in, ult in, go for a pretty cheeky steal. As far as defense goes, comfortably, it doesn't exist for Gone to Tahiti anymore. They have to keep their eyes on the horizon towards the next game. We're looking at 11,000 gold at this point. I mean, what more can I say than that?
Yeah, what is this, a 99%er for Baskin and the boys? I mean, a lot of it has been the question on how do Gone to Tahiti get into the backline. The answer to our previous question now apparent as Baskin and the boys get themselves a free Fire Giant. Exchange for a tier 1 tower in the long lane and in the mid lane, though. So Gone to Tahiti will pull back a little bit of gold here for themselves, but they've abandoned this right-hand side of the map, and Baskin and the boys seemingly okay with that. It's a teleport forward for Muzzy, will be plucked backwards. Sentinel of Zeus is going to immediately refill that health bar, but Uzzy's just trying to waste some time here. Certainly going to go down, but Sops now looking towards his back. It's a 1 trade for Gone to Tahiti, but have you lost your right side Phoenix in the meantime? Mifflin might be looking like it.
It definitely does look like it, but the disengage is going to be so hard now. All 5 members stacked up.
Down goes Mast first overall. It's a 3 versus 5 for Baskin and the boys. Full-on retreat mode as Gino goes down as well. Life is short here for Baskin. Looking for the root, won't find it, and Sops has pulled out another kill. Interesting call there for Baskin and the boys. They obviously take down the tier 2 tower here in the right line. Do end up getting the Phoenix as well. But Miff, you've lost 4 and potentially even 5 members of your team here with death timers as long as 30, 45 seconds. Where do you put that on the worth meter?
Going for the right Phoenix is not entirely worth because we knew that BNB would have likely won the engagement otherwise. But as long as they don't lose out on their own Phoenix in return, or even if they just lose one Phoenix, I'm sure that BNB are absolutely fine with that trade. Sending Uzi towards that tier 2 tower for the defense is an interesting call. They absolutely did it just to buy time. They sent them there. Okay, you're just going to stop their backs. If you stop it for 5 more seconds, we get the Phoenix for free. If you stopped it for even 2 more seconds, they likely would have only lost 1 more member. But Uzi falls incredibly quickly, and then all 5 members of Gone to Tahiti are instantly back to base. Jingwei and Morgan were just so fast with their passives and the stealth to get into that fight before anyone was able to allow to disengage from BNB. But overall, having not lost a Phoenix, not given up Fire Giant, no Gold Fury available for Gone to Tahiti to take, that's a fine trade. That's within the realm of acceptable losses. They're still 8,000 gold ahead. They're still absolutely ahead in their builds. They're all level 20. I'm sure that BNB are absolutely fine with it.
Yeah, the final tally is the tier 2 tower in both the long and short lane. Still mid lane standing strong. No Fury to compete for, so you look at the respawning objectives, all of them down, but you are going to have the fire minions pouring down the right-hand side of the map for Baskin and the boys. If nothing else, obviously some gold moving back to the pockets of Gone to Tahiti, but I think you have to look at levels here as well. After that big change, everyone outside of the support for GTT has reached that level 20 mark there themselves as well. So the XP differential, again, outside of that support role, kind of negligible here at this point. You wonder maybe where the confidence starts to stand for Gone to Tahiti, if that's enough to maybe make you start to engage on some of these fights.
Now that all of the people on Gone to Tahiti are starting to finish those 6 items, we're seeing that Mollusk and Mando are getting a little bit tankier. Some of the damage is starting to come online for the Morrigan as well. They might be willing to put up a defense around this Fire Giant, but it's going to be so execution focused. It's not going to be easy. They have so many peel tools to make sure that Baskin doesn't fall easily. Dharmic Pillars are going to come through. Sentinel Zeus. Mask can use the Dazzling Offensive. Meerkat can drop Suns. As long as those are all focused around Baskin, he should be absolutely fine in this engagement. And if Gone to Tahiti decide to engage themselves, that just puts them in danger of the rest of BNB's comp.
Sure, it's been just maybe a little less consistent for Gone to Tahiti so far this game, and might even be an understatement. Despite a 14 to 13 kill tally at this point, there's been a lot of hoping that Cope can just kind of round the backside of these team fights, get in there, find himself a pluck. Maybe Mollusk is able to jump up and down onto Baskin, get himself a kill there. Now Baskin has himself a bubble, so a little extra CC protection there for this Thoth. And an interesting call here nonetheless. Fully grouped up over by this Fury is Baskin and the boys, but Gone to Tahiti want nothing to do with it. All 5 members rotating on this right-hand side of the map. Gino wandering his way beneath the mid lane tier 2 tower. Ultimately, Mythic might be a Fury and then maybe a Phoenix push here for Gone to Tahiti.
If BNB don't get back in time, they could absolutely lose their Phoenix, but it seems like Gone to Tahiti are just trying to push up those fire minion waves, make sure that they have a defensible position around this Fire Giant. Back up, get some wards, you don't have to worry about your right lane anymore. Phoenix is already back alive. This is as close to an even fight as we're going to get. And Gone to Tahiti, they've got tools to deal with it. We've seen now that Sops in jungle fights can maneuver around, find these one-shots on a Meerkat, onto Baskin, immediately turn into a tankier target, and either disengage or keep the fight going depending on how well it's going for GTT. I like their odds if they can make sure that Sops finds a priority target. That said, BNB hasn't made a concentrated effort towards finding Sops yet.
I was going to say, relic-wise, it's an even fight, but now Frenzy has been popped and the Dharmic Pillars are down as well. Baskin also has used the ultimate as he drops down the Sentinel of Zeus. Backline have Gone to Tahiti, slowed as Mando Warrior catches a little bit of extra poke damage from Baskin. Fire Giant, of course, locked down in the meantime. Cope underwater and now back in base as Meerkat finds the kill here. That's a double knock-up from Uzi. Right side Phoenix, half HP, and this could be the opening for Baskin and the boys.
It's a free Phoenix. They got the TKO on 4 members, the literal KO on Cope. Now they can group up again, maybe go push down mid. They've got 40 seconds to work with here. Everyone full health just about on the side of BNB as well. Only ultimates available on the side of Gone to Tahiti are Mollusk, Sops, and Diesel. Mando had to use his to peel for himself, so the engagement here is clean.
Look at the Dharmic Pillars from Gino back off of cooldown. Shell popped by the BNB support as well. Final Judgment being charged, but won't be let loose by Baskin here just yet. 10 seconds left on the respawn by Cope, but no minions, no push for Baskin and the boys here up to this point, all the way back near their tier 2 tower. So here we go again. You've got this right side Phoenix down, but this time, maybe the biggest difference maker of all is you've got all 5 members with this Fire Giant buff. Meerkat especially is going to melt these Phoenixes if Baskin and the boys is able to get him in a position to just kind of swing away.
And they've got so many tools to create that space. Meerkat himself could just drop the Suns. Again, Dharmic Pillars is honestly just a no-play zone wherever he decides to drop it. If they just get a slight opportunity to make their way into these Phoenixes, as you said, they're going to melt instantly. But how Ganda Tahiti's been playing these defenses, it's not defense. It's just offense on their side of the map.
Right.
The second BNB approach that Phoenix line, I expect fully to see 3 blinks come out instantly. Mollusk is over a wall or something like that. Diesel's going to be looking to dive the back line. Sops is likely going to turn into Mast or even Mollusk and continue the aggression there. But take a peek at GTT's positioning. Grouped up as 5 in the jungle. If anyone steps up too far on the side of BNB, they're dead.
Yep. No ward coverage right by that red buff either. It's going to be the minions that now spot out the full 5 of Gone to Tahiti, rotating at least mid, but some over to the right side. That's Diesel who's going to be out of this fight. Left side Phoenix in the eye of Baskin and the boys here up to this point. Out of the fight just for a moment. Is this Jing Wei? If you choose to go now for Baskin and the boys, you're going to have yourself a small advantage. And they sure do. Frenzy is popped down. Go the Dharmic Pillars as well. Mando Warrior buying his Hunter some time to get back into the fight. Pops his ultimate here as well. Azit tanking up that Phoenix. Dazzling offensive into the final judgment as well. Baskin free firing now on the backline. Meerkat has finished off the kill. As Cope is the first casualty here. It's a double kill suddenly for Meerkat on the left side. Phoenix down goes the Big Bird, and it's 3 members of GTT left on the defensive side. A silence from Gino is going to keep Mando Warrior out from re-engaging the rest of this fight, but full 5 members re-engaging onto that Uzumbo, and down he goes.
Huge
up down
ult!
from Mollusk. Diesel finds the big kill, but Meerkat turns it around. It's an unofficial quad for Meerkat. It's going to be the game for Baskin and the boys.
Meerkat's positioning in that fight was absolutely phenomenal. Honestly, allowed to free cast his autos the entirety of the time, but a lot of that opportunity was afforded to him through Uzi. The positioning from him,
Yes.
the ability to separate the entirety of the enemy team, phenomenal. I mean, just clean play from BNB, barring a few minor misplays towards the mid game that might have dragged that out an additional 5 or 6 minutes.
That's really how it seemed, right? I mean, obviously, a lot of our conversations this game were around Baskin and the boys' perspective, and maybe what can Gone to Tahiti do on the defense, but it just seemed like Baskin and the boys were in control from the start. There's a couple fumbled fights maybe down the stretch that pull things back one way or another, but ultimately would not be denied, and you just need a small moment to suddenly engage. That's what Baskin and the boys had here. They remain undefeated over their last however many games. They take game number 1 here. We'll go back to the desk to break it down.
Thank you, Adolson and Mifflin. A great game 1 to start off this set, and a great deal that you all can take advantage of. In that, the final boss battle pass is about to go away. You all know this. The Avatar battle pass almost here, so you got to make sure you get back in there, grab that final boss while you still can. You can unlock 4 exclusive skins. It only costs 200 gems. You get even more content. That's all right now. I think I might have said that wrong. I think 200 gems are in it, but don't hold me to that. Either way, get into the game and enjoy this battle pass right here, right now, while you can. And I'm going to bring Aggro in here. I'm going to hold him to this when he can tell me what went wrong here in this game for Tahiti, because Baskin and the boys were in control of it from minute 1. Maybe a small misplay around the way they played that right side Phoenix push and whether or not that trade was particularly worth it. But I think all in all, this was heavily controlled by Baskin and the boys.
Yeah, as soon as Uzi solo killed Mando 2 times in a
Twice.
row, you knew it was going to be a very difficult game to win for Gone to Tahiti. I mean, Mando just fell so far behind on that side of the map. Uzi was really a force in these team fights. He was consistently frontlining really effectively, and that made Meerkat and Baskin's job a lot easier. And Meerkat really did have a great game on this Ho Yi, consistently putting out damage, and a lot of that is due to how strong this front line was. We were saying it was going to be Baskin who was going to be able to reap those benefits, but the dive was really there onto Baskin, as you would expect, and Meerkat did exactly what you need your ADC to do. If they're going to focus your enemy, your mid laner, your ADC needs to make them pay, and Meerkat did exactly that. Nearly got himself a pentakill in this final siege. He had a double kill, the one auto player that ended up going away the way of Mask, I believe, and then another double kill there for Meerkat at the end. So you knew he was doing his job very well on this Ho Yi, controlling space, hitting the correct targets and putting out a ton of damage in this game.
Yeah, it really was impressive. I went back and I was looking to try and see some points where maybe I thought that Gone to Tahiti could try some things differently, but truly it felt like they got a bit outmatched at every spot, right? So Uzi gets those solos. Remember how great of a start Baskin had? He was 2 to 3 levels ahead of Sops for the majority of that early game as well. But I do want to give Gone to Tahiti some credit as well, because they made a ton of really impressive plays, particularly Sops impressed me on that Morrigan when he finally was able to make it to the late game and start moving around looking for some options. They did a great job defending that Phoenix and right when they sent Uzi over to defend the tier 2, and he kind of got punished for that, and it looked like Gone to Tahiti had found a way in. It's almost the inverse of what we thought. The late game looked way better for Gone to Tahiti, and they struggled early. I don't know if that's by design or not, but it's the opposite of what we expected, at least.
Yeah, it is, and I think that's something that you can expect Baskin and the boys to make some adjustments around going into game number 2, but if Uzi's going to be able to get 2 solo kills on Mando, it doesn't really matter how the rest of the map is going. Right. That's going to be such an easy place for Mask to come and get farm, for Uzi to continue to make plays. Mando's got to have a better early game than what he had in this one, because he was definitely impactful come late game. That Kuzumbo was very disruptive, as you would expect, but the early game was so abysmal that it really put the whole team behind the 8 ball.
And even though that game was won relatively comfortably, might be worth pinning a little bit of attention towards Mollusk as well in terms of some of those early game picks as we move into those picks and bans for game number 2. He did have another one of the only fights that went well for them was on the left side of the map, where Mollusk was able to get a kill on the Mask very early on, and I believe it was Baskin that also fell in that engagement too. It wasn't a whole lot of fights that went well for Tahiti there, but the ones that did go well for them went well pretty significantly.
So that's something that maybe they can lean on to. I don't know. I think it's going to be difficult for sure, but I'm immediately looking towards what are they going to get for Mando in that solo lane, and what is Uzi going to pick up this time around, because we thought it was going to be Amaterasu solo with Nike in the jungle, but again, knowing Uzi's God pool, I think we could have probably made a better educated guess that was going to be Nike for him.
And he made it look good, right? So I think that if you're going to pick Amaterasu and Nike and you got to decide where it goes, no problem with sending that over to Uzi after the way that he started that off with those 2 solo kills. So as you said, we'll have to take a look and see if they maybe try and get something better for Mando. So far, these picks and bans still fairly standard. The Hell, the Yamoja, and the Heimdall are all picks that you do not want to deal with. But so far, only one of those bans is directed towards Baskin. I believe in game 1, we saw 2 from Gone to Tahiti that were directed towards him. So this third ban, if it ends up being something along the mid lane, I would not be too surprised.
No, I wouldn't be too surprised either. It could be that Merlin, the Persephone this time banned by Baskin and the boys, since they're in the second pick slot, kind of as you would expect. And the Hell ban makes sense. I mean, we say it a lot when it comes to the SPL level. Once you show that you can win games by yourself with the pick of Hell, it'll change picks and bans for a lot of different teams. It does it for PK all the time with Paul. Shinto gets a lot of picks because they have to ban the Hell away from him at times. It's just kind of the way it goes with gods like Hell that are that transformative for compositions. And Baskin has played a good amount of Hell this year in the minor league level, so what do you know? It gets banned top number 1 because it is that impactful.
And look at this, a top pick Nike for Tahiti. I guess seeing those 2 solo kills for Uzi could do some things for you in terms of that pick's value, so it shoots up for them. I almost wonder if this is functioning more like a 4th ban even than an additional pick. I'm sure Tahiti can get plenty of value out of it playing it themselves, but I feel like you don't want Uzi to have that.
No, I agree. And I think it's a totally fine first pick, even if it is mostly to take it away from Uzi, because it is still flexible. It is still strong in both jungle and solo. So I think it's a fine first pick. But immediately Gino goes back to that Ganesh that he loves so much, that is really, really difficult for Nike to deal with at times because her damage is often multi-staged. We're talking the 3 hits on the 1, the fact that you have to activate and then deactivate the 2 in order to get your damage off. There's some pre-fire on the ultimate, even though it might not feel like it at times, and that can be interrupted pretty easily by that Ganesh silence. So you feel like this is a pick that the boys of Baskin and the boys were kind of ready for with this top pick Ganesh.
It'll be Ho Yi picked up next for Gone to Tahiti, though. And that's interesting. I mean, we saw Meerkat play this really well last game. I think that you were right to say that he's become sort of the secondary threat at times for them because he really has elevated to that level, or at least he certainly did last game. And maybe getting some respect here from Tahiti. We know, especially, that Meerkat will fall back to that Jing Wei pick if need be, so they must really either want the Ho Yi or just don't want to see Meerkat on.
Yeah, I was expecting Meerkat to just go straight back to this Jing Wei. It just kind of awkward for Jing Wei against Ho Yi because so much of what makes Jing Wei strong in the mid to late game is that she has such guaranteed crits with explosive bolts, but Ho Yi's passive means that he can only get crit once over a certain period of time, so that feels a little bit awkward. Ho Yi oftentimes wants to jump in with the all-in. Jing Wei has the agility that can interrupt that. So it's kind of on both sides, kind of an awkward matchup. One that really just probably feels like they want to take Meerkat off of a pick that he was able to control more space with. And so far, Gone to Tahiti have literally just picked the basket and the boys composition from game number 1. So they feel like it worked pretty well for the other side. Why not try and put it to the test for themselves?
Hey, and if they are going to be fully just running Basket and the Boys' composition from last game, well, then we're still waiting on our jungler, right? This Nike would be going solo. We don't know that necessarily for sure, but I feel as though maybe getting something for Mollis that he can get even more aggressive on wouldn't be a bad look. Nike certainly can do that. We have seen these power builds with Nike on that ultimate just straight up delete people. But I don't know if that's going to come online quite as often as we normally see Mollis like to operate. So that's one more area where we can still kind of get a good sense of exactly what's going to be happening next. But for B&B, it's only been solo laners banned, so they must be sold in the Nike jungle.
Not too surprised to see the Scylla there for Baskin, but I kind of like the idea of Gone to Tahiti going with something like Ama support this time around. Cope, a former jungler and solo laner, you know he wants to play aggressively, did not really feel the impact of the Sobek in that game number 1. So maybe they just give him the warrior, basically guarantee pressure over there in that long lane, and then pick up something different for Mollusk in the jungle. Looks like they're going to go with something a little bit more similar to what Baskin and the boys had, though, and pick up that Guardian in the Fafnir. Ama loves getting extra attack speed, so Coerce is good there. I think that you've got really good teamfight presence now, great CC, some pretty solid AoE here for Gone to Tahiti as well.
Yeah, I'm seeing this Discordia locked in, but I don't know, man. Kronos and Giannis were both out there. We saw that earlier being picked up with some of these quality mid-lane mages. But yeah, I think you definitely want Discordia right about now. So strong, especially with that passive. I mean, I think it's pretty likely with all these warriors, they'll be looking to get active early, at least somewhere on the map. So they should be able to make pretty good use of it.
And it's going to be Vamana jungle here for Mask, who clearly seems to like those Golden Blade changes. He went Golden Blade Ama in game number 1. I'd anticipated Golden Blade here for the Vamana as well. It's something that really is hard to lock down. It's got that great mobility from the 1 and the long duration CC immunity on the ultimate. Discordia oftentimes hides in the little cloud. Well, those giant cone autos from Colossal Fury make sure that she really can't go anywhere in that matchup. So I think this is going to be difficult for Sops. If Mask can get ahead, I'd anticipate Mask making Sops' life very, very difficult here in game number 2.
Well, game number 1 pretty much controlled by B&B. Time for Tahiti to find something different in game number 2.
And Mifflin, you and I had some concerns, rightfully so, about the Gone to Tahiti composition in game number 1. Maybe lack of clear-cut kind of area control setup. Well, they've adopted half of the Baskin and the boys draft from game number 1. And now maybe a little bit more clear in their team fight up to this point.
Yeah, Gone to Tahiti's draft here functionally is going to operate exactly the same as B&B's draft did last game. All the tools that they weren't able to perfectly replicate were picked up through different gods now. Fafnir coming through, going to be able to find that engagement from range, that dive potential. Discordia going to have that huge burst damage out of the mid lane as well as a huge AoE ultimate to make sure that these grouped up 5-man death ball fights have been happening around the Gold Tree, around the Pyromancer, should go a little bit more their way. B&B, they drafted almost a completely new draft. They still have the Ganesha. They still have the same tools that they did last game, but now we have this Vamana, the King Arthur, the Scylla, and the Jing Wei. Functionally, it should play the exact same as well. All those tools are operating the exact same way. Both teams have a form of parity in their playstyle.
Gino locked down, taken down to about half HP up to this point. But I kind of look at what Baskin and the boys have drafted here. I mean, between a King Arthur, a Vamana, and maybe Gino, it kind of looks like two guys who want to sprint at you, and then hopefully Gino has you locked down in there on the back line. And from what we saw from Game 1 from Baskin and the boys, that kind of play style seems to work for the squad and the type of synergy that they have with one another. Let's run you down.
It's absolutely what they're looking to do. Mask is going to go into Big Baby. He's going to step on you real fast and real often. Uzi's going to be doing the exact same thing he was doing on Nike, except he won't have the jump to close distance this time. This time
Right.
he's going to scream for Camelot and slice you up a couple times in the air, Fruit Ninja style. I think largely, if B&B play it exactly like they did last game, it
Right.
might just look exactly like last game.
Sure, fair enough. There is a small difference, though, and that's that Uzi doesn't have a solo kill just yet here up to this point. Nike, we sort of got used to seeing her out of that jungle role here as of late, but apparently she can control these solo lanes as well. Remember, it was Nike, Uzi on the Nike, who was bullied out a couple of times, but never fully fell to Mando Warrior, especially against the King Arthur. Mifflin mitigating that early game damage and even being a little bit annoying. Going to be very important to kind of slow down that rotation time that this King Arthur is so looking forward to.
This is exactly how the lane went last game. Uzi gets forced out early, Bax TP's in. A little cheeky speed buff invade attempt there, but, you know, Mass doesn't get it. Mollusk, though, might be in a little bit of trouble.
This is tough. Both solo laners starting to rotate over. Mollusk, a little extra speedy, is going to be able to get out alive. So it's a successful speed buff invade and lockdown by Mollusk there, but does leave him about one level behind of Mast, who's going to move over to the blue buff side and lock that down for his solo laner here. Now we kind of look towards this mid lane matchup. Totally different look here. Baskin on the Scylla, Sops over on the Discordia. Maybe some of the utility similar in both of those two mid lane gods. What do you like there in that matchup, especially in a game where Baskin has been the talk of the town?
I think that Baskin has a lot of carry potential here. The safety that Scylla brings is a lot higher than Thoth, so that same dive strategy that GTT brought last game is going to be a lot harder to execute onto Baskin, which means that maybe we see Meerkat be the recipient of a lot of the aggression come mid to late game. That said, with the direct lane matchup of Discordia versus Scylla, there's not going to be much to talk about. There's not really going to be poking each other too much. They're not really going to be looking to fight each other in the 1v1. It's really going to come down to whichever team rotates in, and then it's going to be the 2v2. Whose support gets there first? Who's setting up for all these huge damage outputs? Who's really looking to force out these relics and then move in towards the objectives? Right now, neither team really has any lane that's going to solo operate on its own.
Look at this collapse. 3 members have gone to Tahiti, moved themselves over by Meerkat already. Used the dash away. Stun from Diesel's going to lock down just a little extra damage. But Meerkat's going to get out alive nonetheless. Half HP, plenty enough. Actually going to stick around. Maybe as one more lane, or one more wave rather, being hard pushed. Mollusk considering hanging around. Purple buff obviously coming up soon. So while you don't lose a kill, you might lose priority on this side of your jungle if you're Baskin and the boys.
With this group up from Mollusk just hanging out, they're definitely going to look for this purple buff invade, but having been there for so long gives Gino time to rotate in, gives time for the jungler and the mid laner to get there as well. Baskin en route.
Now you got to be careful. Gino has that Dharmic Pillars. We've reached the point where everyone in the game outside of Mollusk and Cope are going to have their ultimates ready to go, but this one fizzles out. No big engagement really for either side here. We have now reached that point in Mifflin, that being said, where everyone in this game is going to have their ultimates starting to spring up. We saw what Mast wanted to do on this Amaterasu. Of course, the player and gods are flipped here for game number 2. It was an early gank into the long lane for Mollusk. Another Golden Blade start for the Amaterasu. I know you maybe had some thoughts on the jungle Ama build from game number 1. Is it something you're a fan of from Mast? Something maybe you expect to see Mollusk adopt here for game 2?
With Mollusk's playstyle, I doubt we see the same build. Last game, we saw Mask go a largely auto-attack focused build. He had the stone cutting sword, he had the executioner, he had multiple katanas. No true dedicated defense item for the Ama last match. This time, I expect we see Mollusk be that initiator. He's always one of the first people into the engagement. He might go for a more bruiser-centric build. I'm thinking Runic Shield, maybe even an Urchin, something along those lines that allow him to move in, be that engaged, and not actually lose out on his entire life. That said, starting off with the Golden Blade, that's going to be an interesting start. It might open him up towards having to go into this more damage-centric build, since he doesn't really have it anywhere else.
It's always tough to predict exactly what direction these players will choose to go. A lot of it maybe depends on Mando Warrior, what direction he wants to go with his build. out of that solo lane. I believe it was a Blackthorn picked up first overall for Uzi last time on this Nike. Mando taken low, though. Always the escape potential by Nike, and Teleria boots as well as the leap will get him out alive from that engagement. So you start to look at a game, Mifflin, that 6.5 minutes through has kept itself somewhat stagnant, and this is maybe what we expect Baskin and the boys to play like usually. I mean, this is where they're kind of like, all right, we'll farm up, get these small leads in the early game, and then really force them through the mid. Gone to Tahiti have something to say about it, though. There's a rotation over to the solo lane. Mastis here. Dazzling offensive does connect down onto Uzi, and Mollusk finds the first kill of this game. Amaterasu strikes for first blood. Back-to-back games. Watch out for Baskin, though, Myth, lurking around the corners.
He is, with no engagement again from GTT. I think they spot him out on that ward there, so now it's on Baskin to disengage safely. With Cope circling around, if he sticks around, looking for a blue buff invade, this is dangerous.
Yeah, Baskin is alone here on this blue buff. Of course, has the I'm a Monster for that immunity. Actually might be able to turn around some damage. Could be a bait here from Baskin. Cope nearly gets some of his health melted away, but is able to leap out, escape alive. Lots of fireworks so far here, Mifflin, in the solo lane. Is that maybe where you expected some of this pressure to be this early on?
I really didn't. Duo lane is almost always where I expect people to group up, especially considering that's the only place you can go if you're looking for an objective. I want to break down what we saw from Baskin right there. He walked between 3 members of the enemy team, did the enemy blue buff, and then walked out without a care in the world. I like to compare early game I'm a Monster to just a free Beads and Heavenly at the same time.
Right.
And it's exactly how he uses it, just to escape out cleanly, immunes the knockup from Mando Warrior, walks away with a little bit of free farm, and alleviates some of that pressure. Sure, Uzi lost his life, but now he's got a blue buff, and no blue buff matching it for Mando means that, as far as sustain goes, Uzi should be able to win out.
It could finally be a tilt one way or another, but it is gone to Tahiti, that strike for first blood just a few moments before that, and as mentioned, it is Mollusk, again, has that golden blade, a little faster on the rotations. Matched, though, by Masked, so you look for some Vimana pressure maybe at this point in this game as well. Kind of continuing that Scylla conversation, I think it's kind of evolved from where it was a few months ago, and especially when you're looking at a player like Baskin on the Scylla, and I think it was Finch who was mentioning it earlier today, and I tend to agree with the mindset. I mean, you look at the Sikkim and Crush combo, and it's all about hitting those consistently enough as maybe the make or break for a god like Scylla. Baskin's a guy you gotta count on hitting that 1-2.
Yeah, absolutely. And barring you miss Sikkim, it's fine. Crush lands, that's still going to be 800-900 damage in the late game. That's absolutely nothing to sneeze at. As well as the passive from Scylla, just going to give you passively more damage once you get all of your abilities fully leveled up. In a build now where it's struggling to find Pen, Scylla's got it.
There's an invade here from Baskin and the boys. Only the Hunters not participating. It is Diesel who's going to be a little bit quicker on the rotation should this fight draw out. Dazzling offensive connects down onto Uzi. And there's a Sentinel of Zeus as well. Apple spreading to the front line of Baskin and the boys. Masto is going to turn around 1 kill there for themselves. It's a strife to try to lock down the front line offense from Baskin and the boys. Baskin has gotten himself a kill here. Sunbreaker down from Diesel. All said and done, it's a 2 for 2. Keeping Gone to Tahiti 1 kill ahead.
That is nice for both teams. But B&B, despite going 2-2 there, they trade out a little bit more value. They find the targets that already have kills, therefore they pull ahead just ever so slightly in golden XP there. And finding a kill on a Baskin, giving my man a slight lead in the mid lane, that's huge. I don't care if you got a 3-for-1. If Baskin finds something, that's pretty big in of itself, and now he's found himself about a half-level lead.
Yeah, small lead there. It's gone for purple boots over the blue boots on this Scylla, so a little extra power to kind of fully delete you, I suppose, when those moments truly arrive. Baskin and the boys have themselves some decent ward coverage on the Gone to Tahiti side of the map, at least if you're looking around that Gold Fury. And you look at the two compositions here, Mifflin, and we've talked about some of the versatility that this I'm a Monster brings, especially around some of these objective fights. Baskin's going to give his team maybe a slight edge in locking down some of those objectives if he just use it as a bit of an execute.
Yeah, no one on Gone Tahiti can match the damage output, the raw burst potential that I'm a Monster brings. So no 50-50 situations on objectives for GTT, whereas B&B might be a little bit more open towards it just because they have that added level of assurance. That said, the only huge differentiating factor between these two teams right now is the XP deficit in support. Sure, you got about 1 level up in the jungle for Mass, but 2 levels between supports is pretty huge, especially considering Gino's playing this Ganesh, who's going to absolutely shred an objective with Dharmic Pillars.
Right, and that's such a great point. When we talk about ultimate secure on objectives, and we might have to talk about it in just a moment, as another fight starting to exchange some ultimates in mid lane are both of these teams. It's going to be Gino plugging down the last bit of damage. A stun over onto Mast. It's Colossal Fury timing out here. So when it's all said and done, it's really Baskin and the boys that spend a little bit more here. Cope will transform back, and his ultimate will return on cooldown as well. So maybe Colossal Fury for the transformation there from Cope is all that's left to be said about the small mid lane engagement.
I would still give slight value to BNB there. Colossal Fury means that, sure, Vamana's not going to be able to sit in the fight nearly as long, but Cope, with that dragon form, is going to help out his entire team. Coerce is going to make them all so much stronger. If they wanted to look for any sort of sneaky objective shred, if they wanted to go to Pyromancer or Gold Fury and do it themselves, underhanded tactics is really the only way to do it. Coerce, rather. And then now, without that tool available to them, they really don't have any way in to get sneaky with it. They have to play it very honest. Mass literally just buys his team a little bit of time to continue farming or take an objective fight on their own time.
Baskin looking for a little bit of poke damage there, unable to find it. Likely would have been a dead Sops, though both actives were available, so if nothing else would have been a big utility swing had Baskin been able to connect. Just lurking around. He's going to go back to base here. I thought for a second it was I'm a Monster. I was wondering what he was looking for. The heads kind of sprouted out there and tricked me for a moment, but Baskin safely back in base here up to this point. I think you got to be happy if you're gone to Tahiti with the way this game has gone. I mean, remember, it's an 88 to 12% vote from the fans watching this one. Game 1 felt a lot closer than an 88 to 12 split. And you've gotten yourself, I say only a 1,000 gold differential, but about a 3K experience differential. Maybe you aren't so happy with the way this game has gone, despite the way the kills might look.
GTT's keeping it a lot better. At this point, last game, BNB was firmly in control, solidly. There was no question that BNB was looking like they were going to run away with it. But right now, the next fight that happens, the next 2-man pick or 1-man pick, is immediately going to lead into an objective either way, GTT or BNB. So right now, this is pretty good. As far as gold goes, 1,000, not a big deal at 13 minutes. That 3,000 experience, on the other hand, might come into play at this Gold Fury.
Gold Fury started up by Baskin and the boys. Cope still lurking around. Mast rooted down by that Strife. He's going to get deleted here as the Apple connects, but Diesel is going to finish off the damage. It is Baskin and the boys who snagged that Fury here for themselves, but the fight afterwards not looking quite as good. 2 kills for Gone to Tahiti. Executor, the ultimate rather, connecting onto Cope, and Uzi is able to dash through and finish off the damage. Down he might go, nearly turning around. A 3v1 was Uzi. Gets some damage, but ultimately goes down. It's a Fury, 1 kill, but you might lose 4 if you're Baskin and the boys.
Baskin played that fight so insanely well, but Meerkat, not willing to give it up just yet, keeps chasing out Mando Warrior, but he's going to make it out with just a sliver of health. Baskin found I'm a Monster over wall, a 2-man crush, and then a 3-man crush all over the wall without even being inside the engagement, and got Uzi himself a free kill there. Would have lost his life for nothing, instead is able to return at least 1 back. BNB do get the gold for you, but GTT do a good job of not really closing the gold gap, but that XP gap should have closed up a little bit with all those kills in their favor.
Yeah, it's the support gap that's now starting to shrink a little bit, especially when you start to look towards that level 12 mark, and maybe even, especially when you're considering that there's a Vamana against you. If there's a Cursed Ankh on the table, you're going to have to wait up to this point for Cope not only to reach the level 12 mark, but to select that as his second active. Gino's going to bring now a big tool. He's picked up the Frenzy for the rest of his team, so at least for the next few minutes, the XP differential, kind of glossed over when you're looking at level 20. You're like, oh, the supports will get there eventually. But here in the early game, that 1 extra active could be a big difference maker should Baskin and the boys look for a fight.
That Frenzy is absolutely enormous. If he moves into Fire Giant, you Frenzy your entire team, you drop Dharmic Pillars to shred the objective, defense and health-wise. Your entire team's doing a ton more damage. You've got Baskin with I'm a Monster to be that confirmation factor. They could absolutely just look for some early objectives again.
Whoa, what happened there? It's Meerkat maybe with the assistant of Mast getting the kill over onto Diesel. That's a 40-second death timer. That opens up the door, though, for a mid lane dive. Gino is going to silence and dash away. Some safety in the Ganesh pick here. Dharmic Pillars awaiting on the other end. It's locked in a couple as Uzzy rejoins the fray. Mast as well, waiting around the side. Colossal Fury ready to go. Nice double stun from Uzzy. King Arthur starting to control some of these fights. It's only Diesel who's dead here at the moment. Baskin and the boys not shying away just yet. Mollusk looking for the silence. And the up down from Mando Warrior looking to peel Mast off of his jungler. Isn't going to connect, but there's the Colossal Fury. Mando Warrior has to drop down the Sentinel of Zeus as well. Baskin and the boys move themselves towards those back Harpies. Tier 2 tower in the long lane down. I'm a monster, not there. But it's a little damage from Sops turned around onto Baskin. Maybe making this Scylla think twice. Back to base they go. It's kind of a 2 for none and a couple towers in the grand scheme of things. Baskin and the boys pull further ahead.
The only reason BNB decided to engage that fight is because they knew Meerkat had a free lane to push down. They wanted to create space for him. And fortunately for BNB, they're also able to pick up a kill. So now Tier 2 tower, a free kill. They've got a huge golden XP lead. Ganda Tahiti has to do something to close up that gap. It looks like Pyromancer is where they're going to go.
There's a small win for Ganta Tahiti here. Up to this point, realizing Baskin and the boys need to go back. Granted, because their pockets were so heavy. Had to spend up some of that gold. It's a Fire Giant being looked at here. No Fury to maybe sneak away for Ganta Tahiti. If you want to come out and defend, it's a very linear, one-directional fight. Either you get the Fire Giant or you don't. It is a strife down onto Baskin. It's going to get rid of about a fourth of the Scylla's health here. Small engagement in the solo lane. A little bit split here. Our Ganta Tahiti. You have to be careful. You have to really time these engagements properly, especially with the gold differential around this 3K mark.
And Baskin just found out that he could do 50% of Mando's health bar with just Crush Sikkim. Now they have to respect Baskin constantly. No one's going to move up without losing out at least 50% of their health. So what is BNB going to do? Well, we deal a ton of damage. Let's group up. Let's keep forcing the fight. Tier 1 tower looks mighty juicy.
Cope is not going to be having any of that, and maybe should have thought differently as he is deleted by Baskin and the boys. That's a great Dharmic Pillars. It's going to slow the escape of Ganta Tahiti. It's a double kill from Meerkat here. Diesel, fully on the run, has to burn the Aegis, but Mast will not be denied. Mollusk is going to get away. Plenty speedy on that Amaterasu. Mando Warrior just now returning from base as well. It's a 3 for none underneath the Tier 1 tower for BNB.
This instant back tells me that they're looking to immediately move towards the Fire Giant. They could have got the Tier 2 tower there relatively for free. Mollusk had no right to move back into that fight to re-engage. So instead, they realized, okay, we can get a Tier 2 tower now, or we could back up, use this time that Diesel's going to be dead, another 20 seconds by the time they get the fire, and force that fight at a numbers advantage. Mollusk doesn't have the ultimate available. Maybe we see GTT just go ahead and try and pick up an Oni Fury.
Yeah, it was the small delay that allowed that Fury to respawn. Mando Warrior does have to be careful here. And there is steal potential for Baskin and the boys. Uzzy has rejoined. Could be a free 2 for none. The long-range damage there from Uzzy will not connect. Fire Giant does go down for Baskin and the boys, but Uzzy full-on retreat mode as 2 members have gone to Tahiti. A little bit better than the 1 there for Baskin and the boys. So Fury locked down, but Fire Giant traded out. Baskin and the boys net ahead here, 5 members strong.
That Oni minion wave is actually going to be pretty important for GTT. It's going to slow down BNB's push just ever so slightly as they have to address that and make sure they don't lose out on some towers just passively on the map. So now BNB are going to have to separate a little bit, clear out the minions, then regroup and start looking at these Tier 2 towers. GTT's defense is a lot stronger this time around. Cope's got a lot of utility, can be able to engage from a distance, doesn't really have to commit his entire life with that pluck. Diesel's got fantastic tools to keep minions out. Sops is a more standard mage this time around. Instead of playing that Morgan, now he can play from a range and keep poking, trying to find that damage from a range. Group up, keep the minions out as well. Mando has fantastic engage on this Nike. It's going to be a lot harder for BNB to just muscle their way into a Phoenix.
And hey, remember what, 3, 4, 5 minutes ago I'm saying Cope needs to hit that level 12 mark to get the Cursed Ankh? Well, he's finally just gotten there, and it is Cursed Ankh locked in for Cope. So, more utility brought to the table for Baskin and the boys. That final kind of relic gap now closed, as Gino was there 4 levels ago. Maybe one of the largest discrepancy here in this game out of the support role. Tier 2 tower being looked at by Baskin and the boys. Full 5-on-5 engagement. Should there be one. Mando Warrior steps forward, silence down, deleted by Meerkat. Now it's a 4v5 on the defense as Baskin and the boys They might just be able to walk down the mid lane.
Yeah, good luck defending your Phoenix now.
And that's a great Dharmic Pillars, followed up by the silence. Mast picks up the kill there. 3 members gone to Tahiti. Left on the defense. Dazzling offensive, no good. Double kill from Mast. That's going to be the game. Baskin and the boys roll their way through 21 minutes. And Mifflin, they're going to move on to the next round.
GTT was looking a lot stronger in the early game. It wasn't nearly swinging as fast as it was in game 1, but BNB just needs that one opportunity. They grouped up on the Oni Fury. BNB says, well, Fire Giant seems pretty good. And then we see GTT try and put up a soft defense around that tier 2, immediately lose out on Mando, and then the Phoenix, and then another teammate, and then the Titan. I mean, it's just clinical play.
Seemed like a matter of time there. I mean, for the first 7-8 minutes of this game, we're kind of wondering where these two teams decided to go. And remember, it's gone to Tahiti that find themselves that first blood, but unable to convert that into a large enough lead to fully take the game over Baskin and the boys. This B&B team, they haven't lost a game in a while, much less a set. That doesn't change here. 2-0 in the first round of the SCC Phase 2 playoffs. And as such, we'll go back to Finch and Aggro to break it down.
Yeah, I don't think the end result is all that surprising here, Dolson, that Baskin and the boys are able to find the 2-0 victory and continue moving on in the upper bracket. But they're able to do it relatively dominantly, especially here in the second game. Things looked close initially for Tahiti. They were kind of right there with them. It didn't look quite as good for Uzi, but seems like Baskin and the boys don't need a whole lot of time to be able to turn that game right back around, find the win, and close out in 22 minutes. Aggro, what was your read here on all of this? Because it really did seem like maybe this is going to be that better game there for Tahiti, but it is so hard to actually lock down this team. And what about Meerkat? I feel like he's actually stepping up for him here in this tournament so far, looking great.
He's kind of turning on the Jets, huh? He's popping off a little bit these first 2 games of the tournament for Baskin and the boys. But look, I mean, Gino gets Ganesh 2 games in a row. How many times that game did a frontliner from Gonza Tahiti go in only to be met by a silence, straight into a stun knockup, straight into a Scylla combo, into a Jingwei knockup, into death? I mean, it just happened over and over again. No one had an answer for Mask on this Vamana. He really ran rampant in this game. And I just don't know if I love the idea of, hey, this team that's been playing together for a long time by this time, and a team that's pretty darn good, let's just do the exact composition they played against us, and we'll do it better than them. I don't think so. I don't think you're doing it a whole lot better than them. That's certainly not the case here for Gonza Tahiti. I mean, Mollusk, the scoreline looks good, but overall, the impact, not just by him, it's not certainly on Mollusk's shoulders, but it's really just a team effort did not end up paying off there. I mean, just every clip is, at least in these team fighting phases, is Gino silencing someone and someone else blowing him up.
Yeah, I mean, you really didn't even get to see it. The very first clip we showed, I think the 3 seconds before that, was Cope miserably locked down that whole time by Gino, and that just basically was his life all game. Whoever it was that was the priority, whoever could do the most that fight, Gino was doing everything he could to take them out of that fight. And I know we came in thinking that this was going to be the Baskin show, and Game 1 certainly was, but here in Game 2, I feel like they didn't quite need him as much. Much like you predicted, the Vamana was a real big problem for Gonza Tahiti to try and deal with here this game. I know that Uzi struggled a bit at the start of this game, but even on the King Arthur, not the Nike, he still was tremendously impactful here too, kind of just from top to bottom. B&B were the better team here today, but that's only today. Tahiti have plenty of time to try and come back through that lower bracket and maybe get another crack at them. Just unfortunately, it's going to be a long gauntlet to try and make it back through. They're going to have to play basically perfect if they want to get another chance.
Yeah, it's certainly not the showing you want to have in your first game here up against the higher level of competition. Of course, you're playing up against Smite Challenger Circuit teams when Gonza Tahiti get here through the Smite Open Circuit. So you know that they're going to have a tough time regardless, but I do think that they're better than what they played today. I mean, they're up against the favorite on the North American side of things, no doubt about it. Maybe the best team in this whole tournament across both regions, but still was hoping for a little bit more.
And I think we are seeing a little bit of a new meta. This is kind of I feel like our only competitive glance at this little teeny tiny mini meta that we've got before things shake up in a little bit when we get to that mid-season. And things are a little bit different than we thought. Some of these auto-attack focused gods, though, just as we expected, are stronger. Golden Blade has changed things for a lot of them, and that's something that you have to make sure that you're, I think, aware of here if you're going to want to win during this weekend. But we've gotten our first glimpse at it. It's not done just yet. One more set to come in this opening day UK. It'll be North America right on the other side of this break.
ocean waves and try to come to life. Don't let go of the bright blue sky because the future's looking far too light. Are you ready for a long dive? Ship to set sail and carry me through the starry night. Dream of me whenever whenever you are feeling oh so lonely. Try to leave your fears behind. We are locked in an orbit racing round the dogs of moonlit.
Welcome back, Smite fans, for the fourth and final set of day one of the SCC Phase 2 playoffs. It is Dolson and Aggro on the desk this time around. Aggro, maybe the surprise of the day is that the first couple of sets all went 3 games, Basket and the boys 2-0. Maybe not quite as surprising.
No, especially when they're going to look as good as they did in that last set. But North America, I think, is looking to be a little bit more competitive now. We've had some roster switch-ups. I mean, this Locked and Goated team, a very different look than what we saw from them in the first phase, where they had Sino there on that team, now El Leon in that jungle slot, and Ionic stepping in as a support instead of Quig. So you get a whole lot of competitive experience between those two to replace the competitive experience lost when Sino moved up to join Obey.
That's right. The winner of this game has to move on and face Baskin and the boys, though. So a prize, I'm not so sure, but it'll be a lot of fun to watch the semifinals nonetheless. Let's talk about this Locked and Goated team, though, and you sort of mentioned his name, and it's Elion, and maybe some of the difference that he's been able to make for this squad.
Yeah, I think that he definitely has made a difference for this team, because when you lose a leader like Sino, I think it really causes your team to have to go through a whole lot of changes. Not only do you lose your identity as the main guy you're going to play through in a guy like Sino, but your shot calling and your just understanding of how you want to play the map. Just having that in-game leader, I think, is really important. And Leon is certainly a guy who we've seen do that for a lot of teams in the past. I think he's matured a lot in his gameplay. I don't think that you're going to hear him yelling raw 50,000 times in a row anymore. I think we've gotten past that. And I think that he can be a really solid addition to this squad. He's looked very good for them. I think he and Ionic together are a combination that I want to see and how well they're going to play around Pagon in that mid 3v3, because Pagon is a younger guy, a really, really mechanically talented player, and now being flanked by 2 players who have a lot of competitive experience, I think is really, really beneficial to him, and I'm excited to see what that's going to do for Pagon, and not only today, but the rest of the year.
Agreed. I think building up the rest of that team ever so important. I'm excited to see what this kind of new iteration of the Locked and Goated squad is going to be able to do. Now you look at their opponents, Bloogie and the Woogies, and maybe kind of springboarding off that point aggro for Pagon in the mid lane. His lane opponent in Crimson has been one of the biggest factors in Bloogie and the Woogies and a lot of their success so far this year.
And that shouldn't be a surprise to anybody who's watched Crimson play before. This dude is legit. This dude's a beast. I mean, just no doubt about it in my mind. Had tons of success over on the console scene. Now playing on PC, just as much success. I think that there's a real argument to saying that Crimson is the next one up in terms of getting called up to the SPL. I think this guy is that good and can really perform at that level. But he's going to have a tough time today because Pagon is really the main competition for him in the mid lane as far as players who haven't yet made it into that SPL tier. So I'm excited to see these two play against one another, but I'm always just excited to watch Crimson play. I think the guy's a beast. I've talked to a lot of his former teammates, Inbound and in Stir. I mean, guys I have a lot of respect for who do it at the top level or have done it at the top level before. All of them have just nothing but great things to say about Crimson as a teammate and as a player. So I'm excited to see what's in the future for him and excited to see what he can do today.
That should be a lot of fun to follow. You sort of mentioned the 3v3, how strong it is for Locked and Goated between Leon and Pagon and Ionic. What do you kind of make of that 3v3 matchup overall here in this set? I mean, between Crimson, Panda Turtle, and Gamma, maybe seems like Bloogie and the Woogies could have their hands full.
Yeah, I think so. I think Gamma has really been pretty inconsistent in that support role. He has games where he plays really, really well, and then he has games where he'll pick things like the Wukong support and not really bring a whole lot to that mid 3v3. So I think that it's really, really important to see what Gamma is going to do in this set, because you can expect Ionic to be pretty rock solid in that long lane and on those rotations into the mid lane. It's up to Gamma to really try and match that.
Agreed. Smart players across the board, nonetheless. Picks and bans is maybe where we could start to see some of these threads span out. Maybe you start to draft yourself something a little bit more aggressive for Locked In Goated. Bloogie and the Woogies need a little extra peel. We'll just have to wait and see. I mean, one of the big factors this weekend, Aggro, is Persephone obviously being allowed, again, I suppose, competitively, but not necessarily through picks and bans. I'm not sure that changes here.
No, I don't think so. Getting Persephone through picks and bans is something that I would only expect if a couple people are popping off on some crazy picks that you really feel like you need to take away later on in the set. Gods like Persephone that are perceived to be very strong, but we haven't seen in competitive play for a long time, usually only get through in Game 3 scenarios or Games 4 and 5 if we're talking best of 5 territory. Usually they're kind of forced open.
Right.
Don't ever expect her in a Game 1 sort of scenario. I just don't think we'll see it.
Yeah, not expected and won't see it here. Boogie and the Woogies take Persephone off the board first overall. Interesting strategy, though, from Locked In Goated here. They're going to tailor a couple of their first 3 bans towards Aquarius in that solo lane, assuming that's where the Jormungandr was headed. But King Arthur, Jormungandr, 2 solo laners that can not only start well, control that lane off the bat, but then start to make a big impact when rotating through. And maybe Vamana fits into that category as well. Solo lane, maybe a focus point here for Locked In Goated.
Seems that way. It seems like they've got a lot of respect for Aquarius, as they should. I mean, he's the one who has the most experience over on that Belugi and the Woogie side. So Locked In Goated feeling like they want to get Relentless One on a positive matchup and take some of those comfort picks away from Aqua. A little surprised, but I mean, Vamana is a really good ban right now, I think, with the Golden Blade buff. We saw how potent it was in Mask's hands just last game, and it's a good flex pick still into that solo lane. But it's going to leave open things like Yamoja, and I just don't know that I would have been super comfortable giving this Yamoja over to Ionic, who has been really, really impactful on picks like this in the past.
Yeah, my initial thought was, well, we've seen Yamoja today and previously, and it's not necessarily hit the mark fully, but could totally be player dependent. And I'm glad you brought up Ionic, because if you're talking about a god that Ionic can look good on, Yamoja absolutely in that category. So I expect big things out of her here in this game. The return answer, though, from Bloogie and the Woogies here is a Merlin locked in for that mid lane pick first overall, and then an Amaterasu to follow. Normally you assume that's straight out of the solo lane, but we have seen slightly different priority there. Amaterasu jungle, notably, a couple of times in our previous set.
That's a good point. I mean, Ama has historically really been solo laner and support. Now, I think adding jungler into that mix is something to watch out for. But with the way that Gamma has been picking his gods, I don't think that you can rule this out of support. So it's really a 3-way flex here for Blue and the Woogies, which is very strong. But you leave Locked and Goated open to getting a lot of comfort picks. Thor there for El Leon in the jungle, and now Camazotz for Relentless One in that solo lane. I like this Awilix pickup, even though it tips the hand that this Ama is not going to be in the jungle.
Right.
It gives you a really good shutdown option against the Yamoja. Clearly that Panda Turtle and the rest of Bloogie and the Woogies had this sort of pick in mind by leaving Yamoja open. You don't leave a god like that open without a game plan. And then Relentless One kind of picks into your hands anyways by picking a leap in that solo lane. Right. So I feel like snatching our Willix early is a good idea.
Well, what do you make of that jungle matchup? I mean, we've obviously seen Thor a good bit, one of Leon's strong picks. Again, between Yamoja for Ionic and Thor there for Leon, expect big things, but haven't seen the Awilix v Thor matchup all that much. Do you have any notions as to which way that might look?
I think Awilix is really underrated right now. I think a lot of the itemization really helps her quite a bit. Erendite is such a phenomenal pickup on that god. You've got Hydra's in a really good spot right now. She uses Heartseeker well into the late game. I think that just in the overall scope of things, she should be getting picked more. Thor is one of those picks that can give her some trouble because of the range CC, but that's kind of true for every character because range stuns are real good all the time. And so Thor is going to cause problems for that, but she wins 1v1 boxing matchups really, really well, and I don't think Thor is an exception.
Well, catch up on some of the bans that we've had here up to this point. Early solo lane priority for Locked and Goated, then support around the final 2 picks there, maybe a little bit of flex with Sobek there. Boogie and the Woogies are going to have to look elsewhere to get Gamma something comfortable. We talked about the 3v3 being ever so important, and now we see what Locked and Goated want to do. They've got the Yemoja to rotate out of that long lane, Thor there for some early and immediate impact, Raijin as well to complete that 3v3, and then Hachiman to complete the draft. We highlighted 3 big players for Locked and Goated. Do you like what picks they'll have going into this game?
Yeah, I do quite a bit. The Emoja Thor Raijin is just such a strong 3v3 core. It's good early game, it transitions well into late game. It's got sustain, CC, poke damage, all-in damage. It's one of the best 3v3s that you could have in the meta right now in my mind. Anytime I see a Camazotz, that's just where my mind goes as to a question mark on the composition, because it can be so good when it gets ahead. It just becomes unkillable. The sustain is really solid. The damage is there. It's unpeelable in the ultimate. But if it falls behind, which I think it is liable to do up against something like the Awilix, which can camp you pretty well, it gets a little bit spooky because you do have no CC. Slow is your only sort of utility that you're bringing to the table, and that can be a recipe for disaster pretty quickly. So for me, I'm looking at how well Relentless One is going to play on this Camazotz, and that's going to be the main factor for Locked and Goated success.
Agreed. Seems to be awaiting in the wings, tipping the scales maybe, is this Camazotz. Game number 1 will go down to Finch to kick it off.
It's the final set of day number 1 of our circuit playoffs here. So what better way for us to move into that with Finch and Lermy? And if it's such an important game, then how could you forget to vote in our poll? Make sure that you're letting us know in chat who you think will win, and then we'll put it on the screen and we'll give you, we'll give you your yes if you're right. We'll see. Who knows if chat's gonna be able to find it? But it's me and Lermy here as we moved into the start of this game, and so far nothing particularly crazy, I would say, here in these drafts. Everything going about the way that we would expect. So I'm gonna ask you here, Lermy, do you agree with Aggro? Do you think that we might be moving into a time where Wheelish might be a little bit stronger than people are giving her credit for? Because she could certainly work here in this draft.
I can see it. I don't necessarily know if I agree. I think Awilix does have a lot of really great niche picks, and sure, this is kind of one of them that can do it. We've seen previously that Awilix does work as a solid counter to Yemoja, because that is not only the knock up onto her, but it can also knock up her own teammates who don't normally have jump. So if someone's going into that Riptide and they unexpectedly get pulled back by the Awilix, there's nothing really they can do about it at that point, other than maybe like beads it away. But at this point, I mean, it's really going to depend on how this Awilix goes. I think that if Panda Turtle can get online, it's going to be a really good look for Blugie and the Woogies.
I think it certainly could be. There's more spaces, I think, than people are willing to give credit for to this Awilix, so maybe Panda Turtle can show us. And as you mentioned, that Yemoja on the other side will likely be the focus of where she's looking for to try and find those knockups. Maybe a good place for us to focus as well. That's Ionic here piloting the Yemoja, who you all should certainly recognize from his many stints up at the SPL level. Now back down here at the circuit playoffs, and I think that he should be able to bring some veteranship here to this team. He won't be alone in that regard. El Leon, you might remember one time under the name Chapo, certainly another member that's had plenty of experience, played in console, played up at the SPL as well. I think this Locked and Goated roster, alongside some of that obvious talent from like Stewart and Pagon, Relentless One, who have made plenty of plays in their own name, I think this could be a really scary roster.
Having that SPL talent alongside these up-and-coming guys is really important, because the SPL guys bring kind of a different level of experience to play. When you're able to have someone who's been in a situation where they have really solid shot calling and really solid playmaking, it's gonna work. But check out this rotation from Panda Turtle. He's blinking in.
Looking for a Relentless One, but couldn't quite grab him. If he could have gotten that knockup, that could have started the whole chain, but always keeping his head on a swivel, it appears, as Relentless One. I don't even think there's any wards on that top side. That's just good awareness and ability to stay mindful of when a rotation might be coming. Meanwhile, over in duo, Ionic and Stewart, after getting some pressure, starting to move into the jungle to look if they can strip away purple, but they're thinking better of it instead. They'll return lane and get right back to farming. But as you mentioned, I think a little bit earlier here, that veteran presence is going to be pretty big here for Locked and Goated, but I don't think Blugie and the Woogies are any strangers in that department either. Crimson, an elite player at the console level, a part of that Astral team that was giving everybody else fits. I think that they've got plenty of experience in their own right. As the purple buff almost gets stripped away, Blugan with a good axe stops it, but There, the whole while, is Stewart's who would get secured by Locked and Goaded.
Yike's going to be taking quite a bit of poke from that Scream. It'll continue ticking on him for a little while longer, but it was just good that he didn't have to use the beads there. And that's not you making a mistake here. This Yemoja does have beads, and that's kind of the whole situation, as we talked about how Wheelix can be a counter to Yemoja earlier, and it's kind of why Yemoja kind of sat in that spot where is she OP, is she not OP, where people have figured out that she's super easy to lock down, but when she buys the beads, it's a little harder to do that.
It is. It adds some extra safety here to this Yemoja, and I think the Riptide gets a little bit undervalued in terms of its ability to get her out of some tough situations at times too. So when you pair in that extra on-demand CC immunity, then yeah, I think Yemoja can be a tough one to lock down in these early games, as there's already some presence from Chapo in left. I think he wants to gank. Gamma has been locked down already, and First Blood goes to Stewart on Locked and Goaded. Thor at level 5, ganking duo. That's an oldie but a goodie.
This is just that entire knowledge that you're really hoping comes out of your Thor. The second you hit level 5, you're already pre-planning for that moment. You head over to the left-hand side, you pop the ultimate, probably in the Gold Fury range where there just is no vision, and they just weren't ready for it, and that is, like you said, play as old as time.
And it was a relatively deep dive as well. I mean, Gamma was basically underneath the Tier 1 tower as Panda Turtle's in some trouble. Point blank, Tycho drums, and there's no way to evade the damage. Locked and Goaded get their second kill of the game as Pagon is able to lock down one member way over near Fire Giant.
That just seemed like a really strange spot to be. I don't know why Panda Turtle was up that far. He should basically still have a good idea of every timer on the map at this point, so maybe the idea was for him to go and set up for an invade on the blue, but just a little bit too early on it, as nothing is up quite yet on the map, and at this rate it might even lead to Aquarius's blue getting stolen away, as you can see the rotations from everyone on Locked and Goaded coming on over.
Yeah, I don't think Bloogie and the Woogies realized that they were actually in the trap of the other team. Aqua already taking way too much damage. Lockdown and Relentless wants to get onto the board as well. Finds a kill, and Aqua gonna have to take a timeout. Now, Panda Turtle is here. He does confirm the blue, gets back up on to Zuku, but ends up getting hit by the wall. Still safe at this point, so no more kills coming the way of Locked and Goaded, and they don't get the blue buff invade. So sure, they lost Aqua, but not as bad as that could have gone.
I mean, Aqua is going to have to find a way to get back in time for that blue buff, and if he doesn't get it, then that's kind of spelling some trouble for this Amaterasu. You don't typically see Amaterasu in solo very much, and that's because it takes her a pretty long time to get online. A lot of people like to say level 9 to level 11 is kind of where she starts to kind of be a character again, and so if Aqua isn't going to get this blue, it's just going to spell trouble coming for the next couple of minutes, and it looks like he actually was not able to pick it up, so unfortunate there for Aqua.
And that's going to hurt him, as you said, a bit reliant on having that extra mana sustain to try and keep even with Camazotz, who has just about every kind of sustain you could want. Gamma forcing Pagon's ultimate in mid, it looks like, might have been the ultimate being used. No, Gamma still has it, but at the very least, Pagon still has his beads as well, so a good trade for him, as it only costs him the ultimate for his safety.
At least there is that, but honestly, if we're going to pick a place to fight, I want them to show some more presence over on this left-hand side. Now that Pagon really can't rotate without those Taiko drums, they've got to show some presence back onto this Hachiman who grabbed the kill earlier, but the fact of the matter is, it's the other jungler showing up there.
There is Leon ganking over in left, but over in right, there's a gank from Bluegan the Woogie, so action on both sides. Bluegan is the one that ends up falling first, but what about Relentless One? He still has the Bat out of Hell. That's a nightmare scenario for Bluegie and the Woogies, where they try and trade pressure, but instead it only comes out in favor of Locked and Goaded, and they're going to collect. They head right to the Gold Fury here, Lermy, to try and bring this one down as well. Gold Fury burned quickly, and suddenly Locked and Goaded have a commanding lead. We're 7 minutes into the game, and they've got a 4,000 gold lead. That's insane.
This is kind of nuts. This is the second and third seed. These guys are right neck and neck with each other in the North American SCC. I just can't really see a universe that these two teams were not positioned that way, where they would be in that same kind of ranking.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts that they're this far apart here at this point. And Lermy, what do you think about these solo lane ganks? That's twice now that we've seen Panda Turtle try and spend some attention on the solo side to maybe make something happen, but if his ultimate is up for Relentless One, I don't see how there's any gank potential.
The problem is that you picked a solo laner that doesn't have a lot of pressure, so he's not going to be able to do a whole lot there. So they're trying to compensate for that, especially because Cam is here too, and they're on top of Relentless One.
trying to see if they can find a blue buff invade. Relentless One does not have the ultimate this time. The lockdown is there from the Feather Step, and Bloogie and the Woogies finally make their way onto the board and a successful blue buff invade. So, just as we were questioning maybe the viability of these continued solo lane ganks, Bloogie and the Woogies really double down, and they're able to finally kill him.
At least they double down on it, man. If you have a mistake, you know, you gotta commit to it. So at least they finally got something out of it, like what, the third time they made a rotation over there? So, you know, they got something, finally. A kill is on the board for them, and it's slowly gonna help them crawl back into the spot where they can retain the lead, perhaps. But, you know, they still have to deal with the juggernaut right now that has been El Leon. He's participated in all 4 of the kills across the board, and they really need to find a way to slow him down, or at least stop letting him just come over there and claim the life of the carry.
And this is Thor's part of the game, generally speaking, right around now, when he's got that ultimate and it allows him to really stretch the map thin because he can affect so many different parts of it at a wider range than even a Wheelish with all that extra movement speed from the Suku can quite match. So it's maybe not too surprising that the Thor has been able to get off to this good of a start, but all the same, Bloogie and the Woogies need a response to it. They have been looking for these solo lane ganks. That's been the response so far, but Relentless One's done a great job of only falling to them once, as Gamma narrowly avoids getting locked into the Gold Fury pit.
Ionic's going to throw down the waves, though, and Gamma's going to be able to slip right through the cracks, but he is going to respond with his own ultimate in turn.
Yeah, Leon is not able to find anything with that dunk. Right up goes Panda Turtle, able to make it safely to the other side of the wall, but now Gamma is locked down in the purple buff pit after all. Ionic nearly gets pulled in, but there are those beads you highlighted earlier on, saving his life and denying anything for Bloogie and the Woogie. So a ton of cooldowns expended. No one has their ultimate left except Relentless One, but no kills show up either.
Aquarius has finally hit that sweet spot of where Amaterasu can finally come online. About to be finished with those blues, but she does actually have the shield, so she is going to be sustaining quite a bit. And we've talked about before, kind of with Amaterasu jungle, how the auto attacks are a very important part of her kit, especially when she's going into this Berserker shield. So just the fact of that alone is able to help her pressure it out here. And they're trying once again to steal away this blue buff, and it looks like Relentless One's just going to give that one up, noticing Crimson's here too. I mean, I'm not going to walk into 3 people. You know, you can have that blue buff.
No, it certainly wouldn't make sense for a Relentless One to stick around there and fight there. So this has to be the continued response. You were asking for it earlier. What can they do about this Thor? There's kind of 2 schools of thought. You can follow him, get over there and try and make it an even fight, or you can kind of ignore it and try and do your own thing somewhere else and just have equivalent value come from that. And up until now, it hasn't quite worked. But Crimson getting a little bit of pressure over Pagon. He's able to rotate over to right and get there to make sure they get that blue buff. When they show that much presence, then the solo lane ganks make a lot more sense to me.
I think they did have to just pick one person, and so they did decide to focus out this Camazotz, because as we talked about in picks and bans, it can be a little bit dangerous to deal with that over the Emoja, but a lot of ultimates expended here, but it looks like everyone's just gonna back off. The waves came down, but other than that, I mean, it looks like everyone's safe at this point.
Yeah, I think that everyone's going to make it out of there. Ambitious is the word that I want to use there for Gamma, trying to find a way to make that play end up working. I think that was based on the information that they knew that Emoja's beads were down right after that play from the Wheelish, trying to pull her back in with that ultimate and then not quite working. But felt a bit forced there to me, Lermy. I don't know if they were really going to have much kill potential.
I think they were kind of looking for something. It's kind of been the whole game, really, is they're just dealing with the aggression that's coming out from the other side, and they need to find some way to get back into it, right? So Gamma says, I have ultimate. Emoji doesn't have beats. Let's make it happen, guys. And, I mean, they tried, right?
At the very least, though, that did get the ultimate out from Ionic and from Pagon in response, so maybe they can leverage that somehow into a way that they can use. They know they don't have to worry about the Taiko drums or the River's Rebuke, at least for a while, but still, it's Locked and Goated that are the aggressors. They're up into the Chaos Jungle looking for a purple invade. Panda Turtle is nearby, but doesn't look like he was quite able to get there in time. The Steward and the rest of the boys from Locked and Goated just going to fall back.
They are going to try and take away this Alpha Harpy, but that might be an issue with the blink in from Gamma to try and slow him down, but a nice Riptide is actually going to try and get him away, but the knockup is still good on Ionic, but he gets out with 1 HP.
And Leon finds the wall. That means he gets the kill onto Panda Turtle. What about Blugan, though, on the backside? Leap is down for him, but he still has the bead, but it's Gamma that was in trouble. Big burst damage from Stewart, and they put the support down, and now suddenly Blugan's stuck on the wrong side of town. Stewart on the backside of him to prevent any kind of retreat, so the Leap gets cut off by Pagon, who's made his way to the left-hand side. Thunder Crash locks him down, and suddenly Locked and Goated have 7, a 3-for-0 that they miraculously made out of nothing.
That could have been a really big mistake there for Locked and Goated, but all of a sudden it just turned completely around, and that's just off the back of Panda Turtle not being able to successfully secure the kill onto Ionic. If they'd been able to take down the Yamoja, at least they get something, right? And maybe even the rest of the fight gets slowed down a little, because Ionic still hung around and threw out some Riptides to be able to get his team in and out if they needed it. So knowing that that extra bit of support was there, it just allowed Locked and Goated to really be entirely free in the rest of that fight.
And you mentioned this earlier, Lermy, that they had to find some way to deal with El Leon. And I said that I liked them countering it by putting some pressure on Solo in response. But to me, it looks like they've shifted to now they want to be here where Leon is and try and counter it out. Do you like that adjustment to try and match his rotations, or would you rather them go back to trying to gank Solo somehow?
The real reason is because the Primal Fury is up, and that's exactly why El Leon is getting aggressive here. They have been basically sitting over here the whole time, but unfortunate ultimate there is it's nowhere near where Blugan was, but a good stun and double tap will put some poke onto this Hunter, but everyone else has shown up from Blugie and the Woogies, and Gamma is trying to force something, but there goes the ultimate from a Wheelix, and it looks like everyone's got to get out.
Yeah, how many times is Gamma going to get locked down to the purple buff pit? But it's Panda Turtle that melts. Big damage from Pagon, puts him in a coffin. Gamma able to grab one with that ultimate, but Pagon's on a rampage, a double kill onto Blugan. Gamma was the one initially locked down, but all his carries died around him as Pagon gets the triple, bringing the absolute warpath here to Blugie and the Woogies as they struggle throughout this early game.
What a shame. Just barely out of range was Panda Turtle when using that Gravity Surge, and honestly, if he had been able to completely lock down Ionic during that fight, I could see that going the total opposite way, where Blugie is the one coming out on top, but everyone was forced into that corridor as soon as the walls came out, and basically there was just no response to be had. They were split up between one side of the wall and the other, and Gamma was not there either to be able to protect them. He got caught on the opposite side of everyone else.
And this is now starting to get into real scary territory if you're Blugie and the Woogies. 3 levels down for Blugan over in the long lane. The one lane that you put pressure on in solo is actually even, if not maybe a half level, in favor of Relentless One. 2-level lead in the jungle, level lead in mid. Stuff's starting to get completely out of control now for Blugie and the Woogies, rather. And they might not get to be the aggressors again for a while. They've got to find a way to get some kind of counter initiation going. I imagine Panda Turtle's a big part of that, but what can he do when he gets locked down like this? Wall into the Riptide is nearly enough for the kill.
Split a little bit there on the targets, part going after Gamma, part going after Crim, but it looks like it'll be enough to at least zone them away from this Pyromancer, and meanwhile it was Relentless on the back starting it up, and that's basically free, only trading out 2 ultimates to be able to get the freest Pyromancer of their lives, and like you said, this is going to be dangerous. If they keep letting this happen and they keep being as disorganized as it seems like they have been, Locked and Goated are just going to continue to steamroll this game.
Yeah, the only good news for Blugie and the Woogies is that at this point, Locked and Goated have kind of taken everything. I mean, like, the Fury is down at this point, Pyromancer's down as well, and I don't know how comfortable they are going for a 16-minute Fire Giant, so this should buy a little bit of time for Blugie and the Woogies to try and stabilize is too strong a word, but at least breathe for a moment as Stewart gets aggressed on in left. I love this idea. They get the ultimate and the beads out from Stewart off that combo between Blugan and Panda Turtle.
That is basically all of his safety just immediately eliminated. He's got the Aegis, of course, which is very nice to have, but at the same time, if you're getting chased down by this Wheelix, or even if there's a rotation from Gamma, it's not going to save your life in that instant. So they've just set themselves up for yet another gank, and they obviously have some time to do it because, like you said, Yuri's down, Pyromancer's down, and I don't think they'd be going for a Fire Giant at 17 minutes, but Pagon's really pushing the limit here as he's throwing some shots over the wall with the Taiko drums, just trying to scare out Crimson, and he's going to have to head back to base.
Yeah, I'd say that's about their only fear at this point, Lermy, is that Locked and Goated would step up into their jungle and try and catch them as they're moving around, because there aren't a lot of objectives to sort of act as that homing beacon to pull them in where you know where the fight's going to be. So Blue and the Woogie should still try and take a deep breath, try and take stock. They know Crimson is not that far behind, and Merlin damage can still be hugely relevant at this point. The next most relevant member is going to be Aqua. I think that if Blue and the Woogies do anything, it's got to happen around those two, just based on their relevance.
Up again goes El Neon. He's looking for a shot on Blugan, who pops the beads preemptively, so it looks like he may be out. Over the wall comes Panda Turtle, and so he'll have that extra bit of safety, and around the bend comes Gamma with the ultimate.
Still trying to see if they can lock down anyone else, but it's Gamma that looks like he's the one that got grabbed. Ionic gets pulled in, but he just stands in the damage, confident as ever, even getting hit by Crimson, and it is not enough. So they find their kill on the Gamma in response, and now they can start looking to maybe get aggressive in this jungle. They don't want to go for the tower, but red buff is up, purple's about to spawn as well. There's a great chance for Locked and Goated to strip away the farm.
And that's exactly what they've been doing. Pagon and Elneon do split up from Stewart, but it doesn't really matter because no one from Bloogie and the Woogies has really found the confidence here to aggress on them. They're so far ahead at this point that even if two of them went up against one, I honestly feel like Elneon could get out, Pagon could get out. It just seems like at this point they need to be running around as a death ball or it's not going to work.
But are you surprised at all that this early to mid game has gone so completely in Locked and Goated's favor? I mean, I think I would give Thor and Raijin that slight edge over the Awelish Merlin in terms of who's going to want to be a bit more active this early, but they could certainly compete, I would have thought. But up until now, they've been relatively outclassed, Lerms.
I think it really just has to come down to where Panda Turtle put his focus, and I don't think that's necessarily his fault. He had a game plan, and the team just did not collectively do what they needed to do. They thought, okay, Thor's going to come over to our dual lane every single time. We're going to respond this way. But it just turned out that they couldn't get really anything going over there at all, and so they put themselves at that disadvantage. Like you said, they picked the wrong school to go to, and they just did not get the same level of education.
Unfortunate. It's a little bit too late now to have recognized it, but maybe it'll help them out their next go around, as Blue and the Woogies have really struggled here in this game. They're going to need to bunker down and make some defense happen, maybe even find a nice pick onto Relentless One, but he's so tanky. And in fact, I'm sure he'd love to draw some attention to the right side of the map because the rest of the team is grabbing Oni Fury. Only Blugan is nearby, and he'll pay for it with his life for stepping in. Pagon from max range gets the kill. Oni Fury goes down as well, and the only member who might struggle now is Ionic, but the River's Rebuke cuts off the aggression. Bead saves his life, and now Leon is here, not able to lock down any more members, so they turn their attention towards Gamma, all alone in the backline. Does get off the whirlwind of Rage and Steel, but it will be his swan song, as even Ionic is able to find a kill.
Just, at this point, they need to find something, right? They're still, even at 20 minutes in this game after they've only gotten one kill, and that was on Relentless One, they've been walking in kind of one by one, trying to make these hero plays and start to at least make some room for something to happen, but it just, once again, is not working out. They need to either be together as a team and commit to something, or they just need to start over and GG go next.
Panda Turtle has been put down as well. Stewart gets the kill, but a lot of that damage came from Pagon. What a performance from their backline here this game. A collective 10-0-8 between the Raijin and the Hachiman, and it's hard to win when the other carries are having that kind of performance. So right now, 3 members in right to try and threaten the Phoenix. Meanwhile, El Leon in mid, threatening the mid tier 2 tower. And so far it's working. No one on Blue and the Woogies is contesting in mid. They'll wait for these Oni minions to push up in right and start to threaten there. The split looks like they're going to go for a 4-1 with Chapo in mid. No, he's going to join them over in right. Comes crashing down with the ultimate and looks for the backline if he can find maybe a bit more. Instead, regroups with the team. That first wave initiation didn't quite work, so Locked and Goated give up on it for now.
You can see the pings across the map there. They're just going to take this jungle, go straight to Pyromancer, and reset. They've still got a whole 4 minutes on this Fire Giant right now, so they have no rush to really push this Phoenix fight. They can go strip the jungle, take all this extra farm, and hopefully get a nice item advantage, finish off something that's going to help you push these towers and in these team fights, and then take it one more time up this left-hand side, grab that tower, and then the best Phoenix to go for.
And that's where Blue and the Woogies, if anywhere, Lermy, are going to have to find some kind of way for defense, not just factoring in the obvious tremendous 16K deficit that they're in, but how do you like their defense? I mean, I feel like Merlin does give you some pretty decent options when you're trying to defend.
They do have a pretty solid defensive composition. The only problem really is this Awilix, who kind of is in a weird spot because she's so far behind where she can't really do the job of the assassin and kind of flank behind after a fight has started and then end someone's life, right? That's their job. But at this point, level 15 at 22 minutes, I mean, it's just going to be a real hard struggle to be able to at least do enough damage to get someone to half health even, especially if they have all of their actives available, which basically everyone does.
Yeah, you'd hope in a best-case scenario that the Awilish could still get some value out of the ultimate, maybe behind that wall, pull someone in off a knock-up, but in this scenario, anyone you pull in, you might just be initiating for them, and that's if they just don't have beads to immune it in the whole first place, so Blue and the Woogies, it feels as though it will be an uphill battle to find some kind of way to slow this down. Locked and Goaded starting to walk their way in. Relentless One and Ionic are that front line as Leon keeps that mid-wave pushed up so he can threaten mid-Phoenix. He might do more than threaten mid-Phoenix. No one's coming over to stop him. He's going to walk up and start swinging at it. He'll be able to bring that down on his own. So Panda, Turtle, and Aqua send their attention to him. Leon's starting to recognize that now. Use the beads and retreats back towards safety. So Locked and Goaded get aggressive over in the left lane, bring the left Phoenix down to half HP. All the while, Leon is not rotating. He's still trying to threaten mid. Blue and the Woogies don't know how to respond. They pull in Ionic to try and lock him down, but too tanky at this point. Both Phoenixes are down low, and both Phoenixes are gone.
Leon still has his Anvil of Dawn, so if they really wanted to end the game now, they could bait or re-engage here. And honestly, he did just use the hammer in, so he might be in trouble. He's got no beat, so he's got to go up, which means the rest of the team might decide to just follow him in there. No ultimate left for Gambit. It already looks like he's falling down below, and down he crashes, forcing the beads on two.
Gets the double kill, does Stewart. Pagon gets in on the fun as well, and everything's starting to collapse now for Bloogie and the Woogies. The Locked and Goaded are able to find their victory here in game number 1. And Lermy, what are the adjustments that Bloogie and the Woogies are going to have to make from here? Because essentially nothing worked for them. Yes, they got one kill onto the board, but aside from that, this game was all Locked and Goaded.
I think that they maybe need to just pick a better composition where they don't have two lanes that are struggling. Going up against the Emoja is hard enough without a jungler support, and now that they recognize that, I mean, Locked and Goaded said, okay, we have the pressure here already, but El Leon, come on, come dive the tower in 5 minutes and make it happen. And so honestly, I think they need to go back to the drawing board with their game plan and kind of make a decision there. Okay, we're going to draft something with more pressure over in solo maybe to give our junglers some time to at least mitigate some of that issue over in duo.
It's a good point. I mean, I don't know what that Wheelers could have really done to have changed that scenario much. I mean, they were behind basically from minute 1, but that is only game number 1. Some adjustments to be made as I get it back over to the desk in preparation for game 2.
Thank you, Finch and Lermy. Great job on the call for game number 1. Maybe not as close as we expected this one might be, Aggro, given how close these two teams are in the standings over here in North America. I mean, the 3v3, again, lots of conversations to be had around that here in this game. But maybe the biggest overarching issue of all is that this one just was not close at all.
No, not at all. I mean, you look at that 3v3 slash line, 3-0-11 for Leon, 7-0-4 for Pagon, 1-0-10 for Ionic. I mean, that's literally perfect. You're not getting any better than that. 6-0-8 for Stewart. Relentless One, a little bit of a hard feed with the one death, of course, but I kid. He had top player damage in the whole game and was fantastic on this Camazotz. I think when Finch asked Lermy what he thought that they should do differently, I think that my big thing here for Bloogie and the Woogies is that they were on the defensive. They were on the back foot all game because Leon was setting the pace perfectly on this Thor. It was the early duo lane gank. Then it was coming towards mid and towards solo. And it just felt like every time Bloogie and the Woogies was trying to do something, it was in response to whatever the Locked and Goaded was throwing out. And that just is a really hard way to win Smite games. To be the team that's always having to respond instead of the one who's taking the initiative. And Willix is not a character that does well when everyone knows you're coming and knows exactly where you are at all times. I mean, the beads pickup for Ionic in this game was really clutch in order to save him and take him out of the equation. as a free pick. I just felt like Bloogie and the Woogies never got a chance to say, hey, where do we want to be on the map instead of where do we have to be because of what Locked and Goated are doing.
And it's built exactly out of kind of what we figured it would be from picks and bans. This Thor, the moment that Anvil of Dawn comes online, impact somewhere on the map. Ionic rotating out on this Yamoja is going to be able to find an impact of his own. The Raijin getting a triple kill was just kind of icing on a cake. He had a couple up to that point. So all the puzzle pieces were in place here for Locked and Goated. And then the conversation kind of shifts to game 2 now. What can be changed for Bloogie and the Woogies, largely here in picks and bans, after Locked and Goated take game number 1? Maybe the jungle has to be a topic of conversation. The Wheelix just wasn't the pick.
Yeah, I guess not. I mean, really, I don't think that if Bloogie and the Woogies play they did in game 1, it won't matter what gods they have. And I think that that's the big thing, is that it's just play style. They need to be more willing to number one, getting lanes that can play aggressively is a good thing. So that the draft does matter in that. But even with that, they weren't able to really find openings at all in that game because I felt like they were always on that back foot. So I want to see a mentality shift. And some of that does come from selecting winning lanes, an aggressive jungler. All those sorts of things are all true. But at the end of the day, it's really mentality and play style that need to change here for Bloogie and the Woogies, which is a lot harder than just changing which god you press lock in with in the picks and bans.
Yeah, I think that's a great point here. Lots to change for Bloogie and the Woogies. What doesn't change, though, is that second pick is going to take Persephone off the table, and Locked and Goated, being that second pick, are going to keep up that 100% ban rate for the mid lane god. Yamoja as well follows, so getting something off the table for Ionic, the Kamazats, Hell, all kind of staple bans here for Bloogie and the Woogies, and Jormungandr is going to round it out. So not a total mentality shift for Locked and Goated. Remember, it was a total solo lane priority for Locked and Goated in their first 3 bans in game number 1. Persephone obviously is going to fill one of those spots here. But Heimdall, an interesting pickup in a day where we haven't seen him yet, at least played, has been banned out a little bit. What do you make of this one for Bloogie and the Woogies first overall?
Yeah, I like this pick quite a bit. I'm a little surprised that Locked and Goated let it through, to be honest, because I think Heimdall is very, very strong. I think that if you're going to be looking at a team that's going to play aggressively like Locked and Goated, giving Bloogie and the Woogies all this extra vision and extra information that Heimdall provides is a little bit surprising to me, because I think that does help out the duo lane or the mid lane, because I think that Heimdall could be played in either ADC or in mid. All that extra information that comes with the one and the ability to see you after you cross over wards for an extended period of time. Heimdall's just good, man. I think that it's a good first pick here for Bloogie and the Woogies.
Yeah, not far off with any of that. Erlang Shen, second pick overall for Bloogie and the Woogies. In the meantime, Locked and Goated have gone back to the Thor. I mean, Leon didn't have the highest number of kills on his team, but was right up there as far as total kill participation goes. So not much more, I don't think, needs to be said about that Thor pick. We saw what he was able to do in Game 1. Expect the same from the Thor here in Game 2. The Nike pick is maybe where things start to pivot here a little bit for Locked and Goated, and obviously a little bit of flexibility, solo lane, jungle potential, really, for the Nike.
Yeah, I think that this is obviously a strong pick right now. It's being prioritized by a lot of teams, but with the Thor lock-in, I'd expect this Nike to be for a relentless one in that solo lane. And I love the Erlang Shen pick up here for Bloogie and the Woogies, because this is a flex pick. It can go into jungle, it can go into support. I would guess that it's going to be support for Gamma, because again, I think that fits the Bloogie and the Woogies playstyle a little bit better, and that's where I'd like to see it go. Just as an aggressive selection that can get you ahead in that duo lane. But even if it's in the jungle there for Panda Turtle, I definitely think it's the right mentality. It's an It's an initiator. It wants to scrap. It wants to brawl. It wants to get its hands dirty. And I think that that's a different style of look here this time around. And it's pretty CC heavy. I like the pick for Bloogie and the Woogies, even if it is a pick that we don't see that often these days.
Yeah, I'm saying we don't need to say much more about the Thor, and then I forget that he's locked in. So it is a solo lane Nike and Thor in the jungle there for Locked and Goated. Continued support bans, though, for the second ban phase for Locked and Goated. Getting Nash Xing Qin taken off the table. I'll have to admit I'm a little surprised to see the Xing Qin banned out after Well, maybe the lackluster performance after game number 1.
Yeah, agreed. But I think it's just you want to see what else, Gamma's going to play. I still think Erlong is likely, or at least very possible, to go over to Gamma. So I don't think that he's too upset to see all these Guardian bans taken off the table. Little surprised to see Ionic not go for the Sobek, just to bring some extra initiation and displacement. Can really cause problems for Erlong Shen, but Terra can as well. So I think that the Terra pick, with that team fight presence, is still going to be quite strong.
Yeah, Hercules certainly opens up some doors here as well. Merlin versus Raijin, run back there in the mid lane. That'll be a lot of fun to follow on through. And then the tier for the 5th and final pick for Bluegie and the Woogies. Now you see the full 5 here, Aggro. What kind of mentality do you think Bluegie and the Woogies are maybe bringing into game number 2?
I think it's a much more cohesive composition to game number 1. I think it's a much more aggressive composition to game number 1. It's a comfort pick for Aqua in that solo lane on the tier. It's going to be Gamma on the Hercules, I'd anticipate, in support. It's got a ton of CC and a ton of damage, but this composition I don't think recovers very well if they have a bad start. Right. So the early game is critical here for Bluegie and the Woogies, but they've drafted enough to give them a chance after a really, really bad game number 1. This is the type of composition that can snowball very effectively, that can be aggressive in multiple lanes. I like it quite a bit.
Thor, Raijin, Terra, do you think Locked and Goated have themselves a 3v3 that can find similar impact to what it did in game number 1?
Post 5, yes. I think they lose pre-5 pretty heavily, just because the Terra amount of effectiveness is going to be pretty substantially less than that of Hercules pre-5, but as soon as you get that Terra ultimate ready to go, you factor in that global extra bit of reach from the Thor. I think those are two really, really potent factors. I think that Locked and Goated do have to be worried about the group up death ball potentially from Bluegie and the Woogies, because they have so much frontline that also provides a lot of damage. But if they use this Thor ultimate to stretch the map really effectively, and then save the Terra ultimate for when the rotations come in and when Bluegie and the Woogies do manage to group, I think Locked and Goated are going to be just fine. How could you ever think otherwise after the performance they just had in game number 1?
Yeah, it's a 24-minute game 1, and really you're just waiting on minion waves really at that point to force down the base of Bluegie and the Woogies. The tool's absolutely there, I think, for both teams. Have there been enough mental changes for Bluegie and the Woogies to get back into it? Well, Finch, Lermy, and Doug are going to take us into game number 2.
That's a great point there, Dolson. The only person that's in every game is our man Doug, and he does it without complaining. We appreciate you for keeping us going here, Doug, as we're at the end of yet another long day for you. But we'll move in to game number 2 here between Bluegie and the Woogies and Locked and Goated. And Bluegie and the Woogies said, give me all the warriors. Erlong Shen, they got the tier and the Hercules. They're ready to brawl here early. But if they don't get this off the ground, they could potentially struggle.
I love this look for Bluegie and the Woogies. They've drafted pretty much the highest pressure dual lane you could probably get other than Sylvanas Izanami up against 2 of the lowest pressure dual laners, Jingwei and Terra. So these guys are absolutely going to be doing some mad work here, and you can already see because Gamma is constantly bullying Ionic.
Already level 2 is Bluegut as well, so this is going to spell trouble. The slow is there to keep Ionic in range, but with no more abilities, Ionic able to make it out of there. But you kind of gave us the long and short of this already, Lermy. There's just not enough pressure between Jingwei and Terra, especially this early in the game, for them to really have any chance of being able to step up and clear the waves. There's the blink into the push. Ionic does get locked down, and Shell just barely keeps him alive.
At this point, Ionic might have to go back to base. He probably will be going into that pillar second to hopefully immune away some of the knockups coming out of Gamma. And even Bluegat, if he gets close enough. And over here in the solo lane is a little bit of a different story, as I'd say these two guys are pretty evenly matched. A Tier and a Nike kind of cancel each other out when you think about it, because Nike is going to be immune for the most part, but not if he's not using that rend ability. He's gonna have to wait there in order to kind of avoid a lot of the poke there, but instead he takes it to the face and gets forced under tower here just a little.
Fortunately for them, though, they end up a-okay on the backside of that, so we're still looking at 0-0s in the kill column, even still level 1 for Gamma. It looks like spending all that time trying to slow them down and delay them on the purple buff and basically giving Bluekin that first wave solo did delay him a bit, but he's A-okay with that. We've long accepted the logic that you trade away your lowest farm for the next best farm, but Gamma takes a little bit more poke, I think, than he was expecting there. Is still A-okay, has some potions, so he should be able to get right back to farming.
Soon enough, he'll get those mitigate wounds as well, so that'll help him out, especially once there's a little bit more poke firing out from Locked and Goated's duo lane. Especially that level 3 is a pretty good spot to be as a Terra, because then you can finally do the Pillar Break combo, but even still, Gamma is not afraid of pushing the limits here as he nearly gets under the tower, and instead, though, he's going to continue to back off just a little bit as the purple buff has finally respawned.
But now, this pressure they're looking for will be joined by Panda Turtle. But look at this rotation from Locked and Goated. They're bringing even more people, and suddenly Gamma is just bait there in the backline. He will fall for first blood as Stewart gets that last hit. That's huge. They're not only able to find that first kill, but put that kill over to their Jing Wei, who had been struggling. That's going to help a lot.
Oh yeah, getting the Jingwei off the ground is such a great way to start us off here in this duo lane for Locked and Goated. The fact of the matter is that that extra kill is going to help her at least fight against this Heimdall just a little bit, which she clearly is going to need. I mean, Heimdall is one of the most respected gods, you would say, probably has the most pressure up in the duo lane other than Izanami, but Izanami falls off. Heimdall really doesn't. Those autos will swing the entirety of the game.
Yeah, that's going to be scary. It's a good point to make that you're always got to worry about Heimdall. Good beads, though, from Stewart means he does not get pushed by Gamma, but it was good by Gamma to put Stewart under that pressure in the first place. So a great exchange over in duo ends up costing Stewart the beads, but he should still be okay. That's the part of the reason why you pick Jingwei, is even without beads, she's got plenty of escapes once she hits level 5.
One thing I want to touch on here is check out this Chalice of the Oracle here getting picked up, and a little bit of a close call there for Pagon momentarily, but Ionic might be the one in trouble here as he actually does get pulled back. But the squad's there to peel him out. And back to the point here about this Chalice of the Oracle. We haven't seen this item for a very long time. I think that it's an interesting choice here, especially because the Vision Shard still exists until level 12. But I think that in all actuality, Ionic was just really worried about an early rotation. He thought, you know, maybe the fact that Leon is going to be there helps him out for sure, but Panda Turtle would definitely have taken a lesson from last game and put his focus elsewhere, and that's kind of why he's looking to pick up this extra bit of vision so that he can at least be prepared for it and know where he's coming from.
Especially knowing they were going into a matchup where they were against a bunch of pressure and had so little pressure, it was very likely that they were going to be invaded and one more member rotate over to try and complete that. So perhaps that's the idea there from Ionic, is to try and make sure they could be aware of it. But luckily, they had plenty of backup coming in their own right. Leon helped them turn it around, and it's actually Locked and Goated that got first blood. And we said at the beginning of this, Lermy, that Blugie and the Woogies really needed to get off to a good start. But I don't think just this one kill that Locked and Goated got was enough to really put Blugie and the Woogies out of this by any means.
No, they're only really behind that first blood bounty here, but with Aquarius taking away this blue, it's going to get a little bit more difficult on all sides of the map, because we've been seeing that El Leon has been putting basically all his pressure up in the left-hand side here and leaving Relentless to kind of do whatever he pleases. And going against a Tyr, I mean, Tyr is not as dangerous as he used to be with that bizarre movement speed build that we saw for a while, but now that that's been kind of lifted off, he is a little bit less of a danger to the rest of the game. So I don't think I'd mind really Elion just keeping this pressure over here in duo. I think it's a good choice, and we might just see that continue to happen. So honestly, if I'm Panda Turtle, I'm going to have to show up in this left side this game.
Right, I really don't think he has much other option. It does look like, at the very least, that Aqua might be going that same route as Talaria plus the Blink to start off. That's pretty standard fare for our tiers. We'll get our best idea in just a moment if he does elect to go for that same movement speed build you were just referencing had been nerfed a little bit. Red buff spawning. Gamma is here alongside Panda Turtle and even a little bit of backup from Crimson as well. They want to try and find this invade, but right up into the ultimate goes Pagon. That pushes everybody back. Leon dunks down as well and is able to lock down one more member, but Panda Turtle should be getting that heal shortly. He gets it, but Gamma does not. He falls yet again this game. That's twice that this Hercules support has fallen.
This is not a good look for Hercules, who tends to be really, really strong in the early game. The fact that he's even still ahead of Ionic at that point after falling twice
is impressive.
is kind of an interesting thing to look at, because being able to have that early game pressure does allow you to kind of go and do whatever you want for the first couple of minutes, because who's going to fight a Hercules at level 3 or whatever at that point in the game? Nobody, really. But honestly, when you're rotating 4 members over to take him down, that's kind of the only way you can deal with him, and that's exactly what Locked and Coded have been doing. And if they're going to continue on this warpath, they really need to be careful, because the Bloogie and the Woogies, if they're smart, are going to come up with a response to this.
They're going to need to. Gamma showing up, finding the 2-man driving strike and stealing the blue buff. Not a bad play. And Leon will be the one that suffers because of it. Aqua rotates over, cuts him down, and finds a kill. And even with Gamma having taken 2 deaths, he can still make big plays like that on the Herc basically any time.
And this was the response that they needed to do. I'm so glad that Gamma has finally got up and said, okay, I'm not going to fight in duo anymore. You've been on top of me all this game so far, so let's make it happen in solo, where there is also some pressure already. And Panda Turtle is continuing to fight out with Yannick here, but he's got to be careful using the ultimate, but he's all by himself. He's not going to get anything, but trading out those ultimates is pretty good, because like we've talked about, Terra ultimate can be a game changer in a lot of team fights.
It can be. So even though I don't know that Panda Turtle really was going to be able to get the kill in a world where Ionic used the ultimate, he's probably okay just with taking the ultimate as Leon takes to the sky. Blugan seems unaware, dunked down, and that's free for Locked and Coded. Blugan even ceremoniously giving over his beads on the way out. I'm sure Locked and Coded are happy to take those too.
One after the other. Every single time Eldion makes this rotation and uses the ultimate on this left-hand side, something good has happened, right? So there's nothing stopping him from just keeping going over there every single time, and the response has been kind of weak from Blugie and the Woogies. They tried to steal away this red, and it looks like they might have done it, so at least they get something from it, but it's not going to really change unless they keep getting some kills or make this a consistent habit of taking it away.
This is still not too bad, though. They're within range, and Gamma, who will fall again, is the only one that's really fallen this game, except for that 1 death onto Blugan. So I don't think Blugan and the Woogies should feel too bad. I mean, look at the charts. They're down 1,000 gold, despite the 4-1 kills. Not that far behind in experience either. In fact, those are slightly in favor of Blugie and the Woogies. So to kind of keep track of it, they're really still very much even in this game, even forcing out Relentless One's ultimate, though it might end up costing Panda Turtle his life. He makes it into the turtle form, but Leon chases him down, gets the kill, and even uses the ultimate on the tail end.
This just seems to be every single fight where one member is getting caught out alone, and then they're able to turn that around, because the grouping coming out from Locked and Goated just seems like it's on another level. These shot calls from Eldion have been pretty much perfect this entire time. The only time they ever kind of messed up is when he a little bit overcommitted around that red buff earlier and fell down. So honestly, but if I'm Eldion, I've got 4 of the 5 kills that my team has gotten, and I have that extra bit of, 2 levels right now on top of Panda Turtle. This is looking good for him.
It is, and he's going to have to continue being that driving force for them, because Crimson is a good bit ahead of Pagon to sort of balance that out in the middle lane. The only person on the map that's level 12 right now is this Merlin. So as good as it's looking for Leon, there is something similar happening on the other side of the map. Now, can a Merlin single-handedly dictate the pace the way a Thor can? No, right? The Thor can use that ultimate to basically decide where fights happen, but it is still something that Locked and Goated got to make sure they're mindful of.
Yeah, it seems like Crimson has basically just been sitting back and farming, which is kind of characteristic of a lot of the ways that he likes to play. He likes to wait for something to happen and for something to come to him, and it might just happen as Gamma's getting poked out yet again. That's his 4th spill of the day.
Yeah, that is a bit brutal here for Gamma so far throughout this early game, but still, we kind of have to keep our wits about us, because he's kept it even despite all those deaths. Leon dunking down, does get the beads out from Panda Turtle, who responds with the ultimate, so he knows he has a heal in the back pocket. That's why he continues to surge forward, looking for Ionic. The knockup is there, and Crimson able to get his first kill of the game. They're not going to be able to find much more on the back of it, but a kill onto Ionic is pretty huge for Blugie and the Woogies. They needed something.
Yeah, they were able to take him down earlier in the match, but getting out Ionic is actually pretty good, because that one went straight onto Erupt Crimson, and now with the rotation of these solo laners, this fight is broken wide open. Not only that, but Seward's here too!
Yeah, Panda Turtle getting real aggressive, trying to make something happen there in the middle lane. Not quite going to be able to get the kill, but they were correct about being able to get out with their lives. So now that we're at this point here in the match, Lermy, where we know where the only lead for Blugie and the Woogies is, that's in the middle lane, and we know where the big lead is for Locked and Goated, that's in the jungle. Which one of those do you favor?
At this point, it's gotta be Elyon on this sword. Like we said earlier, the jungler has the most impact across the map globally. And of course, it's not like
true.
Crimson has been doing a poor job. He's been doing a great job at power farming, where his jungler has not been there, because his jungler is trying to really work at counter and matching up against Elyon, but basically, in all of that time, Crimson's just been sitting, waiting. He's been getting all this farm. He says, just you wait. I'm going to get some more items, and this is going to break wide open back in my squad's favor.
That's got to be the hope now for Blugi and the Woogies, that they just keep this one relatively close, because even still, this is way better than they were at the same point last game. I think it was at the 7-minute mark when it was already a 4,000 gold lead or something like that back in game 1, so this is already worlds better. The improvement is clearly here, and I think the Warriors are a big part of it. They're able to fight much more into the early game, and by fight, I guess I meant take the objectives. They're at least pulling the Gold Fury, but Locked and Goated are here. Leon and Ionic are nearby. This will not go down for free. Ionic drops the ultimate to try and bring them into that kill threshold, but Blugi and the Woogies are respectful. They drop the Gold Fury and back right out of there.
That's just the power of Elyon having that ultimate there. Once he goes up in the sky, the entire side of Blugi and the Woogies needs to be more careful, because no one wants a Thor to dunk down straight on their head, especially when they're sitting at this 75% threshold across 3 characters, and everyone's made their way over here now, so it looks like this Gold Fury fight might at least dampen out for a second, as everyone's kind of chilling and going back to their side. No one wants to fight while those ults are down, and clearly, Blugi and the Woogies don't really feel like it's their time to shine either.
They're going to take a bit of a back seat, it feels like, here. You mentioned it, the solo laners were here as well, so it's a good time to sort of check back in on their builds, and it is the movement speed build for Aqua, as we might have thought, though it is going to be that slightly weakened version of it, the Relic Dagger and the Wing Blade right on the back of those Talaria boots. Meanwhile, Relentless One has the Mystical Mail, but Relentless One might be getting locked down. Feels like he has to use the Sentinel of Zeus hammer, double taps onto Panda Turtle, so he's low already. Pagon making his way here, and he's got plenty of damage. Tycho Drums flattens Gamma early on, and already the numbers advantage in favor of Locked and Goated, but can they find more wall on the wrong side of Aqua? Blugi and the Woogies should be able to disengage.
Ionic's taking a peek down here, just wanting to get some of these timers to see if there's any possible re-engagement here, but he's all by himself. He's got to be careful, but thankfully, since he's pushed down that pillar, he's not going to be able to get pushed by Aquarius, so he'll be safe for now, but really, he's just trying to open up a pathway for Relentless One to pass him by and steal away this blue.
And I think it's a good time, while we're talking about the solo laners here, Lorma, to talk about their relative value. Now that we know that this is how the early game went, with neither team really having much value from their solo laners, you might have to come back to it later. Locked and Goated have the Gold Fury down to half HP. Blugan and Crimson are nearby, but they're able to do enough all on their own. Locked and Goated dropped the Gold Fury. They didn't want to flip for it. So I guess we can go back to talking about which one of these solo laners do you think is going to be more impactful here at this stage?
It really depends, but I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Relentless One. He's actually picked up the Mystical Mail, which is an item we don't see a whole lot anymore, but the whole reason behind that is that they want to keep the enemy team from blinking in and stopping their carries from doing what they're doing. That's kind of the whole deal of getting that item, because as you can see, 2 members of Blugi and the Woogies do have that blink, and both of them have really big displacement tools, so stopping either of them from getting to the back line, forcing out some beads or anything like that, that's probably #1 priority here for Relentless, and so I think if he's able to do that, then really this tier is kind of invalidated.
Yeah, there's something to be said for that additional ability to keep other players in combat through those extra ticks, and that's what that Mystical Mail will allow for Relentless One to do. So good point there, Lormy. Perhaps that can be a deal breaker later on in the game if Relentless One can kind of keep his backline extra safe by not allowing the Tier or the Hercules, perhaps, to sort of blink past him. Relentless One, though, does have the angle here on Panda Turtle as he comes underneath him, forces the turtle form out, actually gets the knock-up, and forces the ultimate out single-handedly, and Leon's gonna follow up Anvil of Dawn for the kill, and Panda Turtle never stood a chance.
Leon's gotta be careful though, he just used the hammer out, and Relentless One's gonna help get himself out as well, so a very, very clean disengage for the boys of Locked and Goated. I'm honestly surprised they just let them get away with that. We saw 2 members pushing up in mid. I would have thought they would have wrapped around there and tried to pick one of them off.
But instead, they kind of backed up, and this is what Aggro was talking about in that game one, where it felt like Locked and Goated were the team that were doing all the aggressive moves, and Bloogie and the Woogies were basically responding. I think they've done a much better job about it this game. We saw them looking for purple buff invades on the back of this Hercules pressure. We saw Gamma move over to solo and help Aqua go for a couple of invades over on that blue buff as well. They've been more active this game, but hasn't it felt like that's kind of fallen away? That was for those first 10 minutes, and now that it hasn't worked, they're basically on the back foot.
Their thought process right now is somewhere along the lines of, okay, Elyon is huge, we have to deal with him somehow. And so they've gone from that thought process of, okay, let's find some kind of counter to it. They just need to mitigate him at this point, because it's gotten to the point where it's just too late for that. He's got 6 kills, he's 4 levels up, and that's kind of something we don't really see at this level. You never really see a jungler that far behind at this point in the game. We're not even 20 minutes, and it just really feels like Panda Turtles dropped the ball here.
I gotta agree, man. I don't know that this Erlong Shen pick was it here in this situation, as ultimates traded out. Aqua and Pagon both have to use theirs up by the Chaos side tier 2 tower. But yeah, Panda Turtle has not really had a chance to go aggressive. He's always using his ultimates defensively, but I asked for Bloogie and the Woogies to make an offensive play. Well, what about the Gold Fury? They take it, but Leon comes dunking in, and Panda Turtle, we just brought his name up. He is the casualty of war, but trading your lowest value member for Gold Fury is not that bad here at this point, if they can get out and only lose one.
Looks like that's exactly what happened, and thankfully there's nothing for Locked and Goated to be able to invade here, but with the only person left being Gamma, looks like this tower is going to go down pretty much without a fight. Elyon taking it up for just a second, but it's going to fall down right away, and honestly, they could choose to go for this tier 2 here, as everyone's kind of spread back out again. Does look like Gamma is going to help out here, but not going to be for long, as they're going to lose those minions, and they're going to have to back up just a little bit.
Yeah, it would be a little too much, I think, to grab that tower there. At least that's what Locked and Goated felt, so they start to back up. Red buff successfully defended by Aquarius, and I guess it's his now, so he grabs it, looks to try and get the most involved that he can by adding a little bit of extra damage. Might perhaps be the idea there from him. So at least for now, things have slowed down a bit. You can tell with the gold charts that getting that Gold Fury did help out with Bloogie and the Woogies to get things back at least a little bit towards even. There's that little bit of spike up, but look, there's the tier 1 tower, and that brought it almost all the way back down. So it got heavily mitigated on the back by good play from Locked and Goated.
And 2,500 at this point in the game is not a big deal. The only problem is that it's really all focused around the difference between Elyon and Panda Turtle. We're even seeing that Rep Crimson currently is 2 levels in the lead over top of Pagon. So you can really see where the inequality lies, is who's going to be the harder carry? Is it Leon or is it going to be Crimson?
They're going to need Crimson to really step up from them. And we started having this exact discussion, is it going to be Leon or Crimson, like 10 minutes ago. And really, we haven't seen Crimson turn on the Jets much since then. But I don't think they need him to. The real thing that Bloogie and the Woogies have done well has been damage control. The fact that this lead has relatively plateaued at this 2 to 3k gold mark is actually pretty big for Bloogie and the Woogies. As long as they can hold on, they're eventually going to have a fed late-game Merlin on their side, and that's pretty scary too.
That is true, but I also have to give credit over to Locked and Goated. They've drafted a very late game comp, and so they're going to be able to deal with that quite well. But it looks like they're going to be aggressive here around the Fire Giant.
Leon goes right to the back and finds 2. Crimson already in some trouble, trying to escape to the right, but Stewart is there, knows where the priority is, and Ionic gets the kill. Must have been the ultimate or something finally shutting him down. Balukin gets the response though into Leon. That's a big kill, but Pagon showing up with the double, shuts down 2. Aqua has already been sent back to the graveyard, and Gamma trying to run for his life, but that's a Jing Wei hunting you down. A little bit of revenge for the early game as Stewart finds the kill under the Hercules, 4 for 1 in favor of Locked and Goated.
They took down the carry, but the rest of the team was already so fed that it didn't even matter. Like you said, 4 for 1, but in the favor of Locked and Goated, and now this opens them up to this Fire Giant at 21 minutes. Of course, it's not too early in the match, but even still, it's kind of a rough call here, because they will be able to get this, and that just means those tier 1s that are available that are taking a ton of damage are going to go down so incredibly fast, especially since they're going to be able to shred through this Pyromancer and head back that much faster.
Unfortunate for Leon, he basically got them to this point in the game by controlling the entire game, but unfortunately has to miss out on the Fire Giant buff. I doubt he'll be complaining too much, though. It's on the whole rest of the squad. They'll be able to get plenty of value out of it. And learn me, there's so many towers up on the map for them to go grab to add even more onto that gold lead. Things are really start to balloon out of control here for Bloogie and the Woogies. And I think they might even have to just fall back and defend on Phoenix's. Do you see a world where they can try and defend these tier 2 towers?
They could, but the only time that will ever work out is if they group up as 5 on top of one person split pushing. And honestly, if it's going to be anyone, it's probably going to be Elyon by himself at any point. We saw this last game where Elyon goes off by himself, uses the ultimate to come back and join the rest of the squad. So if that's going to be the case, it might not even work out beyond that, because that ultimate is a semi-global. It'll take you pretty much halfway across the map, so they're not going to be able to chase him that far unless they've really thought out and big-brained exactly where he's going to land.
It looks like they largely agree with you here, Lerman. They don't see a whole lot of worlds where defending on the tier 2 tower is going to really work out for them. So Bloogie and the Woogies fall back to Phoenixes. I got to find myself agreeing with that call at this point, too. So the tier 2 tower in left is the one that goes down first. Tier 2 tower in mid will be next up. Locked and Goated with this positioning now make it seem like they might even want to head over towards the right tier 2 and grab it. At the very least, Leon's heading that way, but the rest of Locked and Goated want this next Fury instead. They'll be here for it right when it spawns. Primal will mean they can do even more damage to that Fire Giant the next time it's up. This has been really clean from Locked and Goated. I know the early game was close, but as soon as they found their opening, they took this lead completely out of control.
They're now going to be pushing up this left-hand side, perhaps. It looks like actually going back to base will be the squad.
Yeah.
They probably are thinking about that. They still have about 3 minutes left on this Fire Giant, so I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to try and go for a Phoenix. They certainly are able to. Just waiting for everyone to maybe make that next big buy and come back with another item to help them out in these team fights, because clearly, like you said, we've been seeing this lead ballooning a ton, and now it's kind of coming to a head here. If they're able to get a Phoenix, that might just be it. They could end off that point, and the base is pretty exposed at this point.
Yeah, it'd be very surprising if we saw Bloogie and the Wookiee sent down to the lower bracket in a 2-0 like this, but that's exactly what's on the line for them, up against the team that's the next closest to them in the standings. And aside from maybe those first 10 minutes in the early game, so far, I mean, it really has not been all that close. Aqua narrowly able to avoid the pressure from Locked and Goated in right. He should be safe. Ionic finds the wall, but isn't able to get the stun, so Aqua makes it out of there A-OK. Locked and Goated take down that tier 2 tower, and with plenty of time left, another 50 seconds or so on that Fire Giant buff, they can start looking to burn down this right side Phoenix. They're not even going to, oh wait, Ionic steps in right away and uses the ultimate on the back line. Leon takes to the sky as well, looking for a place to land with the Anvil of Dawn, but he's been patient so far. Elects to fall down onto Gamma. The CC chain is strong, and Gamma falls early on. That's big control on the right-hand side, but Pagon comes out the better, shuts down Panda Turtle, and Locked and Goated have already found their 2-0.
Not only that, but they grab the Phoenix as well, and they're just going to head out with their heads held high, because they honestly, that was just free for them. It was very close to being that, and that was all off the back of Aquarius getting a phenomenal triple push there into the Phoenix again, and you could see the health bars were getting dangerously low there, especially for Ionic on that front hand side, and the fact that they all got out of that alive is honestly pretty surprising to me, but they're gonna have to slow their roll just a little bit and wait for the next Fire Giant to come up. When it comes down to it, they did get the Phoenix closest to the Fire Giant side, so at least Bloogie and the Woogies will have a slightly easier time of getting it, defending that one, but doesn't look like they're going to take their foot off the gas pedal here, as Bloogian's going to pop the beads, but he barely makes it out of that one alive. He just does take him through the Bifrost, and it was a good Bifrost.
It was a good Bifrost, but it costs him everything, all right? Not to do an Avengers shout-out here, but Bloogan now without the beads or the Aegis. And I imagine the Bifrost on a pretty substantial cooldown as well. That was a pretty long transportation. I couldn't quite see how far he went with it, but he had to give up a lot to survive there. Meanwhile, Locked and Goated should be in position for this Fire Giant in the next 10 seconds. And I don't think Bloogie and the Woogies can come out to try and contest it. They've got to make sure that they keep these Fire Minions out in right, keep the Minions pushed up and left, and try and defend their base the best they can.
They could honestly take a look at it, but if they did, they'd just get fully committed on it, and that would be the game. So you're right here. The call is definitely correct to just sit and defend the base, and especially going to be helpful that this Fire Giant is not yet enhanced, so at least they have that on their side to deal with at least a little bit better. But if they're going to defend here, it's gotta be off the back of Aquarius getting another insane bit of CC.
I mean, I saw it happen, man. I think there were 3 members of them. You can kind of see that marker on them when they're under the crowd control. I couldn't tell exactly what had happened, but Aqua had 3 members underneath the Fearless locked down. And they're not even going to give us time to do any more recaps. Locked and Coded are right underneath the mid-Phoenix trying to establish some pressure. One person has already been caught up inside that ultimate from Belugan, coming right back down. It was a relentless one, but he got a whole new health bar off the ultimate, so he can keep right on trucking. They push out a couple members, get the mid-Phoenix down low, but Belugan and the Woogies are holding on for now, but in comes that Anvil of Dawn, dunks down onto one, Aqua pushes him right back, and Gamma is the one that pays for it. Big taunt coming out from Panda Turtle as well. It actually sets up for Crimson to get the kill onto Ionic, but they've already lost the mid-Phoenix. Lermy and Locked and Goaded are ready to leave.
Taking that mid-Phoenix did cost them a bunch. They lost their main tank and their source of sustain, so it's not the best situation for them, but of course, it still is a great place to be in. You do love to have 2 Phoenixes down on the enemy. What, 16,000 gold in the lead at this point, and at that big of a lead, you're honestly getting to the point where you could maybe even start to sell off your boots, but a lot of people do have their blessings still, so getting that 5th item besides the boots is going to be incredibly helpful for these guys. And honestly, if I'm Blugie and the Woogies, I'm shaking in my boots right now. They're going to have to be dealing with this squad coming back at full fervor, and they've only got 1 Phoenix to their name.
It's been very patient, though, from Locked and Goaded. They've got such a tremendous lead that they feel as though they could have potentially forced some of these fights a little bit more. But this, to me, feels like Chapo or Leon's kind of signature style to me. He does like to play patient. He doesn't like to take these unnecessary risks. If it's a 100% chance to win, if we back, reset, and then siege again, then that's the line that he wants to take. So I 100% think that that's some of Leon's influence there, as they're playing this one by the book, by the numbers, and not giving Blugie and the Woogies any chance to get back into it.
Chapo of the past might have disagreed with you there, but now that Chapo's got the amount of experience that he does, he is in here a lot more controlled than he used to be with these calls. And like you said, if there's any chance that they can take an L in these fights, he's going to say, no, we're going to slow it down, take the guaranteed wins, and then push from there. And like we've been saying, they have all their ultimates back up. Ionic respawned also with his ultimate, but no Fire Giant available. They've got 2 red buffs to their name. This Phoenix is as good as dead, and it's all about the fight that comes after.
Leon's keeping the minions pushed up and right. This is exactly how you siege, by the way. Minions pushed up in every single lane. That puts maximum pressure on Beluga and the Woogies, and Gamma is under maximum pressure himself. Does manage to get off at least 1 push, but Pagon puts him in the grave right afterwards. Pagon gets the double kill. Belugan able to reposition, hold on to his life for a moment, but he can't even get back to the fountain. Relentless One gets the 3rd kill as this game starts to careen out of control for Beluga and the Woogies. Locked and Goaded bearing down onto the Titan. It's down to half HP, and Locked and Goaded are done with day number 1. They take care of the Titan, take care of Blugie and the Woogies, and they'll chill on further in the upper bracket.
A little bit closer game there for Blugie and the Woogies, but still, this leadership coming out from El Leon as the new jungler here for Locked and Goaded has really proven its worth. He has been on top of this, and clearly both games we saw that he was the big shot caller, the playmaker, and everything in between, and it's gotta be, honestly, what other way can you do it with that Thor on your back?
Yeah, all those superlatives, we'll rain those on the Leon for an excellent game. Really, the entirety of Locked and Goaded playing very clean, especially as you mentioned, because Game 2 is much different. They faced all those warriors, they faced all that early pressure, and they were still able to answer it. I think that purple buff rotation that they did for First Blood, Lermy, was a little bit bigger than maybe we gave it credit for. That stopped a lot of that early momentum.
Yeah, hitting level 5 was a really great point to pick that time to attack. A lot of the times the jungler in the middle hit that point faster, so being able to make a play exactly at that moment comes from only the top of the top.
Yeah, good awareness from them, and it stopped all that early aggression. Congrats to Locked and Goaded as they move on to the early bracket, and I'll move it back down over to the desk so they can break it down.
Yeah, it technically is closer here in Game 2, but anything is going to be closer than Game 1. But it wasn't that much closer. Locked and Goated still run away with this one in about a 30-minute game. Aggro still with me to break down the game and round out the day. More of the same, though, from Locked and Goated Aggro. Leon makes some big plays on the Thor, and those stagnated a little bit. Snowballs out of control by the end.
I think that Finch and Lermy put it pretty well in that game. It was pretty much who could make more plays between Leon and Crimson. And Crimson was very far ahead in that game, was doing a lot. But Leon and the rest of Locked and Goated just were able to get win after win after win, oftentimes picking off a Gamma on that Hercules in order to get those incremental advantages. Pagon was behind in farm, but Leon was making such a big impact that it just didn't seem to matter. I feel like Locked and Goated really have an understanding of how they want to play these games. I think that they're playing really cleanly overall.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, this game not as much of a blowout, but still pretty one-sided for the vast majority of this game. And Leona playing this Thor is something that Baskin and the boys, I think, have to take note of going into their games later on this weekend.
I do want to give quick shout-outs. Ultimately not game-changing, but I think Panda Turtle had some great 9 turns blessings throughout this game. Unfortunately, just so behind that there wasn't necessarily the follow-up there. Kind of springboarding off that Thor comment, though, and maybe touching on Leon just a little bit more. 8-3 and 9. Zoom out, meta picture type conversation here. Thor, do you think he's prioritized correctly, under-prioritized, or do you think he's in a spot where he's being identified as a threat pretty accurately?
I think he's good. He's definitely a strong jungler still. I think that he is pretty player dependent. Some junglers would rather have more all-in characters that can just go in there and get their hands dirty early on, and you don't have to set up the team as much as Thor likes to do. Obviously, when Thor gets super far ahead, he can one-shot people by himself. But for the most part, Thor is really a teamwork jungler more than an individual one. So I think that it's team play style, individual jungler style. I think that Thor is certainly one of the best assassins in the game, but frankly, all assassins are pretty much the same because they all build Erendite and Heartseeker and one-shot squishies anyways. So it's really down to how your team executes around those junglers more than the actual god pick itself.
Yeah, right, jungle, easiest meta, they're all the same. Yeah, it's mid lane speaking. This is the mid lane desk right now. Look, I agree with you. I mean, they're going to jump on me and one-shot me anyway, right? Like, what am I going to do? Here's your bracket. After day number 1 over in North America, you brought up Baskin and the boys needing to take a look at that Thor maybe, and that's because they'll be playing Locked and Goated in the semifinal. Still best of 3 there, and then our losers today, gone to Tahiti and Boogie and the Woogies, facing off in the losers round number 1. We figured North America might be a little bit more contested, a lot of that thanks to Belt Slap over in EU, but back-to-back 2-0s over here in North America, maybe a little bit surprising. Let's see what we've got on the schedule, though. This will be moving into tomorrow. Smiley Face Cold Llamas, Belt Slap versus the Poppies, and then obviously the teams we just outlined there. So Belt Slap looking to move forward, Baskin and the boys looking to move forward as well, but should be some close matchups in the winners bracket side of things tomorrow.
Looking forward to it. I think that especially that NA winners side, both teams look so dominant today that I'm really looking forward to seeing how they're going to play. The Poppies up against Belt Slap. Belt Slap looked mortal today, ended up dropping a game to Smiley Face, so that should be a really fun match to watch. This sure does not. So I think that it's going to be a fun Saturday for sure, and should set us up for a pretty fantastic finals on Sunday.
Well, that was a great day number 1 of SCC Phase 2 playoff action. Finally got some competitive Smite back, so that's always a great sign. But that is it for this fine Friday of Smite. Make sure to tune in tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, day 2 of the SCC Phase 2 playoffs will kick off. So on behalf of myself, Aggro, all of the casters working with us here this weekend, and of course, production, thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Peach it.